Konoha Year 42. The Ninja Academy. The bulletin board at the entrance was surrounded by a noisy crowd. Every year during this period, it marked the turning point for children of eligible age in Konoha. Being accepted into the Ninja Academy meant one foot had already stepped onto the path of a ninja, the first threshold for commoners to rise above their station. Countless parents stood with their children, gazes locked firmly on the new student list, some dejected, others overjoyed. The most conspicuous among them was a father and son dressed in comical green bodysuits, sporting identical watermelon-shaped haircuts. The son sat on his father's shoulders, his finger tracing along the bulletin board, carefully checking each name one by one, searching desperately for his own. His voice grew increasingly urgent, edged with a trembling sob. Might guy, not here, not here. After a long moment, the son pressed both hands against the bulletin board, lowered his head, and tears burst forth, falling onto his father's face. It's not there. My name isn't on here at all, Dad. The father below comforted him. Keep looking, Kai. You've given it your absolute best. Your efforts won't be wasted. Standing beneath the shade of a nearby tree, Nara Tsukimi watched this scene with a trace of emotion in his eyes. He had come to the academy today not only to enroll, but also to catch a glimpse of the future Emperor Kai. Who could have imagined that this comical watermelon-haired kid, who couldn't even pass the Ninja Academy entrance exam, would one day shatter the Six Paths Madara with a single kick and be acknowledged by the Dance King as the strongest in taijutsu? And those anime-style tears, when watching Naruto in his previous life, he had thought them exaggerated. Seeing them in reality, now they were even more dramatic. Having satisfied his curiosity, Nara Tsukimi walked into the school to handle his enrollment procedures. Tsukimi had arrived in the world of Naruto 2 years ago. At the time of transmigration, his original body's host was merely a 4-year-old child. His parents had both perished on the battlefield. Fortunately, thanks to the care of his cousin Nara Shikaku, his pension and savings had gone untouched, and his little life had been quite comfortable. As a member of the Nara clan, the original body's talent was impressive, extracting chakra for the first time on his very attempt, so much so that even Shikaku praised him. My brother Tsukimi has the potential of a Tokubetsu Jonin. However, once Tsukimi learned the specific timeline, his smile vanished. He discovered that he was in the same graduating class as Kakashi and Obito. This meant that the Third Great Ninja War, a meat grinder conflict that would erupt a few years later, was waiting for him on the battlefield. In such a war, the potential of a Tokubetsu Jonin was utterly worthless. Not to mention all the disasters yet to come. The Ninetales attack, the Konoha Crush Plan, Pain's invasion, each one more terrible than the last, with powerful beings appearing one after another. Being a ninja before the Third War isn't even worth it. Then Nara Shikaku threatened him, saying he would reclaim all his savings as legal guardian and demand he attend school. You're ruthless. Tsukimi had no choice but to reluctantly attend the entrance exam. But during the test, he completely slacked off. The results were so terrible, even he couldn't bear to look at them. He had thought everything was settled, and that was that. But somehow, unbelievably, he still got admitted. Can the Ninja Academy even take backdoor entries? This doesn't make sense. After completing all enrollment procedures, Tsukimi hummed a tune as he walked out of the school. The sky had turned to dusk, the setting sun hanging low, dyeing the entire horizon crimson. The crowds at the school gate had long dispersed, leaving only the Might father and son still standing before the bulletin board, unwilling to leave. Not far away, 3 youths clearly older than Kai stood in their path, with mocking expressions. Their biting mockery reached Tsukimi's ears clearly. A loser who can't even learn ninjutsu wants to be a ninja. What a joke. Ha ha, and his dad, who's been a genin forever. Father and son are truly alike. Do you even deserve to be a ninja? Get out of here, stop being an eyesore. Tsukimi had to admit, he couldn't keep a straight face. Truly the long-standing tradition of Konoha, the will of domination. Seeing them today proved it beyond doubt. A gang of bullies who prey on the weak. Tsukimi looked at them with undisguised contempt. The 3 older students seemed to sense something, turning their gaze toward him. Hey kid, what's that look in your eyes? Looking down on us. Don't you know how to respect your seniors? I remember him. Someone brought him on enrollment day. Seems to be a kid from the Nara clan. What, you want to stick up for that trash? I heard the Nara clan only does limp shadow techniques with 0 killing power. Perfect for us 6th-year seniors to teach you a lesson. Seemingly stung by Tsukimi's contempt, their eyes hardened. The 3 abandoned the mites entirely and closed in on Tsukimi from all sides. Tsukimi wasn't overly panicked. Although at the start of his transmigration, after confirming the timeline, he had decided not to become a ninja, that didn't mean he had neglected his training these past 2 years. He had kept up his conditioning and hadn't missed out on the clan's secret medicinal tonics. After all, the ninja world was far from peaceful. Improving his strength for self-defense was absolutely necessary. But having said that, he was only 6 years old. The 3 opponents were all 6th-year students who had undergone the academy's systematic training. In terms of raw physical strength, basic taijutsu, and combat experience, they were all stronger than him. Tsukimi calculated internally. He needed to strike first, and take one down while they were unprepared. But the 3 sixth-year students gave him no opening closing ranks and surrounding him immediately. What the? No honor at all. The three divided their roles clearly, one attacking with a punch from the front, one circling to block his left, and the last one flanking from behind. Their coordination was extremely practiced. Tsukimi immediately mobilized his chakra, attempting to use the shadow imitation technique. But the student facing him saw through his intention instantly. The boy suddenly accelerated forward, leaving no time to form seals. He clicked his tongue. Seal-based ninjutsu was still too cumbersome. Tsukimi could only drop his hands and hastily dodge to the right. The moment the front attacker's fist missed before the strike from the left could land, he quickly bent backward, using his small stature as an advantage to duck under the punch from behind. Focusing his spirit, he threw a punch. He gathered all his strength and drove his fist into the attacker's solar plexus. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped. The attacker doubled over like a shrimp from the blow to his stomach, his right arm hanging limp and useless. However, before Tsukimi could even catch his breath, the remaining two students' attacks came one after another, heavy fists and kicks landing on his body without pause. His arm and back took heavy hits in succession, pain instantly spreading through his entire body. He gritted his teeth and endured, twisting his body to break free from the encirclement, but the remaining two pressed in step by step, giving him no opening at all. Finally, the front-facing student gathered his strength and delivered a flying kick. Tsukimi could only cross his arms to block the kick head-on. Bang! The tremendous force traveled through his arms, causing Tsukimi to stumble 2 full steps backward. His back slammed hard against the wall, his chest churning, his breath growing short and labored. The 6th-year student who had taken Tsukimi's punch earlier had now recovered and stood back up. All three drove him into a corner, looking at him with mocking amusement, their eyes brimming with contempt. Nara Yuejian leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. The disparity in age and numbers could not be bridged by his original talent alone. Fighting 3 opponents at once was indeed a bit too much for Yuejian. However, surrender was not an option for Yuejian. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly suppressed the pain in his body and quietly condensed a wisp of chakra in his palm. Seeing that he still refused to yield, even when cornered, the 2 6th graders showed fierce expressions on their faces. They stepped forward, simultaneously attacking from left and right. Still trying to hold on? It seems we must teach you a lesson today. The one on the left reached directly for his shoulder, intending to pin him against the wall, while the one on the right raised his knee to strike his abdomen, showing no intention of holding back. In an instant, Yuejian focused his mind, turned sideways, and bent over, narrowly dodging the knee strike. At the same time, he extended his right hand and precisely grabbed the wrist of the person on the left, lowering his center of gravity and executing a clean shoulder throw. Bang! The 6th grader on the left was slammed heavily onto the ground, losing combat capability. However, before Yuejian could adjust, a third person's kick landed on his chest, sending him flying. Yuejian fell hard onto the ground. Both his arms were scraped raw, sending a burning sting. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his whole body aching and weak. A 6-year-old body enduring 2 attacks from 12-year-old students had reached its limit. Under the shade of a tree not far away, a pair of white-haired father and son observed the bullying. Shimu Kakashi leaned forward, slightly ready to intervene. At that moment, a sudden dizziness came from deep within Yuejian's mind. His consciousness went black for an instant, and the next second a mysterious and eerie mask appeared in his mind. Countless pieces of information, like a flood bursting through a dam, poured into his mind in an instant. Tala mask, the 9 Shadow Core. In a daze, he recalled that this mask was something he had bought on a whim when he saw a street vendor selling it while going out to eat in his previous life. He never expected it to follow him to the Naruto world, and now finally fully awaken. Ninja Core Initial Progress 12, Samurai Core Initial Progress 12, Troll Core Initial Progress 12. After digesting the massive information, Yuejian's eyes lit up, and the 2 years of war gloom that had been pressing on his heart were swept away. I knew it. After all, as a transmigrator, how could I not have a cheat? In my previous life, I did good deeds and accumulated virtue. This is what I deserve. Without time to carefully comprehend the other abilities of the Tala mask, facing the 2 approaching enemies, Yuejian moved his mind. The shadows on the ground surged violently, like boiling water. The next moment, 6 pitch-black figures rose from the shadows on the ground, clad in black-red ninja outfits, with gray-blue skin and crimson pupils. They were the ninja corps of the Shadow Army. The 6 shadow figures faced Yuejian and knelt on one knee. Under the setting sun, an icy and murderous aura filled the entire school gate, freezing the remaining 2 6th graders in place. The unknown always brings fear. Just now, you 3 against 1. I won't accuse you of being despicable. Now it's my side, 3 against 1. I hope you won't blame me for being despicable either, since you were 6th grade seniors after all. Take care of them. Yuejian pushed himself up from the ground with his hands, slowly standing up, looking at them with a mocking expression. The 6 shadow figures launched instantly. 3 shadows attacked 1 person each. The 6th grader on the right tried to form hand seals to resist, but the shadows were already upon him. One locked his throat, another grabbed his arm joints. The student on the left panicked and threw punches, but the shadow dodged sideways. The next moment his legs were tripped, and 2 shadows locked him down. Hee, now it's my turn. Bang, bang, bang. 4 shadow figures held the 2 firmly, while the remaining 2 stepped forward, raining punches on them. The beaten ones kept wailing. No, we were wrong, please let us go. You can't do this to me, my brother is a chunin, he will avenge me. Their wails came incessantly, making Yuejian feel as if he were listening to celestial music. Oh right, there's one more. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Yuejian sent out 2 shadow ninjas to bring over the student who had lost combat capability earlier, placing the 3 together. After 5 minutes, the ninja corps had beaten the 3 until they were bruised all over, and even their cries were growing weak. Yuejian felt that was enough, waved his hand to signal the 6 shadows to stop, knocked the 3 unconscious, and threw them into a corner at the entrance. Ninja Corps, 14 Samurai Corps, 12, Troll Corps, 12. The information coming from his mind piqued Yuejian's interest. Is the progress of the Shadow Army increased through combat? Can it be increased through training as well? Yuejian stood there pondering the rules of the Shadow Army. Nearby, Mighty Dai's eyes were wide open, his face full of shock, while Mighty Kai's eyes were filled with admiration. Mighty Dai was the first to snap out of it, giving Yuejian a thumbs up along with a flash of his gleaming white teeth, almost blinding Yuejian. Young man, because they are still students, I couldn't strike them. Thank you for your help today. This is the power of youth. Mighty Kai, however, did not step forward. His excitement turned into guilt. I'm sorry, Nara. It was all because of me, but when you were at a disadvantage fighting 3, I didn't help you. That I'm too cowardly. With that, he burst into tears. Mighty Dai walked up to him, punched him on the head, and his expression turned serious. Kai, it's good that you recognize your shortcomings. But precisely because of that, you must learn to face your inadequacies. Like a man, go apologize to Nara and seek his forgiveness. Mighty Kai wiped away his tears, nodded, walked up to Yuejian, bowed deeply, and apologized solemnly. I'm sorry, Nara. This time I was too cowardly. Next time I will definitely fight alongside you. My name is Nara Yuejian. I forgive you for what happened. Yuejian waved his hand, responding nonchalantly. Yash, this is the power of youth. Remember it well, Kai. Mighty Dai hugged his son, and the father and son burst into tears again, tears streaming down as if they were free. Yuejian's mouth twitched. He just wanted to quickly escape this awkward place. Seeing such a scene in reality was indeed hard to bear. Finally, after the father and son finished crying, Mighty Kai turned to Yuejian with burning eyes. Yuejian, you're amazing. Can we practice taijutsu together from now on? Yuejian nodded. The father and son both gave him a thumbs up, showing their white teeth. Thanks for the support. It seems it's over. Chimu Shimao said softly, then turned his gaze to Kakashi beside him. Go and get to know them. Those 2 kids will be good opponents. Under Chimu Shuamao's signal, Kakashi walked over. Hataki Sakumo introduced Kakashi to these 2. As for Madogai, Kakashi paid him little mind, but Nara Tsukiyomi's earlier display had truly caught his attention. The 3 academy students were still sprawled on the ground. In Kakashi's memory, the Nara clan shadow techniques were nothing like this, and Hataki Sakumo had never mentioned such a thing to him. Self-invented jutsu. Or perhaps a Kekiai Jinkai. Curiosity getting the better of him, Kakashi sauntered over and asked in a casual tone, Hey, you 2. What are your names? Hearing the voice, Tsukiyomi turned his head and saw a child Kakashi. One could only say that at this age the white-haired kid already mastered the art of playing cool. Show off too much and you'll lose your eyes, brat. Madogai paused for a moment, then a grin spread across his face as he pointed his thumb at himself and boomed. I'm Madogai. I'll become the strongest man alive, stronger than anyone. Tsukiyomi knew the watermelon-headed kid would one day actually achieve that. Kakashi gave him his signature deadfish stare, somewhat speechless, and turned his gaze elsewhere. Sensing Kakashi's stare, Tsukiyomi nodded. I'm Nara Tsukimi, also a first-year student. What you used just now, was that your self-invented jutsu? Now that he knew the name, Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Somewhat, I suppose. Kakashi studied him for a long moment. I look forward to fighting you someday. Don't disappoint me. With that, he turned and walked toward the academy, his retreating figure radiating an aura of a lone master seeking worthy opponents. Truly classic. Young cocky white hair only deserves to sit alongside the sunshine pillar. Come find me whenever you're free. Let's train taijutsu together. Watching the Hataki father and son disappear into the academy and exchanging words with guide Tsukiyomi made his way toward the Nara clan district. He needed to examine the Terra mask thoroughly. Back in his family's courtyard, Tsukiyomi sat beneath the rear porch. Eves calmed his mind and carefully combed through every ability and rule of the Terra mask. After transmigrating 2 years of confusion and anxiety, all of it vanished in an instant. As expected, the Terra mask's power was the ability to summon the 9 shadow armies. However, there were 2 differences from the original Jackie Chan adventures. First, the 9 armies were divided into 3 unlocked batches. One had to fully develop all 3 armies within each batch, reaching the limit of summoning 50 members at once before the next batch could be unlocked. The second and most crucial difference was that the 9 generals had disappeared, or rather they originally existed but were transformed after crossing over with him. The 9 generals had been altered into the 3 armies Tsukiyomi had just obtained granted him 3 corresponding ability boosts. The ninja army was the most frequently appearing faction in Jackie-chan adventures, excelling in balanced capabilities. It granted him precise chakra control. He had already completed tree walking and water walking training, and the ninja army's ability elevated his chakra control to a new level. The samurai army could be described as the worst performing faction in the original series. One wonders if it's because General Ike ended up on Ichi's rear end, as the samurai army was thoroughly dominated throughout. Their performance could only be called abysmal. Still, their granted ability was solid swordsmanship enhancement. Blades appear throughout every arc of the Naruto series, making up for Tsukiyomi's close combat weakness. The last of the 3, the troll army, was simply devastating, a sheer brute force enhancement that boosted physical durability. High physique not only amplifies taijutsu, but also increases chakra reserves. Chakra is already composed of physical and spiritual energy. As a transmigrator who also cultivated the Nara clan's in-release techniques, Tsukiyomi's chakra reserves were already considerable. With the troll army's enhancement added on top, he was one step closer to becoming a true chakra monster. With the shadow army handling mid to long range and swordsmanship plus taijutsu covering close combat, there were virtually no weaknesses at any distance. The only thing missing was a decisive finishing move, and time would tell whether the remaining 6 armies would provide it. Just as Tsukiyomi was immersed in analyzing his abilities, Nara Shikaku strolled in with his usual lazy air. "I've heard about what happened at the school entrance." Shikaku sat beside him, his gaze drifting toward the shadow army that Tsukiyomi had yet to dismiss, his tone unusually serious. Such a technique, completely unlike any traditional Nara art, will likely draw the attention of many once revealed today. Unusually extraordinary power tends to attract prying eyes and schemes. You'll need to be careful from now on. Tsukiyomi dismissed his shadow army and offered a calm smile, showing no panic. He was no longer the transmigration newcomer who only knew how to lie low and survive. He had long since outgrown that trembling, fleeing version of himself. Hell, he had even opened up his own abilities now. Observing the renewed confidence radiating from Tsukiyomi, Shikaku pressed no further and instead addressed the real issue. "Ever since you finished poring over those archives 2 years ago, you've been resisting becoming a ninja." Tsukiyomi opened his mouth to explain, but Shikaku raised a hand to stop him. "No need to explain. What I want to say is, regardless of what drove your original decision, my reason for enrolling you in the academy was simply so you'd make some friends. Your parents entrusted you to me on their deathbed. Even if something dire should happen in the future, I will ensure your safety." The title of Konoha's foremost strategist was well earned. Shikaku's words swept away the last trace of hesitation in Tsukiyomi's heart. At least he wasn't being sent to die. Seeing Tsukiyomi's eyes grow resolute, Shikaku offered a faint smile. "Figured it out?" "Yes." Tsukiyomi nodded. "I'll study properly from now on. I'll train properly." Having just reviewed the Shadow Army's abilities, he realized the best way to unlock progress was through actual combat. Higher potential and stronger opponents yielded far greater unlocks than solitary training ever could. That morning he had considered coasting through the academy, but now it was no longer a prison. It was the first launching pad for his rise. Every student within those walls was merely a stepping stone waiting to be harvested. "I need a batch of high-grade medicinal herbs to fortify my body and lay a solid foundation." Shikaku chuckled. "Write an application to the stores and I'll approve it all." With that he rose and departed, leaving only Tsukiyomi alone in the courtyard. Forest nights always stirred memories of the past. Recalling his previous life, resentment rose in his chest. He had scored 95 on the aptitude test and 89.5 on essay writing, leading everyone with a total of 180 points. So close to securing his position yet. Then he had encountered that damn bus. Fuck, my civil service position. This life Tsukiyomi would never allow himself to regret again. He would seize control of his own fate. First, 2 small goals: 1 graduate from the Ninja Academy. 2 survive the 3rd Shinobi World War. 3, and this one was non-negotiable, fairness damn it. The next day in Class 1A of the Ninja Academy. The classroom was buzzing with noise as most students had already arrived. Nara Tsukimi swept his gaze across the room, then walked straight to a seat by the window in the back row. After sitting down, he ignored everyone else, closed his eyes, and recalled Shikaku's words. Awakening the Tala mask had unlocked his shadow core, which inevitably drew the attention of the higher-ups. But he had no choice. Though training in private could still advance the shadow core's unlocking progress, it was too slow. Combat was the most efficient method, which was why he ultimately agreed to attend school. This cohort of students was exceptionally talented. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy Sarutobi Asuma, Shirui Gunma, and others, all of whom would become the pillars of Konoha for decades to come. In Tsukimi's eyes, they were high-quality resources hard to come by otherwise. As for whether he would attract the covetous gaze of Danzo, not that Tsukimi looked down on him, but although Hiruzen Sarutobi tended to indulge him, the current Hiruzen was still in his prime and could suppress him at any moment. Not to mention that Tsukimi was a genius of the Nara clan. The Ino-Shikacho had allied with the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period, and after the third Hokage took office they remained loyal followers. In the original story, Asuma even became the supervising jonin for the future heads of the three clans. From any angle, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never let him fall into Danzo's hands. "Hello, classmate." Nara Tsukimi opened his eyes and saw a pair of beautiful eyes, first their crimson pupils shimmering like gems. "Hello, I'm Nara Tsukimi. Tsukimi-kun, my name is Yuhi Kurenai. Please take care of me from now on." After saying that, the young girl sat down beside him, appearing a bit shy, far from the mature and composed woman she would become in the future. Chatting casually with Kurenai, the students gradually arrived. Then a middle-aged ninja in a chunin vest walked into the classroom. "Hello, I'm Murakami Takashi, your homeroom teacher. I hope we can get along well in the coming years. Now, starting from the leftmost person, please introduce yourselves. Just say your name, what you like and dislike, and your dream." Murakami was quite decisive, and the first student on the left began his introduction. "I'm Tanaka Ken. I like ramen and the rest time after completing missions. I don't have anything I particularly dislike. Nothing special. My dream is to become a qualified chunin, then save money to open my own shop in Konoha. Very spirited. Next, I'm Sarutobi Asuma. I like playing shogi and eating grilled meat. I hate being ordered around. My dream is to surpass the old man and become the strongest Hokage. Oh, isn't this the 35 million Ryo guy?" At this time he was still a rebellious youth with that arrogant nose-in-the-air attitude. "I'm Nora Rin. I like, well, helping others and medical ninjutsu. I hate war and seeing companions get hurt. My dream is to become an excellent medical ninja and protect my friends." The ghost of Konoha has arrived. Looking at Nora Rin with 2 paint marks on her face, Tsukimi felt a wave of emotion. In a sense, the fourth great ninja war originated from her death. Next was Kakashi. When he stood up, the classroom fell silent for a moment. As the son of the White Fang, his genius reputation had already spread throughout Konoha before he even enrolled. "Hatake Kakashi. Nothing I particularly like. Nothing I particularly dislike. My dream is to become a ninja as strong as my father." After saying that, he glanced toward Tsukimi. Still the same flavor. But he wondered if he defeated the little white-haired boy, how much progress would the Shadow Core make? "I'm Yuhi Kurenai. I like Jinjutsu training and octopus with wasabi. I hate arrogant people. My dream is to become an outstanding Jinjutsu ninja like my father without losing to anyone." When the young girl stood up, her hands hung naturally at her sides. Her voice was soft, yet carried a firm resolve. Next was Nara Tsukimi. He wore a simple black short-sleeved shirt and dark gray pants with short hair, unlike the traditional Nara clan style. Neat and clean, yet with that lazy aura unique to the Nara. "Nara Tsukimi. I like rest days. I hate unexpected things. My dream, to survive until the final chapter." Perhaps because of his identity as a Nara, no one was surprised by his introduction. It was just so typical of the Nara. "Alright, now that we've gotten to know each other, let's start the lesson." Just as Murakami was about to begin, the classroom door suddenly burst open, and a figure wearing goggles rushed in, panting heavily. "Sorry, sensei. Pan, I'm late. Let me catch my breath." Murakami's smiling face darkened visibly. He flipped through the attendance sheet and spoke in a low voice. "Then please explain why you're late on the very first day of school, Uchiha Madara." This was a challenge to his authority as a teacher. Hearing the teacher's gritted teeth tone, Nora Rin looked at Obito with concern. "Sensei, let me explain. On my way to school today, I met an old lady crossing the street. I helped her, that's why I'm late. Please believe me, sensei." Helping an old lady cross the street. How kind-hearted of you, Uchiha Obito-kun. I'll remember that. Now come up and introduce yourself first. The teacher's words made Obito's face fall like he was attending a funeral. Being on the teacher's bad side was no fun. But when he heard about the self-introduction, he perked up immediately. Standing at the podium, he adjusted his goggles and spoke loudly. "I'm Uchiha Obito. I like Rin. Rin's bento boxes. I hate that arrogant Kakashi. My dream is to become Hokage and make everyone recognize my name." Obito's speech made Kakashi roll his eyes in the audience while Rin watched him with a smile. Becoming Hokage at the academy was the most common dream. Several others had already said the same. After finishing, Obito walked down from the podium with a cheerful grin, sat down beside Rin, scratched the back of his head, and wore a silly smile. From the back row, Kakashi uttered 2 words. "Idiot. You bastard, Kakashi. Just you wait." Obito was about to retort, but caught Murakami's dark expression and had to give up. Tsukimi observed the interactions among them. "Uchiha Obito, This second-rated loser, the disgrace of the Uchiha clan, would one day become the great villain of the ninja world. Kimui was still too overpowered. The first class didn't cover much substantive content, just a general overview of the curriculum for each grade. The school workload was not heavy. After the morning classes ended, school was dismissed in the afternoon. The focus was on tomorrow. A placement test would be held. Practical combat. As Murakami put it, because you are students of the elite class, we need to know your level. After school, students gathered in small clusters discussing tomorrow's practical combat test and speculating who would claim the top spot. Yet most eyes were fixed on Kakashi. After all, he was the son of the White Fang of Mai and a prodigy who had mastered ninjutsu at the age of 4. Kakashi remained utterly composed, long accustomed to such whispers. However, Obito, seated in the front row, bristled with indignation. What's so great about that jerk Kakashi? Just wait. Tomorrow I'll definitely defeat him. Beside him, Rin chuckled softly, clasping her hands together before her chest to cheer him on. You can do it, Obito. Hearing Rin's encouragement, Obito scratched his head and broke into a goofy grin. Kakashi finally rose to his feet. He first approached Naryang Yuejian and said, I hope to face you tomorrow. Without waiting for a response, he strode toward the exit, casting only a brief glance at Obito as he passed. Idiot. You jerk Kakashi, just wait. I'll show you how a genius of the Yuzebo clan defeats you. If not for Rin holding him back, he would have lunged at Kakashi right then. The rest of the class turned astonished gazes toward Yuejian. They had heard of Kakashi's personality and witnessed it firsthand. For such a genius to express anticipation for a duel with someone meant that Naryang Yuejian's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Especially the front-row student Yuenfei Asama, who eyed him with fierce fighting spirit. Before coming to school, he had assumed that the only noteworthy peer in this cohort was Kakashi. Even his old man had praised him, but Asama refused to concede. As the son of the Hokage, he considered himself no less capable. Without a real battle, he would not surrender based on mere words. As for the Naryang clan, Asama was quite familiar with them. He had never expected them to conceal someone like Naryang Yuejian, whom even Kakashi wished to challenge. He was determined to defeat both of them fair and square, proving his worth before the old man. Obito snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Yuejian, blurting out bluntly, I'm Yuzebo Daitu, the future Hokage. What's your name? Naryang Yuejian. Yuejian, don't worry. After you lose to Kakashi, I'll avenge you, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Obito casually patted Yuejian on the shoulder, already lost in some blissful fantasy, his grin maniacal. Ding. Yuzebo mad laughter. 4 masters, 14. Yuejian couldn't help but burst out laughing, startling Obito from his reverie. The latter glared at him, face dark with annoyance. Hey, what do you mean by that? You think I can't beat Kakashi either? I've been going easy on him, you know. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't laughing at you. I just remembered something amusing. My clan increased my monthly allowance. Sorry, I have to go now. See you tomorrow. After exchanging a quick farewell with Shirihong, Yuejian made a swift escape. The undarkened Obito was a bizarre mix of overly familiar and arrogant, almost overwhelming him. Exiting the school building, he spotted a Kai running laps around the playground with a banner on his back that read, Run 500 laps to be admitted. A large green figure accompanied him. Yuejian didn't linger at school. He knew Akai would eventually be admitted and would likely make it to tomorrow's test. The next day, after introducing the supplementary admittee, mate Akai Murasakimura led the entire class to the playground. Before the match rules could be announced, Obito eagerly leaped forward. Teacher Murasakimura, I request to fight Kakashi. This time I will definitely defeat him. Obito was brimming with excitement, completely oblivious to Murasakimura's darkening expression, until a fist landed on his head. This test is just to assess your current levels. The matchups are completely random. You'll all face each other in future training sessions. Yuzebo Daitu, get back in line now. If you pull that again, you'll run 50 laps around the playground. Obito finally quieted down after the punch and obediently returned to the formation. Murasakimura nodded with satisfaction, took out the roster, and began announcing the match rules and pairings. First match, Yuzebo Daitu vs. Tian Zhongjian. I can't believe I'm first. Don't worry, Rin, I'll definitely win. Obito sprang from the line. Both parties formed the seal of opposition. Begin. The moment the words fell, Obito was already in motion. He leaned forward, driving his right fist toward Tian Zhongjian. Tian Zhongjian remained calm, swiftly raising both arms crossed before him to block. Obito's fist struck the arms with a dull thud, forcing Tian Zhongjian back 2 steps. Obito didn't pause. His second punch followed immediately, aimed lower toward the abdomen. Tian Zhongjian sidestepped, simultaneously pressing down with his left hand to redirect Obito's attack, while throwing a right punch at Obito's face. Startled, Obito caught the fist with his left palm and was pushed back 2 steps. Watching the evenly matched exchange, Yuejian felt a flicker of surprise. It was said that Obito was the class laggard, but even the laggard of an elite class had solid fundamentals. His shortcomings were largely due to his temperament, which often led to slip-ups. After all, if Obito were truly weak, even as a member of the Yuzebo clan who was close to the Hokage Yuanfei Risen would never have assigned him to Bo Shui Men's team. Coming back to the present, the match was still undecided. Tian Zhongjian's balance wavered and Obito seized the opportunity, driving his fist toward the shoulder for a decisive blow. But his peripheral vision caught Rin waving and cheering from the sidelines. His gaze locked, his mind was filled with nothing but her image. Tian Zhongjian, though puzzled, didn't stop. He lowered his body and swept his leg toward Obito. Obito was still lost in his blissful fantasy with Rin when the world spun. When he came to, Tian Zhongjian was already on top of him, his hand pressed against Obito's neck. Well, old habits die hard. Tian Zhongjian wins. Both parties formed the seal of reconciliation. After forming the seal, Obito returned to the line dejectedly. Rin asked with concern, "Are you okay, Obito?" "I'm fine, Rin. I was careless this time. I'll definitely win next time." "I believe you, Obito." Obito's mood instantly lifted, and he began grinning foolishly again. TSK. The next few battles were mediocre, but Yuejian watched with keen interest. Next match, Nalian Yuejian vs. Yuanfei Asama. Hearing his name, Yuejian stepped out of the crowd. Before he could even take his position, Asama jumped forward and spoke first. "You've earned Kakashi's recognition, so you must be strong. But I will defeat both of you. Remember my name. I am the man who will surpass the Hokage." "I know. 35 million Ryo. Begin." The moment the words left his mouth, Nara Tsukimi immediately formed hand seals, summoning forth his shadow army. Actually, hand seals were not required to summon the shadow army, but Tsukimi did not mind spreading a smokescreen to the outside world, for in the ninja world, battle was a battle of information. 8 figures coalesced from beneath Tsukimi's feet, 4 ninja units, 2 samurai units, and 2 ogre units. To accelerate their unlocking progress, he needed to employ them frequently in actual combat, so Tsukimi had no intention of concealing them. 2 ogre units guarded his flanks like short walls, while 2 samurai units charged head-on, and 4 ninja units fanned out for a pincer attack. The spectacle left the surrounding students mesmerized, and even Murakami Takashi showed a hint of astonishment. "What is this thing? Does this qualify as a ninja technique? I know the Nara clan's secret art involves shadow manipulation, but I've never witnessed anything like this before. No wonder Kakashi values him so highly. He's incredibly powerful. Student Tsukimi is so cool." Among the crowd on the training ground, Obito watched the scene in surprise, recalling the bold words he'd spoken to Nara Tsukimi in the classroom the day before, and felt a rare flush of embarrassment. On the day of enrollment, there had only been 6 shadow figures, and only one type. He wondered how powerful they truly were. Had Tsukimi been holding back his strength? Kakashi's expression grew grave. If Tsukimi had known, he would have simply replied, "You're overthinking it." For all their impressive appearance, the 8 shadows were calibrated to their host's power level. He hadn't yet reached the strength of a genin, so the Shadow Army's capabilities would only be inferior to his own. Moreover, the ceiling for this type of power wasn't particularly high. It was simply impressive enough to fool someone on first encounter. Asuma on the opposite side was experiencing exactly that. Just as Murakami announced the start, he had been about to charge forward when his opponent suddenly unleashed this tactic. In the blink of an eye, the 2 samurai units charging head-on had closed the distance to Asuma. Since this was merely a test, the Shadow Army wielded no weapons. The left samurai swung its right fist while the right one executed a sweeping kick with its left leg as the 4 ninja units maneuvered to flank and strike from behind. Asuma, after all, was the son of the Hokage, and his foundational skills were certainly solid. With no time for deliberation, he caught the left samurai's punch with his left hand, immediately gripping its wrist in a close-range lock, then timed his right foot to strike squarely into the right samurai's knee. The shadow staggered and retreated several steps. But the assault didn't end there. Asuma yanked the left samurai toward him with his left hand, while simultaneously swinging his right fist at it. He blocked and controlled the left, repelled the right, and used the momentum to topple his opponent, all in a single instant. Asuma's right fist connected with the left samurai, and with a soft poof, its form dissipated like a wisp of green smoke, reforming back into shadow. A flash of triumph crossed Asuma's face, but before he could strike again, the 4 ninja units had already circled behind him. All 4 shadows moved in unison. 2 secured his wrists and arms while the other 2 pressed against the back of his knees. Asuma strained to break free, but a samurai unit surged forward from the front, threading through his armpit to grip his upper body. Meanwhile, the samurai he'd just dispersed reformed and stepped in to lock his shoulder joint. 6 shadow figures working in coordinated unison from front and back pinned his body completely, leaving him unable to struggle free. Murakami's voice rang out. "Stop. Nara Tsukimi wins. Ninja unit, 20, samurai unit, 18, ogre unit, 18. This round wasn't bad. All 3 units unlocked 6 progress. Much better than last time. Looks like I need to train more often." Hearing the instructor's call, Tsukimi dispersed his chakra, and the 8 shadows dissolved back into darkness. Asuma steadied himself after being released, shook out his shoulders, and then stepped forward to form the seal of reconciliation with Tsukimi. Yet as they formed the seal, his free hand clenched into a fist, his ear tips turning red. His eyes carried an undertone of reluctance, and he pressed his lips together for several long seconds before finally speaking. Next time I'll definitely defeat, you just wait and see. Alright, I'll be waiting. Tsukimi offered a gentle smile, taking it lightly. As a ninja, Asuma's natural talent wasn't exceptional, but he proved to be a reliable friend. Though he remained a proud, competitive, rebellious youth, perhaps with such encouragement from Tsukimi, he might eventually push past his own limitations. Looking ahead to 40 million Ryo. That sounds perfectly reasonable. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had witnessed the entire exchange through a crystal ball, felt a sense of surprise. So this is the mutated shadow secret art Shikaku mentioned. Materialization of released chakra. It seems he truly is a prodigy. When he saw Asuma defeated by Nara Tsukimi, Hiruzen chuckled softly. Perhaps young people need to face more setbacks, otherwise this brat would keep clashing with him constantly. On the training ground, Kakashi had just concluded his own match. Now possessing the strength of a genin, he had easily triumphed over Shiranami Ginma. After the battle, Kakashi approached Tsukimi to discuss what he'd observed. While you were fighting, I paid special attention to your technique and noticed some weaknesses. Obito and Asuma, standing nearby, immediately shifted their attention to the conversation. Having witnessed Tsukimi's power, Obito wanted to learn more so he could prepare strategically for future encounters. Asuma, having just been defeated by Tsukimi, hadn't yet had time to analyze the fight, so he decided to listen to Kakashi's assessment first. Oh, do tell. Tsukimi found himself curious as well, eager to hear Kakashi's perspective. First, while your technique appears formidable, my observations suggest the individual shadows aren't particularly strong. It's only natural that encountering them for the first time would affect one's judgment. Second, they lack sufficient durability. Asuma was able to dismantle one with a single punch just now. Tsukimi nodded, gently, showing no annoyance at having his weaknesses exposed. The Shadow Army's limitations were evident. There was a clear power ceiling and limited resilience. Even if the weaknesses weren't apparent on first glance, they would become clear after 2 or 3 encounters. Based on Tsukimi's own assessment, combined with the Shadow Army's performance in the Legend of Korra, their capabilities likely peaked at Tokubetsu Jonin level, at best possibly only Chunin tier. In the early stages, they could rely on overwhelming numbers, but as power levels scaled upward, the Shadow Army would become increasingly ineffective. What truly concerned Tsukimi was the 9 ability enhancements granted by the Shadow Army, the Shadow Realm behind it, and that ultimate technique, Total Darkness, capable of engulfing the entire Earth. This was merely a test. If you haven't resolved these 2 issues by our next live exercise, you won't stand a chance against me. Tsukimi nearly laughed aloud at the blunt remark. The freckled kid certainly had the confidence to speak freely, and deserved it considering he'd already achieved genin-level strength at just 5 years old. By comparison, Tsukimi himself hadn't yet reached that threshold in terms of raw physical capability. He'd only worn the Tarlock mask for a few days, and the ability enhancements from the 3 armies hadn't fully integrated into his system yet. Once he adapted completely, he'd be able to defeat Kakashi without even relying on the Shadow Army. I look forward to our next encounter. Hope my surprises will satisfy you. On the training ground, the practical test had not yet concluded, and the surrounding murmurs had subtly shifted from the shock of the Shadow Secret technique to a different direction. I think Kakashi is right. That Shadow Secret technique looks intimidating, but its defense is weak. Asuma punched one apart just now. Oh, if it were Kakashi, those shadows would never have had time to surround him. The first encounter does impair judgment, but now that Kakashi has seen through its weakness, Yuejian is certainly no match for him. The whispers reached Asuma's ears, easing his expression and balancing the lingering resentment in his heart. It wasn't that he was too weak, but that the opponent's secret technique was too bizarre. If Yuejian knew what Asuma was thinking, he would tell him, "Kid, you're dreaming." Daitu stood nearby, his eyes wide as he looked back and forth between Yuejian and Kakashi, muttering under his breath, "Damn. Kakashi is too cocky. Yuejian seems no match for him either. It's still up to me. Alright, after today's practical test, I've roughly assessed your abilities, and you should have recognized your own weaknesses. The next half-month is for you to adjust, after which we'll hold a sparring session." Suinshang Long announced loudly, "Random draws for matches, and we'll determine the class rankings." The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. A sparring session. This was no mere assessment, it was a genuine classification of strength. Genius or dead last. After the sparring, it would be clear for all to see. Daito's blood surged. He clenched his fists and shouted from the crowd, "I will defeat Kakashi and take first place. Lin, you'll see my true strength then." "Then I'll be waiting to see your performance, Daito," Lin replied, still gently encouraging him. Asuma's sharp gaze swept over Kakashi and Yuejian in turn. He had only suffered from the lack of intel on the Shadow Secret technique. It wasn't a complete defeat. In the ranking match half a month later, he would prove himself anew. Maite Kai had also defeated his opponent earlier, before becoming a Chunin Taijutsu specialist still held a great advantage. Now he stared at Kakashi and Yue Jian with burning eyes. Kakashi, Yue Jian, in half a month I will give my all. Youth knows no defeat. His passionate roar echoed across the training ground. Yue Jian paid no heed to these discussions. His attention was fixed on the unlocked progress of the Shadow Legion. Asama was a true elite ninja at his core, so the gains from fighting him were far richer than those from the 3 6th grade nobodies earlier. A high-quality opponent brought high-quality progress. Exactly, Kakashi was the top-tier max-level beginner character of this cohort. For others facing Kakashi was pressure and challenge, but for Yue Jian he was the perfect leveling material. After school Asama took the initiative to stop Yue Jian, his tone earnest. I was too careless in today's practical test. If we meet again in the sparring session I will win. Then I'll be looking forward to it, Yue Jian replied with a smile. Asama gave him a deep look and turned away. As the son of the Hokage, this identity brought both glory and pressure. He refused to lose to his peers. He would go back and consult the old man for a way to defeat Yue Jian. Daido, who had been watching the scene, sidled over and casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Yue Jian. Good luck in half a month. Even though you can't beat Kakashi, I hope you can last a while. I'm rooting for you. Yue Jian couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the untainted Daido was just an overconfident goofball. So who do you think will defeat Kakashi in half a month? Of course it'll be me, the future Hokage, the great Uchiha Daido. Haha. After Asama, another one dreaming of peaches. Your peach will is acknowledged. Watching Daido's wild laughter, even Lin couldn't bear it. She quickly came over, pulled Daido away, and apologized gently. Daido is straightforward. Please don't mind. It's fine, he's got spirit. Yue Jian waved his hand unconcerned. On the other side, Kakashi had also returned home. Chimu Shomao was sitting on the back porch, wiping the renowned White Fang short sword in his hand. Beneath his gentle demeanor lurked a sharpness like a blade's edge. Seeing Kakashi return, Shomao stopped his movements and looked up at him. How was school today? Did you meet any interesting classmates? Shomao knew his son well. His extraordinary talent had fostered a somewhat proud personality, and he hoped his son would make more friends at school. We had a practical test today. There's a Nai Liang kid with decent skills. Oh, Nai Liang. Is that the Nai Liang youth at the school gate who used that special shadow technique? That's him. He's the only one in the class with any real ability, but I've already seen through his weakness. In the sparring session in half a month, he won't be a match for me. Kakashi sat down beside his father and recounted the day's events, his tone somewhat lazy. Chimu Shomao toyed with the hilt of his sword. He knew his son was always precise in his observations, but he didn't share his certainty. You mean his secret technique relies on numerical advantage and stealth, making it suitable for encirclement and containment? Also, though I'm not clear on the individual strength of those shadows, judging by the boy's age, it shouldn't be too high, right? Kakashi was not surprised by his father's words. He himself had analyzed the weakness after seeing the shadow technique twice, let alone the White Fang of Konoha. Exactly. His individual shadows are extremely weak. Even a basic taijutsu strike can disperse them. Moreover, their single-target lethality is insufficient, and they rely on numbers to form, making it impossible to balance defense and burst. Kakashi looked at his father, a flash of arrogance and absolute confidence in his eyes. I've simulated all possible combat approaches. There won't be any surprises. Seeing his son's confidence, Shomao frowned. Your tactic is probably ninjutsu to clear the path Shunshin to break through in close-quarters combat, right? Shomao paused, and after seeing Kakashi nod, he continued. Have you considered 2 issues? First, you haven't seen him use the Nai Liang clan's traditional secret technique, have you? Second, do you know anything about his close combat ability? Kakashi's words caught in his throat. He indeed had no knowledge of that. Not using a traditional secret technique doesn't mean he can't. Not knowing his close combat ability doesn't mean he lacks it. The Nai Liang clan has always been strategic and meticulous. That boy, from the first time he used the shadows, easily showed his weakness, yet remained calm and composed. That shows he isn't afraid of exposure. Kakashi, you've been a bit arrogant lately. Shimiao Shimao's gentle voice caused the confident certainty on Kaka's face to instantly dissipate by more than half, leaving him momentarily stunned. Since he first extracted chakra, his extraordinary talent had never allowed him to lose in any aspect. He had crushed all his peers without exception, and the sense of superiority bestowed upon him by his gifts began to make him look down on everyone else. Kaka stared at the cherry blossoms in the courtyard for a long time before speaking in a low voice, his tone stripped of its earlier arrogance. I did overlook these things. He had merely spotted the Shadow Legion's weakness and hastily formulated tactics based on that alone, without deeper reflection. How could someone capable of developing an entirely new secret art possess only such limited ability? Watching his son recover from his stupor, Shimao ceased his movements and sheathed the cleaned White Fang short sword. Kaka, I have never doubted your talent. However, the ninja world has never been a place where talent alone determines victory or defeat. As a ninja, underestimating your enemy is the greatest vulnerability. Shuamao spoke slowly, imparting lessons from his own experience to his son. Do not underestimate the Nara clan's intellect. If you were able to discover the weakness of the shadow secret art, how could that child, who wields it, possibly remain unaware? Either his true trump card lies beyond the shadow secret art, or he deliberately exposed a shallow weakness to deceive everyone. Kaka's entire body trembled as he lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. He had believed he had seen through his opponent's vulnerabilities, never imagining that his own arrogance might have been plainly visible to them all along. I was too arrogant, father. Kaka's voice carried a somber weight stripped of its earlier pride, and conceit replaced, instead, with a newfound steadiness. Seeing Kaka finally awaken to his mistake, Shuamao's expression softened, and he gently patted his son's shoulder. For the next half-month, set aside your arrogance, and study him, as if he were your strongest adversary. Should you give your all yet still fall to him, that would not be your shame. It would instead be the greatest catalyst for your growth. Conversely, should you lose through underestimating your opponent, that would become a weakness you carry for life. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying away the restlessness from the young man's heart. Recalling Nara Yuejian's ever-present smile, Kaka rose to his feet and offered his father a solemn bow, with earnest eyes, his voice measured and grave. I understand, father. Over the next half-month I will cast aside my arrogance and prepare with everything I have. Just you wait, Nara Yuejian. Shuamao gazed at his son, whose heart had finally found its center, and a satisfied smile crossed his face. The 2 weeks slipped away in an instant, and before he knew it, the day before the practical combat sparring session arrived. Within the Nara clan grounds, the sounds of fists colliding with bodies rose and fell in succession as 2 figures darted and weaved at incredible speed. Every strike from Nara Yuejian landed with precision and devastating force, his movements flowing without any hesitation. On the opposite side, Might Guy's expression grew deathly serious, every muscle taut, as he exerted his full strength against Yuejian's onslaught. Since their last practical combat assessment concluded, Yuejian had invited Guy to train together in taijutsu, driven by the need to quickly adapt to the enhanced physical capabilities granted by the Shadow Legion. At the start of their sparring sessions, Guy had managed to hold Yuejian at bay through his solid taijutsu foundation, but within just 2 weeks the tide had completely reversed. Yuejian's improvement in taijutsu had surpassed even Guy's wildest expectations. Only Yuejian understood that this wasn't due to any innate talent, but rather his relentless adaptation to the physical enhancements provided by the Troll Core. During the day, he spent his lessons mastering chakra control within the ninja unit, then returned in the evenings to practice kenjutsu with the samurai core. Guy unleashed a powerful leaf hurricane kick, but Yuejian remained composed, raising his arm to block and absorb the full force of the blow. Yuejian stood firm as stone, while Guy recoiled from the impact, his right leg numb and stumbling backward several steps. Guy righted himself, breathing slightly labored, and gazed at Yuejian's unchanged composure. A look of defeat and confusion etched across his face, his voice heavy with unmasked frustration. Yuejian, your taijutsu has advanced far too rapidly. I train every single day without fail, yet in merely 2 weeks you've surpassed me. Does effort truly amount to nothing against natural talent? Unable to wield ninjutsu or jinjutsu, Guy devoted himself entirely to taijutsu. Before dawn, each morning he would rise to train, running with weights, pushing through exhausting push-ups, never once allowing himself to slack off. Yet Nara Yuejian had managed to dominate him through taijutsu alone within just half a month. Effort seemed worthless when faced with such extraordinary innate ability. If hard work ultimately couldn't match natural gift, then what meaning did the youth he and his father had guarded so fiercely hold? Who hasn't felt lost during their youth? Go ask Kaiwang if you don't believe me. The guy before him was merely a 6-year-old boy, and witnessing Yuejian's display left him vulnerable to self-doubt. No, you're mistaken. These past half-months you only witnessed my rapid progress, but you never saw the foundation I built through taijutsu training since I was 4 years old. Yuejian maintained his gentle smile and placed a reassuring hand on Guy's shoulder. He wasn't exaggerating, since age for his taijutsu practice had been constant, though his young frail body couldn't achieve much at the time. Still, the foundation he built was rock solid. Only now, with the Shadow Legion's power amplification enhancing his abilities, had his taijutsu skills accelerated dramatically. Combined with his family's secret body-refining medicines from the Nara clan's herb trade, these factors drove his rapid improvement. He kept these explanations to himself when comforting others. No reason to broadcast his advantages to everyone. I won't say it. Yuejian looked at the passionate youth before him with sincere eyes. In the short term, I may surpass you through past accumulation, but every effort you make will not be wasted. Temporary strength or weakness proves nothing. The true essence of youth lies in never giving up and always giving your all, Guy. Yes, what do momentary victories or defeats matter? Youth is never about instant talent. It's about persistent perseverance that never surrenders. Guy lifted his head sharply, the despair in his eyes completely dispelled as the fire of youth blazed within him once more. Thank you, Yuejian. I won't give up. Tomorrow during the ranking match, I'll bring everything I have and challenge both you and Kaka once more. Yuejian observed the renewed determination in Guy's eyes and knew that despite his current immaturity and vulnerability to temporary setbacks, Guy would eventually break free from his limitations. In the original storyline, he would also feel shame over his father's status as a perpetual genin. But he would ultimately transform, just as he himself declared, becoming a man stronger than anyone. Currently, Guy remains no match for Kaka even after their sparring sessions. But if the silver-haired boy dares to underestimate the green-uniformed one, he'll face the consequences. This is a surprise prepared for you too, silly Kaka. The next day at the Ninja Academy playground, all members of Class 1A were present. Murataki Ryu stood in the center of the playground, holding a roster, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he began to announce the rules of the match. For this class practical exercise, the use of ninja tools is permitted. You will be paired randomly into two-person teams. The loser will be eliminated, and this will continue until the first place is determined. I will record your performance. Understood. Understood. Among the crowd, Nara Yuejian wore a lazy smile, sizing up the others. The little white-haired boy had his hands in his pockets, no longer carrying the arrogant air from before. It seemed his father had given him a good scolding. My Guy was as usual, his green jumpsuit particularly eye-catching with the flames of youth burning in his eyes. Only Obito, that fool, while everyone else was adjusting their state, was rubbing his hands together, constantly glancing at Rin, muttering over and over about defeating Kakashi and taking first place. This made Rin unable to suppress a smile, but she still gently encouraged him. Asuma, standing at the front of the line, had also shed his usual arrogance. From the side, his expression seemed somewhat solemn, evidently also disciplined by his father at home. First match, Tanaka Ken vs. Inazuka Ishii, formed the seal of confrontation. The match began. Obito was still the same. He couldn't help stealing glances at Rin during the fight and was eliminated in the very first round. The little white-haired boy mocked him as an idiot, and if Rin hadn't pulled him back and comforted him, he probably would have started another fight with Kakashi. Shiranui Gunma won with his family's Senbon technique. Kurinai Yuhi used Genjutsu to take down her opponent. Kakashi fought with one hand the entire time, showing off his skill, which made Yuejian want to ask the little white-haired boy for tips. What fine leaks they were. I wonder how much progress this practical exercise will yield. Soon it was Yuejian's turn. His opponent was an ordinary student. As the starting signal fell, Yuejian formed hand seals and summoned 8 Shadow Corps soldiers arranged in a 4-4-2 formation. With Yuejian's own strength increasing, these Shadow Corps soldiers had also grown stronger, moving faster than they did half a month ago. Before the opponent could react, 4 ninja soldiers had already locked his limbs, the entire process taking less than 3 seconds. Nara Yuejian wins. As expected, even if you know the weakness, you still need the strength to exploit it. That's right, Yuejian's shadows were too fast, so I didn't even see them. Indeed, we haven't even learned the 3 basic techniques yet, so we're no match for Yuejian. Yuejian is so cool. Ignoring the chatter around him, Kakashi observed seriously from the sidelines. When he saw the speed of the Shadow Corps, his eyes narrowed. Faster now. Is this progress from the past half-month, or was he holding back before? My father was right. Nara Yuejian is indeed a worthy opponent. In the second round, Yuejian faced another intermediate-level student. The opponent seemed confident in his speed and tried to close in on Yuejian, but was blocked by 2 wall-like figures, while the 6 shadows behind him also attacked, forcing him to concede. The second round began, and Yuejian was matched with another intermediate-level student. Ninja Corps, 23, Samurai Corps, 21, Troll Corps, 21. Not bad. 2 opponents allowed each of the 3 corps to gain 2 progress. Although the gains from fighting ordinary students couldn't compare to Asuma, it was still far better than training alone. Next match, Sarutobi Asuma vs. Nara Yuejian. As soon as the words were spoken, murmurs rose from the crowd. This was the Hokage's son's revenge match. Here it comes. I wonder if Asuma has figured out a way to deal with those shadows in the past half-month. Don't underestimate Asuma, he's the Hokage's son. Maybe this time Yuejian will lose. Asuma stepped forward boldly, his eyes brimming with battle intent as he looked at Yuejian. Ever since losing to Yuejian, the young man's competitive spirit had flared up. To regain his honor, he set aside all his rebelliousness and humbly asked his old man for a way to break the deadlock. The old man's teachings still echoed in his mind. Asuma using ninjutsu to break through the shadows is indeed feasible, but don't forget Yuejian's identity as a member of the Nara clan. Pay attention to the shadows at his feet. Of course, he knew the Nara clan's signature technique, but he had been distracted by Yuejian's shadow soldiers. After the old man's reminder, he recalled Yuejian's lineage. As for the possibility that Yuejian didn't know those traditional secret arts, no one would believe that. At least he didn't. I've prepared thoroughly. This time I'll win. Form the seal of confrontation. Match begin. As soon as Murataki Ryu finished speaking, Asuma didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, 3 kunai flew straight toward Yuejin's face, while his own body exploded forward, closing the distance. Yuejin raised an eyebrow. Oh, not bad. Trying to stop me from summoning my shadow soldiers. But who told you I need hand seals? Alright, it was me. Never mind. Yuejin didn't intend to reveal his secret. He wanted to see what other tricks Asuma had. Facing the 3 kunai, he threw 3 of his own while retreating. During the 2 years before the Tala Mask awakened, he hadn't slacked off on basic training. His throwing skills weren't as good as the Uchihas, but they were still decent. Clang, clang, clang. 6 kunai collided, producing 3 sharp sounds. As he retreated, Yuejin formed 3 hand seals, pretending to be a bit flustered, and summoned only 2 ninja soldiers to block Asuma's advance. Asuma's expression didn't change. At the moment of intersection, he cleanly pierced through the 2 shadows with his kunai, then continued charging toward Yuejin without losing speed. But the brief delay was enough for Yuejin. The shadows at his feet surged, and the shadow core took shape one after another, converging to encircle Asuma. Seeing this, Asuma knew he couldn't suppress Yuejin's summoning rhythm. He stopped immediately and began forming hand seals, chakra gathering in his mouth. Fire-style fireball jutsu. After unleashing the fire jutsu, Asuma kept moving, advancing toward Yuejin. The blazing fireball engulfed the shadow core ahead, and the newly formed shadows were instantly consumed by the searing flames. As soon as he saw Asuma's hand seals, Yuejin stopped summoning the shadow core, hiding 2 of the shadows back into the darkness, and began forming different seals. The light of the flames roared toward him. Yuejin sidestepped to avoid it, not stopping his hand seals. Before he could steady himself, Asuma's pursuit followed. 3 more kunai precisely aimed at where Yuejin would land. Yuejin retreated again to dodge, completing the shadow imitation jutsu. The shadow beneath his feet seemed to come alive, rapidly approaching Asuma from the left. Here it comes. Asuma's eyes sharpened. He knew this was the Nara clan's traditional secret art, so he immediately dashed to Yuejin's right, sidestepping while continuing forward. He was now just a step away from Yuejin, but the next moment his body froze in place, unable to move. A kunai was pressed against his neck from behind. Shadow imitation jutsu success. How is that possible? Didn't I dodge your shadow? Asuma looked down. The shadow stretching from Yuejin's feet was now to his right, not touching him. Nara, Yuejin wins. As teacher Murataki's voice rang out, Yuejin released the shadow imitation jutsu. Look behind you. Asuma turned. Besides the shadow soldier holding the kunai to his back, there were 6 kunai on the ground directly behind him, 2 of them stuck into the earth, the ones that had fallen after the initial clash. Next to them stood another shadow ninja. This is... While you were forming hand seals, I had those 2 shadows hide and move toward the shadows of these 6 kunai, then cast the shadow imitation jutsu. 1 attack from the front to force you near the 6 kunai, while my chakra connected to the shadow soldiers, using the shadows of the kunai to control you from behind. After a long silence, Asuma spoke, his voice low. I lost. I'm convinced, but I won't give up. I'll keep challenging you. I'm always ready, Yuejin replied with a gentle smile. But be prepared. Next time I'll strike in thunder form. Yuejin had come up with the idea on the spur of the moment. As a member of the Nara clan, he thought he should experience a Nara-style battle and feel what high-intelligence combat was like. Since the Nara clan's secret arts all rely on existing shadows, he spent ages designing the plan, nearly exhausting himself. A roadside stray, never using it again. Inside the Hokage tower in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi held a pipe in his hand while a crystal ball on the desk before him clearly showed the battle between Asuma and Tsukimi. Shikaku Nara stood quietly at one side. When he saw Tsukimi's shadow formation, a trace of approval flashed through his eyes. When the crystal ball showed Asuma conceding with frank composure, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, and a smile rose on his face. That boy Asuma was always sulking and arguing with me, unable to settle his heart and devote himself to training and study. Now, because of that boy Tsukimi, for the past half-month, he has been able to face his own shortcomings and prepare in earnest. Even if he loses, he can still gain a great deal. Asuma never lacked talent to begin with. When youths compete against each other, it is easier for them to improve, Shikaku Nara replied softly. Well said. They are all Konoha's future. Changing course, Hiruzen took a draw from his pipe, his gaze still fixed on the crystal ball, where Tsukimi's lazy and unhurried figure appeared. Only 4 are left now. Unless something unexpected happens, the final match will be Nara Tsukimi versus Hitaki Kakashi. Shikaku, who do you think has the better chance of winning? Shikaku Nara pondered for a moment, then began to analyze slowly. Kakashi has been gifted since childhood. His reputation as a prodigy has long spread throughout Konoha. Not only can he use elemental ninjutsu, he has also inherited Tsukumo-sama's sword techniques. Without question, he already possesses the strength of a genin. He paused, then continued, as for Tsukimi's shadow art, individual shadow soldiers may not be strong, but it wins through swarm tactics combined with the Nara clan's traditional secret technique for restraint. If he can form an encirclement, he should be able to secure victory. The third Hokage chuckled at that, toying with his pipe. The crystal ball was still transmitting a live image of the training ground. Interesting. Both geniuses have their own strengths. Now let us see who performs better. On the training ground, Might Guy had now squared off against Kakashi. Because he had sparred with Tsukimi in taijutsu every day for the past half-month, Guy's taijutsu had surpassed the level he had reached at the same period in the original story. Kakashi, let's settle this. Youth never retreats. Compared with Guy's fiery passion, Kakashi was far more composed. With one hand in his pocket, he watched Guy quietly with his lifeless dead fish eyes. Begin. As the command fell, Guy moved first. He charged straight forward, unleashing a relentless torrent of fists and feet like a sweeping gale. Straight punches, side kicks, elbow strikes. Every attack was tightly linked. The heavy force put even Kakashi under pressure, and Guy's pursuit was so fast that he could not easily create distance. Little Whitey, this is a surprise for you. No thanks needed. There's an even bigger one coming. On the sidelines, Tsukimi watched the two fighting with a smile. The half-month of sparring had indeed not been wasted. Even Kakashi would have to take things seriously now. Kakashi set aside his earlier casualness and began to counterattack constantly. After a few exchanges, he caught the tiny opening left when Guy landed after a side kick. He swiftly circled behind Guy, pressed his elbow against the back of Guy's neck, and ended the fight. Kakashi wins. Even though he had lost, Guy showed no disappointment at all. He shouted to Kakashi, "I'll keep challenging you next time, Kakashi." Guy's taijutsu had also earned Kakashi's recognition. Kakashi nodded in response, then returned to the crowd to compose himself. His gaze shifted towards Tsukimi, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Tsukimi, meanwhile, had disposed of his opponent at the fastest possible speed. The final match, Nara Tsukimi versus Hatake Kakashi. The gazes of the entire class were locked on the center of the training ground. Takashi Murakami stood between the two, signaling them to take their positions. Form the seal of confrontation. Final match begin. The moment the words fell, Kakashi moved first. Thanks to his father's advice, he had truly come to his senses. He had simulated his battle against Tsukimi countless times in his mind, and found that whether against the shadow art or the traditional Nara clan secret techniques, the best approach was close combat. His earlier line of thinking had not been wrong. Only he had not initially accounted for Tsukimi's close combat ability, so he had not planned to use the White Fang sword art. Now that he had decided to go all out, he would hold nothing back. With the sword art his father had taught him, he was confident he would not lose in close quarters. Kakashi burst into motion in an instant, his form like a flash of silver light. With the short training blade issued by the Ninja Academy, he unleashed the White Fang sword art, simple yet sharp and aggressive. There were no flashy moves. He slashed straight at Tsukimi's chest and abdomen, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. The instant it closed in, Tsukimi shifted his feet, slightly sidestepping the slash, while his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed toward Kakashi's sword wrist. Kakashi turned his wrist, nimbly dodging the punch, and swept the short blade toward Tsukimi's neck in relentless succession. Tsukimi ducked under the blade, lowered his center of gravity, and drove his knee up into Kakashi's abdomen. Caught off balance, Kakashi could only suck in his stomach and take half a step back to steady himself. His wrist drove the short blade down, chopping towards Tsukimi's shoulder. Tsukimi smoothly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and raised it to block the blade. The two collided with tremendous force, their bodies frozen in place for a moment. Kakashi rotated his arm, drawing the blade up into a rising slash, then followed with a horizontal cut. In the span of an instant, two consecutive cutting strikes layered forward, as if trying to seal off every possible angle of escape. Tsukimi shifted slightly to the side and used his kunai to deflect the first slash downward. Kakashi turned the blade lightly and swept out a horizontal cut. A kunai, after all, was not a sword. Tsukimi leaned his upper body backward, kicked at Kakashi's right hand, and simultaneously flung the kunai at Kakashi's face. Kakashi dodged the kunai to the side while raising his arm to block the kick. With a dull thud, arm and soul collided. The enormous impact numbed Kakashi's entire arm, and he could not help but retreat 3 steps, completely out of close combat range. The two stood facing each other once more. There was no secret to it, just sheer brute force. The brief but fierce exchange made everyone on the sidelines hold their breath. It was no surprise that Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang, possessed such sword mastery. But what no one could understand was why Tsukimi, clearly a member of the Nara clan, was also this powerful in taijutsu. Only Might Guy knew that Tsukimi's taijutsu was even stronger than his own. Asuma, meanwhile, was gnashing his teeth. Damn it. When he fought me, he wasn't using his full strength at all. Even Obito, who was always arrogant, was somewhat stunned. Those two are so strong. Just wait. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I will definitely surpass them both. Not bad. The White Fang sword art truly lives up to its name. From here on, I won't be polite, Kakashi. Tsukimi no longer hesitated. It was time to show them something shocking. He raised his hand and formed a single hand seal. The entire training ground was suddenly covered in shadows. As they roiled violently, dense ranks of the Shadow Corps steadily took shape. 13 ninja soldiers spread out in every dead angle. 12 samurai surrounded Kakashi in a tight circle, and 12 trolls took the outer perimeter to plug all the gaps. Ninja Corps, 27, Samurai Corps, 25, Troll Corps, 25. After defeating Asuma again, the gain was not as much as the first time, but it was still 3. Asuma was a fine comrade. 2 battles, and the 3 corps had taken a total of 27 progress from him. He was nearly milk dry. Next time it would probably only be 1. Adding the semi-final victory, each of the 3 corps had given 1, bringing Tsukimi's summon count to 37. Not to mention the students below who were all struck dumb. Even the 3rd Hokage and Shikaku in the Hokage's office were somewhat astonished. They exchanged a glance, then continued watching the crystal ball. Kakashi's expression on the field turned grim. He had already experienced Tsukimi's taijutsu. It was on par with his own, perhaps even a little stronger, especially since Tsukimi had done it with only a kunai while Kakashi held a blade. Now seeing the sheer size of the Shadow Corps and how Tsukimi had summoned it with a single hand seal, Kakashi realized that Tsukimi had been hiding his true abilities all along. This was his real trump card. Those weaknesses were probably deliberately exposed as well. Kakashi unquestionably possessed Genin-level strength. From the fight just now, Tsukimi had also roughly gauged his own level. His base strength was about that of an elite Genin, but if he added the Shadow Corps, he could fight even a Chunin. Since the strength levels were now clear, there was no need to drag things out. Tsukimi snapped his fingers and the Shadow Corps began to close in from all sides in wave after wave. Facing the Shadow Corps' assault, Kakashi fell back again, but he was not flustered. Ever since he had begun preparing with full commitment, he had envisioned all kinds of situations. The number of Shadow Corps soldiers before him exceeded his expectations, but he was still prepared. Earth release, earth flow wall. A long, narrow wall of earth suddenly rose before Kakashi, leaving more than 20 Shadow Corps soldiers on his side of the wall. Shadow clone technique. A second voice rang out. Kakashi's real body leaped onto the earthen wall, leaving a shadow clone behind it to deal with the majority of the shadows. This was the solution Kakashi had devised to break the deadlock. Since the Shadow Corps would reform after being scattered, he did the opposite, not aiming to disperse them, but to keep them pinned behind the wall. In this way, the number he had to face head-on was greatly reduced. Fire release, great fireball technique. He released 3 ninjutsu in a row in a single breath. Young Kakashi was neither held back by the Sharingan, nor weakened by an addiction to smutty novels, so his chakra reserves were considerable. In the original story, he could create more than a dozen shadow clones at once. Wherever the great fireball passed, the flames instantly melted the Shadow Corps, blocking the way, clearing a path. Kakashi drew his short blade once more, and unleashed the White Fang sword art at full power. A flash of cold light swept across the field. With sharp, efficient swordwork, he cut down one shadow after another as he charged toward Tsukimi's real body. A clever tactic. But it's over, Kakashi. Sayonara. Tsukimi pressed his hands together and formed the Nara clan's secret hand seal. Shadow imitation technique. The shadow beneath him grew wildly. Kakashi, who was charging forward with his sword raised, was suddenly frozen in place, unable to move. Only then did the students on the sidelines heave a long sigh of relief. This battle had already gone far beyond anything they could imagine, and now it had finally ended. It looks like Tsukimi is stronger after all. In that moment, that thought rose in everyone's mind. Even instructor Takashi Murakami was ready to step forward and announce the result. Kakashi, frozen in place, suddenly gave a soft laugh. That's right. It's over. As he spoke, his entire body transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. What? That was a shadow clone. When? The crowd beside the field erupted once again. Murakami also stopped in his tracks. It seemed there was still suspense. At the same time, a hand suddenly thrust out from the ground beneath Tsukimi's feet and grabbed his ankle. Earth release head-under jutsu. Tsukimi's body was pulled straight down into the earth by that hand, leaving only his head above the surface. Kakashi burst out from the ground beside him, his short blade pressed against Tsukimi's neck. Kakashi's brow showed a trace of exhaustion, and his body slowly relaxed. Using 4 or 5 ninjutsu consecutively had taken a toll on him, but ultimately this battle had been his victory. A gentle breeze blew across the training ground. Murakami seemed to wake from a dream. He looked at the 2 students on the field and prepared once again to announce the result. There wouldn't be another twist this time, right? Kakashi looked at the Tsukimi he had pulled into the earth, let out a long breath, and waited for the teacher to announce the result. This time it's the real body, right? A voice came from behind him. Kakashi's body stiffened, his pupils shrank, and he slowly turned his head. Tsukimi was standing behind him with a smile, his right hand, with its distinct knuckles, holding a kunai against Kakashi's neck. The Tsukimi he had pulled into the earth also turned into smoke at that moment, with a soft poof. Staring at Tsukimi for a long while, Kakashi finally let out a wry smile. I lose. When? The one who jumped forward from the very beginning was your shadow clone. Your real body hid behind the wall and used shadow clone again, leaving a clone to hold the shadows behind the wall, while your real body used earth release to go underground. It was a very good plan. Tsukimi lowered the kunai and extended his right hand to Kakashi. The two formed the seal of reconciliation. But you overlooked one thing. When you used the earth flow wall to block my vision, it also blocked your own. Especially since you little white-haired brat have always loved that trick. If I hadn't known your habit and kept my guard up, I really might have almost been caught by you. Murakami waited by the sideline until the two formed the seal of reconciliation. Only then was he sure the match had truly ended. He quickly walked to the center of the field and loudly announced the result. Class practical sparring. Final winner Nara Tsukimi. Only at that moment did the students on the sidelines finally react. A buzz of discussion exploded, rising and falling one after another. No one could have imagined that this duel would be so spectacular, with twist after twist and action too fast to follow. From the Shadow Core closing in like a flood to Kakashi splitting the battlefield with Earth Release, stalling with Shadow Clones, and breaking through head-on with Fire Release, from Kakashi's Headhunter Jutsu, seemingly killing Tsukimi's Shadow Clone, to Tsukimi's true body, circling behind for the final strike. Layer upon layer of gambits, every step meticulously calculated. This was a battle far beyond the level of their peers. I can't believe there was a twist at the end. I really thought Kakashi had won just now. That's insane. Are these two really first years at the Ninja Academy? I feel like even Genin couldn't beat them. Kakashi is already this strong. Ninjutsu, swordsmanship, tactical planning, all top tier, and he's still lost. Tsukimi is terrifying too. He was calculating the entire time. By the way, when did he use Shadow Clone? When Kakashi used the Earth Flow Wall, Tsukimi was surrounded by the shadows, so no one could see him. That should have been when he used it. Hiss. Truly terrifying. Obito stood in the crowd, mouth wide open, completely dumbfounded. He had always believed that the only person he needed to catch up to was Kakashi, and that no matter how strong Tsukimi was, he was no match for Kakashi. But today's battle told him that Nara Tsukimi's tactics and strength had long since reached another level. Are these two even human? Rin Noara stood together with Kurenai, completely won over by this battle. Watching the two on the field, their eyes were full of amazement. Not far away, Asuma's face shifted from pale to red. No wonder he had lost. Compared with those two, his previous two matches had been no more than child's play. That guy, he really was holding back the whole time when he fought me. Might Guy clenched his fist, his eyes burning, his whole body boiling with passion. This is the battle of top geniuses. This is true youth. Kakashi, Tsukimi, just you wait. I will definitely catch up to you. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. The crystal ball clearly reflected the final scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes were full of praise. He had originally thought that Kakashi would successfully turn the tables at the end. Earth Flow Wall splitting the battlefield, Shadow Clones stalling the Shadow Core, Great Fireball clearing a path, and Headhunter Jutsu as the sudden finishing strike. The entire tactic flowed like water. Already the ceiling for ninja of the same age. Even Genin, who had graduated years ago, might not have possessed such tactical thinking. Unexpectedly, Tsukimi's tactical thinking was equally excellent. Using mutual visual obstruction, an illusory clone, and a hidden real body. That style and mindset, remaining cautious even in a certain victory, was what Hiruzen valued most. That was the true magic weapon for a ninja to survive. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a thick stream of smoke, and a smile appeared on his face from the bottom of his heart. Shikaku, your Nara clan has produced a real genius. With him and Kakashi around, the village is secured for the next 20 years. That boy is always so mysterious in the clan compound. I had no idea he was this strong. Remembering Tsukimi's earlier unreliable behavior, Shikaku shook his head with a rueful smile. Watching the two youths form the seal of reconciliation in the crystal ball, Hiruzen felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Konoha's future rests upon them. The practical combat sparring came to an end. Murakami Takashi announced the results and left. He still needed to report today's events to the third Hokage. The crowd had not yet dispersed, and Nara Tsukimi was surrounded by a group of students. Damn it. You were holding back when you fought me, weren't you? Asuma stood at the front, his expression extremely sour. As the son of the Hokage, he had never felt so humiliated, being held back against, and still losing. Tsukimi still chuckled and said, "It wasn't holding back. I just discovered another way to use the shadows, and wanted to experiment. If I had said I was holding back, wouldn't you have exploded?" Tsukimi wisely chose not to tell the truth, and this statement wasn't exactly a consolation. During the battle, he had indeed discovered a new insight. Originally, Tsukimi summoned the Shadow Core by using chakra as the power source to drive the Terra Mask for summoning. Therefore, the Shadow Core themselves were not chakra constructs, and contained no chakra, unlike the traditional secret techniques of the Nara clan, which required chakra to alter the shape of shadows. If that were the case with Tsukimi's current chakra reserves, he would never be able to sustain over 30 Shadow Core. Although the Shadow Core he summoned were not chakra constructs, they could transmit and extend chakra. For example, during his fight with Asuma, his chakra could be transmitted through the shadow core to behind Asuma, using the shadow of a kunai to perform the shadow imitation technique. Essentially, a mobile long-range chakra manipulation. Hearing Tsukimi's explanation, Asuma's expression eased slightly. But before he could speak, Obito, who was nearby, interrupted him. Don't get too cocky, Tsukimi. You only beat that arrogant Kakashi. Once I awaken my Sharingan, neither of you will be a match for me. Obito scratched the back of his head with a complicated expression. Although his eyes betrayed undisguisable shock, he remained a stubborn braggart. This remark made Nara Rin, standing nearby, feel a bit helpless. She smiled and shook her head, speaking gently. Obito, you have to acknowledge the gap in order to improve. We are indeed no longer on the same level as Kakashi and Tsukimi. Tsukimi is really impressive both in strength and tactics. Yuhi Kurenai stood behind Rin. The future wavy-haired beauty was still quite shy now. Tsukimi thanked her, and seeing Obito still stubborn, came up with an idea. He looked at him seriously and said, actually, if you could just control yourself during the fight and not look at Rin, I think you could have made it to the finals. Tsukimi's earnest expression, as if to say, I'm not lying, instantly made Obito's face redden with embarrassment. Is it that obvious? No, what are you talking about? When did I ever sneak a look at Rin? Even as he spoke, he couldn't help sneaking a glance at Rin's reaction. It's not sneaking. A ninja's business. Can you call it sneaking? Then came a string of incomprehensible mutterings about the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan, which provoked laughter from everyone. The training ground was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Rin could tell Tsukimi was teasing Obito. She said nothing but blushed slightly and moved closer to Yuhi Kurenai. Mike Guy pushed forward, his eyes blazing with passion, extending his right thumb and flashing his brilliant white teeth. Awesome. Tsukimi, Kakashi, you are both targets I must surpass. Youth never fades. Amid the commotion, Kakashi stepped forward. In that battle, his swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and tactics had been flawless, yet he still lost. It reminded him of his father's words. If you give your all and still lose to him, it is not your shame, but your greatest growth. You're right, father. Kakashi looked directly at Tsukimi, his tone natural and without any discouragement. I lost this time. I'll train hard and challenge you again. Next time I'll win. Alright, I'll be waiting. Hearing Kakashi admit defeat, Obito finally seized the chance to mock him. Ha ha ha, stupid Kakashi, always so cocky. Now you've lost at Tsukimi too. Glancing briefly at the laughing Obito, Kakashi slowly uttered 2 words, idiot. Kakashi easily provoked Obito's emotions. Those 2 words made Obito anxious. What's there to be proud of, you arrogant Kakashi? Once I awaken my Sharingan, I'll teach you a good lesson. But as he spoke, Obito grinned, foolishly lost in some fantasy. I'll climb the ranks and earn merits, then become Hokage and make everyone acknowledge my name. Classic Obito, truly a fool. However, this was an opportunity. Tsukimi's eyes darted and a plan formed in his mind. Becoming Hokage is not that simple, Obito. Remember, it's not that becoming Hokage earns you everyone's recognition, rather it's the one who is recognized by everyone who can become Hokage. Third Hokage, I know you old geezer are definitely spying on the match with your crystal ball. Did you hear what I said? Hurry up and give me some extra points. Showing talent might attract Danzo's attention. No need to fear. He can't outsmart me. The surrounding classmates heard Tsukimi's words. Although they couldn't grasp the deeper meaning, they felt it was profound and decided to tell their parents at home. Soon the school bell rang, and the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving in 2s and 3s. The setting sun dyed the entire village red. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window of the Hokage's office, gazing into the distance. Nara Shikaku had already taken his leave. Thinking of the scene he had just witnessed from the crystal ball, the boy's words seemed to echo in his ears. It's not that becoming Hokage earns you everyone's recognition, rather it's the one who is recognized by everyone who can become Hokage. Hiruzen. With a call, Hiruzen's thoughts were interrupted. The office door was pushed open and Shimura Danzo entered, his face half wrapped in bandages, giving him an especially gloomy air. Without any pleasantries, he cut to the chase. Hand Nara Tsukimi over to me. That child has a unique secret technique. In terms of both mentality and strength, he is no longer fit to remain in the Ninja Academy. Danzo stood before the desk, leaning forward, his gaze sinister, his tone forceful. The root is the most suitable place for him. Hand him over to me, and I will train him personally. I will turn him into the village's strongest weapon. Hiruzen sat back behind his desk, relit his pipe, and then looked up at his old partner. His tone was calm, but carried an unyielding firmness. No, Tsukimi is not only meticulous and exceptionally talented, but also of upright character. He has a unique and profound understanding of the village and the Hokage. Recalling Tsukimi's words on the training ground, Hiruzen's resolve grew even stronger. That child possesses a strong will of fire. He is not suited for your route. He should grow up under the sun of the village. Danzo's expression turned even colder. Hiruzen, you should understand that such a genius is a natural candidate for ANBU. Only in the root can his talent be fully realized. I said no. Hiruzen stood up, his gaze turning cold as he stared at Danzo. They locked eyes for a long time before Danzo spoke again. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo's mouth twitched, unable to suppress his rage any longer. He turned and stormed out, slamming the door. Bang! In the evening at the Nara clan compound in his own courtyard, Yuejian took stock of the day's gains. First was the growth in practical combat experience. As they say, only by sparring with masters can one improve. The battle with Kakashi was more effective than the previous 4 or 5 opponents. Of course, there was also the most important Shadow Core. Ninja Core 37. Samurai Core 35. Troll Core 35. Yuejian channeled the chakra within his body, and the shadows began to surge continuously. The next moment, a full 52 shadows appeared silently in the courtyard, quietly awaiting orders. The progress of each of the 3 core increased by 10. As expected of Konoha's genius technician Kakashi. I'll call on you again next time. Incidentally, he also figured out his own strength. Solidly an elite genin, and with the encircling and restraining system of the Shadow Core, he fully possessed the strength to confront a Chunin head-on. More importantly, upon returning, he specially went to find Lu Jiao and asked him to help check his own chakra reserves. Damn Terra Mask. Aside from the Shadow Core progress, there was no panel display, so Yuejian couldn't determine his own chakra level. The result was very pleasing. Compared to an elite Jonin, Yuejian's chakra reserves had reached half of an elite Jonin's. He 0. 5 Kakashi. The Ninja Academy is great. We should attend the academy more often. See, the accelerated unlocking of the Shadow Core shows its effect, doesn't it? The following days passed smoothly. In addition to daily classes, training, sparring, and cultivation, to unlock the Shadow Core progress, Yuejian also invited Kakashi to practice swordsmanship with him. Yuejian still remembered that when Kakashi saw his swordsmanship, the resentment emanating from those dead fish eyes made it seem like he had seen a ghost. Midnight Wraith, White Hair Edition. Thus passed more than a month. One morning the school was as noisy as ever. Before Yuejian even entered the classroom, he heard Dai-Tu's wailing. That bastard Kakashi actually applied for early graduation. Dai-Tu's voice pierced through the entire classroom. Lin, sitting nearby, handed him a rice ball. Eat up. Kakashi is indeed very strong. With his abilities, early graduation is only natural. Dai-Tu took the rice ball and took a huge bite, mumbling indistinctly. That cocky Kakashi can graduate early. No, I can't lose to him. I'll go to Murakami-sensei and apply for early graduation too. Asama turned around from the front row and retorted irritably. Win today's practical class, first before you talk. You bastard Asama, who do you think you're looking down on? Yuejian glanced at Kakashi's seat and indeed didn't see the little white hair. It seemed that just like in the original story, he had chosen to graduate early. Just as Dai-Tu and Asama were about to start fighting, Lin was trying to mediate between them when she turned and saw Yuejian entering the classroom. Yuejian-kun, you're here. Hearing Lin's words, Dai-Tu and Asama stopped their scuffle and turned to look at the door. Then they got up and walked over to Yuejian, starting to question him from both sides. Yuejian, Kakashi applied to Murakami-sensei for early graduation today. What about you? Will you also graduate early? Right, Yuejian, that cocky Kakashi can graduate early, but with your strength you can definitely do it too. Before Yuejian could speak, the classroom suddenly fell silent. As if sensing something, Yuejian turned to look at the door. The little white hair was standing there looking at him with expectant eyes. Yuejian, I've submitted an early graduation application to the 3rd Hokage. With our strength, staying at school is meaningless. Only by undertaking missions can we improve. Want to join me? As Kakashi's words fell, everyone's gaze converged on Yuejian, waiting for his answer. Facing Kakashi's invitation, Yuejian smiled gently and shook his head. I won't graduate for now. I still have things I need to complete at school. This time Yuejian truly wasn't lying to Kakashi. On the night he first defeated Kakashi, he took stock of his gains and discovered a problem. He had no means to deal with giant-sized enemies, or rather he lacked large-scale techniques. The Shadow Core, due to individual strength issues, could only be used for dragging, restraining, and controlling. As he pondered, a thought surfaced in Yuejian's mind. Susanoo. Now was not yet the era of big tattoos, the mecha was still the meta. The Shadow Core and Susanoo were essentially the same. Both were materializations of energy. The difference was the source of energy. One was the materialization of shadows, the other was the materialization of in-release chakra. The difference in volume and purity was not important. As long as he understood the principle, once his chakra reserves increased later, the gap could be fully compensated. However, Yuejian only used chakra to drive the Shadow Core, not to control the shadows themselves. With the Terra Mask, he indeed skipped the materialization process, but precisely because of that his understanding of energy materialization was extremely lacking. Therefore, Yuejian's goal was simple during his time at school. While continuing to spar to increase the core unlocking progress, he would also use the Shadow Core and the Nara clan's in-release insights to diligently study the principle of in-release chakra materialization. Coach, I really want to pilot a mecha. After Kakashi left, the practical class proceeded as usual. This time Yuejian was paired with Dai-Tu. In the end, Yuejian summoned 10 Shadow Corps members in less than 10 seconds. Dai-Tu initially only focused on the 8 in front trying to force a breakthrough, but was caught by the 2 that flanked him from behind, binding his hands and feet. As he fell to the ground, he didn't forget to shout, "Yuejian, you're too cunning. This time doesn't count, let's do it again." Yuejian's mouth twitched. Xianair was no joke. With this kind of character, can you believe he would later control the 10 tails and become the second 6 paths? That's why they say old Madara had sharp eyes. Su and Shanglong stood nearby, making notes, casually saying, "Dai-Tu, watch your step." Yuejian dismissed the Shadow Corps. Dai-Tu stood up, rubbing his shoulder, and muttered, "You bastard, just wait until I learn fire release." Yuejian's opponents changed a few times. Although this was the elite class compared to the future 4 great Jonin of Konoha, the gap was still huge. Often before the opponent could even see clearly, the battle was already over. As he walked back to the team, Yuejian noticed that Dai-Tu and Isama were on the other side of the training ground gesturing something with Kai. Kai seemed to be explaining the power generation of a certain taijutsu move, while the 2 were imitating his movements. After a while, the 3 stopped discussing. Dai-Tu and Isama whispered to each other for a long time, then came over arm in arm and spoke bluntly to Yuejian. "Hey Yuejian, you bastard. Isama and I already know that you and Kai practice taijutsu together every day. That's so unfair." "That's right. You have such a powerful shadow secret technique, and you also practice taijutsu with Kai. You've hogged all the benefits." Yuejian looked at the 2 with interest. "So what do you want to do?" The 2 exchanged a glance, then each grabbed one of Yuejian's hands. Dai-Tu spoke in a somewhat fawning whisper. "Can you take me along? I want to train with you too." Isama beside him was a bit embarrassed, his face reddening, but he still spoke up. "That's right, Yuejian. We want to train with you." "All right, but let me make it clear first, training is very tough. If anyone gives up halfway, I won't be lenient." Yuejian looked at the 2 with a somewhat malicious grin. Once you fall into my hands, you're in for a treat." Dai-Tu and Isama shivered, exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and agreed. For the sake of surpassing Kakashi and catching up to Yuejian, they were going all out. The Ninja Academy's curriculum was not strenuous, and classes were dismissed early in the afternoon. Obito, having heard in the morning that Kakashi would be graduating early, started clamoring to apply to teacher Murakami. Initially, Tsukimi thought he was just bragging out of spite, but after school, Obito actually went to see Murakami, dragging Tsukimi and Isuma along. "Obito, are you serious? Uchiha Obito, you mean to tell me you want to apply for early graduation with your dead last written exam scores and your mid-tier practical combat results?" Murakami's face darkened 8 shades at Obito's request, and the murderous aura in the office nearly solidified into substance. Obito, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere, boasted about his own prowess. Asuma, standing behind him, gave him a harsh pinch on the lower back, making Obito yelp and turn around to glare at Asuma in anger. "What the hell are you doing, Asuma?" Asuma pointed at Murakami, then turned and dragged Tsukimi out of the office without looking back. He didn't want to get splattered with blood. Obito followed Asuma's finger and finally noticed Murakami's livid expression. Realizing the dire situation, he swallowed hard and forced a dry chuckle. "Teacher Murakami, I was just joking earlier, ha. Is that so? Then I hope you can still laugh in a moment." Sure enough, no sooner had Tsukimi and Asuma stepped out than Obito's heart-wrenching screams echoed from within, sending chills down everyone's spine. After a long while, Obito limped out, only to see Tsukimi and Asuma leaning by the window, casually munching on sunflower seeds they had somehow procured, enthusiastically discussing the farce in the office. Furious, he stormed toward them. "Hey, you 2 just stood outside the window watching me make a fool of myself, huh? Couldn't you have warned me earlier? You were rushing to your death, what could we do?" "Exactly. I tugged at you several times from behind, but you were too busy blowing your own horn. As they say, the second fool always pulls a big stunt now and then." The 3 chatted and laughed as they walked back to Tsukimi's courtyard. It was located at the edge of the Nara clan's territory, bordering a forest, undisturbed and perfect for training. Guy was already in the yard doing push-ups as a warm-up. When he saw the 3 return, he immediately stopped and bellowed, "Comrades, it's time to sweat. Don't waste your youth." Obito flinched at the shout, curling his neck. "That guy, here he goes again." Tsukimi called the 3 over and began outlining the day's training plan. Total training time 7 hours. 2 hours of unified physical conditioning, 2 hours of free training, 2 hours of sparring, and 1 hour of rest and meals. Understood. After hearing the plan, Obito's face fell immediately, and he groaned, "No way, Tsukimi. Your training plan is way too brutal. So you have a problem with it?" Tsukimi raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on his lips as he crooked a finger toward the ground. Suddenly 2 arms emerged from the shadow beneath Obito's feet, brushing lightly against his ankles. The bone-chilling cold sent Obito leaping 3 feet into the air, cursing furiously. "You bastard, Tsukimi. I told you anyone who dares to slack off will face consequences. Next time it won't just be your ankles." "Damn, Tsukimi, even worse than Kakashi." I never said I wouldn't train, Obito muttered resentfully. Asuma, wise as ever, stayed silent throughout. Alright, since there are no objections, let's begin. Among the three present, Guy, having been instilled with his father's philosophy of youth from childhood, trained day in and day out, without ever slacking his growth curve, the most stable. Asuma had the weakest natural talent of the three, but as the son of the Hokage, his fundamentals were solid, ensuring a baseline strength. He would eventually become an elite jonin, even spending a few years as one of the 12 guardian ninja. As for Obito, his talent was undeniable. However, having grown up with his grandmother, he lacked discipline in training, working only when the mood struck his mind, always on Rin, and the little white-haired kid. Only after Rin's death did he shed his careless and restless nature. Tsukimi chuckled inwardly. Obito, don't blame me for being ruthless. Consider this payback for the eternal Yandame's beloved. From that day on, the four of them trained together every day after school. Over time, through Obito's introduction, Rin joined the group. Tsukimi also brought along his classmate Yuhi Kurenai, making the team much livelier. Kakashi, who had already graduated, would occasionally drop by. Whenever he felt he had improved, he would challenge Tsukimi to a spar. Ever since his defeat by Tsukimi, the little white-haired kid harbored a burning desire to reclaim his pride. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, with summers and winters coming and going. Everyone's strength had undergone a complete transformation. On the open ground behind the courtyard, Tsukimi and Asuma formed the seal of confrontation and began their sparring session. Asuma struck first. His flying swallow, infused with chakra metal, was wrapped in wind-release chakra, making it swift and deadly in close combat. During the original Chunin exam, Asuma had instantly defeated 9 Chunin using just his flying swallow and taijutsu. When Naruto developed the Raisin Shuriken, he had also sought Asuma's advice on wind release. Tsukimi decided to guide him ahead of time. Before Asuma could close in, the shadows on the ground beneath Tsukimi began to churn and expand. 12 shadow figures formed instantly. 6 of them were the familiar ninja samurai and ogre, while the other 6 belonged to newly unlocked legions. Thornblade Legion 5, Mantis Legion 5, Pincer Shadow Legion 5. Over the 2 years, Tsukimi had finally maxed out the progress of all 3 legions, gaining full ability enhancements. Unlocking new legions also granted him additional power boosts. The coordination of 6 shadow legions was far more troublesome than before, and Tsukimi's shadow secret technique from behind sealed off all of Asuma's attack angles. Asuma had no choice but to concede. Obito, Rin, and Kurenai, who had been watching from the sidelines, were long accustomed to this. In their eyes, Tsukimi had been acting strangely over the past 2 years, challenging students from 1st grade to 6th grade, single-handedly earning the title Demon King of the Ninja Academy. Tsukimi hadn't wanted to be so conspicuous, but he had already beaten all his classmates multiple times, leaving no more oil to squeeze. To unlock progress, he had to turn his attention to other grades. Fortunately, he achieved his goal in the end, and his chakra reserves reached the milestone of 1 Kakashi. Tsukimi dispersed his chakra, returning to his usual lazy demeanor. The shadow legions on the field melted back into the darkness. He looked at his companions and spoke slowly. I plan to apply for early graduation tomorrow. Everyone was stunned. In truth, under Tsukimi's hellish training over the past 2 years, their strength had already surpassed their original counterparts at the same time. However, because they regularly sparred with a monster like Tsukimi, they hadn't realized it. Obito's eyes lit up instantly. Early graduation. I want to apply too. Guy graduated early last year, and if it weren't for you stopping me, I would have graduated last year. Asuma had shed much of his earlier frivolity, gaining a measure of future composure. Our strength has already reached the level of Genin. There's no point in staying at the academy. Let's all apply together. Rin and Kurenai agreed readily. Tomorrow, everyone would graduate early. The next day, Tsukimi and the other 4 submitted their applications for early graduation. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly arranged a written examination for them. As for his youngest son, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always found him a headache. His rebellious phase had come far too early. Fortunately, at the academy, Asuma met Nara Tsukimi. Driven initially by youthful competitiveness, Asuma set aside his resistance and began to humbly seek guidance from his aging father. Over the following 2 years, as they trained together, Asuma's character gradually steadied, which brought his father great relief. The practical combat assessment for the 5 was scheduled for the afternoon at Training Ground 9. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not attend in person due to official duties, but that did not mean he took Tsukimi lightly. Kakashi, who had been defeated by Tsukimi, had already become a Chunin at the age of 6 the previous year. Tsukimi's strength could only be greater. Thus, for the other 4, the requirement was to hold out for 3 minutes against a Chunin. Only for Tsukimi did Sarutobi Hiruzen personally assign a veteran seasoned Chunin. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball on the desk, which displayed the scene at Training Ground 9. Tsukimi began with the Shadow Core, coordinating various core in unison while keeping his distance, harassing and restraining the opponent. At first, the veteran Chunin handled it calmly, But as time passed facing the relentless pincer attacks of the Shadow Core, he gradually revealed an opening. Tsukimi seized the moment and trapped him with the shadow imitation technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile spreading across his face. He then put away the crystal ball, took out the 5 students' morning exam papers, and carefully studied Tsukimi's. Not long after, a knock came at the door. The ones who entered were the 5 who had passed the assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the young teenagers, his gaze finally settling on Tsukimi in the middle, a warm smile on his face. Congratulations, you are now officially registered ninja of Konoha. Continue to train diligently and contribute more to the village. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose from his desk, walked around, and took out the headbands prepared in advance, personally, handing one to each of the 5. When he reached Asuma, he patted his son's shoulder. Asuma felt his father's recognition and instinctively straightened his back. When it was Tsukimi's turn, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew even warmer. Tsukimi, I reviewed your exam paper. Your understanding of the will of fire is profound. Some of your insights have even inspired me. Keep up your hard work. Tsukimi's expression turned serious, shedding his usual laziness. He bowed lightly and said, Yes, Lord Hokage. I will not disappoint your expectations and will earnestly practice the will of fire. Do you even know the weight of a 90-point essay on policy analysis? Mere reading comprehension of the will of fire. Easy to handle. After leaving the Hokage's building, Asuma, buoyed by his father's affirmation, was in high spirits and took the initiative to treat everyone. Since we've all graduated today, I'm inviting you all to the barbecue restaurant. As expected of the Hokage's son, today's bill is on Master Asuma. Tsukimi wouldn't be polite. Thanks to the complete enhancement from the troll core, his physique and appetite had surged in tandem, his food intake skyrocketing, trending toward the Akimichi clan. The most obvious manifestation was that although he was only 8 years old, he had already grown to 1.7 meters, far taller than his peers. Given the talent he had displayed, the Nara clan would surely treat him well. His monthly allowance had been raised several times, but his own money was hard-earned. Why spend when you can freeload? Laughing and chatting, the group headed straight for the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan. Meanwhile, inside the root base, Danzo was reading the news delivered by his subordinates about Nara Tsukimi's early graduation. Recalling the scene 2 years ago when he had asked Hiruzen for the boy and was sternly refused, his right hand unconsciously tightened around the intel, the shadows under his eyes growing darker. Ryoma assigned 3 people to bring Nara Tsukimi back, alive or dead if necessary. Danzo's tone was icy as he gave the order. Nara Tsukimi's talent made him covetous. He had to seize him before he matured. Yes, Lord Danzo. Aburame, Ryoma responded, then vanished into the darkness. At the barbecue restaurant, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. This was Tsukimi's first visit, and the flavor lived up to its reputation. Letting loose, he devoured 10 portions of grilled meat before feeling nearly full. At checkout, seeing Asuma counting his coins pitifully with a pained expression, Tsukimi felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat, walked up to the owner, and exchanged a few quiet words. The Inoshikacho tri-clan were one, and Tsukimi happened to know the restaurant owner. He called in a favor and got a 20% discount. Teach this kid a lesson. Don't casually invite people to dinner. After parting ways at the intersection, Tsukimi strolled home. Between his right fingers, a wisp of shadow constantly shifted into various forms, sometimes a long blade, sometimes a shuriken, all moving with fluid grace. This was the ability granted by the newly unlocked Sting Blade Core Shadow Solidification. Over the past 2 years, Tsukimi had dedicated himself not only to daily training and sparring, but also to the study of chakra materialization. Logically, with the Nara clan's in-release insights and the Shadow Core to observe, he should have achieved results long ago. But after delving into it, he realized that chakra materialization, in simple terms, was an advanced version of chakra shape transformation. Only compared to shape transformation, chakra materialization was an ultimate extension in terms of scale, density, and complexity. The best way to study shape transformation was to learn the Rasengan. Tsukimi had managed to create it over the past 2 years, but after estimating the timeline, he found that Minato had likely started his own research as well, so he kept it hidden. The Uchiha clan, with their Mangekyo Sharingan as a special converter, could use the ultimate power of Susanoo even without deep mastery of chakra materialization. A bunch of cheaters. Without a Sharingan, if Tsukimi wanted to manifest Susanoo, he would have to master chakra materialization to its utmost. Fortunately, the Sting Blade Core's ability was exactly what he needed, finally bringing a breakthrough in his research. Lost in thought, Tsukimi unknowingly approached the edge of the Konoha forest. The surroundings gradually quieted, and even the faint chirping of insects that had been audible moments ago ceased entirely. Tsukimi stopped speaking slowly. There's no one around here. Aren't you going to come out? As his words fell, 3 figures appeared abruptly. They wore standard ANBU uniforms and animal masks, occupying 3 positions that sealed off all escape routes, their killing intent locked onto the young boy. The leader spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. Nara Tsukimi, on Lord Danzo's orders we ask you to come with us. Tsukimi kept his hands in his pockets, a lazy post-meal expression on his face. He feigned ignorance. You're Yanbiyu ninja. And who is this Lord Danzo? Lord Danzo is the Hokage's assistant. He has taken a liking to your talent and sent us specifically to invite you to join Root. Tsukimi put on a look of sudden realization, raising his voice slightly with feigned excitement. Oh, you mean that legendary Lord Danzo? That's right, Lord Danzo. The leading Root ninja's eyes flashed with pride, and he puffed out his chest. But the next second, Tsukimi's expression quickly turned calm, his voice flat. Oh, never heard of him. The three Root ninja were taken aback. Wait, if you don't know him, why the hell did you get so excited? A rat from the gutter. If you know what's good for you, stay in the sewer, and don't come crawling out. Tsukimi's mocking expression made them realize they had been toyed with. Their tone turned icy with anger. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Danzo? Surrender immediately, or we will kill you on the spot. And if I refuse? Tsukimi's tone was playful, showing no trace of panic. Little Danzo dares to make a move against me. He has already sealed his own death warrant. And if I refuse? The night breeze passed by gently. Tsukimi still had his hands in his pockets, his stance casual and relaxed, yet the earlier languor was nowhere to be found. The three Root ninjas, thoroughly provoked by Tsukimi, no longer concealed the murderous intent emanating from them. As Root operatives, their primary objective was to accomplish the mission by any means necessary. Danzo's orders to them were succinct. Alive, bring him back. Dead, bring his corpse. Without further words, three dark figures charged at Tsukimi, simultaneously sealing off his escape routes from three directions. Their attacks were cunning, and the cold glint of their kunai aimed straight for his vital points. Tsukimi remained unfazed. The moment they moved, shadows surged at his feet, dark energy coalescing beneath him. In an instant, his speed exploded, and he shifted his body in a blur. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, their combined pincer strikes all landed, the sharp blades slicing through the air as if passing through nothing. No sensation of piercing flesh. What? An afterimage? Where is he? Realizing their coordinated attack had missed, the three instantly reacted, turning to stand back to back. Their eyes darted around, searching for any trace of Tsukimi. Not bad reflexes, but not enough. Tsukimi stood under the moonlight, his right hand raised with 5 fingers spread toward the three. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, a torrent of shadow shuriken shot through the air, homing in on the three. This was a technique conjured by Tsukimi using the ability of the Thorn Shadow Group, a form transformation of In Release. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, X2. The three Root ninjas quickly lined up side by side. The one in the middle used Fire Release, while the other two employed Wind Release. The wind fueled the flames, and the scorching fireball expanded with the wind, instantly engulfing the hail of shuriken. I'm not done yet. Before the flames had fully dissipated, Tsukimi raised his hand again. A multitude of shadow shuriken, as if inexhaustible, surged from the shadows on both sides. Conjuring such small weapons from shadow energy cost Tsukimi very little, making it an ideal tactic to disrupt the trio's formation. As expected, the three, having just unleashed their jutsu, had no time to form hand seals again. They were forced to dodge, deflecting the shuriken with their kunai. Taking advantage of the firelight, Tsukimi caught their movements and smirked. He formed the ram seal, enhancing his chakra control. The moment their kunai touched the shadow shuriken, the shuriken melted like snow under the sun, flowing into a fluid that slithered along the blades. In the blink of an eye, it climbed onto their wrists, re-solidifying into shadow chains that bound their arms. This sight stunned the three. Raised in Root, they had never witnessed such a bizarre shadow technique. When faced with the remaining shadow shuriken, they instinctively tried to block with their kunai, only to find themselves increasingly entangled in chains. Only when the chains bit deep into their skin did they snap out of their daze, abandoning their blocks to rely solely on their body movement to dodge. Shadows churned beneath Tsukimi's feet once more. He activated the Mantis Group's high-speed ability, concentrating shadow energy at the soles to create instantaneous propulsion. The principle was nearly identical to the Shuinpa in Bleach, save for the energy source, so Tsukimi simply adopted it. Your name is nice, it's mine now. A dark blur flashed, and Tsukimi had already closed in on the nearest opponent. The three had to dodge shadow shuriken, while fending off Tsukimi, and their divided attention left them utterly unable to match his speed. Sayonara. Tsukimi raised his right hand, the unique chakra compression of the pincer shadow group, swirling relentlessly. Without any flair, the armor-piercing punch rammed solidly into the man's chest. Boom. A dull thud echoed around. The foremost Root Chunin crossed his arms in a desperate block, but the specialized armor beneath his ANBU uniform shattered instantly, the sickening crack of bones clear and sharp. As if struck by a boulder, the man was sent flying several meters, blood spraying from his body. Before he even hit the ground, his life had already been extinguished. One Punch Man. The remaining two root ninjas felt a chill of dread run down their spines. They finally realized that this was no newly graduated genin. It was a monster. Flee. All will to fight drained from them. They only wanted to escape and report back to Danzo. But just as they turned to retreat, Tsukimi's steps faltered for a moment. The night breeze carried the acrid smell of blood into Tsukimi's nostrils. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had personally killed a man. In truth, over the 4 years since his rebirth into the shinobi world, he had mentally prepared himself countless times. Tsukimi knew this was a world where slaughter was omnipresent. Since he had chosen this path, he had steeled himself for the act of killing. But preparation was one thing. When he actually took a life with his own hands, his body uncontrollably convulsed with nausea. An intense discomfort pressed against his chest, and his eyes lost focus. Damn it. In those novels I read in my past life, how did the protagonist from a peaceful era instantly adapt to killing? How did they manage that? Oh, I get it. Either the author is an idiot or the protagonist is a psychopath. In that fleeting instant, a brief blankness appeared in Tsukimi's demeanor. The 2 desperate men caught the glint of opportunity. Their ingrained survival instincts seized the opening. Just graduated. First kill, huh? Perfect chance. Kill him. No words were needed. Instead of retreating, the 2 charged forward with the fastest speed of their lives. 2 kunai came from different angles, one aimed at his throat, the other at his back. The bone-chilling cold of the blade tore through the momentary weakness and hesitation in Tsukimi's heart, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within him. Hesitation leads to defeat. Shadows roiled beneath Tsukimi's feet. Countless shadow chains shot out from the darkness, entangling the torsos and limbs of the 2 men, binding them so tightly that not even a finger could move. The 2 figures froze mid-air, a desperate cry ringing out. No. The next instant, 2 shadow soldiers leaped from the darkness, a flash of cold steel, severing their lives completely. Tsukimi slowly exhaled. The physiological discomfort had not fully faded, but it could no longer shake his resolve. In a world of supernatural power, like the shinobi realm, the law of the jungle was eternal. These 3 ninjas had come on Danzo's orders. Tsukimi was no saint to let them go. Since they dared to strike, he would show no mercy. The soul of the ordinary man from that peaceful era had finally faded away tonight. But tonight's affairs were not over. That old bastard Danzo had dared to move against him, and staying silent was not in Tsukimi's nature. Given his current strength, he could not face Danzo head-on, nor could he shake his position. However, the world of Jianghu was not all about fighting and killing. It was about human sentiment and social grace. Summoning 3 shadow soldiers to carry the corpses, Tsukimi strode swiftly toward the Nara clan grounds. The Nara clan boasts a long lineage, having allied with the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period. After the founding of Konoha, the Nara clan always adhered to a principle of neutrality, pledging loyalty only to the Hokage. More importantly, the Nara clan never fought alone. Their alliance with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans meant that the combined strength of the 3 clans was no less formidable than that of the Uchiha clan. Tsukimi had no intention of seeking out the 3rd Hokage himself. His current standing was still too low. No matter how brilliant a prodigy, he was merely a newly graduated genin. But if Nara Shikaku took the lead, the situation would be entirely different. If Danzo dares to act against the Nara clan's most outstanding genius, the future hope of the 3 allied clans, right in front of the 3rd Hokage today, then tomorrow might he attempt to annihilate all 3 clans. He is utterly lawless. Shortly thereafter, 3 shinobi soldiers carried the corpses and followed Tsukimi back to the Nara clan compound. Without pausing at his own home, he headed straight for Shikaku's residence. Nara Shikaku was inside, flipping through scrolls. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and immediately noticed the shinobi soldiers behind Tsukimi along with the 3 corpses they carried. Shikaku's pupils contracted and his brow furrowed. He rose, strode forward, quickly closed the door, and then turned to face Tsukimi. What is this? Tsukimi waved his hand lightly. The 3 shinobi soldiers set down the corpses and melted back into the shadows. Tsukimi resumed his languid demeanor, plopped down onto a seat, and only then began to speak slowly. On the way back after dinner with Asuma and the others at the edge of the forest, 3 chunin from Root approached me, inviting me to meet the Hokage's advisor Danzo. If I refused, they were to kill me on the spot. I declined, and this is the result. Shikaku crouched down, his eyes filled with gravity. He carefully examined the attire of the 3 corpses and the cursed seals engraved on their tongues. Indeed, they are Root operatives. By the way, what exactly is Root? Are they part of the Umbu? And who is this Danzo? I don't recall ever crossing him. Tsukimi's voice rang out with confusion. Shikaku turned and sat down beside him, deliberating for a moment before speaking slowly. Danzo was a teammate of the 3rd Hokage. He holds the position of Hokage's advisor and commands an organization called Root. It is nominally under the Umbu, but takes orders from Danzo alone. So does it follow Danzo's orders, or the Hokage's? A glint of amusement flickered in Tsukimi's eyes as he looked at Shikaku with a half-smile. Nara Shikaku glanced at him and spoke in a grave tone. The establishment of Root was due to certain special circumstances in the past. However, this ambush was undoubtedly a unilateral action by Danzo. The third Hokage likely knew nothing about it. Setting aside the relationship between the Sarutobi and Nara clans, as Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi would never have approved of Danzo doing such a thing. Nara Shikaku was quite certain of this. Of course I know. I bet the classic scene of "You regret eyeshadow" already played out, otherwise Danzo wouldn't have acted directly. Tsukimi muttered inwardly, then turned serious. Regardless of Danzo's identity, that gives him no right to attack me. Then what do you suggest? I originally planned to have the clan elders step in. No. Nara Shikaku looked somewhat helpless, his voice growing urgent. Given the elders' attitude toward you, if they learn of this, it will stir up a storm throughout the village. I know, Tsukimi said calmly. That's why I came to consult you first. Having the clan elders intervene would undoubtedly benefit Tsukimi personally. Under public pressure, the third Hokage would have to deal severely with Danzo and compensate Tsukimi. However, from the clan's perspective, that would not be a wise move. As subordinates, forcing the Hokage's hand through public opinion, and as allies of the Sarutobi clan failing to communicate in advance. Though it might not cause problems immediately, over time the Nara clan would inevitably face alienation from the upper echelons and be edged away from the center of power. So Tsukimi was reluctant to take that path unless absolutely necessary. Nara Shikaku was taken aback, then caught on and chuckled. You little rascal, you want me to apply pressure on the Hokage, don't you? Exactly. From your description, Danzo holds a high position and shares a deep bond with the third Hokage. Even if the charges are proven, the third Hokage might not have the heart to punish him severely. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed almost bewitched when it came to Danzo. In the original story, Danzo had even attempted to assassinate him, yet Hiruzen never dealt with him. Mystery solved. Danzo is the monkey's succubus. I'm just an 8-year-old child. I'm not in a position to speak of these calculations and trade-offs. Tsukimi blinked, putting on a look of pure sincerity. Nara Shikaku found it both amusing and exasperating, but he didn't refute. He had originally intended to use this incident to put Danzo in his place. How dare he lay a hand on Tsukimi? Did he think the Nara clan had no backbone? Come on, bring the bodies. We're going to see the third Hokage. Nara Shikaku retrieved a sealing scroll from the bookshelf and sealed the 3 corpses inside. While sealing, Shikaku paused and looked at Tsukimi. This is your first time seeing blood. Any discomfort? Not really. I've been prepared for a long time. Tsukimi was momentarily taken aback, then replied nonchalantly. This cruel shinobi world didn't inspire any fondness in him. It almost made him want to create a new world too. Nara Shikaku stared at Tsukimi for a long while, ensuring his emotions were stable, then rolled up the scroll, patted his shoulder, and the two set off together toward the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office was brightly lit. Shikaku knocked lightly, and after receiving permission, pushed the door open and entered. Hiruzen Sarutobi was buried in paperwork. He looked up surprised to see Nara Shikaku and Nara Tsukimi, but still asked in a gentle tone, Shikaku and Tsukimi, what brings you here so late? Nara Shikaku stepped aside, pushing Tsukimi forward. Let Tsukimi explain the details. Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the boy. Tsukimi gave a slight bow and began to recount the evening's events in a clear and logical manner. From the 3 shinobi identifying themselves as Root operatives acting on Danzo's orders to forcibly take him away, to the command to kill him on the spot if they failed, and finally to his forced self-defense. He recounted the entire process. These 3 men, said Danzo, is the Hokage's advisor. But I only graduated today. I've never met this advisor before, let alone offended him. Why would he target me? Hiruzen Sarutobi listened, then rose and took the scroll. He undid the seal and examined the contents. The Umbu-specific attire and the cursed seal of the tongue cutting on their tongues made his expression turn completely icy. 2 years ago, Danzo had asked him for Nara Tsukimi, but he had refused and warned him. He never expected Danzo to remain obsessed and even brazen enough to act directly against the boy. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat back down, exhaled a puff of smoke, and rubbed his pipe with his right hand. Danzo has gone too far this time. His voice barely contained fury. Such an attack on a young ninja of the village had crossed his line. Nara Shikaku stepped forward and said in a grave tone, this incident is indeed despicable. The clan elders were furious when they learned of it, but I managed to suppress them before coming here. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood Shikaku's unspoken implication. If this matter were not handled properly, it could shake the relationship with the Inoshikacho alliance. Turning his gaze back to Tsukimi, his expression softened. He spoke in a warm, reassuring voice. I've understood the situation. You need not worry. Go back and rest. By tomorrow morning, I will give the Nara clan, and you, a fair resolution. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Ready yourself, Danzo. Enjoy the repayment I have in store for you. After Nara Shikaku left with Tsukimi, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched Umbu to summon the 3 advisors. The Hokage's office was left to him alone, smoke slowly rising from the desk yet unable to suppress the fury churning in the Hokage's heart. Nara Tsukimi, as the most brilliant prodigy in the history of the Nara clan, was not only the future of the Nara clan, but also the future of the three allied clans. A mishandling of this matter could even incite internal turmoil within Konoha. That bastard Danzo. Not long after Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu arrived together. Summoned late at night, they sensed the tense atmosphere. Before they could ask, a voice rang out. Hiruzen, why the urgent summons in the dead of night? What happened? Shimura Danzo pushed the door open. Having spent years in the root base, his demeanor had grown increasingly somber. Though he had a premonition, his steps remained steady and his words betrayed no anomaly, as if he knew nothing of the ambush. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, his gaze devoid of the usual warmth, only cold scrutiny. Danzo, not long ago, did you dispatch 3 Chunin to intercept Nara Tsukimi? As the words fell, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu stared at Danzo in stunned disbelief. Danzo's expression remained unchanged, carrying a hint of self-righteousness. Root exists solely to protect Konoha. We have never acted against Nara Tsukimi without authorization. This is likely a malicious rumor. Root Ninja were all subjected to the cursed seal of tongue, and Danzo was certain no leak was possible, unless the 3 were killed and their bodies left behind. Yet as he recalled that the 3 Chunin had not returned before his arrival, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu exchanged a glance, sensing the peculiarity, and chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding situation. Seeing Danzo's stubborn denial, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger swelled. He knew better than anyone his old partner's obstinacy. Without further words, he directly produced the sealing scroll left by Nara Shikaku and unsealed it. The next moment, 3 bodies clad in umbu attire lay strewn across the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, lifting the jaw of one corpse to reveal the clearly visible cursed seal of tongue. Hard evidence. The composure on Danzo's face finally crumbled, his eyes roiling with disbelief. He had never imagined that 3 elite root Chunin working together could be defeated by a newly graduated 8-year-old genin. In the office, silence hung for dozens of seconds before Danzo's rigid expression hardened again. He no longer denied the accusation, but still sought to justify himself. I did dispatch some men, but not for an ambush. Nara Tsukimi is exceptionally gifted and meticulous in thought. Even his ninjutsu aligns perfectly with Root. I simply wish to recruit him for focused cultivation. At this point, Danzo thumped his cane heavily on the ground, then spoke in a cold tone. I never expected that brat to be so ungrateful. Not only did he resist recruitment, but he also dared to kill my root ninja, an act of sheer audacity. I propose we immediately arrest him on charges of slaughtering fellow village ninjas. This twisted rhetoric left the 2 advisors frowning in displeasure. Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened his grip on his pipe, his heart growing increasingly disappointed. Threatening to execute a village genius on the spot and forcibly abducting him. This is what you call recruitment. Danzo, this time you have gone too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger could no longer be contained, his usual composure shattered. 2 years ago, I warned you not to set your sights on Tsukimi, yet you still carried out this ambush privately. Do you realize that your actions will provoke conflict with the Ino-Shikacho clans and undermine the very foundation of the village? Mitokado Hamura stepped forward. Hiruzen is right. The 3 clans are the backbone of Konoha's stability. Danzo's attempt on the life of the Nara clan's prodigy has crossed their bottom line. If not handled properly, it may breed discontent among all the major ninja clans. Uchiha Koharu also spoke up, her tone grave. This is Danzo's fault. Morally and logically, we must give the 3 clans a proper explanation. The 3 of them took turns interrogating him, causing Danzo's face to turn livid. He knew well that if such a matter were not exposed, it could be swept aside, but once caught red-handed and blown out of proportion, there was no room for turning back. After a long silence, a hint of reluctance flickered in Danzo's eyes, but he had no choice but to admit all guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his seat behind the desk, weighed the matter carefully, and finally made his decision, announcing the final verdict. Effective immediately, Shimura Danzo is relieved of all duties and placed under house arrest for 1 year. He is forbidden from leaving his residence or interfering in any village affairs. Root will be temporarily taken over by Mitokado Hamura. Redundant personnel will be cut and the organization will be reduced by 1/3. All actions must be reported to me. I do not wish to see any further transgressions. I understand. These 2 orders severed Danzo's influence. His body trembled, but he had no choice but to endure. He turned and strode swiftly out of the office. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu also took their leave. The office fell silent once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the incident. Punishing Danzo was merely a gesture to the 3 clans, his foundation as Hokage, and Nara Tsukimi, having slain 3 Chunin at the age of 8, possessed such talent that he required more delicate placation. Initially, he had considered Aburame Shirwei or Yuhi Shinko as Tsukimi's Jounin instructor, but now they seemed inadequate. Someone of sufficient stature was needed to satisfy the three clans. Among the three ninja, Jiraiya was traveling the world for a prophecy, rarely in the village. Tsunade was still in the village but had abandoned her ninja career due to hemophobia. Minato had already been assigned Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. The image of Orochimaru appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. After the Second Great Ninja War, he had placed Orochimaru en route to monitor and counterbalance Danzo. But now Danzo had not only failed to curb his excesses. This incident had occurred. And even Orochimaru, he had recently noticed some anomalies. His behavior seemed increasingly peculiar, and his interactions with Danzo had grown closer. He had not assigned route to Orochimaru just now partly for this reason. He did not want his most promising disciple to fall into darkness. For now, Orochimaru was undoubtedly the most suitable choice as a Jounin instructor. After much deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly made up his mind. The next morning, golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled onto the Hokage building. Nara Shikaku brought Tsukimi to the Hokage's office. After a night, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression had returned to normal, with no trace of the previous night's anger. Seeing the two arrive, he spoke first to announce the plan decided the night before. Yesterday's incident was my failure as Hokage, a lack of oversight that caused you Tsukimi to suffer injustice and brought disappointment to the Nara clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was gentle and sincere. He then presented the compensation. I have already relieved Danzo of all duties and placed him under house arrest, and I will thoroughly reorganize route. As an apology, I will allow you Tsukimi to choose one jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. Additionally, Danzo will personally compensate you with 50 million ryo. The 50 million ryo was an addition he had made last night. After returning home, the more he thought about the mess Danzo had caused him, the angrier he became. He simply sent someone to Danzo's residence to forcibly collect this huge sum, making Danzo feel the sting. Later, the Umbu reported that Danzo's face had turned ghastly pale, as if he had lost a child. 50 million ryo was equivalent to the reward for 50 standard S-rank missions, an astronomical sum for an ordinary ninja, and enough to demonstrate the village leadership's sincerity in handling this matter. Nara Shikaku nodded, slightly obviously satisfied with the outcome. As for executing Danzo outright, he had never entertained that idea from the start. Tsukimi felt no ripples in his heart. This was the outcome he had anticipated. Still, he bowed in thanks, then spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your fair judgment. However, the jutsu in the Scroll of Seals are not suitable for me at the moment. Could I exchange it for something else? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback, then asked, Oh, what would you like instead? While reviewing clan records, I discovered that the second Hokage developed many jutsu and conducted extensive research on chakra. I would like to exchange it for all of Lord Tobarama's research materials on in-release chakra. Among the jutsu in the Scroll of Seals, the only ones that interested Tsukimi were the Flying Thunder God technique and the Spirit Transformation technique. The rest were not suitable. His current goal was to unlock the entire Shadow Brigade and develop the Susanoo. Even if he exchanged for a jutsu, he would have no time to train. Good choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised, then nodded in approval. I approve. I will have someone compile all the relevant documents and deliver them to the Nara compound along with the 50 million ryo. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Tsukimi expressed his gratitude with a delighted look, as if deeply moved. Pretending am I? I'm quite good at it. With the compensation settled, Shikaku and Tsukimi rose and left the Hokage building. Tsukimi glanced back, chuckling inwardly. Root might have money, but that was public funds. This 50 million ryo came from Danzo's personal accounts. He could easily imagine the pained expression on Danzo's face. Old bastard, bleeding now. Feel free to try again anytime. After stepping out of the Hokage building, the streets were filled with shinobi and villagers moving to and fro, some strolling leisurely, others hurrying with purpose, a scene of tranquil peace. The two brothers, one yawning and the other stretching, quickly reverted to their usual languor. Such was the tradition of the Nara clan. Nara Shikaku glanced at Uejian and spoke in a casual yet probing tone. Danzo has been dismissed from his post. Root is being restructured. 50 million ryo plus the second Hokage's research materials. The third Hokage's compensation is thorough. Uejian, do you think this matter is over? Though Shikaku had recently succeeded as clan head, he understood the third Hokage's governing methods well. This leader excelled at balancing and stabilizing the various factions. He also wanted to see if his cousin could see through this layer. Uejian kept walking, a gentle smile on his face. He too knew the third Hokage's style. It's not quite over yet, brother. Give me your thoughts. Uejian spoke calmly, his tone unhurried. Danzo's targeting of me was a provocation against the Inoshikacho clans. The Hokage punished Danzo severely and offered generous compensation only to give the three clans a resolution and quell the anger that might arise from the other great clans. But it's merely a resolution. Once rifts form in people's hearts, they are hard to mend. Given my talent and importance to the Nara clan, this is far from sufficient. The Hokage must still have a final appeasement measure. What do you think it will be? It won't be long. When the compensation arrives, the appeasement measure should come with it. Just as Yuejian predicted, no sooner had they returned to the clan compound than a shinobi in ANBU attire arrived punctually. The ANBU held a sealing scroll and was extremely courteous. The Hokage orders me to deliver 50 million ryo and the research materials, and also to convey the squad assignment order. The ANBU then unsealed the scroll, laid out the banknotes and the second Hokage's research materials on the table, and began to relay the Hokage's instructions. Newly promoted Jinin Nara Yuejian shall form a squad with Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. They are to assemble at Training Ground 6 in Konoha at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. After delivering the orders and handing over all supplies, the ANBU shinobi returned to report. Shikaku looked at the goods on the table and smiled knowingly. It seems you guessed correctly. Asuma is the third Hokage's youngest son, and Kurenai is the only daughter of elite Jonin Yuhi Shinku. Your supervising Jonin must be extraordinary. Haven't you already guessed? To appease the three clans, my supervising Jonin will surely be one of the Sannin. Yuejian gathered the supplies from the table, speaking in a lazy tone. Becoming a disciple of the Sannin, that is the third Hokage's grand disciple, meant entering the Hokage's lineage system. With sufficient strength in the future, one would be eligible to compete for the position of Hokage. For now, Jiraiya was traveling. Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, and the only one with free time was him, the cold sage Orochimaru. It remained to be seen whether Snake-sama had already begun researching Hashirama's cells. After studying them, he had become increasingly twisted. Thus, this incident provoked by Root's ambush finally came to a temporary close after a new round of balancing and co-opting. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of Orochimaru's mansion, the dim room was filled with various vessels, the air thick with the scent of medicines. The gloomy light accentuated the ominous, eerie figure within. Orochimaru, clad in a white robe, his face pale, his vertical pupils gleaming with obsession, gazed intently at the Hashirama cells on the experimental table. The death of his disciple and the loss of his friend during the Second Shinobi World War had made Orochimaru acutely aware of life's fragility. Even the third Hokage, his teacher, known as the Professor of Shinobi, was gradually aging. Thus, Orochimaru had abandoned the conventional path of training and instead devoted all his efforts to the forbidden pursuit of truth and immortality. Not long ago, Orochimaru was dispatched to Root. At first, he kept his distance from Danzo until the latter produced that item. Hashirama cells. The power of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who had pacified the chaotic Warring States era, even decades after his death, his cells still possessed terrifying vitality. To obtain experimental materials and research funds, Orochimaru's relationship with Danzo grew increasingly close. Just as Orochimaru was analyzing the fusion data of Hashirama's cells, a report came from outside the door. Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage requests your presence immediately at the Hokage building. Orochimaru's movements paused. A flicker of doubt passed through his narrow vertical pupils. Lately, he had been absorbed in his research, barely concerning himself with village affairs, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this. What could this summons be about? The interruption of his experiment irritated Orochimaru, but he packed up his equipment and vanished from the laboratory. A short while later, in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi-sensei, you called for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated behind his desk, handling paperwork. Hearing his student's voice, he looked up. The swirling smoke blurred his vision, and he felt a faint pang. Somewhere along the way, his once brilliant disciple had become gloomy and inscrutable, a subtle distance settling between them. Orochimaru's tone was flat, betraying no emotion. After greeting him, he waited silently for the Hokage to speak. Hiruzen gazed at him for a long moment before finally speaking. Orochimaru, effective today, you are relieved of all root duties. You will serve as the supervising Jonin for the newly promoted Jinin Nara Yuejian. Hearing this, Orochimaru's vertical pupils showed surprise and reluctance. His mind was wholly occupied with unraveling the secrets of Hashirama's cells. Being a supervising Jonin was a waste of time. Without hesitation, Orochimaru refused firmly. Sensei, I am currently immersed in training and research, and I cannot spare the time. There are many excellent Jonin in the village. You can choose someone else. Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. He spoke unhurriedly, revealing Yuejian's information. Nara Yuejian, 8 years old, newly promoted Jinin. His clan's secret technique has mutated, approaching a bloodline limit. Last night, Danzo sent 3 Chunin to assassinate him. He killed them all alone. Orochimaru's cold vertical pupils finally stirred with a ripple of astonishment. 8 years old, newly promoted Jinin. Single-handedly killed 3 root Chunin. Such talent and strength were unprecedented in all of Konoha. At the very least, Orochimaru knew he could not have accomplished that at age 8. Despite his obsession with Hashirama's cells, this young Nara prodigy piqued his curiosity. Wait, Danzo sent shinobi to assassinate him. No wonder Danzo had removed all research materials and Hashirama cells from route last night. Seeing Orochimaru's resolve waver, Hiruzen continued. Danzo for attacking a village shinobi without authorization has been stripped of all positions and confined to his home. Mitokado Hamura will take over route. That is also why I relieved you of your post. He paused, then fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, speaking each word deliberately. Orochimaru, you have been growing too close to Danzo. Those words, light as they were, struck Orochimaru like a thunderbolt, causing him to lower his eyes. Had his research with Danzo on Hashirama's cells been discovered? No, judging by his teacher's expression, it was not that. It seemed the changes in his demeanor over recent years had not escaped the Hokage's notice. Orochimaru instantly grasped Hiruzen's true intent. Because of his frequent exchanges with Danzo, the Hokage had sensed the signs and wanted to pull him back from the edge of darkness. But alas, sensei, my pursuits are no longer those ephemeral ideals. Should he refuse? No refusal carried the risk of exposure. After all, research on Hashirama's cells was forbidden in Konoha. It would be wiser to stay in the open, explore the secrets of this Nara genius, and avoid being implicated in Danzo's current troubles. After a moment of silence, when Orochimaru raised his eyes again, the gloom and calculation had been concealed, replaced by his former indifference. I understand. I will serve as Nara Uejian's supervising jonin. Hiruzen breathed a silent sigh of relief. With Orochimaru's consent, his move to appease the three clans, win over the genius, and reclaim his disciple had finally landed smoothly. 2 mornings later, at Training Ground 6. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering across the clearing. Nara Tsukimi arrived early, dressed in a sharp black uniform, hands in pockets, leaning lazily against a tree. Soon footsteps approached from afar. Tsukimi looked up to see Asuma, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, sauntering over while waving. Tsukimi, you're early. How could this guy be so casual, like he was out for a stroll? A twitch ran through Tsukimi's mouth. He seriously suspected that the third Hokage hadn't told Asuma who their jonin instructor was, otherwise this guy wouldn't be so carefree. What a way to set up your own son. Being late is a grave sin for a ninja, Asuma. Don't follow Obito's example. Before Tsukimi could speak, a voice rang out from the training ground entrance. Yuhi Kurenai walked over, wearing a deep red short-sleeved top and dark pants, her hair tied in a ponytail, clean and neat. After 2 years of training with Tsukimi and the others, she had shed her former softness and already carried a hint of the mature elegance she would later possess. Does anyone know who our jonin instructor is? Father didn't tell me yesterday. Reaching the two, her crimson eyes looked at them with curiosity. I don't know either. I asked my old man yesterday, but he wouldn't say. Tsukimi, do you know? Asuma scratched his head, looking at Tsukimi with a puzzled expression. Tsukimi couldn't help but smile wryly. These Konoha folks just love to be mysterious. Riddle speakers, get out of Konoha. I don't know either, but I have a guess. It's... Before he could finish, Tsukimi caught a medicinal rotting scent, the smell of formalin. The other two sensed it too, their relaxation vanishing as they tensed up. Asuma drew his flying swords and Kurenai pulled out a kunai into a defensive stance. It seems our jonin instructor has arrived. A breeze rustled the leaves and a white-clad figure emerged slowly from the trees. Orochimaru, in a white robe, his pale skin as if never seeing sunlight, his golden snake-like eyes scanning the three of them. An oppressive aura washed over them as he stepped with steady strides to the center of the clearing. So it is you, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's balancing act was truly masterful. He gave face to the three clans, placed Orochimaru under the Hokage's lineage, and pulled him out of the route. Though it was probably useless. Orochimaru must have already gotten his hands on Hashirama's cells by now. That smell. He hadn't just come straight from the lab, had he? I am Orochimaru, and I will be your jonin instructor. His probing gaze fell on Tsukimi, his tone flat and unreadable. The two beside him finally snapped out of it. Asuma spat out the grass blade, and together with Kurenai gave a slight bow, their expressions a bit tense. Neither had expected their instructor to be Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Tsukimi for a long time. After receiving the appointment from the third Hokage 2 days ago, he had gathered information on Tsukimi. The mutated shadow jutsu intrigued him greatly. A smile crept onto Orochimaru's face, and his hoarse voice slowly sounded. Before we begin, I need to assess your skills. He raised his right hand, 2 bells dangling from his fingertips, jingling softly. The bell test. Though not particularly useful, it's enough to gauge your strength. Your goal is to take these 2 bells from me within 10 minutes. You may use any means necessary. Begin. As his words fell, Asuma and Kurenai's expressions turned serious. They knew that even a standard jonin test was tough, let alone against a legendary Sannin. Their gazes turned to Tsukimi. After 2 years of training and sparring together, they knew his strength and trusted his mind. Even Tsukimi shed his laziness. Though Orochimaru's purpose was to test them, and he wouldn't go all out, the 3 of them still had 0 chance in a direct confrontation. Besides that, certain Peeping Tom was probably watching too. They needed to devise a strategy. Tsukimi's expression remained calm as he quickly worked out a plan. Once decided, they moved a short distance away, and Tsukimi began outlining the strategy. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had his crystal ball set up displaying the scene at Training Ground 6. Homura Mitokado and Kohoro Yutane watched alongside him. Seeing that Tsukimi and the others didn't rush in, but instead discussed tactics, first Hiruzen blew out a puff of smoke and nodded in approval. Facing Orochimaru, they remain calm under pressure, understand cooperation, and have a mentality far beyond their peers. On the training ground, the three finished their discussion and returned to the clearing, forming a formation. Orochimaru stood still, watching with interest. "Let's go." With that, Tsukimi formed hand seals. The shadows beneath him churned violently, and a massive army of shadow soldiers erupted from the darkness. 6 squads, totaling nearly 200 shadows, blanketing the entire training ground. In the next instant, the shadows advanced in layered waves. The front ranks closed in for grappling, the middle ranks slashed to block, and the rear ranks attacked from the air, overwhelming with sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Tsukimi, standing at the rear, formed more hand seals. Shadows coalesced into countless shuriken flying through the gaps in the shadow soldiers, creating a crossfire that left Orochimaru no room to escape. Orochimaru stood still, his golden snake-like eyes scanning all the attacks. Tsukimi's shadow shuriken piqued his interest even more. A form change of in release. With a slight flick of his right hand, a kunai appeared in Orochimaru's grip. Facing the countless shadows, his body seemed to go boneless, his upper body tilted sideways while his feet slid backward, using small, nimble shifts to evade countless slashes. The shadow soldiers that closed in couldn't stop their momentum as Orochimaru's kunai swept through them. With a flash of cold light, their inky forms instantly dispersed. He moved with an elusive footwork among the shadows, each motion clean and precise, effortlessly dismantling the surrounding encirclement. In the blink of an eye, the shadow shuriken were upon him. Orochimaru remained calm, sidestepping and attempting to parry with his kunai. But the moment the kunai touched the shadow shuriken, a bizarre scene unfolded. The shadow shuriken instantly turned into fluid, coiling up the blade. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He immediately pulsed chakra to shake off the shadow, abandoning the kunai for parrying and relying solely on evasion. To evade the shadow shuriken, several members of the shadow army entangled Orochimaru's arms. With a flick of his sleeve, over a dozen slender snakes shot out, their fangs sinking into the shadow soldiers before coiling tightly around them, instantly twisting them into wisps of black smoke. Orochimaru remained completely at ease, his movements unhurried. Using only taijutsu, he effortlessly neutralized the relentless assault of the shadow army. Had it not been for the first encounter with the shadow shuriken, these shadow soldiers would not have even touched his sleeve. But that was enough for Eugene. While the shadow army drew Orochimaru's attention, he seized the moment to surge forward. Just as he was about to close in, he executed a flash step, his body dissolving into a series of afterimages that slipped through the gaps of the shadow soldiers and brought him directly before Orochimaru. A thick layer of chakra enveloped his fist, enhanced by the shadow army's armor-piercing chakra. He drove his punch toward Orochimaru's chest and abdomen. Initially dismissive, Orochimaru raised his left arm to block, but the next moment a tremendous force struck him, sending him staggering back several steps. Is this something like Tsunade's monster strength fist? Though pushed back, Orochimaru showed no frustration. He extended his long tongue and licked his lips. "Eugene, you always manage to surprise me." Eugene advanced again, but this time Orochimaru no longer merely dodged, he engaged in close-quarters combat with Eugene. Eugene alternated between using armor-piercing fists and manifesting shadow blades for sword techniques, while Orochimaru's moves were insidious and cunning. Instead of meeting force with force, he targeted the weaknesses in Eugene's power delivery, evading thrusts, while employing skillful angles to dissipate the impact of the punches. Orochimaru twisted his wrist and delivered a precise knife-hand strike to the joint of Eugene's wrist. Eugene's hand went numb and his offense faltered instantly. Before he could adjust his stance, he had to forcefully raise his right knee to push his opponent back, but Orochimaru sidestepped, circled around to Eugene's flank, and swept his right leg in a kick that slammed heavily into Eugene's chest. A dull thud echoed as Eugene was sent flying several meters by the kick. Upon landing, he stumbled back 2 more steps, his chest feeling tight and suffocated. The situation on the field shifted in an instant. Although Eugene had been knocked away, the shadow army still harassed Orochimaru, leaving a gap in the front. Asuma, who had been lurking on the periphery, seized the opening immediately. Fire release, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball erupted from Asuma's mouth, flames wrapped in waves of heat blasting straight toward Orochimaru at the center of the encirclement. Water release, water formation wall. Before Eugene and the others could even see the hand seals, a column of water surged forth. The torrent and the fireball collided, sending up vast clouds of steam that instantly shrouded the entire training ground, blurring everything within it. The pervasive steam disrupted visibility. From the side, a shadow soldier suddenly accelerated, and a puff of smoke rose. Asuma burst out of the smoke wielding his flying swallow, its blade aimed directly at the bells on Orochimaru's waist. Transformation technique plus shadow clone. Was at the moment my view was blocked by the shadows. Excellent coordination. As the cold gleam neared his waist, Orochimaru was not slowed by the obstructed vision. He keenly caught Asuma's movement, twisted his torso, and let the two bells jingle past the side of the flying swallow. Raising his right leg, he delivered a vicious roundhouse kick to Asuma's chest and abdomen, causing the man to burst into a cloud of white smoke with a loud bang. Just as Orochimaru disposed of Asuma's shadow clone, a shadow ninja, who had been lurking behind him for a long time, formed hand seals. Shadow binding technique. Shadows on the ground shot out, instantly transforming into 4 inky black chains that connected to the shadow beneath Orochimaru's feet, then climbed upward to briefly restrain his movements. Though only for a moment, it was enough to create a decisive opportunity. The next instant, Yuhi Kurenai's figure emerged from the ground beside Orochimaru. Her arm shot forward, precisely grasping the 2 bells on his waist, and with a final yank the bells fell securely into her palm. Got them. The shadow ninja dissolved into a puff of white smoke, and the shadow chains restraining Orochimaru quietly faded away. The shadow army once again melded into the darkness. Asuma and Eugene steadied themselves and walked over to stand beside Kurenai. Orochimaru glanced at his empty waist, a faint smile creeping onto his usually indifferent face. His gaze returned to Eugene, the curiosity in his serpentine eyes deepening. Using an endless stream of shadows to obscure vision while drawing my attention, thereby creating an opportunity for your teammates to burrow underground. An excellent offensive strategy. You have all passed today's assessment. Assemble at the Hokage building tomorrow at 9 in the morning. It's time to carry out missions. With that, Orochimaru said no more. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint medicinal scent behind. The training ground fell silent once again. Asuma let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and relaxed his tense body. Phew. So this is the strength of the legendary Sannin. For a moment, I thought my shadow clone was about to succeed. He threw an arm around Eugene's shoulders. Good thing you're sharp enough. You're the sharp one. Your whole family's sharp. Eugene rolled his eyes discreetly. Kurenai clutched the bells tightly, a smile spreading across her brow. Her tone brightened. We cooperated very smoothly today, and Orochimaru-sensei didn't make things difficult for us. Eugene slipped back into his lazy demeanor, hands in his pockets, his voice gentle. It was only a test. Didn't you notice? Apart from that one water release, Orochimaru never used any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. The two were taken aback. During the test, they had been fully immersed in the fight, and afterward they were caught up in the joy of passing. Only now, with Eugene's reminder, did they belatedly realize the truth. This is the legendary Sannin. They're so strong. I'll become a powerhouse like them someday and surpass the old man. I want to become a kunoichi like Lady Tsunade in the future. Then you'll have to work hard and become Konoha's Jinjutsu master. Eugene casually patted Kurenai's head. Being 1.7 meters tall had its perks. All the other kids his age were just little runts. Kurenai's cheeks flushed. Asuma squeezed in beside them. What about me? What should I be called? Konoha's fire release master, wind release master, or a powerhouse who surpasses the 3rd Hokage? Which title do you think sounds better? Eugene looked him up and down for a moment, then solemnly delivered his verdict before turning to leave. Konoha's beard master. Even at this young age, Asuma was already showing signs of the big beard he would have in the future. On hearing Eugene's words, he touched his face, scowled, and immediately chased after Eugene, muttering under his breath. This is what real manliness looks like. Do you even get it, pretty boy? Kurenai hastily followed after them, and the 3 left the training ground together. Oh really? Then why don't you be a pretty boy? Is it because you can't? Foolish Asuma. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the crystal ball, which had frozen on the image of the moment the bells were snatched. He exhaled a puff of smoke, a gratified smile spreading across his face. A perfect tactical execution and team coordination. Eugene has excellent strategic vision. Mitokado Hamura nodded slightly. Indeed. To secure victory in a test against Orochimaru, this team's potential far surpasses that of any previous rookie class. Koharu Udatane nodded in agreement. Hiruzen put away his crystal ball, his gaze drifting out the window as he considered what mission to assign the next day. What task should he give this team? The next morning before 9 o'clock, the Hokage building was already bustling with shinobi registering and handing over missions. Nara Tsukimi, Sarutobi, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai arrived early, all dressed in clean, sharp ninja attire, waiting for Orochimaru in a corner of the mission hall. This is our first official ninja mission, Asuma said, brimming with anticipation. I wonder what rank it will be at. Though 2 years of training under Tsukimi had tempered him with a measure of composure, Asuma still felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of his first mission. Kurenai, standing aside, glanced at Tsukimi before speaking earnestly. I hope our first mission goes perfectly and that it's not too dangerous. Tsukimi, hands still in his pockets, exuded an air of languor. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't worry, Asuma. We'll probably get something better than the lowest rank. That should satisfy you. Tsukimi knew well that Orochimaru had neither the time nor the patience to accompany 3 genin on D rank missions. The starting point would likely be C rank. That would definitely meet Asuma's expectations. As the 3 chatted, a familiar commotion came from outside the mission hall. Damn you, Kakashi. I just slipped up yesterday. What are you so smug about? I'm stating the truth. Because of your so-called slip-up, we almost failed the exam. The arguing voices grew louder, drawing the attention of Tsukimi and the others. 4 figures gradually appeared at the entrance of the mission hall. Obito and Kakashi walked in front with Cien air, wearing goggles, his face full of anger glaring at the white-haired boy beside him. Behind them walked Rin, a smile on her face. The last person was Minato Namikaze with short golden hair and a radiant sunny demeanor. It was the Minato squad. Tsukimi clicked his tongue. No wonder they say Konoha's ninja favor the little sun. With that slimy snake's gloomy aura, there's no contest. As the 4 passed through the mission hall, Cien air was still fuming. I'm not bad either. I almost landed a hit on Minato-sensei. Why are you mocking me? Just luck, Kakashi said with his lazy, unfocused eyes, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. His flat tone struck Obito's heart. For others, luck is part of their strength. For you, it's everything. You. That remark made Obito bristle, and he immediately rolled up his sleeves ready to fight Kakashi. The white-haired brat was indeed Obito's second nemesis. Rin quickly reached out to stop Obito, her gentle voice soothing him. All right, Obito. Kakashi often says unpleasant things. Don't be angry anymore. We're in the mission hall now, and many people are watching. There it was, the first nemesis. Rin's tenderness instantly quelled Obito's anger. Though still sulking, he stopped his actions, snorted, and turned his head away from Kakashi. Minato, walking at the rear, smiled helplessly, clearly accustomed to the two's personalities. They seemed unable to go a day without arguing. Hey Obito, didn't you say you'd beat Kakashi to the ground? Why haven't you started yet? Asuma, never one to miss a good show, called out to them. Obito turned around. Tsukimi, Asuma, and Kurenai were standing in a corner, and Asuma was looking at him with a teasing grin. Oh, Tsukimi, Asuma, and Kurenai. It's you. You're here to pick up missions too. Obito's face lit up with surprise. He strode over with Kakashi and Rin following quickly. When he reached them, he punched Asuma on the shoulder. Hey, you dare to mock me too? Let's spar again after our missions if you're not convinced. After 2 years of training together, the two had surprisingly hit it off, and often hung out. After exchanging greetings, Kurenai and Rin moved aside to whisper. Kakashi fixed his intense gaze on Tsukimi, his dead fish eyes burning with fighting spirit. After our mission, fight me again. Tsukimi wasn't surprised. The white-haired brat was now dreaming of defeating him. He nodded. Sure, come find me then. He turned to Obito, a mischievous smile curling on his lips. Obito, you haven't been slacking off in training these past 2 days, have you? Obito's body trembled, as if recalling something terrifying. He had just been boasting animatedly to Asuma, but now his face fell. He forced a dry laugh, barely managing a strained smile. Huh? How could I? I haven't been lazy. I've trained well these 2 days. His voice grew softer as he spoke, but Tsukimi didn't press further. He was just teasing him. Seeing that Tsukimi didn't pursue the matter, Obito breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to continue bragging with Asuma. After teasing Obito, Tsukimi's gaze fell on Minato, who was standing behind the 3. Minato was also sizing up the black-haired youth before him, a keen interest in his eyes. He was only a grade or 2 apart from the current Ino Shikacho, so they were practically contemporaries and had a good relationship. Thus he was quite familiar with Nara Tsukimi. Tsukimi was the most renowned genius in Konoha over the past 2 years, overshadowing even Kakashi. It was said that the 3rd Hokage had personally assigned one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, to be his supervising jonin. You must be Orochimaru Senpai's squad. Minato spoke first, his tone as clean and warm as a spring breeze. Tsukimi also smiled and bowed slightly. Yes, Minato Senpai. I've long admired your reputation. I'm just an ordinary jonin. But you, Tsukimi, are the most dazzling new era genius of Konoha. Minato waved his hand, modestly showering Tsukimi with praise. That's right, that's me. On the surface, Tsukimi remained composed, neither arrogant nor impatient, modestly denying the flattery. Just as the atmosphere between the 2 teams was harmonious and lively, a hoarse voice sounded from behind them. It seems you're getting along well. Orochimaru, dressed in white, appeared without warning. His golden snake eyes swept over the group, and the corner immediately fell silent. Minato bowed slightly. Orochimaru Senpai. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Tsukimi and the other 2, saying indifferently, follow me to pick up the mission. With that, he turned and walked toward the office upstairs. The Minato squad followed quickly, as they also needed to see the Hokage today. The Hokage's office door was open. After knocking, they filed in. Orochimaru approached the desk and looked at the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi-sensei, find a C-rank mission. Saratobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and chuckled. Oh, straight to C rank. Yes. After yesterday's exam, those boring D rank missions are not suitable for them. I understand. Let me look. Found it. Saratobi Hiruzen pulled out a scroll from a stack on the corner of his desk and handed it to Orochimaru. This is a C rank escort mission. Escort a merchant from the land of rivers back to his country. The difficulty level is appropriate. Orochimaru nodded, took the scroll, and turned to lead Tsukimi and the others away. But Obito, standing nearby, looked incredulous. His eyes wide, he shouted in protest. Why can Tsukimi and the others take a C rank mission while we only get D rank? That's not fair. Before Obito could speak further, Minato's hand landed on his head, his voice still gentle. Obito, calm down. Your teams are at different levels, so naturally the treatment differs. Hearing Minato's words, Obito immediately fell silent. He calculated in his mind, he was slightly weaker than Asuma. Kurenai and Rin were about equal, and Tsukimi was far stronger than Kakashi. Seen that way, it made sense. With that thought, Obito glared at Kakashi with indignation. So it's your fault for holding the team back. Kakashi, puzzled by Obito's glare, could only attribute it to his usual antics and retorted, those who lack strength hold the team back and must follow the rules. That's reasonable. Obito felt a bit crushed and started rolling up his sleeves again. Oh, I haven't even blamed you for holding me back, and you're blaming me. Rin sighed and once again pulled Obito back. Orochimaru ignored the Minato squad's commotion and simply turned and left. Tsukimi, Asuma, and Kurenai said their goodbyes to the Minato squad and quickly followed. The four of them stepped out of the Hokage building. Orochimaru halted at the entrance, turned to face the trio, and tossed the mission scroll to Eugene. This is your first mission. From now on, whether it's liaising with the employer, handling contingencies on the way, or delivering the task upon arrival, everything is entirely your responsibility. Orochimaru's golden, slitted eyes fixed on the three, a scrutinizing and probing gleam within them. I only guarantee that your lives won't be lost. Apart from that, you bear all consequences yourselves. Is that clear? As these words fell, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Asuma's breath hitched. He had originally assumed that the first mission would merely be a chance to gain experience under the guidance of a Jonin instructor, never expecting it to be truly serious. His restless, excited heart immediately calmed. This was nothing like what his elder brother had told him. Kurenai's expression also grew solemn as she nodded quietly in understanding. Eugene reached out to catch the scroll, his demeanor still gentle, a knowing look in his eyes. During the Second Shinobi World War, the death of Nawaki had not only altered the trajectory of Orochimaru's life, but also drastically transformed his conduct. The current Orochimaru would never act as a babysitter for his students. Only those geniuses who could survive the brutal shinobi world would have the chance to fulfill their potential. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. The three answered in unison. Eugene gripped the scroll in his hand, his gaze shifting to Asuma and Kurenai. In that case, I'll take the position of team leader without ceremony. Seeing the two nod, Eugene said no more and slowly unrolled the scroll. The mission details were simple and clear. Mission rank C rank. Mission requester Chuan Tian Yuan Ji, a native medicinal herb merchant from the land of rivers, holder of an official trade permit from Konoha, regularly supplies scarce herbs to Konoha with a clean record of reliability. Mission content: escort the medicinal herb merchant from the land of rivers safely back to Qingshi town in the eastern part of the land of rivers. Mission objective: ensure the employer and all goods arrive intact at the destination. Mission environment: the first half of the journey is along the official roads of the land of fire. The second half is through the mountain forests of the land of rivers. Mission time limit: round trip within 10 days. Eugene quickly read through the mission scroll, then handed it to Kurenai and Asuma for review. After both had finished reading, Eugene spoke first. The land of rivers lies in the buffer zone between the land of wind and the land of fire. There are no hidden villages there, meaning no restrictions on the entry of other shinobi. It's a place teeming with all kinds of people. Therefore, the second half of the journey into the land of rivers is the highest risk phase of this mission, the most likely place for trouble. Asuma's expression turned grave as he interjected, then I'll take the lead and scout ahead. Watching Asuma eagerly volunteer, Eugene's eyes glinted with amusement. The future master of wind and fire, released from Konoha, a shinobi destined to surpass the third Hokage. Why are you so tense? Asuma's face flushed. He retorted stubbornly, who's tense? This is our first C-rank mission, isn't it? I'm just being cautious, nothing wrong with that. What do you know? The kid's tone had a certain Sien air-like quality. Well, it seems Orochimaru-sensei has done his job. He's really made you take the mission seriously. Seeing Eugene teasing Asuma, Kurenai, who had been waiting for her assignment, also broke into a smile. The tension of their first mission gradually eased. After the banter, Eugene shook his head. You two handle the flanking vigilance on the left and right. Leave the forward scouting and frontal security to me. I'll use the Shadow Legion for reconnaissance. It's more convenient. The two nodded in agreement. Eugene added one last remark. Although this is our first C-rank mission, don't be overly tense. If an incident occurs, prioritize protecting the employer than the cargo. Orochimaru, who had been observing the three with interest, spoke in a hoarse voice once they finished their discussion. Since you're ready, let's move. Moments later, the four arrived at the entrance of Konoha, where a figure was already waiting silently. A man in his early 40s with dark, rough skin from years of traveling carried a medicine box on his back. Beside him stood a horse-drawn cart loaded with goods. When he saw Eugene and the others approaching, he immediately scurried over with a deferential bow. This must be the mission's employer, the medicinal herb merchant Chuan Tian Yuanji. Chuan Tian Yuanji ran up to the four and bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect. I am Chuan Tian Yuanji. I thank you, esteemed shinobi, for escorting me on this mission. Eugene offered a gentle smile and began verifying the information with the employer according to procedure. Hello, Mr. Chuan. I need to confirm the mission. Your request is to escort you and all your goods safely to Qingshi Town in the Land of Rivers within a time limit of 10 days. During the journey, you must follow our team's instructions at all times. You are not allowed to leave the group without permission, nor to change the route arbitrarily. Do you understand? Absolutely no problem. I will follow all your orders, esteemed shinobi. Chuan Tian Yuanji instinctively tightened his collar, his right hand subtly shielding his chest, then nodded repeatedly with impeccable courtesy. The procedure was correct, the identity seemed legitimate. It looked like an ordinary C-rank escort mission. But Chuan Tian Yuanji's subtle movements did not escape Eugene's notice. Glancing at the loaded cart, Eugene allowed a faint smile to play on his lips. Mr. Chuan, you've been traveling between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers for years. You're a seasoned merchant. Why are you all alone without hired help? Hearing Eugene's question, the previously humble and submissive Chuan Tian Yuanji stiffened. A flicker of anxiety and fear flashed in his shifting eyes. Oh well. Although I've been traveling between the two countries for years, I'm actually just a small-time merchant. I'm not as big as those trading companies, so I don't hire anyone. With a dry laugh, Chuan Tian Yuanji quickly brushed off the question. Even Kurenai and Asuma sensed something amiss. They moved closer to Eugene. Asuma whispered behind him, Eugene, something's off about Mr. Chuan's reaction. Eugene turned and gave them a look to signal they needn't worry, then faced Chuan Tian Yuanji again, his smile unwavering. Is that so? He shot a glance at Chuan Tian Yuanji's chest, but didn't press further. Mission information verified. Let's set out. This old fox isn't being honest. I'll just have to see what he's hiding. Chuan Tian Yuanji climbed into the carriage while Orochimaru flickered onto the roof of the cart. After registering the mission at the gate, Eugene joined the other two on the front of the cart. Then he whispered, the employer seems to be concealing something. Keep an eye out on the road and see what his game is. Understood. Kurenai and Asuma nodded solemnly, their eyes sharpening with vigilance. The group officially stepped out of Konoha's gates, heading toward the Land of Rivers. The carriage rolled along the smooth, official road slowly, leaving the sphere of influence of My village was located in the most prosperous heartland of the Fire Country. Sheltered by the village, the surrounding towns and cities were peaceful and stable, and ordinary people could be said to live in contentment. After leaving the core area of Mai on the road leading to the border, apart from a few large trading towns, the small villages along the way were often dilapidated, and low the roads were potholed, and the ordinary people in the fields exuded the exhaustion and numbness of struggling to survive. The sights along the road also stirred genuine feelings in Eugene. The ninja world had always felt deeply fragmented to him, a morbidly imbalanced world. Ninjas wielded the power of chakra, which could clearly be applied to production projects such as farming and infrastructure, enough to greatly increase productivity and resource efficiency. Yet for thousands of years, it seemed no one in the entire ninja world had ever had such an idea. Everyone's perception of chakra was solely for killing. Even the extraordinarily intelligent Shinsho Feijin had not broken out of this fixed mindset. The repeated great ninja wars all stemmed from conflicts over resource allocation, yet no one had ever thought to create. Thus, the more they fought, the poorer they became, the more they fought. A complete vicious cycle. Ashima and Hong, observing the scenery along the way, had much of their initial excitement about leaving the village dissipated. Their families were part of Mai's high circles, and they had grown up in a privileged environment. Seeing the real face of the world for the first time, their hearts were inevitably mixed with complex emotions. Sighing inwardly a couple of times, Eugene collected his thoughts. He could not change the situation. His biggest goal now was to survive the upcoming Third Great Ninja War. Seeing the two of them in low spirits, Eugene spoke to comfort them. Don't look so down. When we get back, Ashima, go find your old man and have him contact the daimyo to approve a Fire Country road beautification project. Eugene patted Ashima on the shoulder, his eyes glinting with amusement. Then you can go help them build the roads and paint the Mai symbol on them. Maybe you'll even get to be vanguard of road construction. Sounds much better than Fire Style Master, doesn't it? Ashima nodded instinctively, then widened his eyes. That's not a bad idea. Hey, wait, why do I have to build the roads? What about you two? Kid, with that reaction you're too slow to even catch a warm pile of excrement. Yuejian glanced at him. Hong and I will be the supervisors, of course, specially tasked with overseeing your work. Hong couldn't help but laugh, which also dispelled their low spirits. Seeing their mood improve, Yuejian began to focus on scouting the road ahead. Ever since leaving, my Yuejian had summoned the Shadow Core and spread them out on both sides of the road ahead. Every rustle of grass and movement on the path was clearly reflected in his mind. While using the Shadow Core, Yuejian discovered a new function. He could control any one of them and share its vision. Yuejian remembered that in the original Chenglong's adventures, in the episode where the Juju warriors were summoned, Captain Black could share vision with the Juju warriors. Now it seemed this was a common skill across all 9 core. However, this move also had limitations. Since the Shadow Core were summoned by activating the Tala mask with chakra, they themselves had no chakra. While they could not be detected by conventional chakra sensing techniques, they also could not sense others' chakra. Moreover, the maximum control range was only 2 kilometers. Beyond that distance, the Shadow Core's consciousness would lose contact, the vision would disconnect, and no commands could be issued. The first half of the journey within the Fire Country passed in this calm and monotonous manner. Ashima and Hong, having recovered their spirits, remembered Yuejian's warning before departure and remained vigilant. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the setting sun descended, the carriage officially crossed the border and entered the river country. Even the air seemed to grow a few degrees heavier. Now we're officially in the river country, Yuejian said, his usual laziness receding. From now on we must be on constant alert without the slightest slack. Understood. The carriage moved on, and soon the sky was fully dark. Nightfall shrouded the entire forest. The group found a sheltered hollow and set up camp to rest for the night. Yuejian hadn't forgotten about Chuan Tian Yuanji. The old fellow had been completely silent while in the Fire Country, and now his expression was even more uneasy. Although he sat by the campfire, his mind was clearly wandering elsewhere. His gaze grew increasingly shifty, and his right hand kept touching the collar of his clothes. Mr. Chuan, do you still have nothing to say even now? Yuejian poked the campfire with a stick, looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Hearing Yuejian's words, Chuan Tian Yuanji's body trembled. He forced an ugly smile onto his face, then quickly lowered his head. And no, nothing to say. The warmth of the campfire could not dispel the fear on him. Is that so? Mr. Chuan, you should know, right? Chuan Tian Yuanji looked up at Yuejian, somewhat bewildered. The rules when ninjas carry out missions: if they encounter a situation beyond the mission's level, they have the right to directly abandon it. Even so, Mr. Chuan, you still want to keep being stubborn? When ninjas carried out missions, there was indeed such a rule. But since no incident had occurred yet, Chuan Tian Yuanji was still the mission client, and Yuejian could not forcibly search him. Chuan Tian Yuanji dared not look Yuejian in the eye again. He mumbled for a long time, but in the end he gritted his teeth and did not utter a single word. Old bastard, let's see how long you can hold out. Giving Chuan Tian Yuanji a deep look, Yuejian withdrew his gaze. Hong handed him the prepared food. After the 3 of them replenished their strength, Yuejian arranged the night watch shifts. Ashima takes the first watch, then me and Hong last. Dashyuan leaned alone against a nearby tree trunk, his golden vertical pupils quietly watching the 3 of them. The night deepened. A gentle evening breeze rustled through the forest. The first half of the night was uneventful. When Yuejian took over, he immediately deployed the Shadow Core within a 2-kilometer radius. Time passed. As midnight approached, in the vision of Yuejian's Shadow Core, several stealthy figures suddenly entered the 2-kilometer range, breaking the calm of the night. At that moment, the 4 figures had suppressed their auras to the limit, concealing their chakra fluctuations. Taking advantage of the night's cover, they were swiftly approaching the camp. Uninvited guests had indeed arrived. Yuejian's eyes snapped open. He had expected this all along. Throughout the journey, Chuan Tian Yuanji's abnormal demeanor and deliberate little gestures, all the doubts now aligned perfectly. This seemingly ordinary escort mission had likely concealed murderous intent from the moment that old bastard issued the task. Yuejian was determined to see what the hell this dog was hiding. Everyone on alert. He quickly woke Hong and Ashima. Direction at 4 o'clock. Enemies are encircling us. For people. Target. Most likely Chuan Tian Yuanji. Hong circle left, Ashima right. Find cover and conceal yourselves. The 2 dared not delay. They immediately drew their weapons, leaped onto the tree branches on either side to hide their forms, and melded into the darkness. After arranging everything, Yuejian laid down by the campfire, closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and pretended to be asleep. Let's see what kind of fish we can catch tonight. In the nocturnal forest, a chilling wind howled as the firewood crackled and popped. The hollow was bathed in flickering shadows from the campfire. Though the campsite appeared serene and peaceful, a net had long been cast. Asuma and Kurenai concealed themselves among the trees on either side, holding their breath and focusing, perfectly merging into the night. Tsukimi lay on his side beside the campfire, his posture relaxed, his breathing steady, feigning deep slumber. In secret, Tsukimi's mind had already locked onto 4 approaching figures through the shadow core scattered across the woods. The 4 of them navigated obstacles with caution, treading lightly, and throughout the entire process they barely leaked any chakra, which deepened Tsukimi's suspicion. This seasoned behavior was definitely not that of ordinary rogue ninjas. Rogue ninja. Within less than a minute the 4 figures had traversed the forest and arrived at the outskirts of the camp. The 4 were dressed in dark combat attire, wearing no headbands at all. Without any hesitation, and without paying any heed to Tsukimi, who was sleeping right before them, their target was clear Kawada Genji, who stood behind the campfire. The chakra aura of the 4 burst forth, and Tsukimi sensed their chakra intensity. 1 Chunin, 3 Genin. This aura also startled Kawada Genji awake. Ever since entering the land of rivers he had become increasingly terrified, and dared not sleep deeply at night. Seeing the 4 figures charging at him, he was frightened out of his wits, scrambling backward, clutching his chest, and letting out a miserable cry for help that echoed through the forest. Help! Ninja Lord, save me! Tsukimi opened his eyes, watching the fleeing Kawada Genji with a cold glint. Though the old man had concealed many things, he was still the mission client, and could not die here. Moved. At Tsukimi's command, Asuma and Kurenai, hidden among the trees on both sides, acted simultaneously. Clang. Asuma's flying swallow wrapped in wind released chakra shot downward toward the Genin on the right. Meanwhile, Kurenai, who had been prepared, formed hand seals, activating a Jin jutsu that silently enshrouded the Genin on the left with invisible spiritual energy. The remaining 2 faced the rising Tsukimi, advancing instead of retreating. The Chunin's longsword roared with the wind, also coated in wind-released chakra, slashing horizontally from the left toward Tsukimi. The accompanying Genin, while charging forward, flicked his fingers, sending several shuriken to restrict Tsukimi's movement, coordinating a pincer attack from the right. Facing the encirclement, Tsukimi remained calm. The shadows beneath his feet roiled, and quickly a dozen shadow soldiers materialized, lunging at the 2. Tsukimi extended his right hand, and the shadows converged again. A chill gleam erupted from all directions as countless shuriken shot toward the pair. A flicker of surprise passed through the Chunin's eyes. He had never seen such a peculiar jutsu, but he was not flustered. His longsword slashed at the shadow soldiers. Where the blade touched, the shadow soldiers instantly dissolved, scattering like flowing water. His eyes brightened, and his assault grew more ferocious. Yet in an instant his expression turned grim. The scattered shadow soldiers coalesced again and lunged anew. More critically, the shadow shuriken were already upon him. As he blocked, he sensed something amiss. The shadow shuriken that touched his blade instantly turned fluid, spreading rapidly along the sword onto his body. His pupils abruptly contracted. The chilling touch alarmed him. He hastily dodged sideways, avoiding further contact with the shuriken, and tried to wipe the shadows off his left hand, only to find it futile as the shadows merely shifted from his right hand to his left. Seeing the shadows on his body accumulate and tighten, and the relentless shadow soldiers surrounding him blocking all escape routes, he instead regained complete composure. Oblivious to the binding shadows and the encircling shadow soldiers, he let his sword slowly drop to his side. His eyes icy and lifeless, fixed on Tsukimi before the fire. Wrong. Tsukimi narrowed his eyes, sensing the problem. He quickly formed hand seals. The shadows beneath the Chunin surged again, merging with those on his body to completely bind him in an instant. The Chunin's expression did not change. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit down hard. Crack. A faint sound. He did not struggle or cry out. In an instant his body went limp, the light in his eyes faded rapidly, and he fell straight down. Suicide by poison. Tsukimi was caught off guard for a moment. Recovering, he used the shadow soldiers to fully restrain the remaining genin, locking his jaw and lower jaw to prevent any suicide attempt. That scene had truly caught Tsukimi off guard. A C-rank mission attracting such a shinobi willing to die. Konoha's C-rank missions, like its genin, were poisonous. At the same time, the battles on both sides concluded. Asuma, relying on his flying swallow and fierce close combat skills, subdued his opponent after a hard fight. His chest heaved and his breath was ragged. Though the enemy was only a genin, he had clearly experienced killing. Every move reeked of lethal ferocity. Compared to him, Asuma lacked that desperate ruthlessness. Fortunately, Asuma had a solid foundation, or he would have suffered greatly. Compared to Asuma, Kurenai had an easier time. With a preemptive genjutsu, she subdued her opponent with little effort, pinning him to the ground and pressing a blade to his throat. Of the 4 attackers, 1 Chunin had committed suicide, and the remaining 3 genin were captured. The forest fell silent again, with only the campfire still burning. Tsukimi waved his right hand. Several shadow soldiers emerged from the darkness, taking over from Asuma and Kurenai, securing the 2 genin and bringing them to Tsukimi. Tsukimi, did you kill that Chunin? Asuma and Kurenai approached, looking at the corpse on the ground, asking in confusion. He killed himself, Tsukimi waved dismissively. This group's origins are not simple. The way they infiltrated alone proves they are no ordinary rogue ninjas. Asuma's expression grew solemn. Could they be rogue ninjas? I don't think they seem like rogue ninjas. Kurenai offered her own thoughts. Tsukimi, you fought him for less than a minute, right? In that short time he judged that he couldn't succeed and killed himself without hesitation. That's not the style of rogue ninjas. A suicide soldier. Asuma realized, slowly uttering the two words, then grew puzzled. What could our client be carrying that would attract suicide soldiers? Kawada Genji, now back beside the campfire, was trembling, his face pale. Tsukimi's playful gaze swept over him, making him even more uneasy. Tsukimi did not immediately press him. The clues were not yet broken. The most important thing was to extract information from the three captives. Tsukimi chuckled lightly, turning to Kurenai. No need to rush. We'll take them one by one. Kurenai used Jinjutsu for interrogation. Understood. The three captured Chunin were no more than 15 or 16 years old, their entire bodies pinned to the ground by the dark shadows, limbs immobile, even their necks tightly bound by the shadows. They raised their heads, stiffly, terror etched on their faces as they stared at Eugene. That Chunin was indeed a death warrior, but that did not mean the three Genin were also death warriors. Their expressions at this moment made that clear. If it were otherwise, Eugene would not have considered interrogating them for information. He would have killed them outright. Let's start with the left one. Jinjutsu, illusionary dream. Hong walked up to the Genin on the left, her usual tenderness fading from her face. She placed her hands before her chest and swiftly formed seals. An intangible wave of spiritual energy invaded his mind. This was the illusion technique her father Shiri Jinhong had taught her. Unlike traditional illusions, it incorporated visual hypnosis. Though the technique was only C rank, it was a deep-level spiritual illusion specifically designed for interrogation, and it was the most suitable for her at this stage. Silently and imperceptibly, the Genin's consciousness seemed to be dragged into a cage where all his psychological defenses and memory barriers were breached layer by layer by Hong. Asuma stood by, watching the three immobilized targets. The initial tension in his heart gradually transformed into excitement, and a foolish grin spread across his face. He had grown up in Konoha and was the son of the third Hokage. When had he ever experienced such things? Midnight ambushes, suicide assassins, and perilous battles. One after another, they were incredibly thrilling, far more exciting than anything at the Ninja Academy. This mission would surely make him famous, and once back in the village he would make Obito green with envy. He. Time passed minute by minute. After 5 minutes, Hong slowly opened her eyes, a sheen of sweat on her forehead. Using this deep-level illusion for the first time had drained her considerably. It was fortunate that these three were not death warriors, and their strength was not formidable, or she might not have been able to invade their minds. Wipe your sweat. Eugene handed her a handkerchief. Hong let out a soft sigh, took the handkerchief, and looked at Eugene with a hint of helplessness. Thank you. Although I've gathered the information, the clues are still too few. What's wrong with Asuma? As she spoke, Hong noticed Asuma grinning foolishly beside her, and was puzzled. Ignore him. He's having a fit. You're the one having a fit. Asuma snapped back, having come to his senses upon hearing Eugene's remark. Don't believe me. Drool is running down your chin. Asuma instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, but his hand came away dry. He immediately realized he had been tricked. He looked up and saw Eugene's expression as if looking at an idiot, and even Hong's mouth twitched as she took a step back. Asuma's face flushed crimson. Eugene, you bastard. He was furious. Eugene waved his hand in disdain, signaling Asuma to keep his distance, then turned to Hong. Never mind this idiot. Hong, go on. You'll be crying later. Hong composed herself and continued. According to this Genin's memories, the three of them are orphans. They were taken in by that Chunin since childhood and trained in secret in the Land of Rivers. There were other orphans initially, but only these three had the talent to become shinobi after the final selection. To them, that Chunin was their sole superior, and all orders came from him. What was the objective of their mission? Why did they have to ambush Kawada Genji? In his memory, he only received that single order. Hong shook her head, continuing to relay the intelligence. They were to intercept Kawada and seize the small wooden box he had hidden. Beyond that, the three of them knew nothing. After hearing the intelligence, the mountain hollow fell into a dead silence. It seemed that Chunin was the only one who knew the truth, the source of the order, and the scheme behind it. With his death, the entire lead was severed. I'm sorry. With my current abilities, I cannot directly invade the enemy's mind or extract information from that Chunin. Hong's voice carried a hint of guilt, interrupting Eugene's thoughts. He patted her head and offered a gentle comfort. It's all right. You've done exceptionally well. What about the other two? Should we probe their memories as well? Asuma also came closer, his face dark as he gave a suggestion. Eugene glanced at him in exasperation and shook his head. Truly the fool's son of the Hokage. Asuma's face darkened further. Before he could retort, Hong cut in. In the memories I probed, the three were always together, training together, going on missions together, so their memories won't differ much. Eugene walked over to the Chunin's corpse. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a scroll, a blank sealing scroll he had brought before departure, already set with a sealing formula. It only required chakra infusion to complete the seal, making it convenient for carrying supplies or intelligence. He crouched down, sealed the Chunin's body, and then stood up to face Kawada Genji. This was just a routine escort mission, yet it drew a Chunin-level death warrior. The answer is obvious. The problem from start to finish lay with the person they were escorting. Kawada Genji trembled violently, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He buried his head between his knees, not daring to meet the eyes of the three. To be able to train a Chunin death warrior must be the work of a certain ninja village. Mr. Kawada's small wooden box is certainly no ordinary item, Hong said after a moment of thought. And it's not just any small village, most likely one of the other 4 great ninja villages. After all, smaller villages wouldn't waste a Chunin as a death warrior, Asuma added. Asuma has some brains after all. Yu Jian shot him a surprised glance. Correct. Only the other 4 great ninja villages would train Chunin into death warriors. As for what's inside Kawada Genji's small wooden box, we'll go take a look shortly. Yu Jian's light words fell like a hammer, causing Kawada Genji's body to shake like a sieve, utterly terrified. What about these 3 genin? Should we take them back to Konoha? Asuma and Hong looked at Yu Jian, awaiting his orders. Yu Jian gazed at the 3 captives. These 3 genin are of no further use now. His gaze shifted to Hong and Asuma. The usual laziness and warmth in his eyes were gone. His tone was calm, yet carried a chilling edge. Dispose of them. Those 3 simple words made Hong and Asuma stiffen. Both of them tightened their grip on their weapons. The wind swept through the forest. Though summer still held sway, Tsukimi's 3 softly spoken words pressed down upon Asuda and AKA's hearts like a boulder of staggering weight. Both tightened their grips on their weapons, a flicker of hesitation crossing their faces. They had both received formal ninja education and parental instruction, long preparing themselves psychologically for life and death combat. Yet for the 2 of them, the 3 captives before their eyes, no older than 15 or 16, their faces twisted in terror, possessing not a shred of ability to resist, were simply too helpless to bring themselves to slaughter. They were not opposed to killing per se, it was just that they did not wish to kill people like these. Could one blame the shinobi world for its perversity? Every shinobi had been educated from childhood to murder. How could they possibly remain normal? Asuda's Adam's apple bobbed twice. The goofy grin from moments before had vanished without a trace, and he could not help but mutter a protest. Tsukimi, they are no longer a threat. Must we truly kill them all? AKA bit her lower lip, lightly, doubt knitting her brows. She spoke up in agreement. Why not seal them or bind them and take them back to Konohagakure for the intelligence division to handle? Facing their inner turmoil, Tsukimi's expression did not shift in the slightest. Take them back to Konohagakure. Tsukimi's icy voice shattered the final remnants of their hope. These 3 were adopted and trained by that Chunin since childhood. Though not indoctrinated death squad members, their minds had long been brainwashed and tamed. Setting aside the matter of leads we have already investigated, every crucial piece of information resides within that Chunin's mind. These 3 have lost their final value. Moreover, the journey back is far from short. Keeping them would be like carrying 3 live bombs liable to detonate at any moment. Tsukimi's piercing gaze locked onto both of them as he issued his warning in resolute tones. Remember this: from the moment they ambushed us, they became our enemies. Mercy toward our foes is cruelty toward our companions. Now carry out the order. Those final words brooked no further discussion. Asuda and AKA both shuddered, witnessing Tsukimi's cold demeanor, so unlike his usual gentleness. Recalling the enemy's merciless assault moments before, the last thread of hesitation in their hearts snapped completely. The shinobi world was simply this cruel. Asuda drew a deep breath, and the decisive resolve of a true shinobi flashed across his eyes. No longer hesitating, he gripped hate tightly, and a glint of cold steel sliced through the air. Squelch! The sound of a blade piercing through flesh announced the end of the first life. Asuda's body began to tremble, his stomach churning violently. The excitement, thrill, and novelty he had once fantasized about, of becoming renowned, had now shriveled into nothing but the crushing weight of killing. Boy, let's see if you can still smile. Beside him, AKA closed her eyes, first suppressing every ounce of reluctance within her heart, and followed suit, her kunai falling with practiced efficiency. A second life, then a third, each fading into eternal silence. This valley returned once more to deathly stillness. Asuda gazed blankly at the corpses, his eyes filled with discomfort and bewilderment. AKA's breathing quickened slightly, and she turned her head away, unwilling to look upon the scene. Tsukimi did not disturb their transformation. Becoming a shinobi was far from easy. No longer watching the 2 of them, Tsukimi turned his head, his gaze locking onto Kawada Genji by the campfire. The external threat had been eliminated. Now it was the turn of the internal concern. Tsukimi approached slowly, each footstep like a heavy hammer striking Kawada Genji's heart, causing his body to tremble even more violently. Cold sweat soaked him completely, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Mr. Kawada. Standing before Kawada Genji, Tsukimi leaned down slightly, to gaze at him, his calm voice carrying an extreme sense of pressure. Someone behind the scenes was willing to sacrifice an elite chunin just to seize what you carry. At this point, are you still determined to keep silent? Tsukimi leaned down slightly, his voice calm, yet radiating an extreme sense of oppression. Even among the 5 great shinobi villages, chunin were unquestionably the backbone force, and in some smaller villages a chunin could even rise to the highest ranks. Kawada Genji's teeth chattered as he desperately pleaded with Tsukimi incoherently, I am just an ordinary herb merchant. I truly have no idea what is going on. Shinobi-san, please believe me. An ordinary merchant? Yeah, right. This old man was clearly an active participant in this affair. Otherwise, he could have simply sought refuge at Kanehagakure instead of continuing to hide everything, which would only make sense if he wanted to die. Tsukimi let out a scornful chuckle, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His gentle voice sent shivers down Kawada Genji's spine. Mr. Kawada, do you know there is a rule in the Shinobi Code regarding mission execution? If circumstances beyond the mission's scope arise, the executing shinobi has the right to abandon the mission. In that case, if another ambush occurs on your way back, there will be no one left to protect you. His words, laced with a sinister smile, echoed in Kawada Genji's ears like a demon's whisper, shattering his last vestige of hope and completely breaking his spirit. Having traveled far and wide over the years, Kawada naturally knew of this rule. Based on what he had just witnessed, he harbored no doubt that the person before him would indeed abandon the mission, and that would mean certain death for him. Tsukimi was not making things up. Such a rule did indeed exist in the ninja manual. In the original tale, when Kakashi's team undertook their first C-rank mission, they encountered precisely this situation, whereby the executing shinobi could choose whether or not to abandon the mission, depending on circumstances. Tsukimi harbored not an ounce of goodwill toward this old man Kawada Genji, who had withheld information since the very beginning of the mission. Though rules forbade actions against the client, if this fellow continued refusing to tell the truth, Tsukimi would abandon the mission without the slightest hesitation. Kawada Genji finally released his hands that had been guarding his chest, and trembling retrieved an adult palm-sized pitch-black wooden box from inside his garment. Snatching the small wooden box, Tsukimi held it in his palm and examined it carefully under the firelight. Asuda and AKA also approached, their gaze falling upon it, their hearts filled with wariness and solemn gravity. Looks like they've finally made peace with it mentally. Tsukimi glanced at them dismissively and returned his attention to the wooden box before him. Its material was utterly ordinary, yet it felt surprisingly heavy in his hand. It was this mere small box that had drawn Death Squad ambushes. To prevent any accidents, Tsukimi summoned 2 shadow ninjas, instructing them to hold the wooden box and stand 5 meters away to open it. Then let me see exactly what lies within. The shadow ninja steadily opened the lid, and no anomalies appeared. Tsukimi stepped forward, took the open wooden box, and the 3 of them stood together by the campfire to examine it carefully. What? Is that all that's inside this box? Asuda scratched his head, his face full of confusion. AKA also spoke softly. Could there be a hidden compartment? Tsukimi ran his hands across the wooden box, testing it thoroughly, but found no place concealing anything. Well, this is troublesome indeed. The box was well sealed. As the lid fully opened, instead of the secret scrolls or hidden intelligence the 3 had imagined, a faint herbal fragrance slowly diffused from the wooden box. A layer of extremely fine cyan powder lay inside the wooden box, its color lustrous and moist. Even without testing it, the 3 could sense faint vitality from it. What the heck? Is this all that's in the box? Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help complaining. He had just experienced the cruelty of the ninja world for the first time, killed someone with his own hands for the first time, and barely managed to calm down. After all that trouble for half the night, it turned out to be just a bunch of medicinal powder. Kurenai also frowned, leaning forward to examine the powder in the box, carefully, her eyes full of confusion. This powder has high activity. It's no ordinary medicinal herb, but after all, it's just medicine. The 2 took turns examining and scrutinizing it repeatedly, but always found nothing. Among the 3, none were proficient in medical ninjutsu. Although the Nara family dealt in medicinal herbs, Tsukimi never got involved and wasn't good at identifying rare herbs. The active powder before them left the 3 completely baffled. The whole affair from beginning to end exuded a strange aura. Tsukimi gently stroked the wooden box in his hand, and doubt grew in his heart. Expending a Chunin suicide soldier and 3 domesticated elite genin, risking a midnight ambush and committing suicide immediately upon failure, just to snatch this powder. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be some trick hidden here that he hadn't seen. Although the 3 of them couldn't identify it, there was a big shot who had been hiding in the shadows watching silently, and it was just the right time to use him. Tsukimi slightly raised his head, his gaze toward the depths of the dense forest, and his tone returned to gentleness. Having watched the show for so long, aren't you ready to come out? Orochimaru-sensei. The moment Tsukimi finished speaking, even the wind in the forest seemed to halt. From the previously empty darkness a low laugh emerged, a cold hoarse voice tinged with amusement. He, Tsukimi-kun, is indeed perceptive. A white figure slowly emerged. Orochimaru's long hair fell over his shoulders, his golden snake eyes glinting coldly in the dim night. His narrow gaze swept over the three corpses and finally landed on the wooden box in Tsukimi's hand. From the moment the four enemies approached, he had been hiding in the shadows, quietly watching the entire night raid. The team's hesitation, killing, and transformation all fell into his eyes. But from beginning to end, he was like an uninvolved spectator with no intention of intervening, observing the growth of the three new generation ninjas. You three performed very well tonight. You can be considered qualified ninjas. Orochimaru walked over slowly, his eyes fixed on the small wooden box, and leaned down to examine the cyan powder closely. He pinched a tiny amount of powder, brought it under his nose to sniff, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. This is powder ground from chingrong grass. Orochimaru stated the origin of the powder in a calm tone. Chingrong grass is a unique medicinal herb of the Land of Fire growing in the southeastern mountains. It has strong activity capable of nourishing meridians and neutralizing medicinal properties. Orochimaru looked up, swept his gaze over the three, and said with a hint of mockery, Chingrong grass's yield is not too high, but not too low either, and there are other substitute herbs. Due to its properties, its market price is extremely high. Neither in the Land of Fire nor in Konoha is Chingrong grass considered a prohibited item. Orochimaru's explanation left Asuma and Kurenai completely bewildered, feeling only absurdity. Sensei, you mean this powder is just an expensive medicinal herb? Asuma's mouth twitched in utter disbelief. Just for this powder, the person behind it would go as far as sending a Chunin suicide soldier to ambush us. Kurenai nodded repeatedly, her confusion deepening. If it's just for this herb, they could buy it openly. If not, there are countless smuggling channels like the black market or merchant associations. Sending suicide soldiers to ambush is completely unreasonable. The more they analyzed, the more bizarre it seemed. Hep. A soft laugh drew their attention. They turned to look at Tsukimi, and Orochimaru also watched him with interest. Tsukimi rubbed the small wooden box with his fingers, a faint smile on his face. It is indeed quite interesting. It seems we might have stumbled upon a big matter. What is it, Tsukimi? Have you figured it out? Asuma asked eagerly. Kurenai also cast a questioning look. We have examined the small wooden box. There is no hidden compartment. What's inside is indeed chingrong grass powder. Kurenai is right. If it were just to obtain this kind of powder, there are many methods, whether through official channels or smuggling. Tsukimi affirmed Kurenai's statement, but it only made Asuma more confused. Then you mean they weren't after the powder? No, they were after the powder. Tsukimi denied it, then looked at Orochimaru. Sensei said this thing's yield is not low and there are other substitute herbs. Under these circumstances, they still chose to snatch the powder, revealing two problems. What problems? Tsukimi turned his gaze to the two and raised two fingers. First, they need a large amount of chingrong grass. Second, they are not using it normally. Chingrong grass is normally used to nourish meridians and neutralize medicinal properties. In normal circumstances, very little is needed, and there are even substitutes. If used normally, there are many ways to obtain it, no need for ambushes. Asuma and Kurenai's expressions immediately tightened. If Tsukimi's words were true, what exactly did the person behind want to do? Tsukimi-kun, what do you think they want to do? Orochimaru showed a hint of a smile, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Tsukimi averted his gaze, pretending not to see that. Chingrong grass has strong activity and originally has the effect of nourishing meridians. I'm afraid it's being used for live experiments. At this point, Tsukimi couldn't help glancing at Orochimaru. It was fortunate that this wasn't the Orochimaru who would later indulge in human experiments, and Danzo had been confined by Hiruzen Sarutobi, otherwise Tsukimi felt he could directly blame them. Live experiments. Asuma and Kurenai's expressions changed drastically. Clearly this answer was beyond their understanding. Yes, based on the effects of chingrong grass, it's most likely human experimentation. Kurenai suppressed her shock and asked, then who is behind it? It's easy to guess the person behind it. The only ones who could send elite Chunin suicide soldiers are the other four great nations. But we can first exclude the Land of Water. The remaining three are all suspects. Why? Asuma asked unconsciously, and then he received 3 looks of pity for an idiot. Tsukimi's forehead was covered in black lines. Could this guy have been hanging around Kenji too long and become slow-witted? Kurenai kindly provided the answer. Because the Land of Water is in the Eastern Sea. Running to the western Land of Rivers to snatch powder is not as good as directly purchasing from the origin. Cough cough. Realizing he had indeed asked a stupid question, Asuma's face flushed, and he pretended to cough twice. As for the remaining 3 great nations. At this point, Tsukimi turned to look at Kawada Genji. After handing over the small wooden box, the old man seemed to have had his bones pulled out, collapsing limply to the ground. Then we need to ask our client here. The three of them fixed their gazes on Kawada Genji, the flickering firelight casting shadows on his ghastly pale face, revealing his panic and guilt without a trace of concealment. Orochimaru stood not far behind, his golden slit pupils sweeping over the group. After dispelling the trio's doubts earlier, he had resumed his role as a bystander, intent on watching this intriguing yet immature deduction unfold to its end. Under the weight of their stares, Kawada's lips trembled, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Finally, unable to bear the psychological pressure, he began to speak in a faltering voice. I really don't know who the other party is. I started trading with them last October. The person I dealt with wore a mask the entire time. They offered an absurdly high price, asking me to collect green moss herb powder regularly and notify them to trade near the border of the Land of Fire, with the location changing each time. I was just doing it for the money. I had no idea which faction they belonged to. Asuma frowned. If it was just a normal transaction, why would they ambush and kill you? Exactly. You're merely an intermediary. If they wanted to procure the herbs, there was no reason to kill you. Kurenai nodded slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. This was the most contradictory part of the matter. The other party concealed their identity, offered high prices, and kept a low profile, clearly aiming to receive the goods smoothly. Yet tonight they sent assassins to kill Ruthless and Resolute, clearly intent on silencing him. Kawada Genji's face was on the verge of tears, shaking his head incessantly. I really don't know. I delivered on time, every time, never made a mistake. I can't figure out why they want to kill me. You. How many times have you traded? Was it always this amount? Kawada Genji was still frantically defending himself, looking utterly innocent, when Yu Jian's voice suddenly cut in. Hearing it, he instinctively answered, 5 times, always this amount. After answering, Kawada Genji realized what he had said. He looked up to see Yu Jian staring at him with a knowing smirk. You really never made a mistake. Mr. Kawada. The tone was unusually calm, yet it struck Kawada Genji. Is there something off with Mr. Kawada's words? Yu Jian chuckled softly, turned to Kurenai, and posed a question. We've just analyzed that the other party is conducting live experiments. So Kurenai, if you were the mastermind, under what circumstances would you kill the intermediary for the sake of the experiments? Upon hearing this, both Kurenai and Asuma fell into deep thought. 2 minutes later they exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously. There are only 2 possibilities. There are 3 possibilities. Huh. 3. Asuma scratched his head, having only managed to think of 2 after much deliberation. Ignoring Asuma's lack of insight, Yu Jian gestured with her chin for Kurenai to share her thoughts. If I were the mastermind with everything aimed at the live experiments, either the funds run out and the trade can't continue, or the experiments conclude, and to keep the secret I would eliminate everyone who knows about it. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Either they ran out of money, or the experiments ended, and they no longer needed the green moss herb powder, so the middleman was no longer necessary. Asuma nodded vigorously, indicating he had the same idea. Kurenai ignored him and continued to elaborate on the 3rd possibility, glancing at Kawada Genji as she spoke. There's another scenario. Someone tampered with the transaction. Then, regardless of the risk of information leakage, they couldn't let him live. If the 3 major nations of Wind, Earth, and Thunder are behind this, the funding issue can be ruled out. As for whether the experiments have ended, at this point Yu Jian turned to look at Orochimaru behind her. Sensei, based on your judgment, is the amount of these powders enough to sustain their live experiments until completion? Hell, live experiments are no simple matter. They often take years. What do you think? Orochimaru's hoarse voice drifted to the trio on the night breeze. Then the possibility of the experiments ending can also be ruled out. Only one possibility remains. Asuma said, It seems you've been dishonest, Mr. Kawada. Yu Jian's voice was unhurried as she slowly revealed the truth. Either you secretly skimmed some passed-off inferior goods as quality, or even double-crossed them, am I right? The moment the words fell, silence descended upon the dell. Asuma and Kurenai's eyes lit up. The contradictions and anomalies that had plagued them all finally connected. No wonder a simple herb trade had escalated into the current situation. The deepest secret of his heart laid bare, Kawada Genji could no longer maintain his facade. He collapsed onto the ground in utter dejection. After a long silence, he finally gritted his teeth and spilled the entire truth. It was my greed. Their offer was too high. So every time I traded, I secretly held back a portion of the green moss herb powder. I planned to accumulate a substantial amount and then sell it back to them. I even claimed that the quantity was limited and hard to procure, trying to pressure them into reducing the transaction amount while raising the price. I thought since they were buying in bulk and offering 3 times the market price, they wouldn't care. And even if they noticed, they couldn't do much to me. At this point, Kawada Genji's face was a mask of fear and regret. I kept thinking I'd get away with it. I started from the 2nd transaction. Wait, what made you think they couldn't do anything to you? Asuma interrupted Kawada Genji, asking in confusion. Because I checked. The people I traded with were all ordinary civilians, no shinobi. I thought they were just an underground merchant guild from the Land of Fire. How can you be sure? Kurenai pressed on. Seeing that the situation had already reached this point, Kawada Genji no longer held back. He answered everything like a spilled bag of beans. I once saved 2 rogue ninja. Later I took them in, and even bought ninjutsu for them on the black market at high prices. On the second trade, I brought one of them along to confirm on the spot. Kurenai looked at Eugene and spoke gravely. It seems the other party is very cautious. They even had ordinary people handle the transactions. Then why didn't you bring those 2 rogue ninja as guards this time? Asuma continued the interrogation. I did. I had been feeling uneasy lately. To be safe, I left one to guard the house, and brought the other Kazu along on the trip. At this point, Kawada Genji's voice suddenly rose. It was calm all the way until I reached Konoha. So I left Kazu outside, telling him to investigate in secret, while I issued an escort mission before setting out. A dual approach. Afraid that being too conspicuous would expose me, I only issued a C-rank mission. The further he spoke, the lower his voice sank. I underestimated them. I never saw Kazu along the way, and he left no signal. I knew he was gone. So the closer you got to the land of rivers, the more panicked you became. At last the truth surfaced. This clash between the great nation's hidden forces had been triggered by nothing more than a merchant's greed. Asuma found the whole thing absurd. For a moment he didn't know whether to be angry. Because of Kawada Genji's greed, a Chunin squad had been sent to kill them. Kurenai was also at a loss for words. All her doubts vanished, leaving only helplessness. Orochimaru, who had been watching from behind the entire time, narrowed his snake-like eyes, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Human greed, selfishness, and folly. As always, both amusing and pitiful. Eugene looked at Kawada Genji, trembling and repentant, with no trace of sympathy in her eyes. Why the hell are you so greedy? Go play ADC instead. Now one last question. Without paying further attention to Kawada Genji, Eugene turned to Kurenai and Asuma, raising a finger. The situation has escalated far beyond the scope of a C-rank mission. Do we still want to continue? The campfire slowly burned, occasionally bursting into tiny sparks that dissipated in the wind. Eugene's question made Asuma and Hong, who had just begun to relax, tense up again, their bodies stiffening as they contemplated whether to abandon the mission. My opinion is to terminate the mission. Asuma spoke first after a brief silence, his tone cautious and steady. Just a moment ago he was excited and agitated, but unexpectedly he could still stop himself. It seems the 2 years of training did have some effect. When it counts, he is a bit better than Dai 2. His intelligence is a bit low. Give him an intelligence 4. Asuma's gaze swept over the disheveled Chuan Tian, then returned to Eugene and Hong. Now the situation is out of control. Behind this ordinary medicine trade, the live experiments of the 3 great nations and the assassination of a Chunin have been unearthed. This is beyond our scope and belongs to a high-crisis classified incident. It was evident that although Asuma spoke of giving up, his expression held a hint of disappointment. Having encountered such a situation on his first C-rank mission, it was indeed a pity to abandon it outright. Our safest option now is to terminate the mission, preserve all clues, return to the village immediately, and report tonight's events in full, letting the village dispatch a scout team to take over the follow-up investigation. Asuma's judgment was precise and fully adhered to ninja rules. Under normal circumstances, when encountering unexpected changes beyond the ordinary, abandoning the mission was indeed the safest choice. However, Hong, who was usually reserved and steady, shook her head, her expression calm. She spoke out the drawbacks as soon as she opened her mouth. Abandoning is indeed a safe approach, but it also means giving up all leads. She swept her gaze over the silent forest around them and continued, the enemy's performance tonight proves that the secrecy level of this live experiment is very high, and the secrets and interests involved are likely considerable. If we retreat before the follow-up team arrives, Chuan Tian, the only living witness who has dealt with the other party, will be killed, and all traces and clues will probably be erased immediately. It will be impossible to investigate later. Hong looked at Eugene, her expression questioning. So the question now is, what is the purpose of their live experiment? Is it important enough to continue investigating? Asuma also realized. Yes, Eugene, what is the purpose of their live experiment? If it has nothing to do with our Mai, is there still a need to keep investigating? Eugene put his hands in his pockets, returning to his lazy demeanor. He snapped his right fingers, a gentle smile on his face. Good question. This indeed determines whether we should continue the mission. Most likely for war. As soon as he finished speaking, Asuma shuttered his eyes wide as he stared at Eugene, his voice stammering. What? War? Eugene, you're not joking, are you? Hong also asked, somewhat dazed. But wasn't the last war just over not long ago? Because the Second Shinobi World War was never truly over, it was merely paused. Even without having read the original work, one could roughly guess this. The resources in the ninja world were limited, and the ninjas did not engage in production. For each village to survive and develop, war was an inevitable option. The Second Shinobi World War had only ended a few years ago. Having never been on the battlefield, war was not unfamiliar to Asuma and the others, but it was not familiar either. Suddenly hearing news of war, they were all incredulous, the weight of the two words pressing down on their hearts. In this undercurrent era with the shadow of a great nation behind this incident, it is hard not to associate it with war. Yu Jian's gaze turned toward Qingshi town. Chuan Tian Yuanji's greed brought about the pursuit. To ensure no leaks, the enemy will surely strike again. That will be our opportunity to turn the tables. Yu Jian, you mean to use Chuan Tian Yuanji as bait to lure out the mastermind? Exactly. Yu Jian looked at Chuan Tian Yuanji, who had completely given up struggling. Moreover, given the enemy's meticulousness while pursuing Chuan Tian Yuanji, they have likely already sent people to his home. We need to investigate there as well, or perhaps we might find some clues. Asuma slowly exhaled, looking seriously at Yu Jian and Hong. You're right. If war is involved, this is indeed our opportunity. But Yu Jian, have you considered what we should do if we encounter a Jounin-level ambush? This time, even Yu Jian was speechless. Hong raised her right hand, pointing behind them. Asuma followed her gaze, and there stood Shiwan in a white robe under the tree. Didn't Shiwan-sensei say he wouldn't intervene? I forgot. Asuma's voice grew softer as he spoke. But I just praised you for reaching Intelligence 4, and now you've fallen back to Intelligence 3. Yu Jian glanced at Shiwan out of the corner of his eye. Although Snake-sama had begun researching immortality, he had not yet grown tired of the game of the Will of Fire in Mai. At this moment, he was not the future failed candidate for Hokage. He was still the one Yuan Fei Ri-Zhan deemed the most suitable candidate for the fourth Hokage. He had indeed said he would not intervene, but that was for a normal C-rank mission. Now that the nature and level of the mission had changed, if they truly encountered a Jounin, Shiwan would not stand idly by. As for opponents below the level of Jounin, Yu Jian himself was enough to handle them. The mission continues. Yu Jian's voice settled the matter as the team leader made the final decision. Since we've decided to continue the mission, should we adjust our tactics and travel through the night? Asuma quickly entered combat mode, his expression serious. Yes, you're right. Pack up now, we'll set off immediately. As before, I'll use the shadow reconnaissance to scout ahead, and you two will cover the left and right flanks and the rear. Keep an eye on this guy. Understood. After giving instructions to Hong and Asuma, Yu Jian summoned the Shadow Corps once more, and they silently dispersed, beginning to carefully scout the path ahead. After doing this, his gaze fell back on Chuan Tian Yuanji, and his tone turned icy. Mr. Chuan Tian, remember your current position. Don't think about playing any tricks. If you dare to hide something or make a move, what awaits you is being left to fend for yourself. Each word of warning struck Chuan Tian Yuanji's heart, sending a chill straight to his head. He scrambled to his feet, nodding repeatedly, bowing incessantly, his face filled with fear and submission. I remember. I will absolutely obey and follow all the arrangements of you, Ninja-sama. Having heard Yu Jian's analysis from beginning to end, Chuan Tian Yuanji was already completely shattered by fear upon learning the truth behind the scenes. Even being used as bait, he dared not refuse, nor did he harbor any wishful thinking. He only begged the Mai team before him to protect his life. The night wind dispersed the last wisps of the campfire, and darkness once again enveloped this mountain hollow. The team had finished packing. After tossing about for most of the night, they no longer lingered and set off again toward Qingshi town. The mountain forest at night was unnaturally quiet, as if the ambush moments ago had been nothing but a dream. Yet everyone knew that beneath the calm surface, surging waves were about to rise. The three-man squad with Kawada Genji in tow drove the carriage toward Qingshi town under the cover of night. Inside the carriage, Kawada Genji kept his head lowered, his face tense, not daring to make the slightest move. After last night's ambush and interrogation, he knew all too well that he was the bait on the fishhook, trapped in a dead end in every direction. His only path to survival lay in the hands of the Konoha shinobi before him. Tsukimi's Shadow Corps wove through the forest, spreading out across the 2 kilometers ahead to probe for any unusual movement. They traveled swiftly, and by the time full daylight broke, the silhouette of a town finally came into view. Qingshi town at last. As the distribution hub for medicinal herbs in the eastern land of rivers, Qingshi town was already bustling. A river ran straight through the town, its banks lined with unbroken rows of medicine shops and warehouses stacked with herbs. The thick scent of medicinal herbs intertwined with the clamor of the marketplace, and through the haze people could already be seen coming and going. When the four reached the dense woods outside Qingshi town, Tsukimi raised a hand to halt the squad. Stop! A faint glimmer flickered in Tsukimi's eyes. Through the shared field of vision with the surrounding Shadow Corps, he confirmed that no one was lurking or watching nearby. Only then did he withdraw the shadows. Next, Kawada Genji goes back alone. As the words fell, Kurenai and Asuma were briefly taken aback, somewhat baffled, but they still waited patiently for Tsukimi to elaborate. Kawada Genji will show himself alone. The 3 of us will hide and follow. Do not reveal our presence. A smile hung on Tsukimi's face, but his eyes were exceptionally calm as he slowly shared his reasoning. First, let's make one thing clear: Kawada Genji from start to finish has never come into contact with the core secrets. He was only responsible for receiving the goods and delivering them on time. During the transactions, the other side also sent ordinary people. He has no idea who is behind it all or where the experiment site is. Kurenai's eyes lit up, instantly catching Tsukimi's train of thought. In other words, he isn't a key witness they must silence. Exactly. Hold on. If Kawada isn't a key witness, then why did they send death warriors to kill him last night? Asuma quickly waved his hand to interrupt them, looking utterly confused. Wait, how did I suddenly lose the thread? Which part went wrong? I was there the whole time too. Ignoring Asuma, Tsukimi analyzed in a composed tone. The reason is simply that Kawada repeatedly withheld the medicinal powder, raised his price on the spot, and held the supply in a stranglehold, crossing their bottom line. This time Kawada deliberately brought guards and put out an escort mission, so the other side sent Shunin to kill him. Their goal from the very beginning was not to silence him for the sake of secrecy, because this old wretch had never known the secret in the first place. They also sent death warriors precisely so that while attacking Kawada, no one could be captured alive to expose their true secrets. Kurenai added from the side. Oh, now I understand. Asuma's face lit up with sudden realization. Now for the key part, Tsukimi said, withdrawing his gaze. Under normal circumstances, when a Genin squad is ambushed by Chunin death warriors and discovers that a major nation is involved, they would immediately abort the mission and return to report. If we carry on with the original plan today, even pretending to retreat would let them guess that we're setting a trap. In that case, Kawada wouldn't be worth the risk. By now Asuma had caught up with the reasoning and his knitted brow relaxed. By then they would simply abandon Kawada and never show themselves again. Kurenai's expression turned sharp. So we must vanish completely, making them think we've abandoned the mission and withdrawn. Only then will they act again, to finally dispose of this greedy merchant who has been ruining their plans. Exactly. The fish we're after is the routine purge they'll carry out once they've confirmed it's safe. Tsukimi looked at Kawada Genji with an easy expression, took out the mission scroll, and said mildly, let's complete the mission handover first. Kawada shuddered, then nodded hastily and vigorously, not daring to defy him in the slightest. This was his only way to buy himself a glimmer of survival. He signed the mission scroll, and the C-rank escort mission was officially complete. Remember, Tsukimi said, putting away the scroll and giving his final instruction, when you go back you must look flustered and terrified. Let them know we've already abandoned you. Understood, Mr. Kawada's current look requires no acting at all. He just needs to let out what he's feeling inside. Asuma chuckled, teasing from the side. Kawada gave an awkward response. With the help of the three, his outer garment was torn and disheveled, stained with grass and dirt from the woods. His hair, a tangled mess, scratches left on his exposed skin, and his eyes bloodshot. Kawada Genji took a deep breath, and in his bedraggled state staggered alone toward Qingshi town. Split up, change positions, keep your distance, and tail him secretly. Only after Kawada left the woods did Tsukimi issue the low command. Okay. Asuma and Kurenai acknowledged at once. Using the transformation technique and suppressing their chakra signatures, they kept far behind Kawada Genji in a triangular formation. Passers-by stole a quick glance at the disheveled man, merely taking him for a merchant robbed on the road. No one paid him much attention. A short while later, Kawada Genji crossed half the town and arrived at a detached two-story residence. With its grand gate and large compound, it was a typical wealthy merchant's estate in town. Kawada took out a key, stepped forward, and opened the courtyard gate. The instant he entered, the silence of the yard made his body stiffen and his face turn pale. Too quiet. He hurried into the back courtyard where the sealed storehouse for his herb stock stood. But when he flung open the door, the sight inside made his legs go weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. The entire storehouse was bare. Not only had the green velvet grass he had stockpiled been carried off, but every other medicinal herb was gone without a trace. Kawada Genji refused to accept it. He rushed into the other rooms as well, then emerged a few minutes later looking dazed. All the transaction records, ledgers, and letters he had stored had vanished. Even the rogue ninja left behind at the house to guard the herbs was nowhere to be found. The entire estate looked as though someone had swept it clean, leaving not a single clue behind. The three hidden in the shadows took in the entire scene. Asuma's tone was heavy. Tsukimi, you guessed right. They really did move at the same time. Kurenai also spoke softly. The rogue ninja left behind is missing. Most likely he has already met with misfortune. While sending people to kill Kawada Genji, the other side had simultaneously cleaned out his estate. All the medicinal powder Kawada had withheld along with his own herbs had been packed up and carried away. Every trace had been erased. If they had chosen to abandon the mission and retreat last night, Kawada Genji's life would probably already be lost by now, and this lead would have been severed for good. Tsukimi's gaze fell on Kawada. The empty courtyard before him was exactly what he had expected. They came here to retrieve the withheld powder, but their people haven't left yet. Now that we've laid the bait, we just have to see when they take it. Asuma, you go, master your back. What happened to you? Before Tsukimi could assign the three of them their tasks, a voice abruptly came from outside the main gate. Tsukimi and the other two immediately looked over. Kawada Genji also raised his head. An elderly man of about 50 carrying a large sack of groceries hurried inside. Kawada Genji's eyes lit up at the sight of the old man. He quickened his steps, urgency flashing in his gaze, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Fuji, I must ask you, during my absence did you come over every day to prepare meals? Fuji was momentarily taken aback before replying honestly. Yes, my lord. I come each day to attend to Lord Kumo's 3 meals. Then when you left last night, did you notice anything unusual at the storage warehouse? And where is Lord Kumo? Where is he? Fuji set down the bag of ingredients he was carrying, confusion creasing his face. When I departed last night, there was nothing amiss at the storage area. Lord Kumo remained on duty in the rear courtyard. Those 2 simple sentences struck Kawada like a heavy hammer to the chest, draining the color from his face as a chill crept up his spine. Hidden in the shadows, the trio of Tsukimi exchanged glances, the answer forming in their minds. The enemy was indeed operating on 2 fronts, deploying assassins in the mountain forest, while simultaneously infiltrating this location to confiscate the medicine powder and ledger records. Noticing Kawada Genji's desolate state and ashen complexion, Fuji couldn't help but offer words of comfort. My lord, did you encounter bandits on your way back? Wealth can be reacquired. Oh, what matters is that you're unharmed. By the way, where is Lord Katsu? Weren't you both traveling together? And what of Lord Kumo? I'll prepare a proper meal shortly. Gather yourselves and find some peace of mind. Kawada Genji was lost in thought, having neither the energy nor the desire to explain matters to the household's veteran cook, and simply nodded mechanically. Seeing this, Fuji kept quiet and carried the provisions toward the western kitchen. Observing this, Tsukimi lowered her voice and quickly assigned tasks to her companions. Asama, accompany me as we search this residence for any remaining clues. Kurenai, check the kitchen to determine whether that cook has been subjected to genjutsu, and inspect the provisions while you're there. We reconvene here in half an hour. Maintain discretion and do not reveal our positions. Understood. Both responded, and the 3 immediately set about their duties. Tsukimi and Asama silently scaled into the courtyard and conducted an exhaustive search of every room. The storage shed, side chambers, garden areas, examining everything from cracks in the floorboards to window frames, sparing even the artificial rockery in the rear garden. Regrettably, the entire estate had been meticulously cleaned with no trace left behind, and the guard ninja, named Kumo, had vanished completely, without so much as a single drop of blood. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai circled around to the narrow alley behind the kitchen and carefully observed Fuji through a partially open wooden window. She focused her mind, channeling her chakra to sense the elderly chef's entire body methodically. Fuji's movements while cooking were fluid and natural, his expression entirely at ease, his eyes clear, without the vacant stare that characterizes Genjutsu control, and no foreign chakra could be detected within his body. There was absolutely no indication he had been subjected to illusion techniques. Kurenai then directed her attention to the various foodstuffs, discerning their scents one by one, and employing chakra to detect whether any toxins had been introduced. All the provisions were in perfect condition, with no signs of tampering. Having confirmed everything was safe, Kurenai retraced her steps back to the squad's original concealment point to rejoin her companions. I've completed my inspection. The elderly cook shows no signs of genjutsu, and all the provisions he brought are unblemished. He appears to be nothing more than an ordinary cook. Asama let out a sigh upon hearing this. Tsukimi and I thoroughly searched the entire interior of the residence, but found nothing. The enemy was too meticulous, leaving behind no traces whatsoever. Standing within the shadows, Tsukimi watched the cooking smoke rising from the courtyard, an uneasy feeling stirring deep within. Something was deeply wrong. 12 degrees of wrong, though he couldn't yet pinpoint exactly what. Since we're detecting no abnormalities for now, we'll maintain our positions and wait for them to come to us. Asama, take the western side of the courtyard. Kurenai, position yourself behind the residence. We'll form 3 separate ambush points, and I'll deploy the shadow units as well. Shortly after, Fuji finished preparing lunch and carried the meal into the main hall. Kawada Genji ate hastily, his body and spirit utterly exhausted, then retreated upstairs to rest in his bedroom. After clearing the dishes, Fuji also slipped into the resting room beside the kitchen for a brief nap. As noon arrived, the whole of Kingston Town gradually settled into tranquility, and the streets emptied out significantly. Tsukimi and her 2 companions continued to spread out around the residence, remaining vigilant for any sign of movement, while awaiting the emergence of those pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Hundreds of meters away from the estate, hidden within the shadows of a rooftop, unnoticed by anyone, a solitary figure stood watching. Orochimaru's long black hair cascaded over his shoulders as his serpent-like eyes fixed calmly upon the merchant's mansion below, a faintly amused smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Setting bait and waiting for prey to walk into the trap. An interesting strategy, reasonably sound though regrettably still so immature. His raspy whisper dissolved into the wind, going entirely unnoticed. True killing intent never strikes with loud fanfare. Time drifted slowly onward, the sun gradually shifting westward until afternoon had arrived, yet the enemies Tsukimi anticipated never materialized. The shadow unit deployed throughout Kingston Town offered no updates, and the entire estate seemed to have fallen into an oppressive silence. The protracted vigilance intensified the unease coiling in Tsukimi's chest. Something's wrong. His expression shifted sharply as he sprang to his feet, shedding his former lethargy in an instant. The enemy was clearly executing a pincer movement, ambushing along the route, while simultaneously infiltrating the estate to seize the medicinal powder. By all reasoning, they wouldn't ignore Kawada Genji returning alone to Kingston Town, yet hours had slipped by from morning into afternoon with no sign of them, which defied all logic. Asama Kurenai, follow me now. To the second-floor bedroom. No longer concerned with concealment, Tsukimi called out loudly as he coated his feet with chakra and bounded along the courtyard wall toward the second-story corridor. A violent kick sent the bedroom door crashing open. The half-drawn curtains cast the room into dimness. Kawada Genji lay supine on the bed, eyes wide open, his complexion twisted into an eerie greenish-gray hue, limbs splayed lifelessly, breath long gone. There were no visible wounds on his body, no signs of a struggle within the room. Tsukimi narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. They had positioned themselves around the estate, and he had even deployed the shadow unit, yet the enemy hadn't sent a single ninja for a surprise attack. They'd simply poisoned him through his lunch. The bait had been cut loose from the hook. Looking at Chuan Tian Yuanji's wide-open eyes, Shi Rihong's pupils contracted, her heart suddenly sinking, and she instinctively clenched her hands. She had just inspected Teng Ji and all the ingredients, confirming that Teng Ji was not under Genjutsu control and the food was not poisoned. Yet now Chuan Tian Yuanji had still died from poison. With the three of them stationed outside, no outsider could have entered. The only person with the opportunity to poison was the old chef. I'm sorry, it was my insufficient investigation. Hong's voice trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. The mission entrusted to her by her teammates had failed due to her oversight, and a wave of self-blame instantly engulfed her heart. My investigation was too rough. I think Teng Ji must have tampered with the cooking process and secretly poisoned the food. Asuma's body tensed, and his expression turned grave as he spoke. In this courtyard, from start to finish, only he was cooking. Chuan Tian Yuanji died from poison, so it must be him. We cannot let him go. The two exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a consensus, and immediately turned to head to the restroom to restrain Teng Ji. Yu Jian remained standing still, the sense of dissonance in his heart not only not disappearing, but growing stronger, causing him to frown. Something is still off? Let's go to the restroom first. Though still harboring doubts, Yu Jian didn't hesitate. Teng Ji was the chef here, regardless, they needed to find him first. The three wasted no time rushing out of the bedroom and heading to the restroom next to the kitchen. The wooden door was ajar, and with a gentle push from Yu Jian it swung open. The room was somewhat cramped and dimly lit. The old chef Teng Ji was peacefully reclining on a lounge chair, eyes closed, body relaxed, as if taking a nap. But as they approached, the three froze instantly. Teng Ji's face was also pale, limbs dangling, and his breathing had ceased. There were no signs of struggle in the room, identical to the scene in the second-floor bedroom. He had died without any warning. Hong stood frozen, her previous self-blame turning into immense confusion. Chuan Tian Yuanji was dead, and so was the chef. If Teng Ji was the murderer, why had he also been poisoned? If Teng Ji was innocent, where did the lethal poison come from? Indeed, Teng Ji is not the murderer. Yu Jian's voice reminded the two of them, but it brought an even greater doubt. Hong turned to him and asked in confusion, if not Teng Ji, then how did the culprit administer the poison? Asuma also followed up, his tone anxious. Now both people in the mansion have died from poison, and all clues are cut off. What should we do? Yu Jian stood beside the bodies, rapidly reviewing all the details in his mind. From last night to this morning, from cleaning to lunch and the vanished enemy. All the fragments of detail began to connect. I understand. Yu Jian's eyes sharpened instantly as he grasped the key to the matter. He immediately turned and dashed toward the kitchen, with the other two quickly following. At the kitchen corner, the bowls and chopsticks used during lunch had already been cleaned by Teng Ji and neatly stacked in the cabinet, their surfaces gleaming without a trace of stain. They looked like perfectly normal tableware. Yu Jian reached out and took out all the bowls and plates. No traces of Genjutsu, not the chef's doing, and not a problem with the ingredients. Then it must be the tableware. Yu Jian gestured, and Hong immediately understood. She took out the toxin reagent she carried and dripped it onto each piece of tableware. This was a reagent produced by the My Medical Department, specifically designed to detect hidden toxins. The three held their breath and watched intently. The originally spotless surface of the tableware upon contact with the reagent emitted a fleeting green glow that could easily be missed. It really is poisoned, Asuma exclaimed. Now he realized that from start to finish Hong's investigation scope had only covered people and ingredients. Everyone had overlooked the clean tableware. They had been looking in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, the residue is too little. Hong shook her head in resignation. We can only confirm that there is an unknown toxin on the tableware, but we cannot determine its type or mechanism of action. The only thing we can be sure of is that plain water cannot remove the toxin, otherwise Chuan Tian and Tingji wouldn't have died. Asuma said in a deep voice, the culprit must have come last night to retrieve the powder, erased all traces and clues, and finally smeared poison on the tableware before completely withdrawing. Because water couldn't remove it, even though Tingji washed the tableware before the meal, both of them still died from poison. From start to finish, the culprit never showed their face. Yu Jian had wanted to fish, but instead the other side had easily taken the bait. None of us three understand poisons. Yu Jian made a prompt decision. We must find someone to examine them. He lightly raised a finger, and two dark figures emerged from the shadows carrying the bodies of Chuan Tian and Tingji. At the same time, the shadow corps scattered in Qingshi town immediately mobilized and located to Shiwan. Moments later, a white figure descended from the rooftop and walked slowly into the kitchen. Shiwan-sensei, please help us identify this poison. Seeing the situation, Shiwan wore a faint smile, as if he had anticipated this. He crouched down to examine the two corpses, then picked up the poisoned tableware, continuously probing the residual traces with chakra. He even wiped a finger on it and tasted it. EW. At this sight, Yu Jian and the other two shuddered in unison. A few minutes later, Shiwan put down the tableware, his narrow golden vertical pupils fixed on the three, and stated the result with certainty. This is a very obscure poison. Based solely on the residues on the corpses and tableware, I cannot draw a definitive conclusion. I need to extract samples and analyze them with precision instruments. Understood, then we'll take everything. After receiving the definite answer, Yu Jian didn't hesitate. He took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch, infused it with his chakra, and sealed the bodies of Chuan Tian, Yuan Ji, and Ting Ji along with the toxin-contaminated tableware inside. After stowing the scroll, Yu Jian looked at the solemn expressions of Hong and Asuma and regained a light-hearted tone. Hey, you two, don't look so down. Our escort mission is already complete. This is just an additional investigation task. Even if it fails, don't be discouraged. Besides, it's not without gains. Look, after this mission, Asuma has grown a brain, hasn't he? As soon as the teasing words were spoken, Asuma, who had been solemn a moment ago, immediately darkened his face and rolled his eyes. You bastard, Yu Jian, I'm not stupid, okay? Do you take me for die too? Isn't that the case? Yu Jian looked at Asuma with a surprised expression. His intelligence of 2 and 4 was no joke. Seeing Asuma clenching his fists with an indignant expression, Hong couldn't help but laugh, and the tense atmosphere eased a bit. All right, Yu Jian put away his joking expression. The residual evidence here has been sealed. This matter ends here. Let's prepare to head back to the village. Yuejian set aside his playful demeanor, realizing there was no time to waste. Yet he did not rush to leave immediately, as the proper handling of the two corpses before him required careful consideration. The two bodies were crucial clues to tracing the mastermind behind the scenes. However, if these individuals had surviving relatives or friends, taking them away without notice would likely stir up trouble, something Yuejian himself could not bring himself to do. Only after confirming that the two had no living relatives could he take the bodies back to Konoha for processing without any hesitation. Having made up his mind, Yuejian instructed Kurenai and Asuma to conduct a thorough re-examination of the scene while he went out to quickly gather information around the residents. The old chef Fuji, having no wife or children, lived alone in Qingshi town. Kawada Genji, who frequently traveled for business, had only hired genin as companions and likewise had no surviving relatives. Both men were without any ties or obligations. After obtaining accurate information, the last shred of concern in Yuejian's heart dissipated completely. Returning to the residence, he met with Kurenai and the others. After confirming that no traces or clues remained at the scene, the four of them finally set off on their journey back to the village. This return trip was vastly different from the outward journey. On the way there, the team had been escorting a mission force to match the pace of the horse-drawn carriage, taking 4 days to reach Qingshi town. Now that the mission was over, they needed to hurry back to the village to report. The team of 4 traveled at full speed, encountering no further incidents along the way. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, they spotted from afar the statues of the past Hokages. Worn out from the journey, the 4 arrived at the entrance of Konoha. Yuejian took out the mission scroll and passed the verification and registration of the gate guards. Without pausing, they headed straight for the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, a pipe in hand, quietly listening to Yuejian's orderly report. Yuejian recounted the entire experience from the initial meeting with the client to discovering the anomalies, the ambush by the Chunin, the smuggling operation, the plan to set a trap, and finally being outmaneuvered by the other side. He also shared his conjectures about the mastermind behind it all. Asuma and Kurenai supplemented the details of their respective tasks, and even Orochimaru, in a rare moment of engagement, explained that the toxin was extremely rare and required laboratory analysis. After completing the full report, Yuejian took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch, stepped forward, and placed it on the desk. Inside were sealed the bodies of Kawada Fuji and the rogue Chunin, along with the poisoned utensils. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly set down his pipe, weighed the sealing scroll in his hand, then looked up at Yuejian, a hint of examination in his tone. Yuejian, where do you think we should begin the investigation? Yuejian pondered for a moment, raised 2 fingers, and gave his answer. There are 2 directions. First, trace the source of this toxin. Second, investigate all sales channels of Qingrong grass within the Land of Fire. Oh, why conduct a broad investigation of all Qingrong grass channels? Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with keen interest. Based on my judgment, the mastermind likely acquired Qingrong grass through more than one channel. How do you know that? Asuma, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask in confusion. If the opponent is truly conducting live experiments, they would need a large quantity of Qingrong grass. Relying solely on a single merchant like Kawada Genji would be insufficient to sustain a long-term supply. Moreover, if Kawada Genji were indeed the only channel, the opponent would not have killed him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, his gaze filled with approval as he looked at Yuejian. You're right. This is indeed a line of investigation, he remarked softly. I never expected a routine C-rank escort mission to lead to so many developments. The mission's difficulty has long surpassed the C-rank category. His eyes swept over the 3 genin before him, his tone growing serious. Faced with covert assassinations and a series of schemes from the enemy, you remained calm under pressure, preserved crucial evidence, and handled the situation with great thoroughness. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then delivered the final verdict. By decree, the C-rank escort mission of Team Orochimaru is hereby upgraded to a B-ranked special reconnaissance mission. All compensation will be issued according to B-rank standards. Yes, thank you, Lord Hokage. Yuejian, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai bowed in unison, accepting the order. After giving them his instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are the most knowledgeable about poisons. From now on, you will coordinate and follow up on the laboratory analysis at the medical department. Yes, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. The group took their leave, exiting the Hokage's office. All right, take the next few days to rest well. With those words, Orochimaru's figure flickered and vanished. Yuejian, Asuma, and Kurenai descended the stairs and arrived at the mission hall on the 1st floor. The afternoon mission hall was still bustling with activity, shinobi coming and going in a lively yet orderly manner. As Yuejian, Asuma, and Kurenai stepped out of the stairwell, their eyes swept across the hall and landed on Minato's team, who had just come to submit a mission. Minato Namikaze stood tall in his jonin vest, his demeanor gentle and composed. Beside him were 3 familiar figures. Kakashi still wore his listless fish-like eyes. The Konoha ghost smiled warmly, and Obito looked brimming with pride, having just finished submitting a mission, quietly bickering with Kakashi. What a gathering of talent. Unable to contain himself, Asuma spoke first. Having just completed a B-rank mission, he couldn't resist showing off in front of Obito. Well, if it isn't Obito. While we were away from the village, I hope you weren't still stuck doing D-rank missions, were you? The 4 members of Team Minato turned their heads in unison, their gazes falling on Yuejian, Asuma, and Kurenai. Obito's eyes lit up, and he dashed over, slapping Yuejian on the shoulder with a familiar tone. Yuejian, you're finally back? I've had no one to spar with these past few days. Then he turned to Asuma, a look of defiance on his face. And Asuma, I'll have you know that starting tomorrow, I'll be taking on C-rank missions. Just you wait. Lin smiled gently, her voice warm with concern. Was the mission successful? You look like you ran into some trouble. Kurenai nodded lightly, a soft smile playing on her lips, the relaxed air of one returning home. Everything's resolved, no major issues. Kakashi's gaze settled on Yuejian, his tone flat, but carrying a hint of regret. We're also heading out on a C-rank mission tomorrow. It seems we won't have a chance to spar anytime soon. No worries, there's plenty of time ahead. Yuejian gave a casual reply to Kakashi, then turned his attention to Minato. Minato's face bore a warm smile, his tone easygoing. We just finished a D-rank mission. Didn't expect to run into you all returning. Just as Yuejian was about to respond, Obito suddenly raised his voice, his face a mask of disbelief. What? You're saying you completed a B-rank mission? How is that even possible? Obito, hearing Asuma's words, looked at him with suspicion. Then he turned to Kurenai and Yuejian, who both nodded. His spirit visibly deflated, and he muttered under his breath. This can't be. How is this possible? How does Asuma get to do a B-rank mission? Asuma patted Obito on the shoulder, a delighted laugh escaping him. Huh. You have to admit the gap between us, Obito. Cienasai used a taunt on Siener. Yuejian stretched lazily beside them and extended an invitation to Minato. After all these days of hard work, I'm planning to treat everyone to some grilled meat. Minato-senpai, would you like to join? Minato waved his hand apologetically. Sorry, Yuejin, I have other matters to attend to. I won't interrupt your gathering. Minato said a brief farewell and left. The six of them, Yueji and Asuma, Kurenai, Obito, Lin, and Kakashi, walked together chatting and laughing, heading toward the Akimichi Yakiniku restaurant. After the conclusion of the mission in Aoshi Town, Konohagakure exhibited two completely different states. The village remained peaceful and orderly on the surface, with everything proceeding smoothly, but the village's high-ranking officials maintained a state of tension, not daring to let their guard down. After Yuejin and his team submitted all the clues from the mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately initiated a three-pronged investigation. On one front, the medical department was responsible for repeatedly extracting and analyzing the corpses of Kawada and Fuji, as well as the toxin-contaminated tableware, comparing the medicinal properties to determine the source of the poison. On another front, elite Umbu members were dispatched to conduct a thorough sweep of all trading channels and supply chains of Qingrong grass within the Land of Fire, screening for suspicious individuals. Finally, the body of the suicide Chunin was handed over to the intelligence division in an attempt to extract information through brain examination. Unfortunately, that Chunin was a suicide soldier trained by the enemy in the Land of Rivers, and his superior always wore a special mask during contact. In the end, no valuable intelligence was obtained. After days of continuous chemical analysis and meticulous investigation, by the dusk of the fourth day, both the medical department and the Umbu achieved a critical breakthrough simultaneously on their respective leads. The medical department, in collaboration with Orochimaru, successfully identified the core structure and unique characteristics of the poison. The Umbu team uncovered a transit node after the initial transactions within the Land of Fire. The Qingrong grass was scattered and then mostly concentrated through this node, confirming that some force was secretly purchasing it behind the scenes. These two top-secret intelligence reports arrived simultaneously and were placed on the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the documents, took out his pipe, lit it slowly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and tapped his right hand lightly on the desk a few times. Summoned the two advisors. Yes. Shortly after, Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu arrived together and immediately noticed the documents on the desk upon entering. Third Hokage, you called us. Have the two leads yielded results? Take a look first. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the intelligence to the two of them. Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu took the reports and examined them word by word. After they finished reading, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again, his expression somewhat grave. According to the Umbu's report, since last year, the Qingrong grass circulating within the Land of Fire has ultimately flowed to a certain mysterious force. Mitokado Hamura adjusted his glasses and said seriously, such a large-scale purchase of medicinal herbs indicates that Nara Yuejin's earlier speculation is essentially correct. There is indeed the involvement of other great nations. Ordinary forces could never accomplish this. What do you plan to do, third Hokage? Udatain Koharu put down the documents and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. First, hold our position. We must not, third Hokage. Udatain Koharu immediately stepped forward, her tone somewhat urgent. If other great nations are truly involved, holding our position now will put us at a disadvantage. Don't be anxious, Koharu. Mitokado Hamura reached out and held her arms, soothing her. Calm down. I roughly understand the third Hokage's consideration. Are you waiting for news from the medical department? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, the smoke obscuring his face. Exactly. Once the medical department infers the source and origin of that toxin based on its properties, we will strike accordingly. If we act rashly now and fail to catch any leads, and the medical department has no news, we will fall into the worst possible situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's analysis left the two advisors in silence, carefully weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, they nodded in agreement with his idea. All right, then we'll hold for now and wait for news from the medical department. During these days, while the Konoha higher-ups were busy, Yuejin did not indulge in leisure or relaxation. He took out the second Hokage's research materials on in-release chakra, which were compensation from Sarutobi Hiruzen after Danzo's failed ambush. However, after receiving them, team assignments and missions followed one after another, leaving him no time to study. Now, during his break, he could finally settle down and delve into them. The essence of Susanoo is the materialization of chakra, a point that has been clearly explained in the original source. However, the Uchiha clan, these powerhouses, rely on the Mangekyo Sharingan as a special converter, using their ocular power to directly manifest a giant mecha. For outsiders to create Susanoo, three conditions must be met. First, powerful chakra. Without a vast amount of chakra, manifesting Susanoo is a pipe dream. Second, a profound understanding of chakra materialization. Third, exceptional chakra controllability, so that one can combine the first two to shape the massive chakra. Due to the awakening of the Tala mask, Yuejin's spirit and body have been continuously strengthening, and his chakra volume has been increasing daily. Before graduation, he already possessed chakra equivalent to one Kakashi. The recently unlocked Thornblade group, the ability to solidify shadows, and the training of Rasengan have also given him a deeper understanding of chakra's shape transformation and advanced materialization. Sitting on the veranda of the backyard, Yuejian opened the second Hokage's research materials. The further he read, the more peculiar his expression became. In these materials, the beginning analyzed the universal principles of in release chakra, which seemed quite normal. But as he flipped through, Yuejian found the content shifting. The latter half was almost entirely devoted to the study of the Uchiha clan. Yuejian twitched his mouth. He could only say, as expected of you, Senju Tobarama, always studying the Uchiha in your spare time. That inherently evil white-haired old man. However, this worked in Yuejian's favor. In the materials, Tobarama had also conducted in-depth research on Susanoo, many points coinciding with Yuejian's own analysis, saving him a lot of trial and error. 5 days later, Yuejian stood in the courtyard, clearing his mind of all distractions, ready to attempt manifesting Susanoo for the first time. Yuejian formed the ram seal with both hands, extracted a large amount of in-release chakra, and then focused all his mind and chakra on his right hand. With his current chakra volume of 1 Kakashi, it was a pipe dream to directly manifest a full Susanoo, or a giant-sized one. Therefore, he planned to proceed step by step, starting with a single part and manifesting a human-sized Susanoo. As long as he could get the underlying code to work, he could complete it directly once his chakra volume increased later. The ability granted by the Thornblade group allowed Yuejian to precisely control the flow of every thread of chakra, continuously compressing the chakra density, tightly adhering and pressing the chakra onto the surface of his right hand. The process was not smooth. From the palm to the knuckles, he needed to compress and solidify centimeter by centimeter. For each extension, dozens of repetitions of solidification and calibration were required to ensure that the hardness, density, and stability of every part of the chakra were completely uniform, leaving no flaws. Yuejian repeatedly adjusted, compressed, and solidified. After countless attempts, the in-release chakra attached to his right hand finally set completely fully solidified into a physical state, forming the most basic prototype of Susanoo. Yuejian raised his right hand, turning it over and stretching it carefully, observing the black chakra glove on his hand. It was entirely pitch black, perfectly conforming to the contour of his palm, with a cold, gleaming luster flowing over its surface. Excellent. The Gundam project has successfully taken its first step. In the following days, Konoha maintained an outward calm while remaining vigilant internally. Yuejian's life was monotonous and disciplined. Ever since he successfully materialized chakra on his right hand and condensed a partial Susanoo, he had spent every day training and refining in the courtyard. Relying on the precise manipulation talent of the ninja core and the research materials of the second Hokage, Yuejian progressed step by step, repeating the tedious process of chakra compression and shaping, constantly calibrating and solidifying it. Within just a few days, his training progress steadily advanced. The black chakra that initially could only cover his palm extended upward, now fully enveloping his entire right arm. Its surface gleamed with a cold luster, pure in-release chakra, greatly enhancing both offense and defense. Early that morning, Asuma and Kurenai arrived together. After the previous mission, they had rested at home, and only today did they come together, planning to train with Yuejian. Moi. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, their gazes locked onto Yuejian's right arm. Yuejian, your arm. Are you training some new jutsu? Asuma strode forward, his eyes fixed on Yuejian's right arm. He even reached out and gently touched it, feeling an icy coolness through his fingertips. Is this chakra? How did you do it? Yurigi Kurenai furrowed her brows, astonishment filling her eyes. Having studied Genjutsu under her father since childhood, she was well acquainted with in-release chakra. Recently, she had even learned a sensory jutsu from her father, allowing her to discern the intricate energy structure of this armor, which only deepened her amazement. Just an attempt at chakra shaping. Yuejian retracted the chakra, and the black armor on his right arm vanished instantly. He didn't elaborate on the Susanoo, and Asuma and Kurenai didn't press further. Yuejian, you guy? With that look, have you been training non-stop these days? Asuma folded his arms, a skeptical expression on his face. What do you think? Yuejian stretched lazily, reverting to his usual indolent demeanor, and shot him a disdainful glance. You haven't been resting at home all this time, have you? No way. Can anyone at this age really afford to slack off? How? How could that be? I've been training hard in fire release at home. His cover-blown Asuma's face flushed with embarrassment, and his speech became halting. Seeing his expression, Yuejian knew the guy had probably been indulging himself, and he gave him a knowing smirk. Oh really? I hope so, or else next time we train together you'll be sitting at the same table as Obito. Asuma's face reddened further, but he still stubbornly retorted. Impossible. How could I ever be on the same level as Obito? That dead last. I could beat him with one hand tied behind my back. Young man, best not to tempt fate. As they were joking, a figure abruptly appeared in the courtyard. An ANBU ninja wearing an animal mask exuded a cold and murderous aura. His voice flat, he delivered the order. Nara Uejin Saratobi Asuma Yurigi Kurenai. The Hokage summons you. Proceed to the Hokage building immediately. Hearing this, Uejin understood in his heart. The investigation by the higher-ups must have yielded results. Understood. We'll go at once. The ANBU vanished in a flash. Uejin and the others also set off immediately, heading to the Hokage building. They hastened all the way, reached the Hokage's office, and pushed open the door. The atmosphere inside was somewhat heavy. Saratobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu were also present, all wearing solemn expressions. Orochimaru stood to one side. When the three entered, the two advisors fixed their gazes on Uejin, scrutinizing him silently. They had heard much about him before, but this was their first time seeing him in person. Saratobi Hiruzen looked up at the trio, wasting no time on pleasantries, and directly stated the situation. I called you here because the investigation into the Qingshi Town mission has concluded. At these words, Asuma and Kurenai straightened their expressions, listening intently. The medical department, in collaboration with Orochimaru, has completed the analysis of the toxin and, based on its characteristics, traced its origin. Saratobi Hiruzen spoke gravely, his tone steady. This toxin originates from a unique poisonous herb found deep in the mountains of southwestern Kawa no Kuni. It was refined through a special process to create this mysterious poison. Thus it can be confirmed that even if the mastermind is not a local force of Kawa no Kuni, they must have been entrenched within that country for a long time, likely leaving traces of poison production there. Mitokado Hamura interjected at the right moment. Based on the intelligence gathered by the ANBU over several days, we have decided to dispatch a special squad to the deep mountains of southwestern Kawa no Kuni to search for the herb's origin and any possible evidence of poison production. At this, Saratobi Hiruzen first turned to Orochimaru. This investigation mission will be assigned to your squad, Orochimaru. Then he turned back to Uejin and the others, instructing, prepare immediately. Head to southwestern Kawa no Kuni, trace the source of the poisonous herb, and find clues about the force behind this. The mission rank is B. You must be careful. B rank. Hearing this, Asuma's eyes lit up, a look of elation spreading across his face. He secretly gloated. This arrangement by the old man perfectly suited his tastes. That dead last Obito would never catch up even if he had 10 more years. He decided. Next time I go home, I'll argue with the old man a little less. Seeing Asuma's goofy grin, Uejin and Kurenai's mouths twitched, and they silently stepped back a pace. Truly a rich man's dim-witted son. Saratobi Hiruzen also stared at Asuma with a dark line on his forehead, beginning to wonder if he had made a wrong decision. Even with Orochimaru leading, could this foolish boy really complete a B-rank mission? Understood, sensei. Orochimaru paid no attention to their little antics. He took the mission scroll from the desk, then turned and led Uejin, Asuma, and Kurenai out. Watching them leave, Uchiha Koharu looked at Saratobi Hiruzen with a hint of doubt. Third Hokage entrusting such an important mission to a genin squad. Is it a bit? Saratobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, his expression relaxing, and waved his hand lightly. It's fine. You know Uejin's strength. He killed 3 root Chunin on his own. His ability is at least elite Chunin, perhaps even special Jonin. Asuma and Kurenai are also close to Chunin level. With Orochimaru leading them, their combat effectiveness is no less than that of elite Jonin-led squads. At this explanation, Uchiha Koharu nodded, her doubts gradually dissipating. Saratobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to the window and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. He hoped they would come back with something. The 4 of them walked out of the Hokage building, and a gentle breeze swept by, dispelling some of the heavy atmosphere they had carried out from the office. I didn't expect we'd get to take on a B-rank mission directly. It seems our strength has been recognized. Asuma, the moment he stepped out, started gloating gleefully, radiating an almost crystalline idiocy. That was the simple-minded Asuma for you. He actually thought a B-rank mission would be that easy, didn't he? Tsukimi watched him with an amused expression. Kurenai had been frowning ever since leaving the office, and now she glanced at Asuma before speaking in a soft voice. Better not get carried away, Asuma. According to the medical division's intelligence, that special toxin comes from the deep mountains in the southwest of the land of rivers. It is made from a poisonous herb unique to the region, refined with special methods. At that, her gaze turned even more somber, and in a grave tone she revealed the most chilling detail. If they really have been entrenched in the land of rivers for a long time, if they are still there right now, that means during our last mission at Qingshi Town, we might have been right under their eyes the whole time. These words made Asuma's face stiffen. Slow on the uptake, he finally realized what it meant. The smugness drained away and cold sweat soaked his back as an uncontrollable dread welled up in his heart. You mean back then in Qingshi Town they were watching that compound the whole time? Understand. Tsukimi glanced at Asuma out of the corner of his eye and patted him on the shoulder. A B-rank mission means there's a high chance you'll run into enemy shinobi and be drawn into real combat. Besides, we may have to go deep into enemy territory. If you don't straighten out your attitude, you might not make it back. The earlier mission at Qingshi Town had made Asuma let down his guard a little, but now reminded by Tsukimi, he finally put away the disdain in his heart. The real reason was that Tsukimi genuinely feared this kid might die out there. Ahem. I understand. Asuma coughed a couple of times to ease the awkwardness, indicating that he had understood. Kurenai let out a long breath and continued reasoning along the thread of clues. The land of rivers lies between the land of wind and the land of fire. There is no hidden village there, so local forces most likely wouldn't be able to pull off such meticulous planning. The enemy is skilled at making poison, and the southwest of the land of rivers is close to the land of wind. Could Sunagakure be behind this? Sunagakure had always excelled at puppetry and poison making. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sunagakure's poisons had given Konoha's shinobi no end of trouble. It was only after Tsunade was transferred to the Sunagakure front that Granny Chiyo's poisons were finally neutralized. Looking at it that way, Sunagakure did indeed match. Asuma nodded in agreement. Seems like Sunagakure is indeed the most likely suspect. Seeing that the two seemed to have tacitly settled on Sunagakure as the mastermind, Tsukimi spoke in a lazy drawl, pointing out the loophole in their reasoning. We can't determine that it's Sunagakure just yet. Don't forget Awagakure and Kumogakure. Choosing the southwest of the land of rivers as the poison-making site might simply be a frame-up against Sunagakure. Without hard evidence, Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Kumogakure are all under suspicion. There's too little information right now. All this speculation is nothing but empty talk. Tsukimi delivered the final conclusion. Only after we reach the deep mountains in the southwest of the land of rivers and find traces of their poison-making can we make an accurate judgment. Orochimaru, standing up ahead, turned his head slightly, and a glimmer of approval flashed through his narrow serpentine eyes. Nara Tsukimi's prudence was greater than that of many chunin who had been carrying out missions for years, and Orochimaru found it deeply impressive. In the shinobi world, geniuses were everywhere, yet those who actually managed to grow were extremely rare. In the end, it all came down to lacking this very mindset. Tsukimi is right. Orochimaru's raspy voice rang out, setting the tone for the mission. When the clues are unclear, jumping to conclusions will only lead you into error. The core objective of this mission is to track down their poison-making stronghold first. Tracing the force behind the scenes comes second. He paused and swept his gaze over the three. Having defined the tone and core of the mission, Orochimaru said no more and issued the final operational orders. Everyone return now and pack your gear. The deep mountains in the southwest of the land of rivers are rife with miasma and insects, so remember to bring medical supplies. Assemble at Konoha's main gate in 1 hour. We leave for the land of rivers. As his words fell, the three immediately scattered and headed back to their lodgings. Tsukimi returned to his own residence to prepare his gear for departure. Ninja tools, explosive tags, and medical supplies. Everything was fully packed. So the Land of Rivers mission is being handed to you. Shikaku's voice came from behind him. Tsukimi was not surprised. After all, Shikaku was Konoha's foremost strategist. Without even lifting his head, he continued packing. At the very least, this is a B-rank mission. Don't let your guard down. Shikaku said with a gentle smile, offering a reminder. If you have something to say, just say it. Tsukimi stopped what he was doing and looked at him with some exasperation. You're treating me like Asuma, aren't you? Fine, then I won't beat around the bush. The medical division's intelligence shows that the special toxin comes from the deep mountains in the southwest of the land of rivers. Have you ever considered one problem? Shikaku stopped joking, though he still wore a languid air. What problem? If that rare toxin appeared for the first time on the battlefield, how effective would it be? Tsukimi paused, lost in brief thought, then spoke slowly after a moment. You mean the leak of this poison might not have been intended by the higher-ups behind the scenes? Shikaku smiled faintly and nodded. If the person behind all this really is a major nation, then once they discovered this rare toxin, the best way to use it would be on the battlefield, where it could cause tremendous trouble for the enemy, not to murder Kawada Genji with it. Thanks to Shikaku's reminder, Tsukimi understood. You mean this might have been used on their own initiative by lower-ranking members of the organization behind it? Exactly. If that's really the case, you'd better be prepared to find nothing. Once the enemy knows the toxin's intelligence has been leaked, they will definitely retreat at once. Shikaku spread his hands, looking at Tsukimi with amusement in his eyes. But there's also a chance they'll reveal a flaw while retreating in a hurry, isn't there? At that, Shikaku's expression turned serious, and he spoke with a grave warning. You're right, but precisely because of that you must be even more careful. They might leave traps behind. I understand. Tsukimi nodded. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Nara Tsukimi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai arrived at the village entrance on time to assemble. Orochimaru stood at the village entrance, having already completed the mission registration. Seeing the three had all arrived, he waved. Let's go. The four of them stepped out of Konoha's gates, heading toward the land of rivers where undercurrents were surging. To avoid the risk of exposing their movements by crossing the hinterland of Chuanji country, Damoin ultimately finalized the most secure route for their journey. The squad abandoned the conventional border roads diverting to the southeastern frontier of Huaji country. Following the narrow band of primeval forest, they evaded potential spies and infiltrated Chuanji country in secrecy. The deep mountains in the southwest of Chuanji country were perpetually shrouded in gloom. The further they ventured inward, the colder and more damp the surroundings became. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sunlight, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation, while swarms of insects darted through the forest. Yuejian maintained an outwardly relaxed demeanor, appearing carefree, yet his shadow-black troopers had already been dispersed to constantly scout the terrain ahead. Asuma shed his initial restlessness and set aside his underlying contempt, his gaze vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Hong periodically activated her sensory ninjutsu, remaining thoroughly alert throughout the journey. After 2 days of rapid marching, the four finally entered the core region of the deep mountains in southwestern Chuanji country. According to the medical division's findings, that particular venomous herb only grows within these deep mountains, which means the drug manufacturing base must also lie within this area. Damowin halted his steps, his serpent-like eyes sweeping across the vast forest as a hoarse voice began assigning tasks. Divide and search systematically. Maintain proper spacing, raise an alarm immediately upon detecting anomalies, and under no circumstances delve alone or tamper with anything. Understood. The three scattered in response, fanning out to conduct a meticulous search. A quarter hour later, Hong was the first to detect an anomaly. Locking onto a valley before them, she raised her hand to signal. Something feels off about this area. The group quickly converged, carefully examining the surrounding environment. They soon spotted a clue and proceeded together into the valley. The valley before them was encircled by mountains on all sides, forming a natural barrier. Its concealed terrain made it highly suitable as a stronghold, and traces of human manipulation were evident in the surroundings. The soil here had been recently turned over. Compared to the hard, compacted earth of the periphery, this ground was noticeably more moist and loose, and even the weeds and fallen leaves on the surface appeared unnaturally orderly. Yuejian crouched down, pressing his right palm against the ground. It seems this area was cleared by someone. There are clear traces of large-scale earth release techniques. Asuma looked around the desolate valley. It was utterly empty and dreadfully silent, leaving no extraneous traces. At first glance, it differed from the surrounding wilderness in no way. This clean. Asuma frowned. It appears the enemy withdrew with extreme thoroughness, having wiped away every trace they possibly could. Then it proves they did not flee in haste. Yuejian stood back up, organizing his thoughts. After Chuantian Yuanji died from poisoning, and that unique toxin was exposed, the enemy likely began their withdrawal immediately. Continue exploring this valley. Unfazed, Damowin scanned the surrounding dense forest, gave the three a quick instruction, and then made his way toward the rear of the valley. Where did Master Damowin go? Asuma asked, genuinely curious. Yuejian glanced at his mentor's retreating figure. For a serpent like him, this environment was nothing short of paradise. To find the venomous herbs, he replied dismissively, then turned to face Hong and Asuma. Stay focused. Keep looking for clues. The trio dispersed once more to search. Asuma stared at the turned-over soil, an inexplicable irritation bubbling up. He had been warned beforehand to exercise caution, and he himself had set aside his arrogance and prepared thoroughly. He had eagerly anticipated a major breakthrough, yet here they were finding nothing but this. He had fully geared up for a decisive confrontation, only to be met with a scrubbed, empty lot. As he advanced while searching, a surge of impatience flared in his chest, and he delivered a fierce kick to the nearby brush. The layered weeds were scattered by his kick. The turned soil was exceedingly loose, and the force of his foot sent a swath of grass flying along with several clumps of dirt. Asuma's glance drifted over the brush, and his expression instantly froze. Amid the soil crevices within the weeds, a gleam of cold, hard metallic luster had unexpectedly surfaced. He immediately crouched before the patch, painstakingly clearing away the surrounding weeds and soil. As the debris was removed, a fragmented metal shard roughly the size of an adult's palm, with twisted and deformed edges, was fully revealed. Asuma held the shard in his hand, examining it closely. The metal was exceptionally dense, definitely not ordinary iron, and appeared to originate from some form of ninja tool. Its pitted surface suggested it had been forcibly destroyed. Yuejian, Hong, come here quick. Take a look at this. Asuma held the metal shard high in his right hand, waving it vigorously as he loudly called out to his two teammates. Yuejian and Hong approached, their gazes instantly locking onto the fragment in his hand. Asuma passed it to them, then broke into a broad, smug grin as he looked at his companions. Looks like my luck isn't so bad after all. I actually found a clue. One would never have guessed that Asuma would ever have a day of such sheer luck. Alright, I'll record a meritorious deed for you when we return. Yuejian offered a perfunctory reply, took the fragment, and studied it intently. His fingers traced the residual patterns on the metal's surface, a flicker of contemplation flashing in his eyes. With a subtle wave of his left hand, several shadow black ninja emerged from the shadows and turned toward the rear of the valley. Was this damage deliberately inflicted by the enemy, or did a battle once rage here? Yuejin, what's your take? Asuma suppressed his smugness, his expression turning serious as he asked. I'll observe while standing, Yuejin replied offhand. Without even lifting his head, Yuejin casually uttered those 4 words, leaving Asuma momentarily stunned, while Hong chuckled softly nearby. After studying it for a while longer, Yuejin failed to uncover any useful leads. He looked up at Asuma and Hong and shrugged. I can't determine the origin of this shard, yet, so what insight could I possibly have? Where exactly did you find this? Right there in that patch of weeds. Asuma pointed a thumb over his shoulder. The 3 stepped forward together and thoroughly scoured the brush, but they failed to find a second fragment. Widen the search area and keep looking. Be more meticulous this time. The trio began expanding their sweep outward from the weed patch. This time they searched with extreme care, constantly using their kunai to turn over the soil and brush. While the 3 were searching, Damawin had also struck patered at the rear of the valley. The peculiar venomous herbs grew in dense clusters, their stems bearing clear signs of deliberate harvesting. Damawin withdrew professional equipment from his sealing scroll and carefully collected several specimens. After securely sealing the herbs, several shadow black ninja crossed the valley and appeared before him. It seems my students have found something as well. Damawin wore a sinister smile, extending his tongue to lick his lips. He rose and began hurrying back to the valley's center. From a distance, he could already see his 3 students diligently digging through the brush. The entire valley was meticulously searched by the 3 of them. Even the fine debris buried deep underground was dug up. There's more here. Here's another fragment. Moments later, the 3 of them found 4 metal fragments in succession. Some were only the size of a fingernail, severely damaged, while others were relatively intact, though their edges were twisted and deformed. Hong carefully gathered the fragments, preventing them from knocking against each other and wearing away the patterns. She began attempting to piece them together. Although she couldn't fully restore the original shape, she could roughly discern its outline. It seemed to be some kind of sealed metal container. These are fragments from the same container. It should have been violently destroyed and then deliberately buried underground. Hong made a soft judgment. Just then footsteps sounded from behind them. Orochimaru, having properly handled the poisonous plant samples, had returned. His golden vertical pupils swept over the metal fragments in Hong's hand, and he paused in his steps. Master! The 3 of them turned simultaneously. Hong handed over the metal fragments in her hand and told him about their discovery. After expanding our search, we found several more fragments. They appear to be the remains of some kind of container. Orochimaru extended his right hand, took the 2 largest fragments, and gazed at them. Although most of the surface had been corroded, a few faint patterns still remained. He was quite knowledgeable about the forging techniques of various lands in the ninja world. After a few seconds of observation, he recognized the origin of the patterns. They bore a distinct lightning attribute forging texture. These fragments should be from Kumogakure. His hoarse voice echoed in the valley, delivering the conclusion. As soon as the words fell, Asuma's pupils contracted, and he was full of questions. How could it be Kumogakure? From the very beginning of the mission, his primary suspect had been Sunagakure, which bordered the land of rivers and was skilled in poison making. Kumogakure had never been the top suspect. Hong's eyes were also filled with doubt. Don't you think it's strange? Kumogakure specializes in lightning release and taijutsu, and rarely involves poison development. What would be the point of crossing half the ninja world to secretly produce poison in the deep mountains of the land of rivers, which is within Sunagakure's sphere of influence? Asuma's intelligence briefly kicked in, and this place is right next to the border of the land of wind. If the matter were exposed, everyone would immediately suspect Sunagakure. Whether in terms of territorial habits or geographical location, Kumogakure doesn't fit. This looks like a frame-up. We still can't jump to conclusions. Even though the container is from Kumogakure, that doesn't mean the executor is also from Kumogakure. Private transactions, spoils of war, or even forgeries are all possible. Tsukimi remained calm, his wariness already at its peak. Too deliberate. Even someone with Asuma's intelligence could see that the other party had cleaned up the traces, flawlessly destroying all clues, yet deliberately left behind these fragments bearing Kumogakure's markings. This was more like an elaborate scheme. From the moment Kawada Genji died, the other party had anticipated that someone would trace it here. They deliberately left Kumogakure's tools to frame Kumogakure and divert the investigators' attention. While Tsukimi was pondering, in the field of vision of the shadow cores scattered around, a sudden anomaly appeared. 6 unfamiliar figures were quietly converging toward the center of the valley from the dense forests on all sides. Someone is approaching. Their formation coordination is very skilled, likely an elite squad. Tsukimi issued a warning. Hong's expression changed, and she immediately formed hand seals to perform a sensory ninjutsu, her eyes scanning the surrounding forest sharply. There are 6 chakra reactions. From the intensity, there are 2 jonin and 4 chunin. Asuma instantly interrupted his train of thought, mobilized his chakra, and slightly lowered his body into a combat-ready stance, his gaze fixed on the edge of the forest. Orochimaru wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. His slightly narrowed vertical pupils concealed a trace of coldness as he calmly waited for the other party to appear. On Tsukimi's side, through the shared vision of the Shadow Core, he also clearly saw the attire of the 6 people. They were not the Kumogakure ninja they had suspected. White headbands wrapped around their heads, and their forehead protectors bore a clear hourglass pattern. Sunagakure. The wind in the valley suddenly tightened. The 6 figures gradually approached, and in an instant they burst out of the forest and stood at the valley's exit. The 2 jonin flanked the sides with 4 chunin spread out beside them. The 6 moved with disciplined training, encircling Tsukimi and the others in the valley. The leading Sunagakure jonin on the left had sharp eyes. He swept his gaze over the freshly turned ground in the valley and fixed his sight on the metal fragments in Hong's hand. He didn't recognize the origin of the object, but in this core area where poisonous plants grew, the presence of signs of human activity, coupled with Konoha ninja holding suspicious fragments, was itself the greatest suspicion. Without further hesitation, his expression grew serious, and his voice carried the cold hardness honed by years of wind and sand. He spoke in a businesslike tone. Konoha ninja, this is the core production area of poisonous plants in the land of rivers. It is now under the jurisdiction of Sunagakure. Hand over the metal fragments you are holding immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, Asuma couldn't hold back. He stepped forward, used his little finger to pick his ear, and looked at the other party with disdain. This is the territory of the land of rivers. Since when does Sunagakure have the final say? Why should we hand over the clues we found? Because you eat more sand. Unexpectedly, Asuma was quite good at taunting people. It made Tsukimi and Hong unable to help, but burst out laughing. The Sunagakure ninjas' faces instantly turned ugly. The 2 jonin emanated killing intent, pressing it toward Asuma. Asuma was intimidated by the killing intent of the 2 jonin, momentarily frozen in place, his breath even becoming labored. Tsukimi quickly summoned a shadow ninja, grabbed Asuma by the back of the neck, and dragged him back. Ryugatsukaki. The 2 jonin, upon seeing the appearance of the Shadow Core, showed a flicker of surprise in their eyes, then spoke again with murderous intent in their voices. Kid, watch your mouth. The intelligence about the new type of toxin leakage was first reported to Sunagakure. We have priority investigation rights. Hand over the clues immediately. As the words fell, the 4 Sunagakure chunin immediately adjusted their positions, lowered their centers of gravity, and assumed defensive stances. The message was clear. The 2 sides in the valley were instantly locked in a standoff. They seemed to be just carrying out a normal mission. Hong gathered the fragments in her hand, her inner doubts growing stronger, and she spoke in a low voice. That's exactly why it's suspicious. The clues we've found so far point to Kumogakure, yet Sunagakure appears coincidentally. Tsukimi chuckled lightly, a hint of playfulness in his smile. Either Sunagakure is using the Kumogakure traces and the investigation as a pretext to shift blame, or Sunagakure itself is being used as a pawn. Asuma, having recovered from the killing intent, pointed his thumb at the Sunagakure ninja and said, a pawn? You mean these sand-eaters have been fooled? Still taunting, huh? Sunagakure will kill you sooner or later. Tsukimi was about to begin his analysis when the younger of the 2 jonin across from them, having glanced at Orochimaru's face several times, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Wait, you are the cold-hearted snake of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood behind his golden vertical pupils, scanning the Sunagakure ninja opposite. Even though he had been recognized, his expression remained that indifferent, playful look. Trouble. The 2 jonin across from them felt their hearts sink, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. The moment they recognized Orochimaru, the 2 Sand Village jonin felt their hearts plummet to the depths. During the Second Shinobi War, Lord Lung's renown had already shone brilliantly. They had merely been ordered to investigate a new toxin in the land of rivers, and possessed neither the resolve nor the strength to confront Orochimaru head-on. Yet at this moment their advance and retreat were no longer in their own hands. We had just found the clues when you arrived right on our heels. Your timing is remarkably opportune. Orochimaru walked slowly toward the group, his golden slit pupils locking onto the 2 jonin. The killing intent in his gaze sent chills down their spines. The lead jonin forcefully suppressed the panic and fear within him, a trace of ferocity flashing across his eyes. Orochimaru had already set his heart on their deaths. He knew that prolonging the fight would seal their fate. They must finish this quickly, seize the clues, and scatter to retreat for any chance of survival. Prepare for battle. A low command erupted suddenly. Years of team coordination kicked in instantly. As 6 they hesitated not a moment and swiftly finalized their tactical assignments. Sari Sakaz and Kuzugusa, join me to hold Orochimaru in check. The rest of you deal with those 3 brats. Once you secure the fragments, retreat immediately. No sooner had the orders been given than the 2 jonin surged forward together, while 2 chunin followed instantaneously. The 4 formed a formation that surrounded Orochimaru at their core, leaving the remaining 2 chunin to charge straight towards Tsukimi and her companions. To the lead Jonin's mind, Tsukimi and the other two were nothing but 3 green recruits, at most 3 elite Genin. Sending 2 Chunin against them was a guaranteed victory with no room for complications. With those instructions dispensed, he turned his full attention to Orochimaru before him. His hands moved through seals with blistering speed as wind release chakra churned violently within his chest cavity. Wind release, great flailing tail. Waves of air coalesced into a tempest that devoured the entire valley in an instant. The gale crashed forward, relentlessly reducing weeds and rubble alike to fine dust in a heartbeat. The other Jonin withdrew a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unrolled it before his eyes. After completing a series of hand seals, a cloud of white mist descended, and from it emerged 2 silver-gray puppets landing soundly. The puppets' joints teemed with mechanical apertures clicking as their articulated limbs locked into place upon impact. Long razor-sharp blades extended from their palms laced with lethal poison, while dense needle ports along their spines opened in unison, revealing countless concealed assassinating darts. The Sand Jonin manipulated his hands in continuous motion, guiding the pair of puppets with chakra threads at his fingertips as they skimmed along the ground from opposite flanks. Launching their assault from the left, one puppet lunged straight for Orochimaru's face, while the other swept low to target his lower body. Even surrounded, Orochimaru remained unfazed, completing his hand seals the instant wind blades rained down around him. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A massive sphere of flame erupted from his maw, scorching waves consuming the sky ahead and obliterating countless wind blades in an instant. Click-clack-click. The puppet's poisoned blade hovered mere inches from his throat, yet Orochimaru's neck muscles rippled as his modified supple frame contorted to evade the lethal strike at the narrowest margin. Simultaneously, a shadowy tendril shot forth from his sleeve, sinking its fangs into the puppet's joint mechanism. Crack! The joint snapped clean off, leaving half the puppet's frame collapsed onto the ground. The Chunin on the right advanced behind cover of the wind-released turbulence, his blade wreathed in wind chakra, slashing downward in a furious arc. From the second puppet's back, needle ports erupted, unleashing a storm of poisoned projectiles aimed at Orochimaru's lower body. Meeting the dual assault from above and below, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with disdain as he leaned back with fluid grace, sidestepping the descending blow. His right leg coiled with power before driving a devastating kick straight into the Chunin's chest. Thud! A heavy impact echoed as the Chunin was sent flying by the sheer force. The ground beneath exploded open, and a colossal serpent burst forth, intercepting every poisoned dart, while its massive coils blocked the puppet's remaining strikes. Hidden snake hands. Orochimaru pivoted and raised his arm, which dissolved into a swarm of serpents that shattered the last Chunin's small puppet to pieces. In mere breaths, the 4 sand ninja unleashed relentless assaults, surrounding Orochimaru with every ounce of their strength. What appeared to be an unbroken chain of attacks completely suppressing him was in truth entirely futility. Every strike missed, each moment manipulated like a puppeteer toying with strings. Meanwhile, on the other flank, the 2 remaining Chunin advanced on either side toward Tsukimi and her companions. Finally, this is going to be fun. Asuma's fighting spirit surged. He had been unnerved earlier by the killing intent of those 2 Jonin, a loss of face he now intended to reclaim against these Chunin. Brandishing his kunai-dulled sword Fly Swallow, he stepped forward to engage one of the Chunin head-on. Kurenai, let's take this one down together. Though Asuma could appear simple-minded in daily life, he never faltered when it mattered most. He wouldn't recklessly face a Chunin alone the way Obito might have. This was a solid matchup favoring the wiser combatant. No complaints there. Understood. Yuhi Kurenai moved gracefully to his side, her silhouette light, as she flanked Asuma, in perfect coordination to hold the Chunin in check. The final Chunin eyed Tsukimi, standing motionless, contempt flashing in his gaze. Among the 4 present, she radiated the weakest chakra signature. She must be the easiest target to break through. Without hesitation, he wove hand seals rapidly. Wind release, flailing tail. A roaring gale swept forth directly toward Tsukimi. He sought to eliminate her swiftly before turning to support his comrades. Tsukimi's languid posture remained unchanged as shadow energy coalesced beneath her feet. What? Where did she go? The Chunin's pupils contracted in shock. He hadn't expected such a young shinobi to move at such velocities and frantically scan the area for Tsukimi, but found nothing but empty space within his vision. What are you looking at? Her voice came from behind him. His body went rigid, cold sweat instantly soaking through his back. Thwip! A shadowy blade pierced straight through his chest. Tsukimi gave him no chance to react. In the span of those few words, she drove her shadow-condensed longsword through his body. Before he could even cry out, his consciousness shattered. The entire exchange took less than 2 seconds. 4 mid to low-ranking ninja high-speed opponents were simply insurmountable. They lacked both the reaction time and the means to counter such velocity. Just consider Minato Namikaze during the Third Shinobi War. His Flying Thunder God technique, made him an unstoppable force, one that lower-ranked ninja could only flee from. He was quite literally a Jonin Reaper. On the other side, the Sand Chunin engaged with Asuma, and Kurenai caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, the horrifying sight of his comrade being instantly dispatched by Tsukimi. Every hair on his body stood on end, icy dread flooding his chest, and his previously ferocious attacks became noticeably sluggish. A Genin had just killed an actual Sand Chunin in an instant. Was this even reasonable? Exploiting the opening created by his shock, Kurenai wove hand seals and unleashed a Genjutsu, successfully subduing him. Seizing the moment, Asuma channeled wind release chakra into his sword Fly Swallow, which flashed like cold moonlight as it sliced across the opponent's throat. A second Sand Chunin fell dead. At the main engagement, the four Sand Elites continued their relentless assault against Orochimaru. With the battle concluded, Tsukimi silently slipped behind the Sand Ninja positions, preparing to exploit the chaos and turn the tide. Yu-Jin paused in the shadows, using the Shadow Core's shared vision to fix his gaze on the lurking Sunagakure shinobi. The ninja had suppressed his chakra signature to an extremely low level, slipping past Kurenai's sensing jutsu. Were it not for the unique nature of Yu-Jin's Shadow Core, no one in the valley would have realized that another observer lurked in the dense forest. After observing for a time, Yu-Jin noticed that the hidden Suna shinobi, even as 6 Suna ninja, fell one after another in the valley. He never once moved to help. He simply knelt on one knee, palm pressed to the ground, maintaining his sensing jutsu as he silently recorded the entire battle. What was this? An imposter disguised as a Suna ninja? A flicker of thought passed through Yu-Jin's eyes. This man had been lurking in the dark all along. There seemed no reason for him to be a fake. Could it be an internal factional struggle? If so, then this squad sent to investigate the toxin had been set up by someone. Very likely someone within Sunagakure itself. These 6 had become sacrificial pawns in a factional conflict. TSK. These political schemers have hearts black as pitch. Once he understood the situation, Yu-Jin hesitated no further. Further probing was pointless. The most urgent task now was to end the battle and capture a live prisoner for interrogation. Shadow energy gathered beneath his feet. In the next instant, the Mantis squad's flash step erupted, and Yu-Jin's figure became a blur as he charged at the leading Suna Jonin in the valley. At that moment, the 4 Suna ninja had all their focus on Orochimaru. They did everything in their power, using wind-release puppet arts and swordsmanship in turn, doing their best to keep him occupied, leaving their backs completely exposed. Only when that bone-chilling killing intent drew close did the leading Jonin, relying on instincts honed through years of deadly combat, sense the lethal threat behind him. Not good. The piercing cold made every hair on his body stand on end. He forced himself to turn desperately, trying to marshal all his chakra for defense. But Yu-Jin's attack came too fast. The leading Jonin was ultimately a step too slow. With a flash of cold light, a long blade condensed entirely from shadow came slashing down. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out clearly. The leading Jonin used the last of his strength to barely dodge a fatal strike to the chest, but his entire right arm was severed by the blade. Blood sprayed, and the severed arm flew through the air. Intense pain instantly swept through his body. The leading Jonin staggered and was sent reeling backward, his chakra thrown into complete disarray and most of his combat strength lost. No wonder everyone loves playing the backstabber. It works like a charm. The sudden sneak attack from behind left the remaining 3 Suna ninja feeling as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Orochimaru, who had been toying with them, let the amused smile fade from his face, replaced by icy killing intent. There was no longer any point in dragging things out. It's over. His hoarse voice drifted through the wind. Orochimaru no longer held back. His hands flashed through hand seals, and a dense horde of snakes burst from beneath the earth, entangling the puppeteer, Chunin, who was too slow to dodge. Hidden shadow snake hands shot through the air, pierced the sword-wielding Chunin's defenses, and killed him in an instant. The remaining puppet master Jonin fled in panic, but he could not escape the overwhelming tide of snakes. Every path of retreat was sealed off. A massive serpent slowly coiled around him and crushed him to death. In the span of a few breaths, 3 Sunagakure elites had all fallen. The clamorous battlefield fell silent once more, leaving only bloodstains and broken puppet fragments scattered across the ground. In the valley, the one-armed leading Jonin was filled with pain and despair. He looked at his comrades' corpses and his eyes turned utterly dull. He knew that once captured, he would surely be interrogated and would end up leaking the village's secrets. As a Sunagakure Jonin, he refused to become a prisoner subjected to interrogation. Resolve flashed in his eyes. He clenched his jaw and bit down hard, attempting to break the poison capsule in his mouth and take his own life. But this time Yu-Jin would not give him the chance. The shadows on the ground surged upward, and several shadow chains shot out in an instant, binding his limbs tightly. They even split into thinner chains that wrapped around his neck and pried his jaw open, completely cutting off any possibility of suicide. That trick again. Yu-Jin stepped out of the shadows. Last time that death-sworn Chunin had caught him off guard, this time, he had come fully prepared. You people of the shinobi world are always pulling this kind of stunt. Even gravely wounded, the leading jonin struggled violently, his eyes bloodshot, and his heart full of defiance, but the chains did not budge. Yu Jian had fused the shadow manifestation of the Blade Thorn Squad into the Nara clan's traditional shadow binding jutsu, raising its binding power to an entirely new level. The harder the leading jonin struggled, the tighter the chains became. With the battle fully over, Asuma and Kurenai hurried to Yu Jian's side and warily studied the bound Sunigakure jonin. A smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. He walked slowly over to the prisoner and looked down at him with his golden vertical slit pupils. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes, and he extended his tongue to lick his lips. The deliberately placed framing clues followed by a Suna squad arriving to carry out the mission. Orochimaru's tone was full of amusement. Now even he was interested in the force behind all this. So what exactly do you know? This turbulence in the land of rivers is far more interesting than I imagined. Then Orochimaru began making hand seals, preparing to use a genjutsu. Let me see who is truly stirring trouble behind this farce. Many people believed Orochimaru was weak at genjutsu, but that was actually a misconception. Orochimaru was an all-around genius. In the official databook, the Book of the Shinobi, his genjutsu stat was a perfect 10. Even though he had not yet reached his peak, his genjutsu ability was still formidable. The reason so many people had that impression was because Orochimaru had been instantly defeated by a single genjutsu from the weasel. Yet that was not because Orochimaru's genjutsu was weak. It was because the weasel's genjutsu was too strong. There is a saying Orochimaru's genjutsu stat was 10 because 10 was all he could reach, while the weasel's genjutsu stat was 10 because the maximum score was only 10. This leading Suna ninja was after all a jonin with a tenacious will. With Kurenai being only a genin, no useful information could be extracted from him, even in his severely wounded state. Orochimaru was well aware of that, so he wasted no more time and took matters into his own hands. In the dense forest outside the valley, the lurking Suna shinobi remained silent, quietly observing everything that happened within. Orochimaru ceased his probing. The in-release chakra flowed silently. The Suna jonin, whose eyes had been bloodshot moments before, went limp, the struggle in his eyes fading as his pupils began to dilate. Recount in detail the mission of investigating the poison from the intelligence source to the assignment. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, carrying a certain hypnotic cadence. The Suna jonin, trapped in the illusion, spoke mechanically without resistance. The mission was authorized by the third Kazekage. The intelligence was brought back by a jonin from the village who discovered this new potent poison during his mission. After confirming its source and value, he reported it upward. This new poison was highly threatening and valuable, so the Kazekage-sama prepared to dispatch personnel to investigate and collect samples. The Suna jonin began narrating without reservation. Lady Yagura sought to accumulate prestige, so she took the initiative to secure this mission and dispatched the 6 of us to the land of rivers to investigate the source and collect samples of the poisonous herbs. Our mission was to investigate and gather evidence. Today's interception was because I saw the metal fragments in your hands and judged that you intended to monopolize the intelligence on the poisonous herbs. It was a decision made by our squad on our own. Before and after this mission, did you notice any covert movements within Suna? Orochimaru pressed on, trying to extract deeper intelligence from him. Unfortunately, the Suna jonin only shook his head woodenly. My clearance is insufficient. I cannot access the secret deployments of the higher-ups. After repeated questioning, the testimony remained consistent, yielding no more effective leads. You said Yagura wanted to accumulate prestige. So you are of Yagura's faction. When you took the mission, did anything strange happen? Just as Orochimaru was about to end the interrogation, Tsukimi suddenly asked in a low voice. If these 6 were set up due to factional struggles, then when the mission was accepted, the person behind the lurking agent would inevitably have shown abnormal behavior. It couldn't be that this guy came here to be a sneak, just for fun, could it? Orochimaru's face showed slight surprise, but he didn't refuse and continued to control the Suna jonin to answer questions. Yes, we 6 follow Lady Yagura. The process of accepting the mission was all normal. But if there's anything strange, it's that Raza, who usually competes with Lady Yagura, didn't vie for the mission this time. So there was something. Why didn't he compete? Tsukimi's eyes flashed with contemplation. Because Jonin Raza has been busy with border affairs recently, so he didn't compete this time. Bullshit about being busy with border affairs. It's not wartime now. Besides routine patrols, there's nothing major at the border. Logically speaking, the intelligence on the new poison in the land of rivers had a traceable source, and the mission was publicly issued. The entire process seemed flawless. Yet coincidentally, when Suna arrived, Tsukimi and his team happened to be tracking here and had just unearthed the metal fragments meant to frame Cloud. The two sides met at that moment, inevitably leading to conflict. The whole process was fraught with coincidences. Raza, who had always competed with Yagura, also gave up the race this time, due to so-called border affairs, another coincidence. Add to that the lurking Suna spy nearby, and Tsukimi couldn't believe so many coincidences could happen at once. It wasn't that Tsukimi was overthinking it after all. In the original story that Raza fellow had a record. After the Third Shinobi World War ended to achieve a political deal, Raza, as the fourth Kazekage, directly sold Yagura to the Mist. Selling a few ordinary ninjas now would hardly weigh on his conscience. If this matter was indeed related to Raza, then he was definitely connected to the behind-the-scenes force that Tsukimi and his team were investigating. Either they were cooperating, or the mastermind was him. First, deliberately leaked the information about the poisonous herbs to Suna, letting the Suna authorities take action, ensuring the mission was conducted publicly. Exploit Yagura's eagerness to earn merit, lure her into accepting the mission, then treat this squad as pawns to provoke conflict and confuse Tsukimi and his team's judgment, making them unable to determine whether it was Cloud or Suna. By exploiting the factional strife within Suna, it both weakened Raza's opponents and achieved the effect of muddying the waters. If Tsukimi hadn't discovered the Suna lurker on the periphery, they might have been deceived by appearances. If these 6 ninjas had died in battle, it would be a matter of fate. But to be set up by their own people through the official system, their deaths were truly unjust. Of course, it's the pot calling the kettle black. Konoha wasn't much better. Right, Danzo? Tsukimi nodded to Orochimaru, signaling that he was done questioning, and then Orochimaru dispelled the Genjutsu. After the Genjutsu was lifted, the Suna Jonin regained control of his body. Realizing he had leaked the mission details, his eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. His limbs and jaws were all sealed by shadows, so he couldn't even commit suicide. Tsukimi gave a subtle glance to Orochimaru and the other two, tilting his head toward the dense forest. Orochimaru and his team immediately understood and pretended not to notice. Since that sneak wanted to watch the show, they would put on a performance for him. Orochimaru deliberately raised his voice to ensure the content could reach the others' ears. The interrogation results are clear now. Suna Village was just conducting a normal investigation, probably unrelated to the mastermind. It seems we still have to focus on Cloud. Now clean up the scene, immediately collect evidence and clues, then return to the village to report. Understood. Tsukimi and the other two responded in unison, displaying perfect coordination. Asuma began to quickly clean up the battlefield, burying all traces of fighting and bloodstains. Kurenai carefully collected the Cloud metal fragments and the puppets, sealing them into a storage scroll for safekeeping. Tsukimi disposed of the remaining Suna Jonin to avoid future trouble. Throughout the process, the 4 of them maintained the appearance of a mission nearing its end. In just a moment, the entire valley fell silent again. Set out. At Orochimaru's command, the 4 did not linger. They turned and retreated along the path they came from, heading toward the land of fire, their figures gradually disappearing into the dense forest. The presence of Tsukimi and his team continued to fade until it completely left the lurker's sensory range. Only then did the Suna ninja in the dense forest slowly stand up. This Suna ninja still suppressed his own aura, gazing in the direction the 4 had departed. He had already recorded everything that had happened here and the Konoha team's assessment of the situation. However, he did not immediately return to report. Instead, he stepped lightly, and within the limit of his sensory ninjutsu, closely followed Tsukimi and the others. He needed to confirm that Tsukimi and his team were truly returning. Through the shared vision of his shadow army, Tsukimi could clearly see that the sneak behind him was patiently and steadily following. He resumed his lazy demeanor, a hint of a smile on his face. It was now almost certain that behind this series of schemes there was inevitably the shadow of Raza. The only question was what exactly this guy was trying to do. Since he couldn't be found directly, they would follow this tail behind them to the source. Let's see who is better at being a sneak. A gentle breeze swept through the forest. Yuejian and his 3 companions, with composed expressions, walked through the dense woods of the Land of Rivers, steadily approaching the border of the Land of Fire, as if they were returning to their village after completing a mission. A kilometer behind them, a Sunagakure scout suppressed his chakra to the minimum, tailing them at the very edge of his perception range. His mission was to confirm whether this Konoha team had truly withdrawn. After half a day of travel, the terrain gradually leveled out, and the flora and landscape changed markedly. A ridge appeared before them. This was the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire. Once they crossed this ridge, they would enter the Land of Fire. Just as the 4 crossed the ridge, the Shadow Corps behind Yuejian relayed a visual. The Sunagakure scout who had been following them stopped, and after confirming that the 4 had no intention of turning back, he withdrew his sensory jutsu and turned toward the heart of the Land of Rivers. Go! Yuejian barked. The 4 immediately reversed direction and re-entered the Land of Rivers, staying about 2 kilometers behind the Sunagakure scout. Now it's our turn to chase you. Taking advantage of the travel time, Orochimaru turned to Yuejian, his golden snake eyes filled with inquiry. Though it was a question, his tone was certain. When you interrogated that Sunagakure Jonin in the valley, did you already detect the scout on the periphery? So that's why you specifically asked about Raza's unusual behavior. Yue continued walking briefly, summarizing the entire situation as he traveled. To be precise, I discovered the lurking scout before we ambushed that jonin. He never had any intention of attacking. At that time, I only guessed it might be an internal faction conflict within Sunagakure. But after interrogating that jonin, I realized this matter was not simple. Raza, who has always been competing with Pakura, actually gave up a highly valuable investigation mission on a new type of poisonous herb. You must know Sunagakure's specialties are puppetry and poison arts. If they could discover a new poison, it would greatly enhance their overall combat strength. And Raza's excuse was that border affairs were too busy. I actually know this one. Asuma eagerly raised his hand. In peacetime, border troops only have patrol duties. There won't be any major redeployments. Yue shrugged. See, even Asuma knows that. Asuma chuckled smugly, then suddenly realized something, his small head full of big question marks. Is that a compliment? And just after we unearthed fragments related to Kumogakure, the investigation team arrived immediately, plus this scout. 3 coincidences together are no coincidence. Yue waved his hand, indicating it wasn't important. You mean? Orochimaru nodded slightly. Raza is connected to the mastermind behind the poison manufacturing base, and he deliberately leaked information to use us to eliminate his rivals. Exactly, and at the same time using the traces of Kumogakure to divert our attention. Asuma and Kurenai also understood the situation, a chill running through their hearts. The mastermind they were tracking was actually tied to the factional strife within Sunagakure. This insidious method of using others to kill was far more dangerous than a direct confrontation. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, looking at Yue with interest. That's a clever idea, but so far it's all just your speculation without concrete evidence. Our evidence is right ahead. Following him will lead us to Raza. The 4 stopped talking, fully suppressing their chakra signatures, and using the terrain and Yuejin's shadow core, they kept close on the trail of the Sunagakure scout. This scout had extremely rich counter-tracking experience, constantly changing his route, deliberately choosing desolate mountains and dense forests, even doubling back several times. Yet he didn't know he was already firmly locked on. Young man, you're still far from being a good sneak. Thus the 4 tailed the scout deep into the heart of the land of rivers, winding around for most of the day until late at night, finally arriving at a hidden valley surrounded by mountains. This valley was enclosed by cliffs on 3 sides with only one exit, making it extremely concealed. The night was as dark as ink, but in the center of the valley the buildings were brightly lit. Outside the base there were also concealed barriers and warning lines. The Sunagakure scouts skillfully passed through the barrier and entered the depths of the base. Yue and his team stopped on a hidden cliff on the mountain overlooking the entire valley. The valley appeared to be a transfer station, but its scale and condition far exceeded their expectations. In the valley, a large number of ninjas wearing Sunagakure attire were bustling about. Under the torchlight, everyone performed their duties, carrying registering patrolling. The vast transfer station operated in an orderly fashion, not slowing down even with the arrival of night. In the central open space of the valley, large wooden crates, experimental vessels, and sealed medicine pots were densely packed with many containers marked with poison symbols. Large quantities of supplies were continuously transported here, quickly registered, repackaged, and sorted. Some were stored in warehouses while others were sent out of the valley. Asuma instinctively lowered his voice. Why so many things? What is that sand-eating Raze up to? They've set up a barrier on the perimeter. Kurenai frowned, troubled by the situation. We can't infiltrate, and if we force our way in, word will get out. Orochimaru swept his gaze over the busy figures in the valley, then turned to Yue with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Now we've caught the tail, but the guards are tight. What do you plan to do, Yue? Asuma and Kurenai also looked at Yue. Yue roughly estimated the distance, confirming that the valley was within 2 kilometers. Leave it to me. The Shadow Core had no chakra, making them perfect for infiltration and reconnaissance. He formed hand seals, and the shadows under his feet surged, not forming into a core, but flowing as dark shapes through the crevices of the cliff, boldly passing through the barrier. Watching this, Orochimaru's interest grew even more intense. The night environment allowed the shadows to thrive. Sliding along the eaves and wall bases, they silently infiltrated the base interior and then coalesced into shadow ninjas. On the cliff, Yue closed his eyes, connecting his consciousness with the shadow ninja. His gaze swept through room after room, then he reformed into a shadow, evading the patrols of Sunagakure ninjas and heading toward the deepest part of the complex. The outer barracks were just quarters and warehouses for the guards of no value. Stopping and starting, the shadow finally slipped through a gap and entered a standalone stone room with noticeably heavier guards. Inside, candlelight flickered quietly. The central desk was piled with various scrolls, and the nearby shelves held neatly arranged ledgers. This must be the place. Unlike the noisy and bustling scene outside, this stone chamber was utterly silent save for the regular footsteps of rotating patrol ninjas outside. Such stringent security was sufficient to prove that the items stored here were the highest-level secrets of the stronghold. The shadow that had infiltrated the room pressed itself into the corner's darkness and reformed into a human silhouette. On the cliff, Ujian fully connected with the Shadow Ninja's vision, scanning the documents on the desk. The Shadow Ninja picked up the topmost scroll, which was a list of material dispatches from the past few months. Countless materials were densely listed on the documents, recorded with meticulous detail. Qingrong, herb powder, venom extract, concentrate, toxin, stabilizer, puppet joint components, mechanical parts for human adaptation. In the source column of all materials, it was uniformly marked as secret channels, not from the Shayin official. The crucial column for the destination of materials was not marked, instead a string of numbers was used. Every record of material entry, dispatch, and transfer bore Raza's signature at the end. This Raza guy hiding from Shayin, what is he secretly up to? The Shadow Ninja stood before the bookshelf, flipping through ledger after ledger. The time span recorded on them was extensive, starting from the middle of last year, and the quantity of material movements increased month by month, continuing up to the present. Yet even after searching through all the ledgers and dispatch records, one could only trace the movement of vast quantities of materials, but could not find the ultimate purpose of these materials, nor know their destination. What did that mysterious string of numbers represent? How is it going? Asuma's voice sounded filled with uncontrollable doubt and urgency, as Ujian was in the midst of his thoughts. We've been infiltrating for so long, have you found any clues yet? Don't bother me, I'm thinking. Giving Asuma a roll of his eyes, Ujian still explained. So far I've only found the material dispatch records. I can confirm this is Raza's material transfer station, but I can't see through Raza's core plan yet, and the material destinations are encrypted. Such a massive quantity of materials. That Raza's plan is probably not simple. Kurenai's expression grew increasingly serious. We need to find a way to locate their core base. Ujian took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his thoughts. His focus returned to the shadow, and he continued to examine all the documents. This time he made a new discovery. At the very bottom of the desk, a document pressed under heavy ledgers came into view. The shadow carefully extracted it. The document had a double-layer waterproof cover stamped with a top-secret pattern. Opening the outer cover and taking out the document, the handwriting was clearly visible. Only a few short lines, but they made Ujian's heart tighten. Evacuate the poison-making stronghold in the southwest mountains immediately. Leave clues to frame Yunin. 7 days later, lead the village's investigation team into the stronghold, create a conflict between the two sides, mislead the direction of foreign ninja investigations, and note the tracks of the investigators. The entire secret order was brief and cold. Its content roughly matched Ujian's speculation. Weakening the power of Yitsong's faction was merely a side benefit. Confusing the trail was his ultimate goal. This Raza fellow, he's too skilled at schemes and intrigues. Yitsong is too straightforward, simply no match for him. Having learned of Raza's layout, Ujian did not stop there. He still needed to figure out the destination of the materials and Raza's true purpose. The Shadow Ninja continued searching, this time no longer focusing on the ordinary ledgers, but instead scrutinizing core documents such as hidden compartments and encrypted appendices. After a few minutes of meticulous inspection, a thin booklet appeared in the innermost hidden compartment of the bookshelf. When Ujian took it in his hands, he realized that this booklet was not a material inventory, but a map of the Chuan country. It marked the topographic coordinates of the major mountain ranges within Chuan country. Beside each mountain range there was no name, only strings of 6-digit codes. The mysterious numbers from the ledgers were also among them. So that's it. The mystery is solved. The mysterious string of numbers appearing in the ledgers was not some random code, but the district numbers after Raza's division of the region. All the materials in this valley were ultimately transported to the core base according to these coordinates. Ujian firmly memorized the topographic map and encrypted coordinates, then noticed a line of small text at the bottom right corner of the map. Living puppet base for human adaptation experiments with puppet and chakra activation. After reading this small line, Ujian's pupils contracted. All the clues in his mind instantly connected. Raza was the mastermind behind all these events. Starting from purchasing Qingrong herb powder from the Hua country, stockpiling toxin stabilizers, seeking new types of poison, designing traps to lure competitors, even going so far as to kill ninjas from his own village, spending a whole year on a core plan shrouded in layers of secrecy, all to create living puppet war weapons fused with toxins. I didn't expect Raza to go this far, even conducting human experiments. Do you even understand human anatomy, and you're doing human experiments? But then again, this guy was conducting experiments, secretly hiding from the village. Most likely the experiment funds came from his own pocket. No wonder he had to intercept and kill Kawada Genji. He had worked hard to extract gold from the mines, only to have greedy merchants price gouge him. That's all my damn money. On the cliff, Ujian controlled the Shadow Ninja to return all the documents to their original positions. Then he slowly opened his eyes, gathered chakra at his fingertips, and quickly replicated the complete topographic map, and corresponding 6-digit codes on the ground. Asuma, Kurenai, and Orochimaru saw this and gathered around. Master, where is this place? Yu Jin pointed to the center of the map, where the final destination of the large quantity of materials lay. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon it, his golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly, and he quickly recognized it. This place is the uninhabited forbidden zone in the heart of Chuan country, Tianmu Mountain. Tianmu Mountain. Asuma looked at Yu Jin with a puzzled expression. What does Tianmu Mountain have to do with this? Where did you get this map? After confirming the location of the core base, Yu Jin disclosed all the intelligence he had gathered. So Tianmu Mountain is where the enemy's core base is located. After hearing all the intelligence, Asuma cracked his knuckles, ready to take action. What are we waiting for? Let's set off directly. Strike while they haven't noticed us and charge straight in. Asuma, don't be impatient. Kurenai reached out and pressed his shoulder, her brow furrowed. Even if we know where it is, that's the enemy's lair. The number of ninjas stationed there won't be small. Rushing in recklessly would be suicide. These words directly doused Asuma's hot-blooded enthusiasm. Yu Jin pondered for a moment, then looked at Orochimaru beside him and spoke with a serious expression. Master, do you know the contact method for the border troops? You want to seek help from the border troops? Orochimaru's eyebrow lifted slightly, as if he had anticipated his thoughts. That's right. Exactly. Yu Jin shed his usual laziness and made a solemn decision. Mount Tianmu is Luo Sha's core experimental base. He has been operating there for a year, so it must be heavily fortified with layers of defenses and trap barriers. Our team would be taking too great a risk by charging in recklessly. If we are exposed prematurely, Luo Sha will have ample time to destroy everything, and all the clues we painstakingly uncovered will be completely wasted. So the safest approach is to contact the border troops for reinforcements. Hong nodded, gently agreeing with Yu Jin's view. Once the reinforcements arrive, we can completely cut off the enemy's retreat and prevent Luo Sha from destroying all evidence of the experiment in a desperate last-ditch effort. Orochimaru's golden slit-like eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze swept over the transport convoy about to depart in the valley, his eyes filled with undisguised intense interest. He had already begun researching Hashirama cells, and Luo Sha's living puppet compatibility experiment aroused his curiosity and investigative drive even more. The compatibility fusion of living bodies and puppets with the added influence of toxins. A very interesting research direction. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, his tone tinged with amusement. If I get the chance, I must see the results with my own eyes. Uncle Snake is so interested. Could he have already delved into the transplantation of Hashirama's cells? Is he seeking inspiration from Luo Sha's experiments? In the original story, Sunagakure never deployed living puppets even up to the 4th Great Ninja War, suggesting that Luo Sha's project probably ended in failure. But judging by this situation, could it be that Orochimaru was the one who stopped him in the original timeline, gaining inspiration and ideas from it to advance his own research on Hashirama's cells? You know what, it's actually possible. Yu Jin suppressed his wandering thoughts and began to adjust the deployment. Asuma, take note. I'm making the following deployment adjustments. Asuma, take all the intelligence we've gathered and immediately head to the Land of Fire's border to seek support from the border troops. After leading the reinforcements here, wait for our signal. Remember to avoid battles as much as possible on the way, or prioritize ensuring the request for reinforcements is delivered smoothly. Hong, Orochimaru-sensei, and I will go ahead to Mount Tianmu for covert reconnaissance. Repeat that back to me. Seeing Yu Jin's serious expression, Asuma reluctantly repeated the order, then started grumbling with a face full of displeasure. Why do I have to go for reinforcements? His eyes burned with fervor, his whole body brimming with fighting spirit, staring fixedly in the direction of Mount Tianmu. He only wanted to fight head-on, not go to the rear for reinforcements. We've been tracking clues all the way, and you've been doing all the work. I haven't been much help. Now that we've finally found the enemy's lair, how can I be absent when it's time to charge? If Obito finds out, he'll laugh at me for 3 days and nights. Let me go with you to Mount Tianmu. While still a hot-headed fool, after hanging out with Obito for 2 years, Asuma hasn't learned a single good trait, but he's picked up impulsiveness and recklessness to the fullest. Obito, you're a real whale of trouble. Yu Jin had anticipated his refusal and slapped him on the back of the head, speaking irritably. What are you thinking, you idiot? Do you think the 3 of us are going to sneak into Mount Tianmu and start a fight directly? This is a base they've been operating for a year. With just the 3 of us, let alone fighting, we'd have trouble escaping if we were surrounded. We're going to reconnoiter the enemy's defenses. Yu Jin pointed toward Mount Tianmu. We're in the net closing phase now. We must wait for the border troops to arrive. Otherwise, we'll be advancing deep into enemy territory alone, and all our previous efforts will be wasted. So the sooner the border troops arrive, the better. All 3 of us have sensory reconnaissance abilities. You have plenty of stamina and speed, so you can bring the border troops back faster. When the time comes, are you afraid there won't be any fighting? Got it. Huh. Right, the three of you can only do covert reconnaissance. Asuma scratched the back of his head awkwardly. The reinforcements are the key to victory. I was wrong before. You idiot, I think you've been hanging out with Obito too long and learned to be as brainless as him. Asuma was about to argue that he was different from Obito when Orochimaru handed him a black token engraved with a special communication sealing technique. This is the exclusive contact token of the Western Border Command of the Land of Fire. Orochimaru explained the details. It has a chakra seal that the command personnel can recognize. After you arrive at the border troops garrison, present the token to meet the frontline commander directly, then hand over the intelligence completely. Asuma took the token, and Orochimaru pointed at the pattern on its surface. It has a one-time chakra communication function. If you encounter any obstruction, inject a small amount of chakra into it, and you'll be able to contact the commander. Remember, don't let it fall into the hands of Tsunagakure, or the sealing technique will trigger a self-destruct program. Asuma tucked the token securely against his body, then looked at Eugene. Then you all must be very careful, don't act rashly. I'll be there as fast as I can. You must wait for me. Get the hell out of here. Damn, think about how reliable and honest old man was in the original story, and now look. The second and fourth wise guys have become the two fools of Konoha, giving me a headache. Under the cover of night, Asuma's figure sped toward the western border of the Land of Fire, and soon disappeared into the mountain forest. On the cliff, only Eugene Hong and Orochimaru remained. The transfer station in the valley was still brightly lit, with Tsunagakure ninjas bustling back and forth. After a moment, a supply convoy was fully loaded, the trucks filled with blue mushroom, herb powder, and toxin stabilizers ready to depart from Mount Tianmu base. Hong looked at the convoy below and asked Eugene in a low voice, should we sneak into the convoy to get close to the base perimeter? No, we can't take the risk. Eugene shook his head cautiously. That Luo Sha is no good. He would even betray his own village's ninjas for his goals. On this road to Mount Tianmu, he must have set up countermeasures, and there are plenty of sensory ninjas. If any unfamiliar chakra sneaks in, it's likely to alert them. We don't need to approach the convoy. We can just tail it using my shadow core. At that moment, a record Eugene had skimmed in the archive room flashed through his mind. He turned to Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru-sensei, I've seen the supply ledger at the transfer station. The frequency of shipments to Mount Tianmu has decreased significantly recently, and the ratio of various materials has stabilized, unlike the early stage when it was constantly changing. Can we infer the progress of their experiment from this? Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment of serious thought, he gave his judgment. The decrease in supply and fixed ratio indicate that the early trial and error phase requiring large amounts of materials has passed. Their experiment has likely entered a critical period of parameter adjustment. Orochimaru paused briefly, then continued. At this stage, what's needed is no longer massive consumption of raw materials, but repeated parameter tuning. If a round of tuning passes smoothly and the living body puppet and toxins do not collapse due to rejection reactions, then it means Luo Sha's living puppet experiment has achieved initial success. Upon hearing this, Hong's heart sank and her hands instinctively clenched. If the experiment really succeeded, it would mean a batch of living puppets with deadly poison erosion would appear, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Eugene, however, was not so pessimistic. Not to mention the experiment hadn't succeeded, yet even if it achieved initial success, it would only mean the path was viable. But to jump to mass production, the time and money required in between would be no less than the initial experiment. Luo Sha wouldn't be able to wait until then. They would soon pay him a visit and give him a surprise. Sand open up. Community service delivering warmth. Maintain a distance of 2 kilometers for trailing. Tsukimi formed hand seals, and a multitude of shadowy ninjas emerged from the darkness. The Ninja Corps was the most versatile among the 9 legions, excelling in stealth, reconnaissance, tracking, and even domestic skills, boasting unparalleled functionality. Xiaoyu swears by their effectiveness. With a mere thought, the Ninja Corps split into 2 squads. The first squad, streamlined in number, was tasked with trailing the sand-hidden transport convoy. The convoy's speed, slowed by the sheer weight of supplies, ensured that Tsukimi and his 2 companions would not lose sight of them. The majority of the shadow ninjas were assigned to the second squad, fanning out in a semicircular formation to explore the mountain path ahead. They meticulously examined every inch of the roadside, the undergrowth, rock crevices, and ancient tree roots, searching for any hidden traps or sensing devices, providing early warnings for Tsukimi and his team. After all the effort to track them this far, it would be a devastating loss if Raza received an early warning and decided to make a hasty escape. After a brief wait, the sand-hidden convoy, fully assembled in the valley, finally set off. Dozens of wagons rumbled over the muddy ground, emitting a dull roar. The convoy was heavily guarded, with 2 squads of sand-hidden guardian ninjas flanking both sides as they headed toward Tianmu Mountain in the heart of the Land of Rivers. The 3 of them, Tsukimi, Orochimaru, and Hong, suppressed their chakra fluctuations to the utmost, their breaths barely perceptible as they began to tail the convoy. Veiled by the mountain terrain and dense forest, they maintained the extreme distance of 2 kilometers. The deeper they ventured into the heart of the land of rivers, the denser the forest became. Towering ancient trees, intertwined fallen leaves carpeted the ground, and the air grew humid, swarming with mosquitoes. A strange acrid scent mingled with the metallic tang of rust replaced the original freshness, growing more pungent as they neared Tianmu Mountain. After about 2 hours of travel, the shadow ninjas scouting ahead suddenly signaled back the sand-hidden convoy had halted. Tsukimi immediately raised his hand, making a stopping gesture. The 3 of them paused in the shadows, and Tsukimi took over the vision of the shadow ninjas, looking down from a high vantage point. In the middle of the mountain path, 2 ninjas stepped out from the convoy's guards. They produced a wooden staff and slowly swept it across the seemingly unremarkable path ahead, as if brushing aside something invisible. Their movements were fluid and practiced. In no time, the entire convoy restarted and continued forward. Once the convoy had completely passed through the area, Tsukimi and his companions, concealed by the dense forest, quickly moved toward it. Meanwhile, they ordered the shadow ninjas to investigate. Only through the shadow ninjas' reconnaissance did the 3 of them realize the deadly trap that lay in wait. It turned out that the underbrush on one side of the mountain path was thick with semi-transparent threads, almost invisible to the naked eye. These threads, as thin as cicada wings, blended perfectly into the forest shadows, firmly anchored to tree trunks at both ends and spanning the entire path. The threads were coated with a neurotoxin. Upon contact, the toxin would seep through the skin, instantly invading the body, paralyzing the nerves, and depriving the victim of mobility within moments. Moreover, these poisonous threads were not merely a lethal trap. They were also connected to a simple chakra-triggered mechanism. If damaged by external force, it would send an alarm signal to the base at Tianmu Mountain. The shadow ninjas, without directly touching the threads, circled the area, marking the trap locations, and synchronized the positions with Tsukimi. A truly insidious setup specifically designed to catch pursuers. Hong whispered, her breath almost grazing Tsukimi's ear. If we had approached recklessly, we would have been discovered immediately. Indeed, it was quite sinister, fitting Tsukimi's stereotypical impression of Raza. The 3 of them abandoned the direct mountain path, traversing sideways over the higher slopes to bypass the thicket. After returning to the path, they continued their pursuit. After the convoy advanced another dozen li, the shadow ninjas signaled the detection of another mechanism. In a crevice on the gray rock face beside the mountain path, several palm-sized miniature puppets were placed. Their shells were almost identical in color to the rock, perfectly camouflaged, easily overlooked without careful observation. The puppets were covered in dense pores capable of capturing chakra fluctuations in the vicinity. These puppets were not meant for attack. Their sole purpose was to sense the area. Once they detected unfamiliar chakra not belonging to their own side, they would immediately send an alarm, transmitting the signal to Tianmu Mountain. Through the vision of the shadow ninjas, Tsukimi saw clearly that the sand-hidden convoy that had just passed through this area had all its guard ninjas on both flanks, wearing a special black accessory. This accessory effectively suppressed their own chakra fluctuations, allowing them to pass through the area safely. Tsukimi felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. He had almost been outwitted by Raza. Fortunately, they hadn't chosen to infiltrate the convoy. Without wearing that suppression accessory, the 3 of them would have undoubtedly exposed their presence when passing by this rock face. "We'll avoid the side near the rock face and cross from the high ground opposite," Tsukimi instructed the shadow ninjas, while whispering to Orochimaru and Hong. Silently, the 3 of them moved to the forest on the opposite side, bypassing the sensing puppets. Along the way, a myriad of warning mechanisms emerged one after another. Toxins buried under fallen leaves, sensing barriers entwined in the treetops. Each trap was designed for infiltrators placed in the most cunning positions. Without the shadow ninjas scouting ahead, an ordinary reconnaissance squad would never have made it to Tianmu Mountain, triggering the traps and being discovered long before. Hong gazed at the distant convoy, her expression grave. This supply line is almost entirely rigged with ambushes, which proves that Raza's experiment has reached a critical stage and cannot be disturbed. Such stringent defenses only show that we've touched Raza's bottom line. Tsukimi shrugged, his tone light. The more he opposes, the more it proves we've come to the right place. The night gradually faded, and by the time the sky began to lighten, the mountain path came to an end. The towering mass of Tianmu Mountain finally appeared before the 3. As they entered the area, the pungent scent of toxins and rust was unmistakable, the acrid odor enveloping the entire base. Orochimaru stood silently in the surrounding forest, his eyes never losing their intense curiosity, his golden pupils fixed on the mountain ahead, his mind consumed by an interest in Raza's living puppet experiments. The transport convoy ahead, holding torches, escorted the wagons laden with supplies, crossing the mist at the foot of the mountain and advancing step by step into the depths of Tianmu Mountain. At the break of dawn, faint morning mist wreathed the towering mountains before him. Deep within Tianmu Mountain, the core experimental base was sealed by multiple layers of barriers and rock formations, where the air perpetually carried the astringent, acrid scent of toxins. The entire base blazed with light, countless puppet components, toxin mixing vessels, and human body adaptation instruments arranged in orderly rows, the incessant roar of machinery filling the air. Luo Sha, clad in a black tight-fitting outfit, stood on the central command platform inside the base. Having just rushed back from the Shine Village overnight, his short red hair was still dotted with a few dewdrops, and fine golden sand swirled around him. Yet upon closer inspection, deep dark circles ringed his eyes, almost rivaling those of his son. At this moment he displayed none of the gentle demeanor he feigned as a candidate for Kazekage in the village. His eyes held only the purest ambition. To strengthen Shain's power and secure an advantage in the coming shinobi war, he had long grown accustomed to acting without scruples. Of course, if in the process he could ascend to the position of Kazekage, that would be even better. In his heart, the old third Kazekage had grown weak. Only he could lead Shine to its peak, only he could make Shine great again. Whom Luo Sha and a certain Pot Shadow should have much in common. Below the platform, two subordinate shinobi clad in black experimental uniforms, forehead protectors of Shine adorning their heads, stood, with heads bowed respectfully, reporting their work. Sir, all parameters for the living puppet experiment have undergone final verification as of last night. The multiple toxin ratios, human body rejection adjustments, and puppet activity tests have all stabilized and met the standards. The middle-aged shinobi on the left bowed and spoke, his tone steady and confident. Currently, the experiment has entered the final debugging phase. At the latest by this morning, the last batch of samples will be tested and the entire data set will be confirmed. Then we can announce the success of the experiment. In addition, following your previous instructions, we have spent the past 3 days organizing the base's documents, sealing the core experimental data, and packing all precision instruments. Once this debugging is complete, we can cease all operations here and evacuate at the fastest possible speed. Luo Sha nodded upon hearing this, a gleam of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. A smile crept onto his face, and the taut string of his heart finally relaxed slightly after days of tension. For an entire year, he had captured a large number of human test subjects within the country of rivers for this experiment. After countless trials and errors, and even sacrificing shinobi from Shine Village through factional struggles, he had expended immense resources. He had even spent a year digging sand in the desert to raise funds. There was too much sorrow to speak of. Fortunately, by the grace of the first Kazekage, despite setbacks along the way, they had finally and smoothly reached the final step of completion. If the living puppet experiment succeeded, he would command an army of puppets that were inherently poisonous and fearless of death. Then not only could he surpass Yitsong, but even the position of Kazekage would be within his reach. I laugh at the third Kazekage's lack of strategy and Yitsong's lack of wit. Surveying the entire Shine Village, who else but me is worthy of the Kazekage throne? After a moment of silence, the young subordinate on the right raised his head, his expression carrying a hint of hesitation and confusion. After some reluctance, he spoke in a low voice. Sir, I have a question that troubles me, and I cannot shake a sense of unease. He paused briefly, and seeing Luo Sha gesture for him to continue, the young subordinate went on. Previously, we deliberately set a trap, using the guise of a mission to lure 6 elite shinobi from Yitsong's faction deep into a poison production stronghold, where they ultimately fell to a Konoha team. Those 6 were still shinobi of our Shine Village. To harm. To sacrifice our own village comrades. Is this truly right? If the village were to discover this, wouldn't it jeopardize your plans? His tone was tinged with both incomprehension at harming fellow villagers and fear of the plan being exposed. After all, he was a young shinobi, still harboring passion for the village. In his view, deliberately harming comrades of the same Shine Village was far too cruel. Nonsense. Utterly short-sighted. The moment the young shinobi finished speaking, the middle-aged shinobi on the left immediately barked, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Great achievers are not bound by trifles, nor do they dwell on temporary gains and losses. Yitsong has always been a genius of the village, one of the candidates for the 4th Kazekage. In recent years, she has rallied a large number of shinobi to her side, making her an obstacle to Lord Luo Sha's advancement. Those people lack understanding of the times. They are hindrances to Shain's future rise. If we do not seize the opportunity to deplete their strength, how can Lord ascend to power smoothly? The 3rd Kazekage has grown old. Only when Lord Luo Sha ascends the throne of Kazekage and wields the power of Shine can he lead the village out of its predicament of resource scarcity and declining combat strength. For the future of the village, what are a few sacrifices? But, the young shinobi, chastened by the harsh reprimand, wanted to argue, but faced with his colleague's rebuke and his superior's will, he could only lower his head and fall silent. On the high platform, Luo Sha raised his right hand to stop his 2 subordinates, then looked at the middle-aged shinobi. The area instantly fell silent save for the persistent low hum of a few instruments. The third Kazekage is in the prime of his life. In the future, do not speak words that undermine unity. Though his mouth gave such a warning, his eyes held not a shred of regret for the sacrifice of fellow villagers, nor any respect for the third Kazekage. Only absolute ruthlessness and ambition. For Luo Sha, all sacrifices on his path to advancement were worthwhile. Yes, sir. The middle-aged shinobi replied obsequiously. After finishing with the base affairs, Luo Sha abruptly changed the subject, inquiring about external developments. What about the perception shinobi sent to the poison production stronghold in the deep southwestern mountains? Has any intelligence been relayed? What about the movements of the Konoha investigation team? The middle-aged shinobi stepped forward and replied respectfully, Sir, late last night Shaolin sent a secret report. After the Konoha investigation team finished their survey of the stronghold, they were indeed deceived by our plan. The suspicion on Shain was downplayed, and with the Kumogakure metal fragments left behind, we successfully diverted their attention toward Kumogakure. Currently, the entire Konoha team has withdrawn from the country of rivers and returned to the land of fire. It is expected that they will not return to investigate this area in the short term. Were they discovered? Rest assured, sir. Shaolin's perception ninjutsu is extremely powerful, and he is naturally gifted at concealing his presence. There is absolutely no way he was discovered. Upon hearing his subordinate's report and recalling Shaolin's past performance, Luo Sha completely relaxed his body, and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He had never naively believed that the framing measures he had arranged could permanently deceive Konoha's investigation. Even luring Yitsong's factions shinobi to their deaths was not enough to clear Shain of suspicion. Therefore, from the very beginning, his goal had been to buy time. As long as he could briefly divert Konoha's investigative focus and delay their progress, securing a few days' window for the final wrap-up of the experiment, his objective would be achieved. Excellent. Luo Sha nodded with satisfaction, looking as if victory was already in his grasp. Then he stood up and led his two subordinates to wait outside the laboratory. Once the debugging is completed this morning and the full set of data is compiled, everyone will immediately execute the evacuation plan. Destroy all traces and records. By then, even if Konoha catches on and senses something wrong, they will only find an abandoned stronghold, and they will ultimately leave empty-handed. Yes, the two of them replied. The morning mist gradually dissipated, and the daylight grew brighter. Inside the Tianmu mountain base, various instruments were operating at full speed. The final debugging had begun and was steadily progressing. Luo Sha did not enter the laboratory, but waited outside, gazing at the bustling researchers. And as time slowly passed, the sky outside had become fully bright, the sun gradually rising to its zenith, casting noon sunlight over the entire Tianmu mountain. Inside the base, the experimental adjustments had reached the final step. The full set of instruments in the laboratory were operating rapidly, monitoring data, refreshing at high frequency. The three core parameters, puppet vitality, adaptation, toxin rejection suppression, and human load threshold, were all approaching the final standard. Only the last step of stabilization remained, and then this year-long living puppet experiment could be declared a complete success. Luo Sha stood at the laboratory entrance, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face, his mind growing more and more relaxed, and he even began humming a tune. The Muyi investigation team was misled and left the Chuanji Gua, leaving no external crisis. The base was sealed by barriers and various countermeasures set on the mountain paths, making its defenses tight and seemingly flawless. Once the last step of data solidification was completed and the materials sealed, with everyone retreating, he would hold a trump card capable of overturning the Sha-in, even the entire ninja world order. The position of Feng Ying was already within his grasp. The situation was set, the advantage was mine. Beep. Alert. Alert. The next moment, a sharp, piercing siren shattered the calm inside the base and crushed Luo Sha's secure fantasy. Red warning lights flashed, frantically blinding light, flooding the entire underground corridor. The urgent alarm echoed continuously through the cavern, and the once orderly base instantly fell into chaos. The internal barrier shows an anomaly. The barrier in the archive area has triggered a warning. Someone has bypassed the outer blockade and infiltrated the base. The Shai ninja remaining at the barrier control console, though sounding somewhat flustered, forced himself to calm down and shouted to send someone to report the situation to Luo Sha. Upon receiving the news, Luo Sha's aura instantly dropped to freezing point. The golden sand floating beside him abruptly froze, his confident smile faded, and his eyes filled with rage and gloom. A trace of unease emerged from the depths of his heart. An invasion. Just this morning, two capable subordinates had sworn to him that all external threats had been eliminated. The Muyi team had left Chuanjigua, and the entire area was absolutely safe. Yet now, in just a few hours, someone had infiltrated his heavily guarded main base at Tianmu Mountain and even approached the archive room storing all core experimental data. What the hell is going on? Luo Sha roared in a deep voice, his tone icy and fierce. His entire aura exploded, and his gaze pierced the two like a torrent of rage. The two subordinates behind him felt their minds go blank, their hearts suddenly clenching under Luo Sha's chakra pressure, their bodies stiffening in place. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with incredulous shock. The middle-aged ninja's legs trembled, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The fierce demeanor he had shown when scolding the younger ninja was gone, replaced by a tone full of panic. No. Impossible. The outer warning mechanisms showed no reaction at all functioning normally. The barrier had no sign of intrusion. How? How did they do it? How could this be? On the outer mountain paths, there were poison wire traps, sensing puppets, multiple layers of warning barriers. A whole set of defense systems, yet someone had infiltrated the base's archive room silently. The young ninja's face turned even paler, his body trembling uncontrollably. Since they had been stationed at this base, the two had always worked diligently, without any slack. Last night, they had repeatedly checked all the warnings within Tianmu Mountain, and this morning they had confirmed again that there was no chakra anomaly outside. Clearly, it was a flawless defense line, yet now they were told that an intruder had appeared out of nowhere inside the base. This was no longer a mere oversight, but a fatal error that could lead to total collapse. Watching his two subordinates' panicked and discomposed state, the fury in Luo Sha's eyes intensified. But he was after all a man of deep composure. Even in his rage, he maintained his rationality. Now was not the time to assign blame. The experiment was about to be completed and the core data was sealed in the archive room. These things must not be lost, otherwise his entire year of hard work would be completely wasted. If news broke out that he was conducting forbidden experiments and creating living puppets, it would certainly invite condemnation and covetousness from other great nations. The ninja world would not tolerate such a formidable existence. Internally, his schemes to harm fellow village ninjas would likely be traced back, and his path to Feng Ying would be cut off entirely. Incompetent subordinates. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. What are you panicking about? Luo Sha snapped coldly, forcibly suppressing their panic. His sharp eyes swept across the base's passages, and he immediately issued combat orders. Report the current defensive strength of the base. The young subordinate suppressed his fear and immediately bowed to report, Sir, including the elites you brought this morning, the base currently has 10 elite ninjas, 30 mid-level ninjas, and 60 junior ninjas, all ready for battle at any time. The forces were plentiful. A sharp gleam flashed in Luo Sha's eyes, and he instantly made tactical assignments. Listen up. Deploy 3 elite ninjas, 10 mid-level ninjas, and 20 junior ninjas. Conduct a grid search centered on the archive room using the inner barrier. Since the enemy has infiltrated, they must still be inside the base. With the barrier sealed, give them no chance. Remember, kill on sight. Leave 2 elite ninjas, 5 mid-level ninjas, and 10 junior ninjas to guard the core area of the laboratory. Do not leave a single step. Even if you die in battle, do not allow anyone to approach here. Next, Luo Sha's gaze turned to the passage leading outside, his expression dark. The enemy's silent infiltration indicates they are not acting alone. There must be someone outside assisting them. All remaining personnel, follow me outside. Once outside, spread out and seal off the entire Tianmu Mountain. Do not miss any mountain paths, passes, or blind spots. The two subordinates dared not slacken. After bowing to accept the orders, they immediately rushed to various parts of the base to convey the commands. As the orders were given, the entire base began to operate at full speed, the hurried footsteps of Sha-in ninjas echoing continuously. Internal search and encirclement, strict defense of the laboratory, and external mountain blockade. 3 lines of operation were launched simultaneously in an orderly manner. The red alarm continued to flash, the piercing sound echoing through the base. Luo Sha stood on the main control platform, his magnet release chakra held in check within his body, a killing intent enveloping the entire platform. He had thought the situation was settled, and he was about to ascend to the peak, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. A cold gleam appeared in Luo Sha's eyes, and he punched the railing. I want to see who dares to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth. Dawn was just breaking. Tsukiyomi, Kurenai, and Orochimaru pressed forward through the damp, chilling morning mist, concealed within a dense forest atop a towering cliff on the outskirts of Tianmu Mountain. The location was ideal. Lush, ancient trees provided perfect cover for the 3 of them, and from their vantage point, nearly the entire expanse of Tianmu Mountain lay visible below. Per the plan finalized the previous evening, Asuma had headed to the border of the Land of Fire to coordinate with border forces. Tsukiyomi and his 2 companions simply needed to hold position here, waiting for reinforcements before launching a decisive strike against Raza's experimental base. Tsukiyomi had not deceived Asuma. Before the border forces arrived, he truly had no intention of recklessly infiltrating the facility. The earlier infiltration at the transit station was necessary because their squad required more leads, otherwise the investigation would have stalled. Moreover, they had carefully observed the area beforehand. Only routine guards were present without complex traps, meaning Shadow Ninja could slip in undetected. But now the situation was entirely different. They had traced the target to its final stage and were no longer in a rush. The level of security here was on an entirely different tier compared to before. Who knew what measures Raza had put in place? If they were discovered, Raza might destroy everything in advance and flee, rendering all their efforts futile. However, Tsukiyomi was not idle. He summoned his Shadow Ninja Corps and dispersed them in batches. Some concealed themselves within ground shadows, patrolling and investigating the outer perimeter defenses, while others seeped through crevices in rocks and vegetation, observing the movements of personnel within the base. Countless scenes streamed into his mind, and the defensive layout around Tianmu Mountain gradually took shape in his thoughts. The alertness here was indeed extremely tight. Every choke point was equipped with chakra sensing devices. Any unfamiliar chakra trigger would set off an alarm. In addition, numerous ninja patrolled continuously, leaving no exploitable gaps across the entire Tianmu Mountain. As time passed, just as Tsukiyomi was focused on organizing the intelligence returned by shadow operatives, several unusual scenes caught his attention. At several material exit points of the base, Sand Village Ninja were no longer transporting experimental materials. Instead, they were packing and sealing countless files and puppet components into crates, and many experimental instruments were being dismantled and divided. Something is not right. Sensing the anomaly, Tsukiyomi shed his lazy demeanor, his brows furrowing slightly as he turned to look at Orochimaru and Kurenai. The people inside the base are packing supplies. Even the instruments are being taken apart. This doesn't look like routine logistics. It looks more like preparation for evacuation. Evacuation? Kurenai's expression faltered, her eyes filled with confusion. Could Raza have detected us? That's impossible. We haven't leaked any chakra throughout the entire operation. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils contracted slightly. His fingers traced the edge of his sleeve as his hoarse, low voice spoke. It doesn't necessarily mean they've discovered us. Based on the supply records Tsukiyomi found earlier, the opponent's experiments have reached their final phase. Once all experimental parameters are completed, Raza's purpose here will have been achieved. Although the Land of Rivers has no ninja village, it is still foreign territory. Prolonged stay increases the risk of exposure. Perhaps he originally intended to evacuate immediately after the experiment concluded. Although Orochimaru had not yet become the monstrous figure of later years, his familiarity with experimental procedures was already exceptional, allowing him to read the situation at a glance. Watching Raza poised to complete his work and slip away, even Orochimaru's composed demeanor betrayed a trace of urgency. This one-of-a-kind living puppet experiment. He had not yet gotten a full look at it. Raza, you cannot leave. If you go, what will I have to study? So that means our time is running short. Tsukiyomi thought, his mood darkening. If Raza evacuated Tianmu Mountain with his experimental data and living puppets, even when border forces arrived, they would only inherit an empty ruin. What in the world was happening? How did things go from fine to this sudden disaster? But they could not act impulsively yet. The three remained concealed in the cliffside forest, continuing to wait for Asuma and the border forces. Old Ma, come on, put some effort into it. The sun climbed steadily toward the zenith, pouring scorching light over the mountain range. Nearly 12 hours had passed since Asuma departed the previous evening, yet the expected Konoha reinforcements had still not appeared. Tsukiyomi repeatedly linked through his Shadow Ninja's vision to scout the routes leading to the border, but saw no trace of any reinforcements. In contrast, at the Tianmu Mountain base, signs of evacuation grew ever more apparent. More and more experimental equipment was being dismantled and packed, and countless sealed crates were carried out continuously. Sand Village Ninja at the exits moved with hurried steps, every motion radiating urgency. At this rate, Raza would be gone soon. We can't keep waiting any longer. Tsukiyomi made up his mind and rose to his feet, looking at Orochimaru and Kurenai. He knew very well that continuing to wait passively meant not only missing their chance to strike at the heart of the enemy, but barely getting anything at all. I plan to infiltrate the base using Shadow Ninja. Should we wait a little longer? Kurenai asked with concern. What if the reinforcements are almost here? If you go in alone, it's far too dangerous. The danger is real, but Asuma's reinforcements still haven't arrived. Lingering here carries even greater risk. Raza is ready to flee at any moment. Tsukiyomi placed a hand on Kurenai's shoulder and began laying out tactics. Therefore, Master Orochimaru will cover our surroundings while I concentrate on maintaining the Shadow Ninja's vision. Kurenai, I've already told you about the perimeter alerts, so your mission is to go rendezvous with Asuma and the others. What? I disagree. Kurenai was startled by Tsukiyomi's arrangement, shaking off his hand. Her eyes burned with unwillingness. You know infiltration could expose us, and then we'd face the entire base's enemies. And you want to send me away? We're teammates. How can I leave at a time like this? Don't underestimate me. I've long been prepared to sacrifice myself for the village. You clearly know that infiltration could blow our cover, and then we'd face the entire base's enemies. And you want to send me away? We're teammates. How can I leave at a time like this? Don't look down on me. I've long been prepared to sacrifice myself for the village. The girl's resolve was impressive. Tsukiyomi could only laugh helplessly, placing his hand once more on her shoulder as he patiently calmed and explained. First, I'm not underestimating you. I'm looking at reality. If we're truly surrounded by enemies with Master Orochimaru present, and my special abilities, the two of us have a high probability of escaping. But if all three of us try to flee together, the chances drop dramatically. I understand, Kurenai muttered, her fists clenched, her spirits sinking. It's my weakness that would hold you back. Not at all, Tsukiyomi said, gently ruffling her hair. It's simply that your role in rendezvousing with the border forces would be far more valuable. You're already familiar with the perimeter alerts. With your assistance, the border forces can arrive faster, significantly reducing the danger to the two of us. Kurenai bowed her head in silence for a moment, then lifted her gaze to Tsukiyomi and Orochimaru, her tone resolute. I understand. I'll reach the border forces as quickly as possible. Tsukiyomi, master, please don't come to harm. Thank goodness these weren't those two infamous Konoha clones. Otherwise he didn't know how much persuasion it would have taken. Girls like her were much easier to reason with. And as for Asuma, that scoundrel, what on earth was he doing? He'd been sent to fetch reinforcements, but nothing but delays. 12 hours had passed, and not a single sign of him. Once they returned, he'd have a serious word with him. All right, move out. Kurenai nodded, no longer hesitating. With a flash of movement, she swiftly headed toward the border. Watching Kurenai's figure disappear into the mountain forest, Orochimaru turned his head, regarding Tsukiyomi with keen interest. Tsukiyomi-dano, you're so confident we can escape unscathed. Is it confidence in yourself or trust in your teacher? Perhaps both, Tsukiyomi replied, reverting to his characteristic laziness with a shrug. He truly was not worried. With Orochimaru's and his own strength, escaping was certainly achievable, especially since Orochimaru still had the reverse summoning technique as a fallback. Time to get to work. A gentle breeze rustled through the mountain branches, stirring up fine rustling sounds. The entire Tianmu mountain appeared tranquil, yet deep within its core the experiment was in its final stage. Orochimaru stood silently to one side, his golden slit pupils scanning the surrounding forest. He held his chakra within, ready but unspent, silently fulfilling his guard duty. Yuejian sat cross-legged under a tree, took a deep breath, and swiftly formed hand seals. The shadows at his feet began to flow and coalesce, and 4 pitch-black ninja figures slowly emerged. Split into groups. Yuejian sent out precise commands with a flicker of his mind. One will attack, targeting the archive room to search for all scrolls, records, and reports related to the living puppet experiments. The other 3 will disperse, probing each area of the base, recording the corridor layout, the distribution of Raza's forces, and the defensive positions. The 4 shadowy ninjas instantly dissipated, merging back into shadows and slipping into the crevices of the mountain floor. They wove through the terrain, evading several patrols of Sunagakure ninjas, and silently entered the Tianmu mountain base. Inside the base, it was still bustling with activity. Everyone had received orders to evacuate immediately after the experiment, so most Sunagakure ninjas were focused on packing and transporting supplies. No one noticed the uninvited guests in the shadows. Yuejian was not worried about infiltration. In the current ninja world, no one could sense the shadow core. His main concern was Raza, who might have set up some hidden countermeasures. After successfully infiltrating, the 4 shadowy ninjas split up as instructed. One ninja broke away from the group, heading toward a deeper corridor to find the archive room. The other 3 ninjas moved in pairs, weaving between the laboratories, warehouses, and corridors, recording the internal structure and personnel distribution. Before long, the attacking shadow ninja found its destination. A heavy stone door was tightly shut, guarded by 2 Sunagakure ninjas. Though tense, their attention was more on the transport teams, and they failed to notice the shadow in the corridor. The shadowy ninja turned into a pool of darkness, slid along the wall's shadow, and slipped through the door gap, successfully infiltrating the archive room. Inside the spacious archive room, rows of metal shelves were neatly arranged, laden with well-preserved scrolls. The core secrets of the living puppet experiments were all stored here. Yuejian's spirit lifted. He immediately took over the shadow ninja's vision, stepped forward to inspect, and scan the classification labels, hoping to quickly locate key documents. The moment the shadowy ninja's finger brushed against the shelf, the sensing device triggered. A sharp buzz rang out. Yuejian's heart sank. Damn, he never expected Raza to be waiting for him here. Not only the outer perimeter and the mountain barrier, but even the bookshelves inside the archive room were rigged with alarm mechanisms. The next second, red alarms blared throughout the entire base. Harsh, glaring red lights flashed wildly, and urgent sirens echoed through the caverns. The once orderly base plunged into chaos. The internal barrier shows an anomaly. The alarm was triggered in the archive room area. Shouting reports spread. Soon urgent footsteps and the clatter of drawn weapons came from distant corridors. Through the shadow ninja's vision, Yuejian clearly saw a large number of Sunagakure ninjas rushing toward the area. The shadowy ninja had been exposed with no immediate opportunity to act. But that didn't mean Yuejian would give up. He didn't dismiss the shadow ninja. Instead, he decisively ordered it to turn back into a shadow and remain in the archive room. He then shifted his full attention to the other 3 shadow ninjas who were still hidden in the base's shadows, unaffected by the alarm's commotion, quietly waiting and transmitting real-time images of the base. After the alarm, the base's order changed. Following Raza's orders, the ninjas who had been packing supplies all stopped, quickly abandoned their loads, and began forming tactical siege lines. Through the 3 shadow ninjas' vision, Yuejian saw Raza's deployment, clearly guarding the laboratory core, sweeping the archive area, and sealing off the entire mountain. The coordination was orderly, with 3 fronts advancing simultaneously. Truly worthy of Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi nations, elite ninja discipline was evident. At this moment, the Shadow Core's weakness became apparent. Yuejian used his own chakra to activate the Terra Mask, and the Terra Mask then used shadow energy to summon the Shadow Core. Thus, the Shadow Core were not chakra constructs. The advantage was that they could not be detected by conventional sensory techniques because the Shadow Core had no chakra. That was precisely why the ninja squad had managed to infiltrate smoothly. Correspondingly, the Shadow Core also lacked chakra detection abilities. They could only rely on visual observation. They could clearly count the enemy's numbers, positions, and movement routes, but could not sense the strength of the enemy's chakra or distinguish their power level. At this point, Yuejian could only infer the enemy's battle strength distribution based on the Sunagakure ninjas' stances and expressions combined with the visual feed. The archive room side is probably led by 3 jonin, the laboratory has 2, the remaining ninjas are with Raza outside. He quickly organized the intelligence, memorizing the enemy's troop deployment, defense focus, and encirclement routes. After confirming that all key information was collected, Yuejian decisively cut off the shared vision, leaving the 4 shadowy ninjas to continue lurking and waiting for an opportunity. Having done all this, he slowly opened his eyes. The laziness in his gaze was completely gone, replaced by a fierce battle intent. The alarm sound, muffled by the thick rock layers, faintly reached the cliff where they stood. Orochimaru, who had been watching the whole time, smiled and spoke in a hoarse voice. Triggered the alarm. It seems Raza is more cautious than I imagined. Yuejian stood up, stretched, and also wore a smile. The touch alarm inside the archive room is unavoidable. Our whereabouts are now exposed. Raza has just completed tactical deployment, internal sweep core defense, and sealing off the perimeter. The entire Tianmu mountain is now sealed. He turned to look at Orochimaru beside him, speaking casually. The infiltration plan has failed. Now we have to fight head-on. Orochimaru rubbed his sleeve with his right hand, golden slit pupils gleaming with excitement. After lying low for so long, his craving for Raza's living puppet experiments had become unbearable. He was eager to see them firsthand. Now that open battle was inevitable, it suited his desires. No matter, Orochimaru stepped forward, chakra faintly stirring within him. This is a good chance to test the strength of this Kazekage candidate. Don't die here, Yuejin-kun. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sensei. Inside the Tianmu mountain base, I still have a surprise prepared for Raza. I hope he likes this gift. Tsukimi and Orochimaru emerged from the shadows of the dense forest one after the other without deliberately suppressing their chakra signatures. The gates of the Tenzin mountain base swung open wide as a swarm of Sunagakure ninjas poured out, led by Raza, whose face had darkened to an extreme degree. Behind him stood 5 elite Suna Jonin, exuding formidable power, flanked closely by 10 Chunin elites, while the remaining 5 Chunin and 30 Jinin formed a battle formation behind them, their chakra brimming with readiness, a chilling aura of slaughter sweeping across the entire mountain path. Raza's gaze locked onto the 2 figures ahead. Only now, seeing them with his own eyes, did he fully realize that Sharon, the sensory-type ninja he had dispatched earlier, had been deceived from start to finish. The Konoha investigation squad had never left the land of rivers. Instead, using Sharon's false intel, they had bypassed layers of security, slipped into the vicinity of Tenzin Mountain, and even infiltrated the base itself, until the alarm was triggered, alerting the Suna side belatedly. The moment he recalled how he had been immersed in a false sense of security, believing everything was settled, and had even ordered the entire force to prepare for evacuation, Raza's rage threatened to spill over. He couldn't help but inwardly curse his 2 subordinates for their incompetence. Worthless. And that Sharon, claiming he was naturally adept at concealing his aura, spouting nonsense about being flawless, yet he was completely toyed with, and didn't even know it. Raza suppressed the fury burning within him, forcing himself to stay calm. He was well aware of his own strength. Though he had mastered magnet release gold dust, and stood at the pinnacle of Suna's younger generation of ninjas, he still had no chance of victory against Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. But I am not fighting alone. With that thought, Raza immediately settled on a tactical distribution. All units, listen up. An icy voice rang out as golden sand slowly swirled around him. All Jonin and 10 elite Chunin join me in encircling Orochimaru. As the words fell, the 5 Suna Jonin simultaneously stepped forward, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra. The 10 Chunin formed a formation, sealing off all of Orochimaru's escape routes. Raza was deeply cautious. According to Sharon's intelligence, Nara Tsukimi might appear young, but possessed a terrifying burst speed capable of instantly killing a Chunin. He absolutely could not underestimate him just because of his age. Although Sharon had been tricked, this was the only intel Raza had. Better to believe it than to dismiss it. Moreover, in Raza's view, even if Tsukimi could kill a Chunin in an instant, his age was still a factor. Facing the attrition of dozens of Sunin ninjas, his chakra would eventually run dry, and he would be worn down to death. Remaining ninjas, all of you surround Nara Tsukimi. Facing the two opponents, the optimal solution was to rely on numerical superiority, split the battlefield, and overwhelm them with numbers, eliminating any possibility of variables. Raza glanced around at his ample forces, his eyes radiating absolute confidence. The advantage is still mine. At the command, the Sunin ninjas immediately split and swiftly surged in from all directions, instantly forming two encirclements that separated Tsukimi and Orochimaru. Encircled, Tsukimi showed no signs of panic on his face, maintaining a calm demeanor. From the moment Raza charged out of the base, he had been observing the enemy. Compared to the original story, this timeline's Raza was much younger, but his cunning was already deep. After discovering he had been played, he was about to lose his temper, yet he still managed to suppress it. Impressive. Clap, clap, clap. Tsukimi applauded, his gaze toward Raza, filled with admiration and mockery. I hope you can still maintain that in a moment. As for being surrounded, Tsukimi knew very well that Raza had not underestimated him, but still hadn't taken him seriously enough. Before absolute unsolvable speed, numerical advantage was meaningless. A soft tremor. Tsukimi's figure, still standing in place, suddenly blurred. His feet had already stepped into Shuinpa, and his form transformed into a streak of black shadow darting out in an instant. Empowered by Shuinpa, Tsukimi's speed rivaled that of a top-tier jonin. The reaction nerves of Genin and Chunin were utterly incapable of tracking his movements, all locks and aims missed entirely. A barrage of wind release and earth release ninjutsu rained down, smashing into the spot where Tsukimi had just stood. Dust flew, but they didn't even graze his clothes. How can he be this fast? The 5 Chunin blocking the path widened their eyes and shocked, their faces filled with horror. In their sights, Tsukimi's figure flickered unpredictably, completely impossible to pinpoint. After a brief dodge to create distance, Tsukimi counterattacked fiercely. Passive defense was not his style. The power of the Shadow Fist rapidly gathered a layer of special chakra, materializing around his hands. A fierce and domineering armor-breaking taijutsu exploded, striking a Chunin with precision. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound rang out. The special protective gear worn by that Chunin, designed for Suna, was as fragile as paper before such a punch. The bones and internal organs within his body instantly broke apart, blood gushing out. Before he could even let out a scream, his entire body crashed heavily to the ground. Before the remaining Suna ninjas could register their terror, Tsukimi's figure flickered again. Shuinpa closed the distance, and the shadow blade shadow coalesced, a cold gleam of a blade flashing. A sharp edge cut through the air at a tricky angle, precisely slashing across another Chunin's neck. Pandemonium erupted among the crowd. The remaining Suna ninjas frantically changed their formation, pressing back to cover each other, advancing layer by layer in an attempt to compress Tsukimi's space with a human wave tactic. Tsukimi's 3 shadow army abilities fused perfectly, integrating speed, armor breaking, and killing into a flawless trinity of offense and defense. Dozens of Suna ninjas encircled him in layers, appearing grand and impenetrable, yet in reality, they were completely toyed with and suppressed by Tsukimi alone. All their attacks missed, and their defenses were repeatedly breached. Despite the numerical advantage, the Suna ninjas were forced to be passive throughout, unable to even touch his clothes, while one after another fell to the ground. On the other side, the main battlefield was equally deadlocked. Raza, along with 5 Jonin and 10 Chunin, kept Orochimaru tightly entangled. Golden sand floated in the air, blanketing the sky. Countless sharp grains of gold dust formed a killing array, completely sealing Orochimaru's movement. Earth release and wind release ninjutsu came in unending waves. Combined with the exquisite coordination of Jonin-level tactics, the assault was violent and overwhelming. Yet even against such intense siege, Orochimaru remained utterly composed. He directly summoned 3 giant snakes from Ryuchi Cave. Even if they weren't top-tier summoning beasts like Manda, their massive bodies and venomous fangs still caused great distress to the 5 Suna Jonin, leaving only Raza able to hold his ground and counterattack. In battles below, the Super Kage-level large summoning beasts held immense tactical value. In the original story, during the Konoha Crush plan, a few summoned giant snakes had left several elite Konoha ninjas, including Marino Ibiki, helpless, forcing Jiraiya to intervene. During the Pain Invasion, several Umbu members teamed up to fight the Splitting Dog, a moment humorously dubbed the highlight of Konoha's Umbu. The utility of summoning beasts was evident. Now Orochimaru stood atop the giant snake's head, his sinister laugh echoing slowly across the battlefield, his golden vertical pupils glinting with excitement and amusement. The elite combat power of Tsunagakure is indeed somewhat interesting. The two battlefields were fiercely engaged, yet the situation was eerily one-sided. Raza was tightly bound by Orochimaru, unable to break away to provide support. The Suna human wave against Tsukimi was thoroughly countered by his unsolvable movement and versatile shadow abilities, failing to achieve any results for a long time. During the fight, Tsukimi diverted a portion of his focus to carefully survey the battlefield, confirming that the Suna ninjas were all tied up here. He dodged a sideways slashing blade and silently issued an order in his mind. Alright, you can start inside too. The battlefield outside Tianmu Mountain remained in a stalemate while the red alert within the base had been deactivated. The harsh crimson lights faded entirely, and the piercing sirens ceased abruptly, restoring the entire facility to a state of calm. A reconnaissance team, led by 3 Tsunagakure Jonin, entered the archives first to inspect. The room was immaculate with no signs of concealment, and all documents and files remained intact and undisturbed. After confirming the room was safe, the reconnaissance team began a comprehensive methodical search. The members dispersed and covered every inch of the area surrounding the archives, including corners, suspended ceiling layers, and even the gaps in ventilation ducts. After several meticulous rounds of inspection, the entire core zone was found to be pristine. No residual foreign chakra, nor any unusual sounds. The barrier outside the archives remained stable and full, with no signs of tampering or penetration. Even the heavy stone door was untouched. Having confirmed the security of the archives and its surroundings, the 3 Jonin led the Tsunagakure ninjas in a slow withdrawal from the archives area. They planned to proceed along the main corridor, conducting layer-by-layer inspections outward to thoroughly eliminate any hidden threats. Just as the team exited the archives area and prepared to start their outward inspection, at the edge of the leading Jonin's vision, a slender pitch-black shadow flickered and vanished at the mouth of a transverse passage. Who goes there? The shadow moved with incredible speed, fleeting and momentary, as if someone was scurrying close to the wall. Under the light, it revealed only a faint outline for an instant before plunging back into darkness. The entire ninja squad tensed up instantly, their steps halting in unison, and they turned to look at the entrance of that passage. Captain, that's the passage leading to the supply area and one of the few exits of the entire base. It's the infiltrator. He's trying to escape through the supply route. The leading Jonin's expression turned grave, immediately assessing the situation. The alarm in the archives wouldn't have triggered without reason. The enemy hadn't hidden inside the archives or ambushed from a blind spot. He must have been lurking in the passage earlier. Now, seeing the tight blockade around the core area with no opportunity to exploit, he could no longer contain himself and sought to flee via the supply route. The little mouse that infiltrated the base had finally revealed itself. This was a golden opportunity for the leading Jonin to earn merit before Lord Raza. Yet despite his eagerness, he remained cautious and refrained from reckless ambition. The archives are a key guard point. We cannot leave them unattended. A low voice sounded as the leading Jonin began to rapidly allocate forces for deployment. Leave 1 Jonin, 3 Chunin, and 5 Genin to guard the archives. Keep watch over the passage entrances and exits. If anything unusual happens, immediately sound the alarm again. No one is to approach this place. 9 ninjas from the team immediately halted and took positions around the area guarding the passage outside the archives entrance. Having arranged the rear guard, the leading Jonin waved his hand and led the remaining ninjas charging swiftly into the passage towards the supply area, following the direction where the black shadow had fled. The narrow passage extended toward the outer edge of the base. To avoid being shaken off, the 2 Jonin gave chase at full speed, leaving the Chunin and Genin far behind. As they rounded the first corner, the black shadow flickered again in the shadows at the end of the passage ahead. Still clinging to the wall in a hasty escape, the shadow briefly showed itself in the line of sight of the 2 Tsunagakure Jonin before heading towards the deeper exit of the supply route, once again swallowed by darkness. The 2 fleeting appearances, coupled with the panicked, desperate posture of fleeing the base, only fueled the Jonin's determination to pursue. They raced straight along the passage, rounded 2 more corners, and finally reached the end of the supply route. The door leading outside the base was right before them, now slightly ajar. The 2 exchanged glances and stepped outside the stone door. What greeted them, aside from the road created by Earth release for supply carts, was only a stretch of verdant, undulating forest. No trace of anyone was found except themselves. The shadow that had been fleeing all along had vanished without a trace, as if it had been nothing more than an illusion from the start. The 2 Jonin returned and closed the door. The leading Jonin stood in the center of the passage, constantly scanning his surroundings, his expression growing more and more somber. That was no illusion. He was certain of that. Could the infiltrator really have left? But why leave such an obvious trail of escape? To prevent the enemy from still hiding in the base, they began to search the entire passage separately. Before long, the Sunagakure ninjas who had fallen behind caught up and joined the search. Some inspected the stacks of supply crates on both sides, while others searched the gaps in the floor and corners. Every nook and cranny was examined, yet no trace or clue of the infiltrator was found. The other jonin frowned deeply and asked the leading jonin in a low voice, voicing the doubt that troubled everyone. The alarm was triggered at the archives, yet the enemy deliberately exposed himself and then escaped through the supply exit. Isn't that too deliberate? Indeed, it was far too deliberate, as if it were a stage performance for their benefit. But now they truly could not find any trace of the enemy. The mountain forest was silent and empty, and the passage showed no anomalies. Even using sensory techniques, they could detect no unfamiliar chakra. The leading jonin steadied his mind and repeatedly dissected the scenes just witnessed. Each appearance of the black shadow had occurred precisely at a corner, a blind spot at the edge of vision. On the surface, it indeed seemed like a hasty escape, flawless in execution. Perhaps the enemy is skilled only in concealment, not in direct combat. Upon realizing our tight defenses, he deemed it hopeless and simply chose to flee the base. The leading jonin's doubts did not dissipate, but he could only offer such an explanation. The security at Tiemu Mountain Base was so formidable. This person had managed to infiltrate silently, and although he triggered the alarm, he was no ordinary foe. It seemed unlikely he would give up so easily. Even if they couldn't catch him, no one could bear the wrath of Raza should the enemy strike again. To ensure absolute safety, he immediately ordered the reconnaissance team to station at the supply passage, spread out, layer their defenses, and blockade this entrance to prevent the enemy from infiltrating the base again. Meanwhile, in the archives area, 9 Sunagakure ninjas stood outside, their nerves taut, guarding every blind spot and focusing their attention outward. Inside the archives, beside rows of metal shelves, a clump of shadows slowly writhed in the corner's darkness, reforming into a human shape. A pair of scarlet pupils gazed at the classified documents displayed before them. At this moment, within the Tiemu Mountain Base, the personnel deployment had long been solidified by Rasha. On the forest battlefield ahead, under Rasha's leadership, half of the sand-hidden ninjas were locked in combat with Yuejian and his companion, preventing the duo from escaping. Within the supply passage, the investigation team of 24 members stood guard, sealing off the entrance and exit to prevent the enemy from returning, while the remaining 9 kept watch over the archives. The final 17 ninjas were stationed outside the core laboratory of the base. This entire defensive layout seemed impenetrable, yet all sand-hidden ninjas overlooked another crucial area, the central control room. As the most vital hub, the central control room regulated the base's alarms, barriers, and security systems. At this moment, no ninjas were stationed inside. Only 2 ordinary personnel were present, tasked with recording equipment data and monitoring the alarm status. Ordinarily, the central control room lay at the heart of the base with layers of defense around it. In Rasha's eyes, it was impervious to infiltration from outsiders, so for a long time no ninja had been assigned to guard it. Under such tense circumstances, this very location became the sole defensive vacuum within the entire base. Yuejian would not be magnanimous about Rasha's oversight. The shadow ninja lurking within the base began to move, merging into the shadows of the passageways, silently advancing forward. Soon they infiltrated the central control room. At that moment, the 2 staff members were poring over the data on the screens, completely absorbed in their work, oblivious to the crisis creeping up behind them. The shadow ninja struck with lightning speed, delivering 2 precise and clean chops to the back of the necks, hitting the vital points. Before the 2 could utter a sound, they collapsed to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. After swiftly clearing the personnel, the shadow ninja approached the main control console. During the initial infiltration, the shadow ninja had already scouted this area. At that time, Yuejian had directly connected to the visual feed, observing the workflow of the 2 staff members. He quickly understood the basic operation methods and issued precise instructions to the shadow ninja. Thus, in just a few seconds, all alarms linked to the archives were deactivated by the shadow ninja. From now on, aside from the external barrier, the entire archives had been completely severed from the base's security system. No matter what changes occurred inside the base would no longer generate any response. Yuejian, still engaged in combat outside, received this synchronized feedback. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Rasha, your gift is coming. After eliminating all external threats, the shadow ninjas stationed in the archives began to move. When they touched the bookshelf again, the alarm indeed did not sound. The materials on the bookshelf were the core secrets Rasha had painstakingly accumulated over a year, including complete living puppet experiments, human body modification, compatibility data, cell rejection suppression agents, new poison formulas, and all human experiment manuscripts. A circle of darkness suddenly rippled beneath the shadow ninja's feet, spanning only 2 feet in radius. Then all these materials were thrown into the shadows. As the documents hit the ground, they made no sound. Instead, they eerily passed through the darkness and vanished without a trace. This was the source of power for the Shadow Core, the Shadow Kingdom. Given Yuejian's current strength and his command over the Shadow Corps, he could not yet open the Shadow Kingdom directly nor enter it. However, the Shadow Corps themselves could utilize it moderately, which was more than sufficient for the present situation. All the documents were transferred to the Shadow Kingdom to be retrieved later by the Shadow Corps. The entire process was highly efficient, leaving no crucial materials behind. In just a short time, all confidential files were stored in the Shadow Kingdom. The once stuffed bookshelves were now completely empty, with only a few insignificant account books left behind. The Shadow Ninja took a piece of paper, wrote a line on the back, and placed it back on the shelf. "These are for you as a souvenir. You're welcome." The moment the Shadow Ninja completed the mission, the information synchronized to Yuejian, who was still entangled with the sand-hidden ninjas. Upon receiving the message, his eyes sharpened. In the next instant, Orochimaru, standing atop the giant serpent, caught sight of the crimson pupils within his own shadow. Orochimaru understood immediately. The two figures who had been delivering fierce attacks and firmly controlling the battle suddenly withdrew their moves simultaneously. Without any intention of lingering, they retreated in unison toward the forest behind. Retreating. Is their chakra depleted? Sensory ninja report their status immediately. The sudden retreat of Yuejian and Orochimaru startled Rasha. He quickly asked the sensory ninja, "Lord Rasha, their chakra reserves are still ample, at least half remains." The sand-hidden sensory ninja replied promptly. With combat strength intact and the ability to continue fighting, they withdrew without any reason. This was eerily abnormal in a stalemated battlefield. This unusual scene stirred a strong sense of alert and unease in Rasha's heart. His years of ninja instinct told him that during a confrontation, unless there was a rout or a fatal flaw, one would not easily abandon the battlefield unless the enemy had achieved their tactical objective. Thinking of the infiltrator inside the base, doubt surged in his mind. Could their goal not be a frontal breakthrough, but rather to facilitate the infiltration plan, or to cover the infiltrator's retreat? The sense of crisis grew stronger. Rasha dared not delay a single moment. He immediately pulled out his portable radio communicator, quickly switched to the investigation team's frequency, and asked in a deep voice about the situation inside the base. A crackling static burst, then the communication connected. The steady voice of the leading Jonin came through clearly and quickly, reporting the status within the base. "Lord Rasha, the infiltrating enemy has just broken through the supply passage and fled into the forest. Our unit has fully sealed the supply entrance and exit to prevent them from returning. At the same time, a 9-man squad is stationed outside the archives. The barrier shows no signs of intrusion. Everything is safe." After hearing the report from the leading Jonin, Rasha breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the base was fine, all his doubts dissipated. At that moment, he made his own judgment. Yuejian and Orochimaru had been putting on an act from start to finish. The initial skirmish was meant to divert the attention of the sand-hidden main force, creating an opportunity for their teammate in the archives to escape. Now that the infiltrator had successfully fled, the duo retreated accordingly. The moment he understood the enemy's tactics, Rasha's anger flared. The golden sand suspended around him trembled violently, and a powerful magnet released chakra swept through the surroundings. "Damn it! You've tracked us all the way down, uncovered the secret of the living experiments, and treated my base like a public restroom, coming and going as you please. Do you think I have no temper? If I let you escape unscathed today, I'll eat every piece of experimental equipment in the base on the spot." Raza had already concluded that Tsukimi and Orochimaru had been toying with the sand-hidden village from start to finish. Facing their blatant provocation, he hesitated no more. He picked up the radio, and in a grave voice issued an order to the investigation team on the other end to redeploy their positions. "By my command, have the laboratory guard unit relieve you and seal the entrance to the supply passage, preventing the enemy from doubling back. Meanwhile, the entire investigation team is to proceed immediately to the main battlefield and join the encirclement and elimination operation." Then he switched the radio to the guard unit's channel and relayed the same command. Since the interior of the base had been purged, there was no point in keeping so many men stationed there. Orochimaru and his ally had already learned the secret of the living puppets. If that information leaked, he would face the pressure of the 4 great ninja nations, especially the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Reikage. Those 2 old geezers were utterly vile. More importantly, he had also schemed to harm fellow ninja from his own village. If that were ever uncovered, he could forget about the position of Kazekage. He might not even be allowed to remain in the village. Raza could almost picture the scene: the 3rd Kazekages reprimand the contempt of his fellow villagers. Today he could not let those 2 escape. With bloodshot eyes, Raza immediately ordered his forces to advance at full speed, pursuing the retreating Tsukimi and Orochimaru. Once the investigation team arrived, they would unite their forces and trap the 2 in the forest. Raza's commands, transmitted clearly via the radio, instantly shattered the original defensive layout of the entire base. Following Raza's arrangement, the investigation team stationed at the entrance of the supply passage upon the arrival of the guard unit immediately withdrew, regrouped with the members outside the archives room, and rushed at full speed to the frontline forest. The guard unit originally responsible for the laboratory took over the supply passage. This seemingly prudent redeployment, however, almost drained the base's internal defense forces, leaving the heavily guarded perimeter of the laboratory as the greatest vulnerability. This once-in-a-lifetime gap in defense was precisely the fatal opportunity the long-hidden shadow ninjas had been waiting for. After confirming the troop movements inside the base, the 4 shadow ninjas coalesced into a single mass of shadow, gliding silently along the wall's shadows until they reached the laboratory. They seeped through the cracks in the laboratory walls, infiltrating the interior without a sound. Inside the laboratory, the living puppet experiment was in its final stages. The ones performing the actual work were ordinary researchers Raza had gathered, specialists who had spent their lives studying human body modification, confined to the lab by the sand, hidden day after day, conducting living puppet experiments. They were completely oblivious to the troop movements and battlefield skirmishes outside. All their focus was on the final data verification and product solidification, diligently carrying out Raza's orders. They remained utterly unaware of the shadow ninjas that had stealthily invaded. After entering the laboratory, the 4 shadow ninjas did not act rashly. Strictly following Tsukimi's instructions, they quietly lurked in the shadows of the corners, patiently waiting for the experiment to conclude. The moment the last set of data was entered, and the living puppet was fully formed with all finishing touches complete, the 4 shadows moved in an instant. Before the researchers could react, they were all knocked unconscious, and the entire laboratory fell silent. After clearing the room of personnel, the shadow ninjas immediately began a full-speed retrieval operation. The 4 shadow ninjas worked together, expanding the shadow beneath their feet to a radius of 1 zhang. They stored into the Shadow Kingdom all the high-end precision modification instruments, medical equipment suitable for human use, a vast quantity of living modification materials, rejection-suppressing drugs, human activation drugs, and even the half-finished puppets soaking in nutrient solution. They also took a fully completed living puppet whose functions had just stabilized. Nothing of value was left behind. They would have dug 3 feet deep if necessary. The entire process was orderly, with no valuable items overlooked. They even triggered the laboratory's alarm midway, but the shadow ninjas no longer needed to hide. They let the glaring red alarm lights flash and the sirens blare. In a mere moment, this core laboratory, which had cost Raza a year of manpower and resources, housing the ultimate secret of the puppet technique, was completely emptied. Only empty workstations and a clean bare floor remained. After the laboratory was fully cleared, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. The guard unit alerted by the alarm rushing back in panic. But they were too late. As the information was relayed to Tsukimi, the 4 shadow ninjas vanished with a soft puff, leaving no trace behind. Outside, with Tsukimi and Orochimaru deliberately stalling, the battle had fallen into Raza's expected rhythm. A crowd of sand-hidden ninjas had re-encircled the 2, and the investigation team from inside the base had also arrived, greatly reinforcing the sand-hidden's forces. Raza looked at the 2 who had been toying with him so wantonly. Though he was in a state of fury, he had not lost his reason. However, he had grown smarter. The previous battle had taught him that Chunin and Jinin were useless against Tsukimi, so he dispatched the 3 Jonin from the investigation team to deal with the Nara boy first. Raza himself led the remaining ninjas, focusing on restraining Orochimaru. His magnet-release chakra erupted continuously, sending a tide of gold dust sweeping toward Orochimaru. Facing 3 Jonin directly, Tsukimi was only an elite Chunin in strength. Even with the boost from the Mantis Squad's flash step, he could instantly kill Chunin and Jinin, but against 3 seasoned Jonin, he found himself at a disadvantage, looking extremely harried. The 3 sand-hidden Jonin formed a triangular formation, preparing to encircle Tsukimi. Sensing the encirclement was about to close, he erupted shadow energy at his feet and used flash step to retreat diagonally, trying to create distance and break free from their blockade. But the moment his flash step landed, the Jonin behind him had already closed in. The ninja sword whistled through the air, a condensed blade aura aimed directly at Tsukimi's neck, vital point. Its speed was only slightly slower than flash step, yet still astonishingly fast. Tsukimi's pupils contracted. He had no time to use flash step again. He instantly condensed shadow in his right hand, forming a long, narrow black blade in haste, and raised it to parry. Clang! The moment the 2 blades collided, immense force surged through the blade. Even with the enhancement from the Troll Squad's ability, Tsukimi's arm went numb, and his body staggered back, half a step involuntarily. It was still a disadvantage of youth. His body had not fully matured, and the Troll Squad's ability enhancement had not been fully developed. Taking a full-powered strike from a Jonin was still somewhat strenuous. Fine. So this is how it's going to be. Damn it, just you wait. Tsukimi cursed inwardly, but the battle gave him no time to catch his breath. Before he could regain his balance, the second Jonin had already completed his hand seals. A wind-release air current streaked through the air's sharp wind blades, aimed directly at his back, sealing his retreat route. Simultaneously, the third Jonin stepped forward, his palm strike wrapped in thick earth-release chakra, aimed at Tsukimi's side. The pincer attack left him completely passive. The foundation of taijutsu he had honed over years of training with Guy came into play. At the extreme limit, Tsukimi twisted his body sideways, barely evading the brunt of the wind release. Only a small portion of the wind blade struck his back, cutting through his clothes and leaving fine bloody scratches on his skin. A stinging pain swept through his entire body. Using the momentum of his sideways turn, Tsukimi used flash step again to retreat, narrowly dodging the heavy earth release palm strike and the subsequent horizontal slash. He escaped the three Jonin's encirclement by a hair's breadth. After landing, Tsukimi no longer bothered to conserve chakra. Without any hesitation, he activated the Terra mask with a thought. The next second, countless Shadow Corps soldiers surged out from the forest shadows, standing in front of Tsukimi and separating him from the three Jonin. Knowing he could not defeat three Jonin in a direct fight, Tsukimi was not foolish enough to go and get himself killed. Instead of wasting time in a prolonged skirmish, he decided to unleash a swarm of troops. Individual Shadow Corps soldiers were only as strong as elite genin, and their physical defenses were weak. But the average ninja in the shinobi world was not much better. They could also be injured or killed by kunai and shuriken. Facing an endless tide of Shadow Corps, even a Jonin could easily slip up. As for the Chunin and Genin, Tsukimi did not consider them a threat. I originally wanted to get along with you all as a normal ninja, but in return I got targeted. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I'm a cheater, and I'm coming clean. Like a tide of pitch-black shadows, the Shadow Corps surged forth. Over 200 figures from 6 corps densely covered the entire battlefield. Some towering and muscular, some wielding long blades, some brandishing giant pincers, some with hands transformed into sharp blades. Layer upon layer of figures instantly surrounded the three Shine Jonin. This bizarre spectacle instantly seized the attention of everyone present. The Chunin and Genin who were surrounding Yuejian from the periphery all halted their charge, in unison, instinctively gazing at this strange battlefield. Ordinary ninja combat relied on taijutsu fundamentals, tactical intelligence, jutsu coordination, and chakra reserves. However, the Nara Yuejian before them had completely transcended the conventional bounds of ninja warfare. Is this still the ninja I know? What kind of decent ninja fights like this? On another battlefield, Dashawan, facing Luo Sha's overwhelming sand gold assault, narrowed his elongated snake-like pupils. His peripheral vision swept over the dense mass of the Shadow Corps, and a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Having always been well-traveled and knowledgeable, he had witnessed many bloodline limits and secret techniques in the ninja world, and was deeply familiar with the Nara clan shadow techniques. Yet he had never heard of any Nara clansman displaying such prowess. Even the apathetic Dashyuan felt a flicker of genuine astonishment in his heart. He couldn't help but extend his tongue and lick his lips. Is this his true trump card? Splendid. This student assigned to me by teacher Yuan Fei is truly fascinating. On the battlefield, Luo Sha's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm of shock surged within his heart. He stared fixedly at that black sea of figures, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Throughout the history of the ninja world, not only the Nara clan shadow techniques, but any secret technique or bloodline limit he knew of could not produce such a quantity of combat units en masse. Regardless of the combat capabilities of these shadows, with such an eerie ability, and achieving what he had at less than 10 years old, as long as this youth did not die, he would surely become a powerhouse who would stir the winds and clouds of the ninja world, or even shake its very structure. At this moment, a clear judgment formed in Luo Sha's mind. Mai had given birth to another super genius. If such a genius were allowed to grow, he would surely become a major threat to Shine in the future. Damn it! How can you people of Mai have so many geniuses? Can't you spare one for us? With this thought, the killing intent in Luo Sha's eyes burned even more fiercely. Whether genius or monster, today, on Mount Tianmu, he must completely extinguish this rising star of Mai. No matter the cost, Nara Yuejian must not be allowed to leave this forest alive. Fierce magnetic release chakra erupted once more, the sky filling sand gold, howling and trembling, tightly entangling Dashawan, leaving him no chance to break free and provide support. At the same time, he ordered the surrounding Chunin and Genin to join the siege, sparing no cost to kill Nara Yuejian. At the center of this battlefield, the three Shine Jonin, surrounded by the Shadow Corps, initially showed little concern. All three were seasoned elites who had been through countless battles and had witnessed many strange secret techniques. In their understanding, any summoned creature had a limit to its numbers and a weakness in combat power. These shadows, though numerous, might not be able to trap three well-coordinated Jonin. The moment they engaged, their attacks were fierce and swift. They alternated between wind release and earth release techniques, combined with Jonin-level exquisite taijutsu, sweeping across the core battlefield. Each slash of a blade, each punch or palm strike could defeat one or even several shadows. The pitch-black figures would burst with a puff sound, turning into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the air. The three coordinated with each other, advancing and retreating in an orderly fashion, seemingly handling the relentless onslaught of the Shadow Core with ease. But after just 1 minute their expressions had completely changed. Something's wrong, terribly wrong. What is this thing? Why after killing for so long has the number not decreased at all? Upon closer observation they were horrified to discover that after the shattered shadows dissipated, new shadows would coalesce from the forest shadows in the next instant, filling the gaps in the battle line. Destroy one wave, and another would immediately surge forth, wave after wave, as if endless. What chilled the three to the bone was that almost every shadow held a sharp blade with vicious and tricky techniques. The towering, burly shadows were unarmed, but judging by their physiques one could tell that a punch from them would not be easy to take. The initial composure and calm of the three vanished completely. They no longer dared to attack recklessly, instead hastily contracting their defensive line and cautiously maneuvering together. The endless shadows kept engaging in close-quarters combat, blocking their evasive space and disrupting their offensive and defensive rhythm. The three had to defend against sneak attacks from blades coming from all directions, while continuously unleashing jutsu to clear the area, otherwise the number of shadows would become overwhelming. This caused their chakra consumption to skyrocket, and their stamina began to drain rapidly. In just a short moment the situation had completely reversed. The three jonin who had been suppressing Yuejian were now thoroughly overwhelmed by the human wave tactics. In the midst of hasty parries, one jonin was precisely cut by a shadow from the blade core, leaving a deep gash on his arm. Crimson blood instantly soaked his sleeve. The other two also sustained wounds on their shoulders, backs, and sides. The stinging pain of torn flesh intensified the growing frustration and resentment in their hearts, and their mindset began to shift. They had roamed the ninja world for years. When had they ever fought such a frustrating battle? What the hell? If you have the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. What kind of skill is a human wave tactic? On the periphery of the battlefield, Yuejian stood quietly behind the Shadow Core, calmly maneuvering against the approaching Shine Chunin and Genin. Earlier, when he had clashed head-on with the three jonin, his posture was somewhat disheveled, and he had suffered a wound on his back. However, it had not actually harmed his fundamentals. Only the continuous activation of the Terra mask to maintain the massive Shadow Core caused his chakra consumption to be quite high, and cold sweat gradually soaked his forehead. Damn it! Is this little chakra so insufficient? In order to preserve some combat power for possible future variables, Yuejian stopped actively using other abilities. Relying on the exquisite taijutsu and body techniques he had practiced with Kai, he only used ordinary ninja tools to parry and dodge throughout his movements, light and measured, advancing and retreating with poise. Only when pushed to the brink would he briefly burst with flash step to escape danger, maximizing chakra conservation. The entire battlefield fell into a strange stalemate. Luo Sha wished to kill Yuejian, but was firmly held back by Dashawan, leaving him to watch helplessly as his own jonin were worn down by the shadow, slowly moving toward defeat, which made his heart increasingly anxious. At the critical moment of the fierce struggle, a piece of information was simultaneously relayed to Yuejian's mind. It was the final battle report from the 4 shadow ninja lurking in the base. In the core laboratory of Mount Tianmu, all equipment, supplies, puppet materials, and data files had been completely cleared and collected. The core research achievements of the entire base had been thoroughly ransacked. The tension that had been held for so long suddenly released, and a bright smile spread across Yuejian's face. Time to take off. At the same moment, inside the Mount Tianmu base, the hastily returning defense team rushed into the laboratory. Staring at the empty workstations and the vanished precision instruments and puppet materials, all of them stood frozen in place. The alarms in the base continued to blare one after another, the harsh red lights unable to conceal the pale faces of the defense team. The defense team felt chilled to the bone, their hearts filled with utmost panic. Without a moment's hesitation, they grabbed the radio communicator, trembling as they connected to the frontline channel, and roared out with a voice that could not hide their collapse and despair. Lord Luo Sha, something terrible. The laboratory. The laboratory has been completely emptied. All the instruments, puppets, and experimental data, gone. All gone. After the crackling static of the radio, this devastating news struck Luo Sha's ears like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. In an instant, the sky-filling sand gold that had been sweeping through the forest seemed to hit a pause button, abruptly freezing in midair. Then, losing all control, it came crashing down to the ground with a loud rustle. The fighting in the forest came to a sudden halt, and the entire world fell into dead silence. Luo Sha's body went rigid, his magnetic release chakra instantly thrown into disorder. His hands trembled violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. A year's hard work, exhausting manpower and financial resources, staking his own future and fate, all destroyed within a single day. Overwhelming despair and humiliation consumed his entire mind, and reason plunging him into extreme rage and madness. It's you. I want you dead. Luo Sha's crimson eyes blazed with bloodthirsty light. He no longer cared about the battle situation or any gains or losses. Even if it cost everything, even if all the Shine Ninja fell here, he would tear Yuejian and Dashyuan apart. Luo Sha's chakra erupted completely. The sand gold around him condensed once more, transforming into the sharpest killing blades, hurtling with violent force toward the two figures on the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Yuejian instantly burst with flash step, his figure flickering as he quickly dodged behind Dashyuan. 10,000 serpent array. Dashyuan spewed an infinitely multiplying swarm of snakes from his mouth, forming a wall of snakes that completely blocked Luo Sha's sand gold. Just as Yuejian was about to remind Dashyuan that they could retreat, the Shadow Ninja stationed 2 kilometers away sent back another piece of information. 2 familiar figures appeared in sight. In that case, I won't hold back. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Yuejian's mouth. Instead of hurrying to retreat, he looked up at the enraged Luo Sha, gently waved his hand at him, and spoke in a mocking tone that drifted lightly, but pierced through Luo Sha's last psychological defense like the sharpest blade. Yo, thanks for the big plane, my friend Luo Sha from Shine Village. Where are the applause? Clap, clap, clap. As his words fell, 4 shadow ninja emerged from the shadows behind Yuejian and began to clap in perfect unison. The crisp applause was particularly jarring on the dead-silent battlefield. Although the ninja world could not understand what Yuejian meant by big plane, even a fool could read his mocking and taunting demeanor. You. Luo Sha's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He glared at the boy's mocking smile, feeling his chest churn with rage, extreme fury burning through his very core. He extended a trembling finger pointing at Yuejian, his lips quivering, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. Suddenly a sharp pain struck his chest. PFF. A mouthful of hot blood sprayed from Luo Sha's mouth. He's red. The despair of having his laboratory ransacked and a year's hard work reduced to naught, compounded by the humiliation of being publicly mocked by Tsukimi at this very moment. These twin provocations utterly detonated the latent savagery buried within Raza. His already chaotic magnet-released chakra began to run wild beyond control, and the gold dust hovering around Raza was dyed with a bloodthirsty crimson sheen, his sanity completely consumed. His entire field of vision narrowed to the figure of that young man, wearing a mocking smile and a face full of scorn. The threat of Orochimaru and the safety of the ninja under his command were all cast to the back of his mind. Die? Just die? The crazed roar echoed through the mountain forest as countless gold dust blades condensed into a torrent of razor-sharp edges, tearing through the air with piercing shrieks. Carrying the berserk momentum to crush everything in its path, the golden torrent hurtled toward Tsukimi, sealing off every possible escape route around him. Snap out of it, Lord Raza. The Suna Jonin nearby was horrified at the sight, shouting frantically, but receiving no response from Raza at all. He had completely lost his mind, ignoring the lurking Orochimaru ahead. If Orochimaru launched a surprise attack, now the consequences would be unimaginable. As for whether Orochimaru would attack, take a guess. Ninja art, evil serpent winding. Several Suna Jonin did not dare hesitate. At the critical moment, they joined hands to form seals and unleashed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. 5 layers of earthen barriers stacked upon one another, shielding Raza, and finally managed to deflect Orochimaru's fully charged strike. The gaze of everyone present once again focused on Tsukimi, who was locked in by the golden sand torrent. Facing this area of effect killing move from Raza, Tsukimi's face betrayed no panic. In the instant before he had mocked, he had already foreseen Raza's reaction. His mind maintained at a high state of tension. The shadow energy pooled beneath his feet had long been accumulating. He only needed to wait for the onslaught to close in before activating Flash Step and slipping away. But just as the shadow energy beneath his feet was fully charged and he was about to flicker away, a warm palm landed on his shoulder without the slightest warning. The unexpected touch made the ever-vigilant Tsukimi's hair stand on end. In an instant, every muscle in his body suddenly tensing, alarm bells ringing wildly in his heart. While everyone's attention was fixed on the standoff between Raza and himself, someone had managed to approach him silently. A surge of extreme shock flooded his heart. Instinctively, Tsukimi moved to gather shadow energy to resist, but the next second a gentle, composed voice sounded at his ear, carrying a power that compelled belief. Don't resist. The familiar voice soothed Tsukimi's agitation. It was Minato Namikaze. You know, people scaring people to death. Do you have any idea? His mind cleared instantly. Tsukimi thought with a somewhat exasperated huff, but he released all the tension in his body, abandoned any resistance, and allowed that hand to rest on his shoulder. An extremely subtle spatial tremor spread silently. Tsukimi clearly saw a faint luminous glow flash over the cloth on his shoulder. At the last second before the engulfing gold dust could devour his body, Tsukimi's figure, together with the hand on his shoulder, abruptly vanished from the spot, without any warning, as if fading into thin air. In the next instant, Raza's all-out certain kill strike, countless gold dust blades, crashed down upon the ground, shattering rocks, tearing through vegetation, blasting a huge crater into the earth, sending dust and smoke billowing into the sky, yet failing to touch even the hem of Tsukimi's garment. What a... Raza's eyes went wide with shock. A wave of astonishment surged within him, and his out-of-control chakra roiled violently in his body. He stared intently at the spot that was now empty. The fury in his chest continued to surge, his killing intent undiminished in the slightest. He was determined to gather his gold dust once more, swearing to slay Tsukimi on the spot. Lord Raza, we can't fight any longer. Several urgent voices rang out immediately. The several Suna Jonin who had just blocked Orochimaru's attack now hurried forward, and joining forces firmly grabbed the agitated, frenzied Raza, forcibly suppressing his rampaging chakra. Enemy reinforcements have arrived. The Suna sensory ninja in charge of detection rushed over with a pale face, reporting rapidly with extreme panic in his voice. At 3 o'clock, 1 kilometer away, a massive group of chakra signatures is approaching at high speed. It's definitely the Leaf's reinforcement unit. If we stay any longer, we'll be wiped out. These words were like ice-cold river water, instantly extinguishing most of Raza's madness. His body trembled, his crimson eyes fixed on the eastern sky, humiliation and rage surging layer upon layer in his heart. Yet he had to face reality. The enemy's reinforcements were right at hand, while their own fighting strength had already been worn down in the previous clash. If they continued to fight, death was certain. Yet a year's hard work had all come to nothing. Not only had all core materials been lost, but his own pride had been utterly destroyed by that brat of the Nara clan. How could he retreat in such a disgraceful manner with any satisfaction? Just as he was wrestling with his inner turmoil, a thought suddenly flashed through Raza's mind. The laboratory was empty, but the archive room might not be. What had been stolen earlier was only experimental equipment and finished puppets. Perhaps the documents in the archive room were still there. As long as the data remained, his core research still had a chance to restart. This wasn't a total collapse after all. With this thought in mind, Raza suppressed his fury and frustration, grabbed the radio communicator, and clinging to the last shred of hope, roared hoarsely at the garrison inside the base. Search the archive room immediately. Conduct a thorough search and confirm whether the materials are still there. When you're done, evacuate at once. Inside the base, the shaken garrison captain received the order and hurriedly led his men into the archive room. All that met his eyes were empty metal bookshelves with only a few irrelevant account books and receipts scattered sparsely upon them. The confidential documents, experiment reports, and data records that had once packed the shelves had long since vanished without a trace. The garrison captain's face turned ashen. Trembling, he replied into the radio, Lord Raza. The archive room. All materials. Lost. With the shattering of his last shred of hope, Raza's whole body stiffened, and blood, chi, surged once more. But he forcibly suppressed the taste of blood rising in his throat, his eyes filled with lifelessness and despair. One wrong move, and the entire game is lost. From the moment one of his subordinates secretly used a new type of poison all the way to being outmaneuvered by Orochimaru and Tsukimi, everything had been buried at Tiemu Mountain today. Lord Raza, pull yourself together. This is merely a temporary setback. There's no need to be like this. You have lofty aspirations and carry the future of the sand on your shoulders. All of us will follow you, so we can start over anew. The one speaking was the young ninja who had reported to Raza this morning. Hearing his words, Raza raised his head with difficulty. The young man before him had sincere eyes and a face full of conviction looking at him steadily. He cast his gaze around with a look of boundless dejection. The remaining Suna ninja had all gathered around him. Though they were weary and had fallen victim to the enemy's schemes, they still looked at him with hope in their eyes. Perhaps these people genuinely believed that he could truly change Sunagakure. These subordinates who had always followed him were his only remaining confidence at this moment. Raza felt as though something had touched his heart. The lifelessness within him slowly faded, and he began to rally once more. You're right, this is only a minor setback. Now listen to my order. All units retreat in an orderly fashion and preserve our strength. A hoarse and weary voice sounded, yet it no longer carried the dejection of a moment ago. Instead, it held a sense of resilience and vitality. The surviving Suna ninja fought and retreated, dragging their exhausted bodies away in disarray. As for the 3 Jonin who had been surrounded by the Shadow Legion at the cost of 1 life, they desperately broke through the encirclement and fled in disarray toward the main sand force. Meanwhile, Tsukimi, who had been continuously summoning the Shadow Legion, was also nearly out of chakra. He did not give chase any further and let the sand ninja retreat. The battlefield in these mountains finally fell completely silent. In a safe area on the outskirts of the battlefield, Tsukimi and Minato stood there, relaxed expressions on their faces, showing none of the disarray and tension from earlier. This future 4th Hokage was perfect in every way except for being fond of startling people. Next time, he should be told off. Still, I wonder why Minato's team showed up here. Putting aside his thoughts, Tsukimi and Minato stepped forward together, walking over to Orochimaru's side. The three of them waited quietly for reinforcements to arrive. After only a short while, dust rose from the eastern sky as a large force of Konoha ninjas sped toward them with imposing momentum. At the very front of the formation were Kurenai and Asuma. Judging by their travel-worn appearance and rapid breathing, they must have been sprinting at full speed without pause. But as for that rascal Asuma, this time he'd better not think of getting away. He truly needed to be properly taught a lesson. Behind the two were Kakashi Obito and Rin. Further back stretched the mighty Konoha border force, a dense sea of figures steadily taking control of the entire battlefield. Meizuan Yejuan, clad in the Chunin vest, advanced at the center of the formation. He first nodded at Dashawan, then swept his gaze across the devastated forest, where at the heart of the clearing lay a massive crater carved by the furious strike of Luo Sha. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a solemn command, his voice reaching every leaf ninja's ears. Deploy 10 squads to seal off all mountain paths, preventing the Sannin from launching a stealthy counterattack. The rest of you follow me into the Tenmaku mountain base, sweep through each level for traps, eliminate any remaining sentries, and secure all leftover supplies. Be careful, strictly forbidden to touch any unidentified experimental materials. The 200 border force ninjas swiftly reorganized their formation. 10 squads headed to the mountain paths, while the remaining ninjas advanced in small units, cautiously approaching the base entrance. The advancing force strictly adhered to combat protocols, first scouting the environment, then entering the base for clearance only after confirming safety. The important items from the laboratories and archives had already been emptied by the Shadow Brigade. The account books and documents were taken away by the Sannin during their retreat. What remained in the base were only discarded experimental vessels and broken puppet remnants. The Leaf Ninjas methodically carried out the cleanup, sealing these items while maintaining a cautious approach to prevent contamination and spread of puppet toxins. Under the shade of the outer trees, Eugene shed his earlier tension, reverting to his lazy demeanor as he quietly watched the cleanup operation, refraining from intervening. In the previous battle, his chakra had been drained rather quickly, so he now took the opportunity to recover a bit. His companions gathered around, worry etched on Hong's brow as she spoke softly. Are you alright, Eugene? I'm fine, just a large chakra consumption. I'll be fine after a short rest. Eugene waved his hand indicating he was okay, then turned to look at the three of Kakashi, Daitu, and Lin and asked, what brings the three of you and Senior Shui men here? Kakashi and Lin were about to explain, but Daitu interrupted, speaking rapidly, his words filled with regret for not having participated in the battle. Our squad just completed a C-rank mission. When we returned to the border, we happened to run into Senior Yejuan and the messenger ninja, so we came along. Tis too bad you guys already finished the fight. Otherwise I would have let those Sannin witness the prowess of the great Daitu. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Exactly. Those Sannin could have held out a bit longer. Asuma, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. The two had traveled day and night to reach the battlefield, eagerly anticipating a direct confrontation with the Sannin. But by the time they arrived, Luo Sha had already retreated with his men, leaving no chance to fight. Eugene, why didn't you wait for me? You promised to wait until I arrived, which was why I agreed to go to the border force for reinforcements. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone. Asuma looked at Eugene, his tone aggrieved. You've got some nerve. If I'd waited for you to make a move, the Sannin would have vanished long ago. Young man, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, Eugene said with a scowl, patting his shoulder while eyeing him up and down with a displeased look. Caught under Eugene's gaze, Asuma felt a knot tighten in his chest, stirring up some unpleasant memories. A shudder ran through him, and he quickly explained the reason for his delay. Eugene, it's not that we were deliberately slow. When I arrived, Commander Meizuan Yejuan was not in the camp. He had gone to inspect the border outposts a few days earlier. The remaining ninjas, whether Chunin or Jonin, had no authority to mobilize the troops. Acting without orders would be a violation of military command. No one dared to take such a risk. Having first explained the crucial reason for the delay, and seeing Eugene's expression soften slightly, Asuma continued. We had no choice but to dispatch messenger ninjas in batches to search for Senior Yejuan. The back and forth cost us a lot of time. Once Senior Yejuan returned, we didn't dare linger, and rushed at full speed toward Tenmaku Mountain. Just as we arrived, we ran into Hong, who had come to meet us. Misunderstanding resolved. After the clear and logical explanation, Eugene nodded slightly, accepting his reasoning. Indeed, it wasn't Asuma's fault. It was an objective limitation. Without the Supreme Commander's order, ordinary ninjas naturally couldn't and wouldn't dare to mobilize the border troops. It was understandable. Suddenly, Daitu's eyes sparkled as he slung an arm around Asuma's shoulder, curiosity brimming in his voice as he pressed further. By the way, Asuma, this mission was originally a B-rank investigation mission, right? Now that it's involved in such a major battle, surely it can't still be counted as a B-rank mission. The moment Daitu spoke, the others fell silent, all eyes instinctively turning to Kakashi, who stood nearby. Among them, he was the most familiar with Leaf's mission rules. The white-haired young man remained as nonchalant as ever, his dead-eyed gaze sweeping across the battlefield before he spoke with certainty. This mission involved a raid on a secret Sannin experimental base, a direct confrontation with the Sannin powerhouse Luo Sha, and the destruction of their top-secret research. Each of these actions crossed national borders, affected border warfare, and concerned Leaf's safety. According to mission guidelines, the minimum rating is S rank. The word struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Daito utterly stunned. S rank. This was the highest level of mission in Leaf reserved for elite Jonin squads. It involved the village's safety, entangled major powers, offered substantial rewards, and carried immense prestige. A dream achievement for every young ninja, as different from their usual D and C-rank chores as heaven from earth. Daito's eyes went wide, his arms dropping as he stared at the beaming Asama, envy and jealousy written all over his face. Was this for real? Since when could Asama undertake an S-rank mission? Asama stood tall, puffing out his chest, and directly taunted Daito. Hear that, Daito? This is a genuine S-rank mission. You've probably never even seen one, have you? Seeing Asama's arrogant and smug demeanor, the usually impulsive Daito surprisingly remained calm, refuting with disdain. What do you have to brag about? All you did was ask for reinforcements, and you showed up late. What did you even contribute to this mission? Pure freeloading. Faced with Daito's rebuttal, Asama was unruffled. He spread his hands, his grin even more infuriating. So what if I freeloaded? My ninja record will still show that I completed an S-rank mission. Unlike some people who bust their butts for a measly C-rank mission. Daito, left speechless by Asama's jab, grew more frustrated by the moment. He turned and walked straight to Shuei Min, his face a mask of urgency and pleading. Shuei Min-sensei, can we go on an S-rank mission next time? Before Shuei Min could respond, Kakashi let out a light snort, mercilessly mocking. Isn't that the guy who nearly got the client killed because of his own mistake on the just completed C-rank mission? With that level of skill, he wants to do an S-rank mission. In the past, such a jibe from Kakashi would have triggered Daito into a furious retort. But today his mind was unusually sharp, and he countered with confidence. It wasn't. Well, I admit I did have a tiny issue, but the biggest problem was the squad composition. Daito initially tried to deflect blame, but upon seeing Lin's smile, he couldn't bring himself to say it. However, the rest of his statement was delivered with full conviction. Everyone present was taken aback, staring at Daito in surprise. What squad composition does Asama have? Daito pointed at the lazy Eugene. And what squad composition do I have? Daito first pointed at himself, then looked at Lin with an ingratiating smile. Of course, Lin, I'm not talking about you. Then who are you talking about? The white-haired youth glared at Daito with his dead fish eyes, annoyed. Give me this kind of squad composition, and I could complete an S-rank mission too. Daito declared with conviction. Asama's smile froze on his face, his mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't find a retort. Even the usually gentle Lin couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Eugene watched Daito's clear-headed rebuttal, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. So this is what it feels like to have a brain. My scalp is so itchy. The last wafts of gunpowder smoke lingering in the air were dispelled by the mountain breeze, and the closing operations at the Tianmu mountain base had been brought to a definitive end. Meitsu and Yejuan conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring that every hidden hazard had been eradicated and all experimental materials had been properly sealed. The handful of researchers in the laboratory knocked unconscious by the shadow ninjas were likewise escorted back by the Konoha ninja. Having confirmed that nothing had been left behind, he issued the order for the return journey. Everyone pack your gear. Break camp at once and head back to the border camp. 200 ninjas quickly assembled in orderly precision, wheeling about in a formidable procession and setting course for Konoha. Asuma and Obito took the lead, still basking in the triumph of their S-rank mission. Asuma would occasionally poke fun at Obito, while the latter retorted with a puffed-up glare, filling the road with their ceaseless bickering. Kakashi, as always, ambled along with his hands in his pockets, wearing an air of languid indifference. Yuejin had been pondering whether to gift him make-out paradise ahead of time. The sly, secretly amorous rascal would surely relish it. Rin and Kurenai, the two young girls, walked shoulder to shoulder, exchanging quiet whispers. Only Yuejin lingered alone at the rear, striding along with a seemingly nonchalant air, a picture of lazy affability. Yet all of his mind had long since sunk into his consciousness, surveying the harvest of this period. From the very first C-rank mission, he had endured ambushes, covert infiltration, and finally the battle at Tianmu Mountain. From his inaugural deployment of the Shadow Legion for reconnaissance to wiping out Raza's hideout in a single decisive strike. Though less than a month had passed in total, the relentless stream of high-intensity missions and sustained combat had driven the Shadow Legion's unlocked progress forward by leaps and bounds. Razor Legion, 50. Mantis Legion, 50. Pincer Legion, 50. Turning his mind's eye inward, he saw that all 3 legions of the second batch had surpassed the halfway mark in their unlocked progress. Had this been before channeling the abilities of the 3 legions, Shadow Manifestation, Flash Step, and Armor-Breaking Body Arts, would still have felt somewhat sluggish, unable to flow at his every whim. Now, however, everything had fully matured. The Razor Legion's shadow manifestation now coalesced at a drastically accelerated rate, granting him far quicker reactions in combat. The Mantis Legion's flash step likewise saw its cooldown greatly reduced, allowing him to chain consecutive flash steps with ease. The Pincer Legion's armor-breaking body arts were no longer confined to the hands. They could be channeled through the limbs and the entire body alike. Even more crucial, the heightened unlock progress meant that summoning the Shadow Legion and activating their abilities consumed far less chakra than before, greatly enhancing his endurance in prolonged battles. Previously, when besieged by dozens of Chunin and Jinin, he had been forced to rely on his impeccable body arts to evade and counter, carefully conserving chakra in order to keep summoning the Shadow Legion against the 3 Jonin. But if it were now, Yuejian would only want to bellow one thing: I want to fight 10. Beyond that, Yuejian's mastery over the Shadow Legion had crossed the halfway threshold, forging an increasingly intimate bond with the Tarakudo mask. Whenever his consciousness linked with the mask, he could vaguely perceive at the farthest end of the shadowy depths within it an archaic gate standing solemnly. Could it be? A conjecture stirred in Yuejian's mind. But it was still daylight, and with the column on the move, too many eyes and ears around, an impulsive inspection would hardly be wise. He forced down the restlessness in his heart, reined in all his thoughts, and carried on with the same indolent expression, quietly following the team. After a long day of arduous travel, nightfall found the group choosing a stretch of flat ground to pitch camp. Campfires were lit, and they settled down to rest through the night. Seizing the still of the night, Yuejian's spiritual consciousness once more sank into the depths of the Tarakudo mask, threading through the channels of shadow until he reached the archaic gate. The pitch-black gate loomed vast and solemn, cloaked in an oppressive aura of darkness. Its surface was etched with countless shadowy patterns that seemed carved from memories, glimmering with a somber dark red light. Without even a probe, one could feel the crushing weight of a pressure from the very depths of one's soul. With a flicker of intent, Yuejian's consciousness reached out, with a right hand gently pressing upon the gate. Hum! A low hoarse tremor rang out, echoing through his spiritual awareness. Meeting not the slightest resistance, the seemingly monumental pitch-black gate was pushed open, a small crack widening as he channeled his mastery beyond half. Beyond that crack was none of the mountains and rivers of the ninja world, but an alien realm of nothingness. The entire world radiated an immeasurable, all-encompassing, deathly silence. The background of heaven and earth was draped in absolute blackness, while above layer upon layer of dark red fog churned across the sky, dim, oppressive, cold, and dreadful, imbued with the most unadulterated essence of darkness. There were no sun, moon, or stars, no mountains, waters, or vegetation. In this world of total silence, apart from drifting red mist and shadow energy, there were only countless phantom silhouettes of the Shadow Legion, lurking in slumber alongside shadow demon serpents. Beyond these the world held nothing at all. A biting, frigid, dark aura swept over him, carrying a corrosive power. This was a world of pure void and darkness, independent of the ninja realm. Yuejian's spiritual consciousness stood within it, a surge of dawning realization and elation swelling in his chest. This is the Shadow Kingdom. This is the true wellspring of shadow. Ever since he had acquired the Tarakudo mask and unlocked the first batch of legions, he had yearned to reach the Shadow Kingdom. After all, only by setting foot in this world could he genuinely grasp the genesis of dark power and cease to be merely a bearer of the Tarakudo mask. Just as Yuejian was drinking in the shadow energy around him, a sudden bone-cold chill erupted and swept through his consciousness. Before he could even react, the entire Shadow Kingdom gave a violent tremor, and the invisible rules of the world instantly locked onto him. In the next heartbeat, a force both gentle and overbearing materialized out of thin air, thrusting his spiritual consciousness beyond the gate with a velocity that left him utterly helpless to resist. The dark red mist and the nothingness of darkness all receded from his vision. The towering pitch-black gate slammed shut once more, resuming its archaic, unadorned mien. Another faint shudder, and Yuejian's conscious link was utterly severed. He startled back to alertness, his eyes flying open. What greeted his gaze was the campfire's glow. What reached his ears was the faint murmur of wine through the mountain woods at night, along with the soft footfalls of the ninja on watch. Had he just been kicked out of the group chat by the Shadow Kingdom? Yuejian slowly released a long breath, his eyes clouded with thought. Could it be that with only half the mastery, not in full command of the Shadow Kingdom, he lacked the capacity to linger for long and was thus expelled? But mulling it over, something seemed amiss. He recalled that in the original tale, when Toru had entered the Shadow Kingdom in search of the Tarakudo mask, he had stayed for too long and was assimilated by the Shadow Kingdom, not expelled. Why was there such a discrepancy? Was it because he himself already wielded the Tarakudo mask's power, but lacked sufficient authority, and was therefore merely cast out by the world's rules? Quite possibly. Though he could not determine it, yet this brief glimpse had already proven immensely rewarding. He had truly perceived the source of shadow energy. Still, he wondered whether he could utilize the Shadow Kingdom's abilities. Yuejian glanced around the camp. Too crowded, too many prying eyes. Clearly not the proper place. Stifling the faint disappointment within him, he refrained from rash experimentation. I'll wait until we get back. The night passed without incident. At daybreak the next day, everyone packed their belongings once more and set out. Pushing onward at a rapid pace, the column crossed the land of Fire border at noon and arrived at a border outpost where the two forces formally parted ways. Meitsu and Yejuan led the 200 border troops into the camp to garrison the frontier, continuing to hold the border line. He dispatched 2 ninjas bearing the sealed collections from the Tianmu mountain base to accompany Yuejian and his companions back to Konoha to deliver their report. Past the border defense line, Yuejian's party of 10 sped onward at full tilt. At last, on the morning of the 3rd day, the Hokage rock hove into view. Having endured days of combat in the land of rivers, they had finally returned to Konoha. Yuejian and his party, travel-worn and weary, crossed the entire village and stopped before the Hokage building. The summer sunlight filtered through the lush trees, casting a warm glow on the red and yellow facade of the Hokage tower, dispelling the lingering chill and dampness that clung to them. Kakashi Obito Lin, Minato paused mid-step, turning to his 3 disciples. His gentle voice resonated. The mission to Mount Tenmaku involves classified information, so you need not participate in the briefing. Wait here. Kakashi gave a slight nod with his dead-fish eyes, his expression utterly calm. He was well-versed in the village's mission protocols, and his own father often undertook top-secret assignments, so he harbored no objections. Obito too understood the gravity of the situation and nodded with his usual carefree demeanor, making no attempt to follow them inside. Lin stood docilely beside him, responding with a gentle voice and waiting obediently. Yuejian and his 4 companions, along with Minato and the 2 border ninjas, stepped into the Hokage's office. The office was bright and spotless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the Hokage's desk, adorned in his ceremonial robe, a pipe clenched between his teeth. His sharp gaze swept over the group, instantly catching the weariness etched on their faces, and a flicker of surprise arose in his heart. Without excessive pleasantries, Yuejian stepped forward and began reporting the mission with clear, organized precision. From the initial B-rank investigation of a new poison to encountering the Sunagakure investigation team at the drug production base, then tracking them to the relay station, and finally to the great battle at Mount Tenmaku. He recounted everything in detail. The others added pertinent details, ensuring no omission in the entire report. Raza, I remember him, the leading figure of the younger generation from Sunagakure. I never imagined he harbored such ambition. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his pipe, with his right hand frowning deeply, a trace of gravity and deep thought flashing in his eyes. Sunagakure's secret experiments on living puppets and their covert deployments in the land of rivers had already tipped the delicate balance among the 5 great shinobi villages. Troubled times indeed. After a brief sigh, the severity on his face eased, replaced by a satisfied smile. He looked at Yuejian with appreciative eyes. Yuejian, your performance in this mission was exceptional. You remained calm in the face of formidable foes, refraining from reckless attacks. Confronted with complex circumstances, you made the clearest and most accurate judgments, already displaying the mindset and competence of a Chunin. Then his gaze shifted to Asuma and Kurenai, offering equal praise. Both of you also performed commendably, executing the team's decisions flawlessly, prioritizing the overall situation over personal impulses. This outstanding team spirit is truly rare. After the commendations, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned serious as he officially reclassified the mission. It is hereby determined that the B-rank investigation mission carried out by Orochimaru's squad is upgraded to an S-rank high-risk mission. All subsequent remuneration will be paid according to S-rank standards. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Yuejian, Kurenai, and Asuma bowed in unison. After handling this matter, the 2 border ninjas stepped forward and arranged the items retrieved from the sealed cache at Mount Tenmaku neatly on the desk. Yuejian watched this scene silently, his expression languid and seemingly casual, but in his mind, he was rapidly calculating the pros and cons. At Mount Tenmaku, the laboratory guard's report of Raza's name had echoed clearly across the entire battlefield. Everyone present at the time must have heard it. Minato, though uncertain of his arrival, had likely caught it plainly as well. The materials retrieved from the laboratory and archives concerning the living puppet experiments were extremely sensitive items. They were of little use to Yuejian, as he had neither expertise in human experimentation nor interest in puppets. However, Yuejian had no intention of surrendering everything. He would only submit a portion of the documents and the semi-finished living puppet. Since the items were in his hands, the village had to accept whatever he chose to hand over. That's all there is. Take it or leave it. What you say, I have hidden some. Then produce evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation. If the 3rd Hokage, after reviewing these materials, deemed the experiments too dangerous and evil, opting to seal them away permanently without further research, then the finished living puppet and complete data that Yuejian kept would become unique bargaining chips. As for whom to exchange these chips with, need I ask? There's someone standing right beside me. Snake Uncle has already begun pursuing immortality. He has likely obtained Hashirama cells as well. This living body modification experiment data from Sunagakure will surely pique his interest. Given Orochimaru's research talent, he could develop deeper methods to enhance bodily vitality. Although Yuejian already possesses the physical augmentation of the troll gang, who would refuse to become even stronger. As for Hashirama's cells, they were practically a panacea in the original story. But Yuejian disliked the idea. Having someone else's cells inside his own body was unsettling just to think about. If the third Hokage recognized the high research value of these experimental materials and did not seal them away completely, then in the current Konoha, only Orochimaru had the qualifications and ability to delve into them. At that point, Orochimaru could openly take over these materials. Yuejian's complete data and finished puppet would still hold immense value. Whether he advanced or retreated, Yuejian could profit from the situation. A deal with no losses. Having made up his mind, Yuejian wasted no time. He stepped forward and spoke frankly. Lord Hokage, I also seized some of Raza's laboratory results from the Mount Temika battlefield. I'll hand them over for the village's disposal. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuejian connected his consciousness with the Tala mask linking to the shadow realm. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly surged, spreading outward. In an instant, a circular shadow 2 feet in diameter materialized in the office. Beneath the pitch-black shadow lay the deep, silent shadow realm, imperceptible to anyone else. A cold, oppressive aura seeped out, adding a hint of eerie chill to the warm office. This was an ability Yuejian gained after initially opening the Shadow Realm. Like the Shadow Soldiers, he could use the Shadow Realm to store items. Several Shadow Ninjas slowly rose from the ring, holding various objects in their hands. A mutilated, incomplete living puppet, its body marked with strange patterns and still bearing faint traces of chakra fluctuations. Beside it lay a thick stack of experimental documents densely covered with records of puppet modification data, human compatibility test results, and the derivation process of the semi-finished product. All of these were carefully selected by Yuejian, neither exposing the core secrets nor insufficient for the handover. Watching the shadow phenomenon slowly receding beneath Yuejian's feet, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, shock and astonishment surging in his eyes. Yuejian, what was that just now? Just an advanced application of my shadow technique. Yuejian smiled faintly, explaining calmly as he noticed the surprised expressions around him. A moderate display of his value coupled with a touch of showing off. Living is all about showing off. The ancients never deceived me. The gloomy shadows all receded, gathering at Yuejian's feet. The chill that had lingered in the office was wiped away, and the warmth of sunlight filled the space once more. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the shadows had just been, the shock in his eyes slow to fade. In his impression, the Nara clan's traditional secret techniques had always been confined to conventional uses, such as binding. Even the ability Yuejian had shown earlier, uncanny as it was, had at least followed a discernible logic. But this ability to use shadows as a storage medium took him completely by surprise. Not even Hiruzen Sarutobi, known as the professor of ninjutsu, had ever seen such an ability, let alone anyone else in the office. While they were astounded, they could not help but inwardly marvel at Yuejian's talent. After the brief astonishment subsided, Hiruzen Sarutobi suppressed the stirrings in his heart, picked up the experimental documents the shadow ninja had set on the desk, and began to read through them carefully. On the pristine white pages, the procedures of the living puppet experiments were set down in precise detail. Every experimental record and every line of human data carried a cold, brutal air. Using living bodies as vessels, forcibly merging puppet structures into them, and grafting chakra pathways onto the flesh, then destroying, altering, and reshaping the body to forge controllable living combat puppets. Yuejian had skimmed through it as well. He could only say that Raza had been rather unfortunate. He had suffered the downside of an age with underdeveloped technology. Had this been set in the era of Boruto a few decades later, he would definitely have staged a grand spectacle of the flesh, his weak machine ascension. He even began to speculate that in the original timeline, Raza's experiments might not have been a flash in the pan. While they had influenced Orochimaru, could they also have influenced Sasori? After all, no matter how one looked at it, Sasori's human puppets were strikingly similar to living puppets. The two seemed to belong to the same lineage. Could it be that Sasori, by some fortunate coincidence, had obtained the experimental records and data, then struck by a sudden inspiration, carried the idea even further? Raza, your living puppet technique from back then is long outdated. Not fast enough, and certainly not ruthless enough. Watch me pull off something spectacular. I'm done being human. If that were truly the case, then Raza's set of experiments had influenced these two singular talents, Sasori and Orochimaru. In a sense, the pair could even be regarded as fellow disciples. While Yuejian was privately weaving such conjectures in his mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated behind his desk, furrowed his brow ever more tightly, a heavy solemnity clouding his face. To strengthen its fighting power, Sunagakure had trampled on life, capturing people from the land of rivers for human experiments. It was fortunate that this frenzied research had been stopped, otherwise it would have brought endless disasters. After reading for the better part of 10 minutes, he gently closed the documents, set them down, and let out a soft sigh. The cost of such experiments is far too great. If this research were allowed to go on, who knows how many more lives would be lost. It must not be allowed to spread in the world any longer. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew a deep breath from his pipe, white smoke curling upward. His tone was unusually grave, and in his heart, he had already settled on how to handle the matter. He looked up at Orochimaru, who stood silently awaiting orders, and commanded in a low voice, "Orochimaru, sort and classify these experimental materials and all the documents. Place them in a separate file under Konoha's top-secret archives, permanently sealed. No one is permitted to examine or research them without authorization." "Yes, Master Sarutobi." Orochimaru gave a nod of assent, a faint gleam passing through his narrow eyes. Hearing this outcome from the side, Yuejin was hardly surprised. He had expected it all along. The third Hokage's character, benevolent at best, indecisive at worst, made him loathe forbidden techniques of this kind, especially those involving human experiments. Permanent sealing was his inevitable choice. With all the half-finished materials Yuejin had handed over now sealed away, the complete finished products and full set of data that remained in his own hands became the only ones of their kind in the ninja world. Once the mission report, the turnover of spoils, and the disposal of the experimental materials were all finished, the group did not linger. They took their leave of Hiruzen Sarutobi and departed. The group turned and walked out of the Hokage building where Kakashi and his two companions had long been waiting. Seeing them emerge, the three immediately came forward, curiosity flickering in their eyes, though they adhered to proper restraint and asked no prying questions. The two border shinobi still had to return to their outpost. After watching them leave, Yuejin stretched and relaxed, shedding the tension of the journey. Finally over. That border trip was a real ordeal. Let's all head home. If you have time tomorrow, come by my place. Sure. Asuma agreed without hesitation. Kurenai nodded cheerfully as well. Kakashi and his two companions had not been through the melee at Mount Tianmu, but they had just completed an escort mission and even come over to assist midway, so they too were physically and mentally exhausted. After exchanging brief farewells, they each turned and set off home to rest. Minato left first with his three disciples. Asuma and Kurenai went off together as well, leaving only Yuejin standing where he was. Sunlight poured down under the warm summer sky, mingling with the soft rustle of wind through the treetops. A gentle, tranquil scene. "Not heading back yet. Are you waiting for me, master?" Yuejin's gaze swept carelessly across the shaded path, and there beneath the trees was the familiar figure who had still not gone. Under the dappled tree shadows, Orochimaru had been standing there since coming out of the Hokage building. His narrow, snake-like pupils were slightly narrowed as he watched this way, with a faint, ambiguous smile, clearly waiting for Yuejin. Yuejin did not hesitate and walked straight over to Orochimaru. The two then proceeded side by side along the small path toward the Forest of Death on the eastern edge of the village. They moved on in silence until they had left the village's main road far behind. Orochimaru was the first to break the quiet, his hoarse voice sounding unhurriedly. "Yuejin, what you handed over in the office just now was not all the spoils, was it?" He turned his head to the disciple beside him, amusement flickering in his eyes. A full year of Raza's painstaking work could not possibly have produced so little. "It seems the most essential part is still in your hands." Orochimaru had been involved in the mission from start to finish. Together with Yuejin, he had drawn Raza's attention at Mount Tianmu. Judging by the weight of these experimental materials, with his research expertise and calculating mind, he had seen through Yuejin's little maneuver while still in the Hokage's office. But he had not exposed him on the spot, for he also wanted to know what this disciple was up to. Faced with Orochimaru's straightforward probing, Yuejin showed no sign of panic and no intention of concealing anything. He admitted with a perfectly open expression, "I knew I couldn't hide it from your eyes, master." "That's right. Raza's entire core data set, the complete finished living puppets, and those precious precision instruments. All of them are in my hands. These things were meant for you from the very beginning." The instant the words fell, Orochimaru's steps halted abruptly. Since he had first come to know Yuejin and the rest, genuine surprise and astonishment appeared in those narrow vertical pupils for the very first time. He had been wondering all along what Yuejin intended by privately withholding these things, even entertaining the possibility that Yuejin wanted to continue the research himself. It had never occurred to him that the other's original intention was to leave the core achievements to him. After the brief shock, the smile on Orochimaru's face grew more pronounced as he sized up Yuejin with evident interest. "Oh, kept aside especially for me. Then what is your purpose in doing this, Yuejin-kun?" He understood very well the value of complete experimental products and data. Living body modification and human body activation were highly compatible with the path of immortality he pursued. They were the finest research materials imaginable. I can give all of these to you, Yuejian said, his expression languid though his gaze was unusually calm and direct as he looked at Orochimaru. I know that Master Orochimaru has considerable expertise in physical research. With these materials you can take body activation research even further, and I want the final result. The physical augmentation of the troll core was certainly formidable, but body activation techniques could not be neglected either. And on that subject the most authoritative figure was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood and nodded, a glint of approval passing through his eyes, a very prudent request. Just like you, Yuejin-kun. He had already researched this field in depth. With the aid of these experimental data, advancing and perfecting a more comprehensive body activation system was not particularly difficult, and it was also something he himself needed. Orochimaru agreed at once, concluding the deal with crisp decisiveness. Fine. Come to me in 3 days to deliver the data and the finished products. I'll begin the research as quickly as possible. It's a deal. Yuejian nodded slightly. With his goal achieved, there was no need for more words. When they reached the edge of the forest of death, the two stopped, exchanged a glance, and shared an unspoken understanding. Orochimaru's figure vanished in an instant, gone to prepare for the next stage of research. Yuejian then turned and walked back toward his own small courtyard. Within the village of Konoha, all was calm and tranquil. Yet in the other 4 great nations of the shinobi world, the incident at Mount Tenmaku had stirred undercurrents of unrest. In the hidden sand village Sunagakure, within the office of the Kazekage, the atmosphere was thick and oppressive. The third Kazekage sat upon the seat of the Kazekage, his body radiating a fierce fluctuation of magnetic release chakra. His face was contorted with fury as he glared at Raza, who stood before him with a bowed head, pleading for forgiveness. Recently, Raza's affairs in the land of rivers had been exposed. Not only was his base destroyed, but the human experiments he had been orchestrating for a year were uprooted by Konoha's forces. The news sent shockwaves through Sunagakure's high command. Raza. The third Kazekage's voice was low, tinged with wrath. You bypassed the village's high command, conducted forbidden human experiments in the land of rivers, and acted carelessly, leading to Konoha's discovery and the complete destruction of your operation. Do you still have any regard for me as your Kazekage? This border skirmish nearly triggered a full-scale war between Konoha and Sunagakure. If not for Konoha's decision to suppress the matter and refrain from public accountability, the two sides would have already clashed in battle. Even if he wanted to strike at Konoha, now was not the time. Nothing was prepared. How could they fight? This fool deserving of a place in a museum. Seeing his disciple commit such a fundamental error, the third Kaze's face was a mask of disappointment and frustration. Facing his master's reprimand, Raza bowed his head low. Though he felt no remorse in his heart, his demeanor was exceptionally respectful, and he had already prepared his defense. Lord Kazekage, I admit my guilt. He spoke in a sincere tone, each word seemingly heartfelt. Our Sunagakure is located in a desert, historically impoverished in resources. Compared to the other 4 nations, we are inherently at a disadvantage. In recent years, the daimyo's support has been steadily cut. The village's elders and high-ranking officials are too conservative, unwilling to seek breakthroughs. If this continues, the village will only grow weaker. This time I secretly initiated the living puppet experiments, not out of greed for power, but to find a way to break the deadlock and strengthen the village's combat capabilities. I had intended to wait until the experiments took initial shape and produced results before reporting to the village. Unexpectedly, a Konoha shinobi raid interrupted everything, causing all my efforts to come to naught. Everything I did was for the good of the village. This rhetoric was flawless, painting him as a selfless, ambitious youth devoted entirely to the village. The third Kazekage's anger subsided slightly. Remembering Raza's usual diligence, ambition, and exceptional talent, he had always held him in high regard. Now he believed most of what Raza said. After all, he was still his disciple. He also recalled the earlier reconnaissance mission regarding the new poison in the land of rivers. At that time, Raza had voluntarily stepped back, citing his preoccupation with border affairs. Now it made sense. In his view, Raza must have been fully immersed in the experiments, unable to attend to other matters, which was why he had willingly yielded. But what the third Kazekage did not know was that all of this was Raza's design. To mislead the Konoha investigation team, and by time for his experiments, he had sacrificed numerous fellow villagers, using outsiders to eliminate political rivals. His schemes were deep and cunning. How far have the experiments progressed? How much of the remaining results are left? The third Kazekage did not press Raza further, but instead asked about the experimental outcomes, his greatest concern. Hearing this, Raza's heart tightened. He dared not reveal a single piece of the truth. He knew his master's character better than anyone. All the materials from the living puppet experiments had fallen into Konoha's hands. If the third Kazekage learned of this, he would undoubtedly publicize the incident, claiming that Konoha had seized Sunagakure's cutting-edge technology and use it to incite the other 3 great hidden villages to pressure Konoha together, forcing them to hand over the results. If the situation escalated to the public, Nara Tsukimi, that brat would certainly expose his actions of harming fellow villagers. By then the reputation, status, and future he had painstakingly built in Sunagakure would be utterly destroyed. With this thought, Raza felt a pang of helplessness, but his demeanor remained composed. He feigned regret and said, "The experiments are still in the semi-finished stage and the technology is not yet mature. No finished products were cultivated. Most of the data was lost or damaged in the battle at Mount Tenmaku, leaving no core results." Hearing this, the third Kazekage had no choice but to drop the matter, refraining from further investigation. The internal turmoil in Sunagakure was skillfully covered up by Raza, temporarily suppressed. However, information about the disturbances in the Land of Rivers had already been secretly transmitted to the other three great hidden villages through covert spies. In the hidden stone village Iwagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, on the desk before Inoki lay a secret report just returned from an agent embedded in Sunagakure. He narrowed his eyes slightly, meticulously reviewing all intelligence regarding the battle at Mount Tenmaku. Sunagakure had secretly conducted living puppet experiments. A Konoha team had crossed the border, intercepted the experimental data and materials. The mastermind behind this was a young genin named Nara Tsukimi. Young as he was meticulous in his thinking and exceptionally skilled in combat. He had single-handedly shattered Sunagakure's plans. Within Sunagakure especially, Raza held him in exceedingly high regard. Is it deliberate flattery? Or has Konoha truly produced another genius? Inoki sighed softly, his eyes filled with helplessness and complexity. Konoha was blessed by heaven, producing geniuses in every generation. First the three legendary ninja of Konoha, then a man named Minato Namikaze whose talent was said to be exceptional. Now in the new generation, another genius named Nara Tsukimi had emerged. In contrast, Iwagakure, aside from its older generation of strong warriors, suffered from a lack of promising young talent. Among the younger generation, his own son Kitsuchi, though diligent and solid, was unfortunately limited in talent. He fell far short of both learning dust release and inheriting the position of Tsukikage. He mused to himself, his governance was no worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Why did Konoha produce geniuses every generation while Iwagakure withered? Could it be that the feng shui of Iwagakure was flawed? For a moment Inoki was lost in deep melancholy and contemplation. In the hidden cloud village Kumogakure, within the Raikage's office, the third Raikage sat in the main seat, his body rippling with bulging muscles, exuding an overwhelming aura. One glance told you he was a formidable man. After listening to his subordinates' report on the performance of Konoha's new genius Nara Tsukimi, the third Raikage's eyes widened, his brows furrowed with fierce killing intent. Lightning arcs crackled around his body. A brat from Konoha. At such a young age he possesses such means and cunning. Kumogakure's overall style was domineering and aggressive. They always took what they wanted by force and had long sought to defeat Konoha and become the strongest ninja village in the world. Under these circumstances, he naturally did not want to see Konoha's new generation rise. After a brief moment of silence and thought, the third Raikage decisively issued a kill order. Order all units to remember this name. If encountered in the future, find an opportunity to eliminate him directly. Leave no room for future trouble. Compared to Iwagakure's wariness and Kumogakure's murderous intent, Kirigakure, now deeply embroiled in the tyranny of the bloody mist, remained completely detached from the outside world. Every year when the students of Kirigakure's ninja academy graduated, they were forced to kill each other. It was only years later, when Zabuza Momochi at the age of 9 killed all his classmates, that the high-ranking officials were forced to change the rule. It was thought that after that the era of the bloody mist would gradually end. But then came Sien Heir, who not only failed to end it, but intensified the bloodshed, severely draining Kirigakure's strength. In short, the current Kirigakure was completely uninterested in external conflicts. They were busy killing each other. While the shinobi world was in turmoil, within a certain underground cave in the land of grass, Uchiha Madara sat on a stone chair. Behind his age-decaying body, several white pipes connected to the demonic statue of the outer path, slowly drawing life force. White Zetsu stood beside him, reporting the intelligence of Sunagakure's experiment being exposed, and Konoha's prodigy Nara Tsukimi gaining fame across the shinobi world. Madara raised his eyelids slightly, his cloudy eyes devoid of any emotion, a trace of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Having roamed the shinobi world for so many years, his only rival had been Hashirama Senju. A mere descendant of the Nara clan, no matter how brilliant, was insignificant in his eyes. Hashirama, just you wait and see. After the Battle of Mount Tenmu, undercurrents surged across the shinobi world. The high-ranking officials of every major village for the first time took note of the name Nara Tsukimi and secretly began to guard against the rise of this prodigy from Konoha's new generation. The turmoil outside did not affect Konoha. The day after the mission ended, the group was granted a rare respite. Asuma, Kurenai, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin gathered at Tsukimi's small courtyard for a casual get-together, chatting and relaxing until they dispersed half a day later. Only Kakashi lingered, turning to Tsukimi with a desire to spar again. Ever since the white-haired boy had been defeated by him at the academy, the two had exchanged wins and losses over the past 2 years. Because Tsukimi and his companions had graduated early and officially become shinobi, they were constantly occupied with missions, leaving fewer opportunities for sparring. This time, with everyone finally free, Kakashi didn't want to let the chance slip away. Tsukimi did not refuse, but not immediately. He needed time to digest the gains from the recent battle, adapt to the enhanced Shadow Army, and explore the new abilities of the Shadow Kingdom. The two agreed to duel 3 days later. The 3 days passed in a flash. Tsukimi first went alone to Orochimaru's residence, concluding their transaction swiftly. He delivered the completed living puppet and the full set of core data packed together into Orochimaru's underground laboratory. All that remained was to wait for the subsequent research results. After finishing the deal, Tsukimi returned to his courtyard. No sooner had he entered than footsteps sounded from outside. Kakashi arrived punctually, accompanied by Asuma, Obito, Kurenai, and Rin, all of whom had nothing better to do and came specifically to watch the showdown. As for Obito, he came solely to mock Kakashi after his defeat. True to form, the moment they stepped into the yard, Obito could not contain himself and cheered loudly for Tsukimi. "Tsukimi, you've got to teach that Kakashi a good lesson today. So what if he's a chunin? What's so great about that? He mocks me every single day. There's really nothing great about it. I just wonder when someone will finally become a chunin." Kakashi, one hand in his pocket, shrugged his flat tone, striking Obito's sore spot and making him bristle on the spot. Rin quickly stepped forward, tugging at his sleeve and whispering behind him, "Obito, keep it down. Don't disturb Tsukimi and Kakashi's sparring." Asuma, watching from the side, was thoroughly amused and began to tease Obito. "Obito, since you're so unconvinced, why don't you go up today? If you beat Kakashi, I'll support you as the leader of Team 7. "Asuma's right. "Obito, I support you for Team 7 leader too," Kurenai chimed in, nodding earnestly as she delivered the finishing blow. Their sudden banter left Obito speechless. The anger on his face turned to embarrassment as he scratched his head and let out a dry chuckle, hemming and hawing before finally coming up with a not-so-awkward excuse. "Aha, another day, another day. Today. Oh right, today is Tsukimi and that smug Kakashi's match. I can't steal Tsukimi's thunder. I wouldn't mind watching a Team 7 leadership battle first." Tsukimi stood aside with a broad grin, a mischievous thought crossing his mind. Obito muttered as he retreated a few steps, still unwilling to concede. "Just you wait. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I'm definitely going to beat Kakashi." Obito, when are you going to awaken your Sharingan then?" Asuma crept up beside him, having heard Obito's words, and asked with a grin. "It'll be. How should I know?" Obito started to answer, but suddenly caught himself. He shoved Asuma's big face away. "I'll awaken it sooner or later, and you, Asuma, after I do your next." "Oh really? Then I'll be waiting, Lord Obito." After the clamor subsided, the atmosphere gradually grew still. Kakashi stood in the center of the courtyard, shedding his usual laziness, holding a short sword in the opening stance of a duel. Tsukimi faced him with a relaxed demeanor. Asuma acted as the temporary referee, stepping between them. "Begin." The moment the words fell, the duel officially commenced. A gust of wind rose and both figures burst forward simultaneously. As the two most outstanding youths of Konoha's generation, Tsukimi and Kakashi had honed their fundamentals to perfection. From the very start, it was a high-speed, close-quarters brawl with no wasted probing. Kakashi's body flicker technique was supremely refined, his form flickering like the wind. His silver-white hair flew in the air as his short blade danced, unleashing the white fang sword style. His strikes were precise and cutting the rhythm tight and fierce. Every slash, thrust, and parry was textbook ninja excellence, almost flawless. Tsukimi responded with composure. Without using Shuinpa, he relied solely on taijutsu and footwork to dodge nimbly, or conjured shadow shields to block, or formed shadow blades to clash. His offense and defense flowed seamlessly. This was the effect of having the second batch of the Shadow Army over half complete, making Tsukimi's close-quarters combat even smoother. The four onlookers were dazzled watching the two rapidly intersecting figures, their hearts filled with awe. Both far exceeded the limits of ordinary genin in speed, reflexes, strength, and chakra control. Even a typical chunin would be completely overwhelmed, unable to put up a fight. Yet after dozens of exchanges, Tsukimi, who had been effortlessly in control, felt a clear sense of discord growing in his mind. That white-haired brat was undeniably strong, a true genius. Unlike him, who could only rely on being overpowered. His techniques were textbook, his reactions decent, his experience adequate. His offense and defense were orderly, without a single mistake, fully displaying the talent that had earned him promotion to chunin at age 6. But Tsukimi still sensed it. Something was off with the white-haired kid today. Beneath those standard moves lay an almost imperceptible distraction. His body fought earnestly, every move was precise, yet deep in his eyes a layer of detachment and daze lingered. Though he seemed focused on the battle, his mind seemed to have drifted away from the arena. In other words, he was mechanically executing moves through muscle memory. The techniques were steady, but they lacked the sharpness that combat demanded. Wait, he's fighting me and still zoning out. While calmly blocking Kakashi's attacks, Tsukimi's thoughts churned, spawning countless guesses. The village had been peaceful lately, and he hadn't heard any news from his clan. After all, only 3 days had passed. Nothing should have happened to affect Kakashi's state of mind. Hold on. Speaking of which, the white-haired kid is 7 this year. A flash of insight struck Tsukimi. Connecting the plot of his past life with the current timeline, an answer surfaced in his mind. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Eugen's mind. No wonder she was distracted today, unable to focus even during a fight. The root cause of it all should be attributed to Chi Mu Shuamao. Having figured out the reason, Eugen no longer held back. Earlier, his sparring with the little white-haired boy was merely to probe his condition. Now that the crux of the issue was clear, it was time to end this match. The next second, dark shadow energy gathered beneath Eugen's feet, and his instant step erupted without any warning, his figure veering off its original trajectory. The 4 spectators only felt a blur before their eyes, and all that remained in their sight was Eugen's afterimage, his true body already vanished without a trace. Kakashi's pupils sharply contracted, a warning instinctively rising in his heart. Subconsciously, he relied on his body's instincts, turning and raising his blade to block, but in his distracted state his movements were ultimately a beat too slow. His arm had just barely lifted when a distinctively knuckled hand pressed against his throat. Several condensed pitch-black shadows instantly coiled around his body, firmly binding his limbs. Clang! The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground rang out, and the short sword in Kakashi's hand had already fallen. In the span of less than a second, the evenly matched situation had come to an abrupt end. Kakashi was bound in place by the shadows, his body stiff and completely deprived of the ability to resist. The onlookers, AC Ma and the others, were all frozen in place, their eyes brimming with astonishment. In their eyes, the two had been locked in a stalemate for dozens of exchanges, yet once Eugen got serious, the disparity between them was so vast. Daitu was stunned for 2 seconds, then ecstasy instantly flooded his face. Eagerly, he was about to unleash a torrent of mockery. Ha! Kakashi, you lost. I told you couldn't beat Eugen, and you laughed at me. Quiet down for a moment, Daitu. Eugen spoke gently, his calm tone carrying an air of undeniable authority, directly cutting off Daitu's heckling. The basketful of sarcastic remarks Daitu had prepared instantly got stuck in his throat. He stared at Eugen with a bewildered expression, not understanding why he had stopped him. What did it mean? The courtyard also fell silent, filled with a faint oppressive stillness. Seeing the little white-haired boy before him, whose expression remained calm, but whose eyes were full of confusion, Eugen released his right hand and dispelled the shadow bindings. Tell me what's wrong with you today. With your personality, you shouldn't make such a mistake being absent-minded even during a spar. Kakashi looked at the short sword on the ground, not offering any rebuttal, which only confirmed Eugen's suspicion. Lin, AC Ma and Hong beside him also sensed something amiss. Usually Kakashi was aloof, but he was always extremely serious about training and sparring, never losing focus like today. Only Daitu, that fool, was still muttering incessantly nearby. After all, he was a genius, or rather a blockhead who completely failed to read the atmosphere. Kakashi hung his head in silence for a long while, then slowly raised it, his voice tinged with hoarseness. It's about my father. As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned in place. 3 days ago, father returned from a mission, she said in a low tone thick with confusion. He appeared to have no injuries, but he became taciturn and his spirit was low. The next day, he went to the Hokage building to meet with the Lord Hokage, and after returning, his state plummeted to rock bottom. Saying this, she clenched his fist, his eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. He began to sit blankly at home, all day silent. I noticed guilt and remorse in his eyes, but no matter how much I asked, he refused to answer me. She looked up at Eugen, a rare plea for help in his eyes. Father is a hero of Konoha, the White Fang who shakes the ninja world. I have never seen him so dispirited. Eugen, you are meticulous and your analytical ability far exceeds ordinary people. I want to ask you what exactly is going on. Kakashi, who had always been proud and independent, was now humbling himself to seek help, showing that Chi Mu Shuamao's abnormal behavior had disrupted his peace of mind. Eugen understood in his heart that his guess was about 90% accurate. The major event from the original story that ended the White Fang of Konoha and changed Kakashi's personality had already quietly occurred. The name of Chi Mu Shuamao, the White Fang, was known to all. His White Fang blade technique was renowned. During the Second Shinobi World War, he personally killed the parents of Scorpion and was recognized as a hero of Konoha and a top-tier powerhouse of the ninja world. Later, while executing a top-secret mission, he voluntarily abandoned the crucial mission to save his teammates' lives, causing massive losses to Konoha and even the Land of Fire. From the perspective of the Will of Fire, his actions were impeccable, true to his comrades and his own heart. But when viewed at the collective level, his choice was a dereliction of duty. Knowing the full truth in his heart, Eugen did not speak directly. The entanglement of right and wrong was complex, not something that could be clarified in a few words. I understand. Don't worry for now. I need to confirm the specific situation. Wait here for my news. After comforting Kaka, Shihi did not linger. He turned and gestured to Asima and the others, then left the courtyard directly. After coming out, he went straight to Lu Jio's house. As the clan head of the Nara family, Lu Jio was always active in Konoha's high-level circles, well-versed in administrative affairs, and must have some knowledge. He needed to confirm how far the matter had progressed. As Eugene expected, after hearing his inquiry, Lu Jio sighed softly, and with a grave expression told him everything. Regarding Senior Shuo Mao's matter, the village's high-level officials have just reached a decision. It is still under confidentiality and has not been made public. 3 days ago, Senior Shuo Mao led a team to execute a border supply interception mission, which was crucial to Konoha's border strategy in the direction of Awagakure. But during the mission, his teammates were surrounded and fell into a hopeless situation. After weighing the options, Senior Shuo Mao decided to abandon the mission and turn back to save his teammates. In the end, although the teammates were rescued, the original mission was a complete failure. The village lost the initiative on the border, suffering great losses. Lu Jio's expression was somewhat serious as he continued in a low voice. Because the consequences of this mission were extremely severe, the Lord Hokage ultimately decided to dismiss Senior Shuo Mao from his position as captain of the Umbu and ordered him to be confined to his home for reflection. Eugene narrowed his eyes slightly. Besides that, is there any other movement? The two advisors were not very satisfied with the Lord Hokage's decision, considering the punishment too lenient. However, out of consideration for Senior Shuo Mao's past illustrious achievements, they ultimately chose to compromise. I'm not referring to the two advisors. Then what do you mean? Lu Jio was slightly startled, but upon seeing the faint knowing smile on Eugene's face, he instantly understood the implication. His expression shifted. You mean? Seeing Eugene nod, Lu Jio pondered for a moment before speaking again. Probably not, at least I haven't heard any news. After listening to all of Lu Jio's account, Eugene let out a light chuckle. Fortunately, it seemed that since it had just happened, and the high-level censure had only just been issued, it had not yet escalated to the worst possible point. Thus, there was still room for maneuver. After bidding farewell to Lu Jio, Eugene strolled back home, piecing together the full story of the White Fang incident based on the original details he knew. Regarding the White Fang incident, many blamed the tragedy on the accusations of the Konoha villagers and the heartless hypocrisy of the third Hokage. After all, the villagers' will of tyranny is an old tradition, but the truth is far from that. First, the most widespread rumor that White Fang was hounded to death by online abuse from Konoha villagers. This fundamentally could never hold true. A shinobi of Tsukumo Hataki's caliber undertakes missions of the highest secrecy and danger. For instance, his last mission was a border strategic task affecting the border deployment of the Land of Fire and Konoha's initiative, a mission of extreme confidentiality. Given Konoha's strict mission confidentiality system, how could the loss from such a high-level mission ever leak to ordinary villagers? If Konoha couldn't even manage that, it would be doomed. It would have been crushed by the other 4 great ninja villages long ago. In the original story, during the Canopy Bridge mission, Minato spoke to Obito about the White Fang tragedy. With precise wording, it was never the villagers who blamed White Fang, but some ninjas within the village. If this affair had truly reached the point of universal condemnation, and the whole village cursing him, how could Obito, who grew up with Kakashi, know nothing about it? In Obito's memory, Tsukumo Hataki was always the hero who sacrificed for Konoha. This is the strongest evidence. The Konoha villagers are indeed a bunch of difficult people, but in the White Fang incident, they are somewhat wronged. All the criticism came from within the ninja ranks. Second, there is the misunderstanding about the third Hokage and the rumor that White Fang was targeted because he wore the Hokage half-sleeve. The so-called Hokage half-sleeve is just an ordinary garment. The pattern on it is not a flame, but a triangle. To be honest, the jacket Jiraiya wore as a child had flame patterns. Would that be called a Hokage half-robe? Was 6-year-old Jiraiya a Hokage candidate? So that is not a symbol of Hokage succession, and it has nothing to do with the Hokage seat or power alignment. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, made no mistake in handling the entire affair. Tsukumo Hataki abandoned a top-secret mission to save his comrades. This was perfectly in line with the will of fire. But from the perspective of the village and the Land of Fire, the mission failure led to a collapse of the border strategy, causing significant collective damage, an undeniable dereliction of duty. The third Hokage's removal of his position as ANBU captain was never a suppression, but a highly astute protective measure. If Tsukumo Hataki's abandonment of the mission had gone unpunished, it would only have invited a more severe backlash. On the contrary, stripping him of his post and ordering him to reflect at home, though appearing as a punishment to satisfy everyone, actually allowed White Fang, who was at the center of the storm, to step out of the limelight and wait for the upheaval to subside. Given White Fang's strength and merits, his return to prominence was only a matter of time. After all, leaving such a powerhouse unused would be sheer idiocy. From a leader's perspective, the third Hokage's handling was already extremely considerate. Even after White Fang's suicide, the third Hokage immediately issued a gag order, suppressed all negative public opinion, and insisted on burying White Fang as a Konoha hero, preserving the honor and reputation of Tsukumo Hatake. Looking at the entire process, the third Hokage's only mistake was that he understood the big picture but failed to perceive the fragility in Tsukumo Hatake's heart and could not soothe the guilt of this strong man, ultimately leading to an irreparable tragedy. But this can hardly be called a mistake. After all, who would have thought that White Fang, renowned throughout the ninja world, had such weak inner resilience? Having sorted out these two misconceptions, Yuejian happened to arrive at his own courtyard gate. In the courtyard, several people were quietly waiting for his return. Kakashi stood in the center, his eyes unable to conceal anxiety and unease. Asuma, Kurenai, and Rin remained calm, softly comforting the little white-haired boy. Only Obito, having learned why Kakashi was off today, and understood why Yuejian had interrupted his mockery earlier, yet couldn't bring himself to apologize, stood alone in a corner, idly kicking pebbles on the ground, radiating awkwardness. Man needs to save face. At the sound of footsteps, everyone looked up, their gazes converging on Yuejian. Yuejian, how did it go? Did you find the cause? Rin asked, first her tone tinged with urgency. Yuejian walked into the yard, his eyes falling on Kakashi's tense face, and nodded. I found it. I already know why Senior Shomao became like this. As his words fell, Kakashi's breath caught. His dead fish eyes locked onto Yuejian, waiting for his answer. Yuejian did not beat around the bush and directly narrated the entire sequence of events. 3 days ago, your father led a team on a top-secret strategic mission at the border between Konoha and Iwagakure. The success or failure of that mission would directly affect the village's initiative on the border. During the mission, when his comrades were surrounded by the enemy and faced certain death, your father chose to abandon the mission and return to save them. Asuma's eyes narrowed. Abandon a strategic mission to save people. Doesn't that mean the village suffered a huge loss? As the Hokage's second son, Asuma had been exposed to such matters and immediately saw the implications. Indeed, it was huge, Yuejian nodded. Because of the mission failure, the border deployment nearly collapsed, so the Hokage had no choice but to relieve Senior Shomao of his ANBU captain position and order him to reflect at home. That is why your father has been blaming himself and falling into despair. The others suddenly understood, their thoughts varied. Kakashi's eyes also showed a glimmer of realization, finally comprehending the reason for his father's prolonged silence. On what grounds? Obito could not restrain himself and spoke loudly, his tone filled with indignation. How can the Hokage do this? Stripping Senior Shomao of his position, he was saving his comrades. The Uchiha clan is naturally emotionally rich and sensitive, and Obito was an outstanding example. He had his own philosophy about comrades, and Tsukumo Hatake's actions resonated with him, so he immediately defended him. You only see the human side, not the big picture. In contrast to Obito, Asuma, due to his background, often thought from a broader perspective and immediately countered, this mission concerned the village's strategic interests. Stripping Senior Shomao of his position was not because he saved his comrades, but because he abandoned the mission, causing huge losses to the village. Driven by their different personalities, backgrounds, and philosophies, the two held diametrically opposite views on the same event and began to argue, each sticking to their own side, without yielding. Listening to their debate, Rin and Kurenai lowered their heads in thought, caught in a conflicted silence. Kakashi's mind was also in turmoil. He was not yet so extreme at this point. While respecting his father's choice and cherishing the bond with comrades, he also understood the logic of the village's rules. He was somewhat lost and could not tell right from wrong. In his deep confusion, he turned his gaze to Yuejian. Yuejian, what do you think? I want to sit and watch. As Kakashi spoke, Asuma and Obito stopped arguing, and everyone's attention once again focused on Yuejian, hoping he would provide an answer. Alright, I have to be the big brother confidant again. Konoha is full of problem children. Before the bewildered gazes of a group of troubled children, Yuejian gave a helpless smile, suppressing the urge to retort, and raised a hand to signal them. Alright, stop arguing here. Come over and sit down. The group followed Yuejian to the porch under the eaves, taking their seats one by one. A gentle breeze swept across the roof, yet it could not dispel the tangled confusion and hesitation lingering in their hearts. Obito still wore a defiant expression. Asuma clung stubbornly to his view of the bigger picture, while Kakashi's eyes held the deepest bewilderment, for the matter involved his own father. Once they were seated, Yuejian spoke in a languid tone. Regarding Senior Shomao's choice and the right and wrong of your dispute, I've thought of a rather fitting question. What question? Don't try to change the subject. Just tell us clearly who's right and who's wrong. Obito leaned forward, eager to press for an answer, as if afraid Yuejian would gloss over the matter. Seeing him leap forward so eagerly, a faint, ambiguous smile crept onto Yuejian's face, and his eyes held a hint of mischief. Since you're so enthusiastic, you'll be the protagonist of this question today. Let the kid have his fun. Huh? Me? The protagonist? What do you mean? Obito stiffened, an inexplicable tightness gripping his heart as a wave of foreboding washed over him. Kakashi and the others turned their heads, curiosity gleaming in their eyes as they awaited Ujien's next words. Suppose the six of us encounter a formidable enemy ignoring all other factors. Ujien said, his gaze fixed on Obito, his tone calm and measured. At this moment we are in a desperate situation, all severely wounded, with only you having the last remaining shred of chakra. The enemy's final charge fire release is aimed directly at Lin. If it hits, she will surely die. Your position is too far to block it in time. The only way is to expend the last of your chakra to release a jutsu that diverts the fire release's trajectory. But the price is that this fire release will veer toward us four. So would you choose to sacrifice us four to save Lin by diverting the fire release, or stand by and protect us four while watching Lin perish in the flames? As his words fell, their eyes widened in shock, stunned by the cruel and thorny question. The fervor with which Obito had argued with Asuma vanished, instantly replaced by a pained grimace, and he stood frozen in place. He never expected Ujien to pose such a devastating question. He wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he have to rush to speak first? Blame this wretched mouth. On one side was Lin, whom he would protect with all his might, his pure and burning love for her. On the other were his companions, with whom he had trained side by side for 2 years, their bond equally sincere and deep. He simply could not make a choice. Abandoning either side would be a betrayal of his own heart, an outcome he could never accept. Hey, what kind of lousy question is this? There's no choice at all. Obito yelled, his face flushed with frustration. How could such a desperate situation exist? You and Kakashi are strong. There must be other ways. It's unfair. I demand a rematch. In his panic, Obito, who usually clashed with Kakashi, couldn't help but acknowledge Kakashi's strength, desperate to escape this impossible dilemma. There are no other options. These are the only two choices in this desperate situation. Ujien was not about to let him off easy. Though a gentle smile lingered on his face, his words were relentless. He pressed on without mercy. Then I won't choose. I refuse to answer. Obito simply gave up, turning his head away and starting to be obstinate and unreasonable. Kakashi, who had been silent for a long time, saw a flicker of understanding in his eyes, and his body trembled slightly as he pieced together all the connections. This was not a random hypothetical. It was a mirror of his father's situation. On one side were comrades trapped in a desperate situation, urgently needing rescue. On the other was a top-secret mission vital to the village's interests, which could not be compromised. His father, just like Obito, now was forced to stand at an impossible crossroads. No matter which path he chose, he would inevitably bear regret and guilt. In that moment, Kakashi felt an endless bitterness in his heart. He finally understood his father's perpetual silence and self-reproach. It was not cowardice, it was that no matter what choice was made, it would be a mistake. Kakashi raised his eyes to Ujien, his gaze clear and resolute, and asked earnestly, Ujien, if it were you, if you were in this desperate situation, what would you choose? These words drew everyone's attention, and even Obito whipped his head around, all eyes fixed on Ujien, eagerly awaiting his answer. This was the ultimate question that troubled them: how to reconcile the bonds of comradeship with the collective interests of the village. Meeting the 5 pairs of eyes, Ujien was completely relaxed, without a trace of hesitation, and spoke his answer with unwavering certainty. I don't choose. Don't choose. Kakashi and the others were momentarily stunned, puzzled. Why must it be a binary choice? Abandoning comrades or abandoning the greater good? The reason we face such a dilemma is at its core only one thing: insufficient strength. Because of insufficient strength, we are forced into a corner by the enemy, lacking enough chakra to break the deadlock, and trapped in a cycle of self-doubt. If I were strong enough to crush all enemies, then this choice would never have existed from the start. Ujien spread his hands, his gaze sweeping over the people before him, and continued, the root of Senior Shimao's plight was never about making the wrong choice. Saving people was not wrong, and completing the mission was even less so. The mistake was that at that time he lacked the power to handle both sides. So all your arguments have been meaningless from the beginning. The weak are forced to make choices. As for the strong, of course I want it all. His words struck like a bell, crashing into their hearts. Kakashi, who had been lost in confusion, felt his eyes brighten. The gloom that had weighed on him for days was completely swept away by Ujien's words. The other 4 also felt a sudden clarity. Yes, debating the right or wrong of a choice has always been the helplessness of the weak. The truly strong can break through any desperate situation and protect everything. After a brief silence, Obito, as if struck by a sudden madness, leaped to his feet, hands on his hips, and burst into a triumphant laugh, his usual shamelessness restored. Aha! That means I got it right. Actually, that's what I was thinking all along. Seeing his pretentious act, Asuma curled his lips in disdain and directly taunted him. Oh really? I wonder who was the one looking so flustered and red-faced. You bastard Asuma, are you picking a fight? Exposed, Obito flared up in anger, bristling like an angry cat. Amid the clamor, Eugene interjected, cutting off their bickering. Alright, since you've all come to understand, let's prepare to go to Kakashi's house. Why, oi? Kakashi asked, full of confusion, while the others were equally curious. The commotion gradually subsided. Daitu was about to roll up his sleeves to spar with the Sima, but was stopped by Eugene raising his hand. Stop messing around, business first. Kakashi's heart tightened, his brows furrowed with confusion. Why go to my home? Father is now shutting himself in and doesn't want to see outsiders. Precisely because your father is shutting himself and we need to go. Eugene casually tightened the ninja tool pouch at his waist and stepped toward the courtyard gate. Now there are people watching your father from the shadows. If we don't prepare in advance, by the time the storm sweeps in, everything will be too late. If you want to save your father, hurry up. Seeing Eugene speak with such conviction, the playful expressions on the others' faces faded, and their expressions turned solemn. Kakashi no longer hesitated, and immediately took the lead, rushing quickly toward his family's residence. Even Daitu sensed that something was off, but despite his carefree nature, he dared not act cheeky, and silently followed at the end of the line. The Chimu family's residence stood in a secluded corner. When they arrived, they found the courtyard eerily quiet, devoid of any sound, lacking the usual liveliness of a home shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Kakashi stepped forward to open the door and entered the courtyard first, the others following closely. As they entered, they saw a solitary figure under the veranda. Chimu Shuamao wore a simple dark kimono. The white Fang who once shook the ninja world had now shed all his sharpness. His originally straight back was a little hunched, exuding exhaustion and self-blame. He held a cup of clear tea, staring blankly at the ground. Hearing footsteps, he slowly lifted his head, and upon recognizing the visitors, surprise flickered in his eyes. Kakashi, did you bring friends to play? Shuamao's voice was a little hoarse. The past few days of self-isolation had left this top-tier powerhouse looking quite haggard, devoid of his former sharpness. Father, it was Eugene who suggested we come visit you. Kakashi stepped forward and introduced them one by one to Shuamao. Eugene, A.C. Ma, and the others stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Senior Shu, Mao, we apologize for the sudden intrusion. Chimu Shuamao put down his teacup, his gaze resting on Eugene. He had a deep impression of this young man from the Niliang clan, the most dazzling genius of the new generation, and Muyi, whose talent even surpassed Kakashi's. At the enrollment registration, they had met briefly. The peculiar ninjutsu had piqued even his curiosity, and even the third Hokage often praised his character and talent. It's fine, Shuamao forced a smile and gestured for everyone to sit. Please sit down. Kakashi has always been withdrawn of few friends visit. It's good that you can come and keep him company. Few friends. He has none at all. Eugene and the others sat on the wooden benches opposite, and the courtyard fell into a brief silence. Shuamao had no intention to converse with them. His gaze drifted back to the plants in the courtyard, still immersed in self-blame for abandoning the mission. Eugene did not intend to beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, Senior, I am here today not just for a visit, but to ask about something. This matter concerns your life. A direct preemptive strike. The ancient strategists love this trick. As soon as the words were spoken, Chimu Shuamao's expression froze, his face showing shock. A.C. Ma and the others were also stunned. Eugene's words before coming had been somewhat vague, and they hadn't expected the consequences to be so severe. Bro, that's not what you said earlier. After a brief daze, Shuamao's expression turned odd. Clearly the words of an 8-year-old child did not hold much interest for him. He simply thought Eugene was talking nonsense, and shook his head, intending to ignore it. Eugene, what is all this about? Kakashi, who was beside him, grew anxious and pressed for an answer. Eugene raised his hand to signal him to stay calm. Seeing Shuamao's dismissive expression, he knew that the man had not detected the hidden danger. He then uttered 2 words again. Tuanzong. The moment these words were spoken, Shuamao's aura turned icy cold, and the temperature in the courtyard plummeted. His originally dull eyes instantly became sharp as blades, locking onto Eugene. A top-tier powerhouse's pressure swept through the entire scene, making the breathing of those present catch. No wonder he was the white fang of Muyi. Finally a reaction. How do you know Tuanzong? Chimu Shuamao asked in a deep voice, his eyes filled with surprise and scrutiny. Logically, at your age, you shouldn't have access to the village's higher-ups. Even if Eugene's talent was extraordinary, he was only 8 years old. How could the Niliang family let him get involved in this so early? Senior, you must have heard right. About Tuanzong being removed from his position en route by the third Hokage and confined to his home for a year. Eugene wore a smile, speaking in a calm, unhurried tone. Are you saying this matter has something to do with you? Shuamao frowned deeply, even more astonished. Tuanzong was a high-ranking official of the village, the Hokage's assistant. How could he be involved with a child? On the very night we graduated early, Tuanzong sent 3 chunin, Eugene narrated calmly. They tried to force me to join Root. I refused them, and after a struggle, I killed all 3. After the incident was exposed with solid evidence, the third Hokage, to reprimand him and stabilize the situation, stripped him of his authority over Root, and placed him under house arrest for a year. A few brief words but packed with immense information shook Qi Mu Shuomao's mind, and he instantly understood the underlying reasons. The fact that this could shake Tuanzong was far from simple. Behind it the Nai clan, and even the Zhu Lu and Dai clans must have exerted their influence. This genius of the Nai clan truly lived up to his reputation. Yu Jian, you were ambushed. Why didn't you tell us? Before Qi Mu Shuomao could speak, Dai too couldn't help but yell out while Si Ma and the others also looked curious. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? We'll talk about those things later. Yu Jian waved his hand, steering back to the main topic. Even so, what does my matter have to do with Tuanzong? Shuomao suppressed the turmoil in his heart and pressed on. Bitten. Senior Shuomao, don't you understand Tuanzong? What do you mean? Tuanzong is a man who stops at nothing to achieve his goals. He has always wanted to get his hands on the position of Hokage, but as long as the third Hokage is there, he will never succeed. Yu Jian's voice was calm as he spoke eloquently. Not only Kakashi and the others, but even Qi Mu Shuomao was drawn in by his words, waiting for him to continue. Unfortunately, Senior, as the captain of the Umbu, you are the third Hokage's right-hand man. If he doesn't take this opportunity to completely drag you down, he wouldn't be Tuanzong. Yu Jian leaned forward slightly, his tone unusually serious. You seem to know Tuanzong well. Shuomao looked deeply at the eloquent Yu Jian before him. After the last attack, I consulted several elders of my clan to learn about this Hokage's assistant. Yu Jian responded frankly. But haven't I already been relieved of my duties? Now I'm idle at home. What more can he do? He wouldn't openly send someone to kill me, would he? Qi Mu Shuomao frowned, deeply still skeptical. Hearing this, Yu Jian gave a light laugh. The real killing blow is never open punishment or slaughter, but ruining one's reputation. To kill a man, you must destroy his heart. To kill a man, you must kill his heart. As soon as Yu Jian uttered these 6 words, it was like a bitter cold wind sweeping through the courtyard, dispelling the summer warmth, and a chill swept over Qi Mu Shuomao's body. He had fought countless battles, faced innumerable powerful enemies, and witnessed numerous assassinations, yet he was always ill-equipped to deal with such devious scheming. Shuomao carefully recalled Tuanzang's history in his mind. This person's methods had always been paranoid, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals, and his style was exceptionally ruthless. This despicable tactic of using public opinion to frame someone seemed to fit Tuanzang's character perfectly. The more he recalled, the uglier his expression became. If he still harbored a glimmer of hope earlier, it had now completely dissipated. He raised his eyes to stare at Yu Jian, his tone tinged with tension. Are you saying he will use public opinion against me? What will he do? Seeing that Qi Mu Shuomao had finally begun to take this crisis seriously, Yu Jian nodded slightly. That's right. You and Fei Risen and those 2 advisors after all grew up with Tuanzong, so it's understandable that they have a favorable bias. But anyone else who has worked with Tuanzong or knows his character would inevitably be wary of this guy. Ever since that life or death choice by Qinsho Feijin back then, Tuanzong had become completely unhinged, his mental state oscillating between 2 extremes. On one hand shouting, I can sacrifice everything for Mu Yi, and on the other thinking to himself, this trivial matter is not worth my sacrifice. Forget integrity at the sight of petty gain, begrudge oneself when undertaking great tasks. This sentence is the most apt description of Tuanzong. In the original story, after Pei'an's invasion, if it weren't for Gang's Ho being in a coma and Mu Yi being leaderless, it would be a miracle if the position of Hokage fell to Tuanzong. Senior, think carefully. Yu Jian began slowly laying out Tuanzang's methods for them. You abandoned the border mission to save your teammates. Regardless of the specific circumstances at the time, the result was that the village's interests were severely damaged. That is an indisputable fact. That is precisely the weakness Tuanzong can exploit now. Shuomao fell silent, instinctively clenching his right hand. He had been immersed in self-blame these past few days, and this was exactly what troubled him. Balancing both reason and emotion was too difficult. In the end, he had failed the village's trust. Tuanzong is now under house arrest, stripped of his authority over Root. Under these circumstances, he wouldn't dare to mobilize people openly, let alone make a direct move against you. Yu Jian analyzed logically. But he has been in charge of Root for so long, he must have his own absolute loyalists who will still obey him. His first step is to manipulate public opinion, instructing his confidants to secretly spread rumors, distort the whole picture of the incident, and deliberately conceal the difficult situation you were in, Senior. They will only emphasize the part where you abandoned a top-secret mission without authorization, causing losses to the village, making the ninjas in the village prejudiced, and branding Qi Mu Shuomao as the village's sinner. The courtyard fell into dead silence. Yu Jian's words made Kakashi feel cold all over, his hands trembling slightly. He understood that if things really came to that, his father would be utterly defenseless against malicious slander. This is too shameless. Dai Tu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Only mentioning the bad parts without explaining the reasons, isn't that just turning black into white? It's exactly turning black into white. Yu Jian shrugged, his tone extremely calm. If you don't take things out of context, how can you magnify others' flaws? Yu Jian had seen plenty of such things in his past life. They were everywhere on the internet. Senior, the fact that you abandoned the mission is undeniable. Most of the ninjas in the village will only see the side where the village's interests were harmed and won't understand your helplessness. Even if a few ninjas understand your intention to save others, they can't stop the overwhelming negative rumors. By then, Senior, you will be pushed to the opposite side of everyone, and the illustrious reputation of White Fang will be completely drowned by condemnation and criticism. Asama's expression also turned grave. As the son of the Hokage, he knew very well the terror of public opinion. Once this prejudice is formed, even if the old man comes forward to explain, it will be difficult to change people's minds. You think that's all? That's just the first step. Yu Jian changed his tone and revealed the most sinister trump card, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. Rumors alone can only ruin your reputation, Senior, but cannot completely destroy the spirit of White Fang. To thoroughly nail you, they must involve the teammate you risked your life to save. Chimu Shuomao's body trembled, his eyes filled with shock and anger. He hadn't expected Tuanzong to be so despicable as to target his own comrade. It could only be said that Shuomao, being a swordsman, was still too naive, or rather he thought too simply of people. Countless facts tell us, yes, your uncle Tuanzong is indeed that despicable. Tuanzong will spare no effort to find that ninja. Whether by bribery or coercion, he will use the most despicable means to force that ninja to come forward. He will say, "I was ready to die long ago. Why did you Chimu Shuomao abandon the mission? All these disastrous consequences are because you insisted on your own way. In the end, public opinion will completely tilt. Your act of risking your life to save others will be twisted into the crime of selfishly harming the village. All your past achievements will be nullified and you will end up disgraced and ruined with no chance of recovery." This complete deduction of the conspiracy plunged the entire courtyard into dead silence. Chimu Shuomao sat under the porch, the last glimmer in his eyes fading away, leaving only endless fear. He was not afraid of punishment. Dismissal from office or criticism from others could not shake his heart. But he never expected that the ninja way he had steadfastly upheld would be so distorted, and the comrade he had risked his life to save would become the final knife aimed at him. Is this what it means to kill the heart? After a long silence, Shuomao let out a long sigh, his hoarse voice full of exhaustion and melancholy. What a ruthless method. Truly worthy of Tuanzong. Asama's reaction was relatively calm, though his expression was somewhat gloomy. Due to his background, although he had no specific knowledge, he was vaguely aware of some situations. This was also one of the reasons for his rebellious youth. The power struggles among adults deeply repulsed him. Kakashi Lin and Hong were different. It was the first time they had so vividly felt how dirty the power struggles among the higher-ups could be. It gave them a shock that reshaped their worldview. Daitu, however, didn't care about anything else. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, his chest heaving violently. This is too much. That guy named Tuanzong is simply bullying people too much. Seeing the grave and oppressive expressions of everyone, Yu Jian spoke up at the right moment, offering a way to break the deadlock. Senior, you don't need to be too anxious. Before we came, there were no rumors in the village, which means Tuanzong probably hasn't started his actions yet. We still have plenty of time to respond. Tuanzong is currently confined to his home, so his actions will inevitably be constrained. The method to break the deadlock is actually not difficult. First, keep a close watch on Tuanzong, monitor any suspicious people who come and go secretly, or contact him privately. Second, find that ninja who was saved by you, Senior. Inform him of the stakes in advance and protect his family. Yu Jian's gaze fell on Shuomao. As long as we keep watch on these two fronts, if Tuanzong makes a move, we can catch him in the act. Then you can report it to the third Hokage yourself, and he will handle it. For now, Senior, it's not convenient for you to appear directly. Please tell us the name and residence of that rescued ninja. After listening to Yu Jian's plan to break the deadlock, Chimu Shuomao's tense body finally relaxed a bit. He took a deep breath and his eyes regained their usual calm and determination. Good. I'll leave this matter to you then. Tsukumo Hatake felt a measure of relief deep within, yet a tinge of helplessness as well. Having roamed the ninja world for years, he never expected that the ones who would ultimately come to his aid were these fledgling ninja before him. He did not hesitate any longer and directly revealed the information about the ninja he had saved. The companion I saved is named Inoue Toru. He resides in the residential district east of Konoha. After returning from the mission, his wounds were so severe that he has been recuperating at home for a long time and rarely leaves the house. Tsukumo's voice was somewhat low. His personality is gentle and he rarely has disputes with others. If he were truly targeted by Danzo's people, he would have no power to resist whatsoever. With the exact name and address in hand, Tsukimi wasted no time and quickly finalized the division of labor. I'll go to Danzo's residence alone to keep watch. Kakashi, the five of you will rotate shifts and keep round-the-clock surveillance on Inoue Toru's dwelling. Whether it's a normal visit during the day or a silent infiltration at night, record every movement and send word to me immediately. After the battle at Tianmu Mountain, the second batch of 3 Shadow Corps had passed halfway through its unlocking progress, expanding the controllable range to 4 kilometers. Yet it was still insufficient for this operation. Though Konoha was called a village, it was actually no worse than many cities in the Land of Fire. The Forest of Death alone had a radius of 10 kilometers, while the Shimura clan, Danzo's family, was situated on the village's western side. Tsukimi could not possibly monitor both places simultaneously, so they had to operate separately. Once the mission assignments were complete, the group was about to set out when Obito clenched his fist, his face full of indignation, and stepped forward to volunteer. "Tsukimi, I'll go with you to watch that old bastard." Having heard Danzo's scheming earlier, he was already burning with hatred. Now that Tsukimi said he would watch Danzo alone, Obito could not hold back any longer. For Inoue Toru, it's enough for Kakashi and the others to take turns. Danzo's side is the most critical. By watching him, we can catch his weakness the moment it shows. A young man's hot-blooded enthusiasm is a good thing, but you must also be clear-eyed about your own strength. Do you think you are the masked man from over a decade later? No. Tsukimi looked at him with a strange expression, shaking his head plainly and rejecting Obito's idea without ado. Why not? Obito was completely baffled, and his mood sank a little. Who do you take Danzo for? A small fry. Seeing Obito's unwilling expression, Tsukimi retorted in annoyance. Danzo is, after all, one of the village's top combat forces, no weaker than Lord Hokage. Your level of chakra control and stealth. The moment you appear near his home, it's like lighting a bright lamp in the pitch-black night. You'll be found in an instant. Once exposed, not only would our surveillance be compromised, but it would also tip off the enemy. Tsukimi's words were not meant to belittle him. With his current strength, Obito truly didn't measure up before Danzo. There was also one more thing Tsukimi left unsaid. Anyone could accompany him to shadow Danzo, except Obito. A naturally wicked Uchiha brat, like you shadowing Danzo. Do you have a death wish, or what? If the kid hadn't yet awakened his Sharingan, Tsukimi would have suspected that he was trying to add a couple more Sharingan to Uncle Danzo's arm. Open up, Danzo. Your Sharingan delivery has arrived. Is this Danzo really that strong? No weaker than Lord Hokage. Kakashi's expression grew grave, while Obito and the others all looked curious. At first they had assumed Danzo was merely a village higher-up and not particularly powerful. They had not expected Tsukimi to be so cautious. Asuma was also surprised. He rarely paid attention to his old man's official affairs. He knew of Danzo as a person, but had no idea of his real strength. Before Tsukimi could speak, Hatake Tsukumo, standing nearby, chose the right moment to speak up and explained solemnly. Tsukimi is right. Danzo's methods may be vicious, but his strength is equally not to be underestimated. His mastery of wind release is extraordinary, unrivaled in all of Konoha, and he could be called a wind release master throughout the ninja world. You must never underestimate him. Tsukumo had seen Danzo fight before and was very clear about the man's strength. Tsukimi silently agreed. In the original work during the 5 Kage Summit, the 10-minute invincibility granted by Kodoame Tsukimi, plus 10 Sharingan, along with a wind release strong enough to breach the second stage Susanoo, meant that none of the other 4 Kage present could truly match Danzo in a fight. The reason he later lost to Sasuke wasn't a lack of strength, it was because Obito, whom he mistook for Madara Uchiha, was standing by watching the fight. During the fight, he had to stay vigilant against Obito's interference and hold back a portion of his chakra to deal with him. From the very beginning, he did not dare to unleash his full power. In addition, Karen, with her sensory ninjutsu and healing abilities, was constantly feeding Sasuke information. In effect, from start to finish, Danzo was fighting 1 against 3. Even so, Sasuke only managed to win after a grueling battle. Although Danzo did not have Kodoame Tsukimi, now his body was in the prime of middle age with far stronger chakra than he would possess a decade later. As for his Sharingan, Tsukimi couldn't say much, but at the very least one was certainly implanted in his right eye. With that kind of strength, if an Uchiha rookie like Obito, when he was bound to be sensed, it would be no different from offering himself as prey. Then what about you, Tsukimi? Your strength may be considerable, but you're no match for Danzo either, are you? What do you plan to do? At that explanation, Obito's face fell a little, yet he was still reluctant to give up. He wanted to ask Tsukimi about his method, perhaps to use it as a reference. Maybe he could use it himself. My methods are not something you can use. Tsukimi shot him a glance without explaining further. He couldn't exactly tell Obito that he was cheating, could he? The Shadow Corps have no chakra. Even if you gave Danzo 100 Byakugan, he wouldn't sense them. Asuma and Kurenai's eyes flickered, both wearing thoughtful expressions. Back in the Land of Rivers, both of them had seen Tsukimi use Shadow Ninja to carry out infiltration missions. Though Tsukimi had never explicitly explained, the two had formed certain conjectures in their hearts. Seeing that Tsukimi had nothing more to say, Obito didn't dare ask further. After 2 years of training, he still traded barbs with Kakashi on a daily basis, but he would never talk back to Tsukimi. The liveliness in the courtyard gradually subsided. Tsukimi and the others bade farewell to Tsukumo, walked out of the Hatake residence, and prepared to set off on their separate tasks. Obito was about to sidle up to Rin to strike up a conversation when he noticed the girl standing with her arms dangling at her sides, head bowed, looking rather dejected. Rin, what's wrong? Obito asked with concern. Hearing his question, the others turned to look. Rin was silent for a moment, then raised her head towards Tsukimi and couldn't help asking the confusion that weighed on her mind. Tsukimi, I still can't understand. Her eyes were dazed, carrying the purest bewilderment of youth. This Danzo you speak of, he's clearly a ninja of Konoha and a high-ranking figure in the village. Why would he use such filthy methods to scheme against his own comrades? This question was also the shared doubt in the hearts of Kakashi, Asuma, Obito, and Kurenai. The underhanded and sinister conspiracy that Tsukimi laid out today was utterly contrary to the will of fire they had been taught since childhood, their creed of protection, companionship, and responsibility, overturning everything they had once believed. They all looked at Tsukimi waiting for his answer. They were still too well protected. On one hand, it showed that Hashirama Senju's one country, one village system did have its merits. At least unlike in the Warring States period, naive ninja like them would have vanished long ago. On the other hand, it also demonstrated the third Hokage's success in education, just like a damn pyramid scheme. Looking at their young faces still unsullied by the darkness of the ninja world, Tsukimi chose not to explain the intricate power struggles or factional entanglements. No matter how much he said, they could never fully grasp it, and these were things he himself preferred to stay away from. Tsukimi couldn't be bothered to lecture them with noble principles. Turning around, he strode away, casually dropping a single sentence. It's simple. Just don't treat Danzo as a human being. Danzo's residence was situated on the western side of Konoha, secluded and deeply quiet. Compared to the bustling clamor of the village's core districts, the atmosphere here was deathly, still, almost suffocating. The main door of the inner courtyard stood ajar, the interior shrouded in dim light, with the air thick with the scent of age. Danzo sat with his eyes half closed, hands resting lightly on his knees, an icy aura enveloping him. Even under house arrest, the commanding presence of one long accustomed to power remained undiminished. Who goes there? Suddenly a hoarse, sharp cry rang out, carrying the vigilance and edge of one seasoned in battle. His eyes snapped open, and with a gaze as piercing as a hawk's, he swept the entire room. In that instant, he had clearly sensed an extremely faint feeling of being watched. It was not a perception of chakra fluctuations, but an intuition unique to the powerful, as if a pair of eyes in the shadows had locked onto him. Yet scanning the entire room, every corner shadow, every gap in doors and windows, all was empty, the space utterly devoid of any anomaly. Danzo frowned slowly, raised his right hand, formed a hand seal, and swiftly circulated his chakra. In the next instant, the three tomo in the transplanted Sharingan of his right eye began to spin. The colors drained from his vision, leaving only black and white, while the surrounding chakra pathways became fully visible. Still, there was no trace of any abnormal fluctuation. After a long moment, Danzo's tense body gradually relaxed, the wariness in his eyes fading. A hallucination, he murmured to himself, his expression softening. He began to wonder if days of confinement, trapped at home, without freedom, had left his mind so clouded that he had grown overly sensitive and suspicious. With that thought, Danzo calmed the chakra he had been circulating and cast a cold gaze on the empty floor before him, a name flashing through his mind. Chimushomo. Konoha's White Fang. A disdainful snort escaped his lips, his tone flippant, laced with undisguised contempt and scorn. No matter how great his strength or fame, in the end, he was just a fool bound by human sentiment and righteousness. As a ninja, he was indecisive, burdened by the village's top-secret mission, should have made a choice. How could the life of a mere comrade compare to the greater good of Konoha? Sacrificing the village's interests to save one person, a man of hollow fame, unfit for any real responsibility. Someone so soft-hearted did not deserve the position of captain of the Umbu. A shadow of malice flickered in Danzo's eyes, then he dismissed the thought, closed his eyes to rest, and quietly waited in this cage, biding his time. Outside the residence, 100 meters away on a hidden treetop, Uejian stood cloaked among the dense foliage, his body completely hidden in the shadows. In that moment, he had distinctly felt the sensation of being stared back. Such sharp instincts. Uejian marveled inwardly. The innate perception of these veteran Kage-level powerhouses was not something ordinary ninja could match. For this surveillance mission, he had again chosen the all-capable Shadow Ninja Corps, skilled at infiltration, devoid of any chakra moving through the shadows. In theory, no one in the shinobi world could sense the existence of shadow ninjas, but prolonged and close-range observation could still trigger the instincts of those powerful beings. Just now, when he had infiltrated the room, Uejian had taken over the shadow ninja's vision to get a closer look, but nearly exposed himself. Luckily, he reacted quickly. The instant Danzo became alert, he immediately dispersed that shadow ninja, barely managing to bluff his way through, making the old man think it was just a delusion from a wandering mind. Indeed, no matter how despicable Danzo was, his current strength was not to be underestimated. You could call him evil, but not weak. I can't keep watching from up close. Yuejian quickly adjusted his plans. He no longer sent shadow ninjas into the room for close surveillance, but instead scattered them throughout the courtyard, lurking in the shadows of the walls and rooftops. Once the deployment was complete, the entire residence was under Yuejian's watch. If anyone came to visit or send a message, the Shadow Ninja Corps could immediately capture their trail. This avoided the risk of being detected by Danzo, while also firmly locking down all channels of external communication. At the same time, in the eastern residential district of Konoha, outside Inoue Toru's residence, 5 youths had already completed their watch assignments. Asuma and Kurenai formed a team to handle the daytime watch, one in front and one behind, monitoring the main gate in the street. Obito and Rin formed a team for the first half of the night. Kakashi was responsible for the latter half of the night alone. The 5 of them worked in 3 shifts, seamlessly overlapping, keeping a 24-hour watch. Everyone remained tense, not daring to relax. They knew this was a crucial step in thwarting Danzo's scheme and protecting Senior Shomao. Time passed slowly, day and night alternating, and a full day and night slipped by. At both watch points, east and west, everything was calm. Danzo's residence remained with its gates tightly shut, no messages were sent, and no one entered or left secretly. Inoue Toru's home was equally quiet. He remained indoors resting, showed no signs of going out, and no strangers approached. Konoha as a whole bustled as usual with no hint of an undercurrent. But standing on the treetop, Yuejian's doubts began to grow. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. It was too quiet. This was when Shimu Shomao's spirit was most vulnerable and susceptible to collapse, a golden opportunity. Based on his understanding of Danzo, the old man would never be so patient. With a little spread of rumors and some guidance, he could completely crush the White Fawn's resolve and eliminate the third Hokage's powerful ally. With such a perfect chance, are you telling me that Danzo, the refined egoist who had been obsessed with the Hokage position for half his life, just gave it up? Don't make me laugh. Could it be that losing control of Root and being confined at home has truly tied his hands, robbing him of the ability to stir up trouble? If that were the case, the crisis could be averted. But your uncle Danzo is not that kind of man. Deep in Yuejian's heart, the uneasy premonition grew stronger. If Danzo had already started moving, that would actually be good news for Yuejian, because he could counterattack based on his knowledge of the original story and Danzo's character. But now on the surface all was calm, yet he had no idea what the old fox was plotting under the surface. The more peaceful it seemed, the more ominous it felt. Just as Yuejian was racking his brains, secretly reassessing the situation, 5 young figures came racing down the street in the distance. Their footsteps were chaotic, their breaths ragged, and their faces were filled with gravity and disbelief. It was Kakashi and the other 4. Seeing them abandon their posts and rush toward him, Yuejian's heart sank. Without hesitation, he immediately leaped down and retreated away from Danzo's residence. The situation was unclear, and it was not yet time to alert Danzo. Yuejian. As they quickly converged, Obito called out from afar, his voice tinged with barely concealed panic. Before he could ask, Asuma stepped forward, his face as dark as water, and delivered the worst news. Something's happened. The news that Senior Shomao abandoned the mission and harmed the village's interests has already spread. Asuma's words weighed heavily on Yuejian's heart, and the ease in his eyes vanished instantly. He had set up a double-line defense, keeping a close watch on 2 critical points day and night, hoping to nip this conspiracy in the bud. Yet despite his efforts, he was still 1 step behind. What exactly happened? Where did you hear the news? Yuejian pressed on immediately, his expression turning serious. He was certain that no one had entered or left Danzo's residence during the past day and night, nor had there been any suspicious trace of rumor-mongering. Logically, this information should never have spread. There must be something fishy about this. Facing Yuejian's inquiry, Obito, his face filled with agitation, quickly recounted the details. I was the first to notice it. This morning when I came out of the clan territory, I ran into a few jonin from our clan chatting, and they were talking about Senior Tsukumo. They all said that Senior Tsukumo disregarded the village's rules, abandoned a top-secret mission, and harmed Konoha's interests. He was simply unworthy of the White Fawn's reputation. Obito's voice was full of indignation, his fists clenched tightly. I wanted to argue with them, but the situation was urgent, and I was afraid of delaying important matters, so I immediately went to find Kakashi and called everyone over. The others nodded in agreement. Yuejian glanced at Obito, twice surprised that this time the second fool had actually been reliable. Our situation is similar, Asuma added with a gloomy expression. When Red Rin and I came together this morning, many of the guards and patrol ninjas along the way were discussing this matter. This rumor spread extremely quickly, and within a single morning it had already disseminated among the ninjas. Rin bit her lip and added a detail. I noticed that the ordinary villagers were completely unaware. The streets were as lively as usual, and no one was talking about it. Kakashi took a deep breath, suppressing the panic in his heart, and revealed the most critical piece of information. When we came over, we inquired carefully. The reason the rumor spread so rapidly wasn't that someone was spreading it. but because half a scroll of fragmented mission records had leaked out. The fragment clearly recorded in black and white the outcome of this border mission, stating that my father abandoned the mission and caused damage to the village's interests. But it made no mention of the antecedent predicament that trapped him in that difficult choice. Only the result taken out of context. The timing of this half-scroll's appearance was far too convenient. At that moment, Yuejian finally understood the opponent's tactic. They weren't spreading rumors in the streets, but using official archives as a blade, framing the truth under the guise of facts. No wonder it spread so fast. Just the day before everything was calm, yet today it had become common knowledge. In the eyes of ordinary ninjas, official confidential archives were as solid as ironclad evidence. At this point, whether the so-called half-scroll was real or fake no longer mattered. What mattered was that Tsukumo's abandonment of the mission was a done deal. Even if someone later tried to explain the cause and effect, the preconceived notion would only make them seem like they were shirking responsibility. Such a vicious scheme. One could tell at a glance that it was Danzo's handiwork. By now Kakashi had lost all his usual laziness and calm. The usual dead fish eyes were filled with helplessness, his hands were tense, and his whole body was shrouded in a sense of bewilderment. He and his friends had stood guard with all their might for a day and a night, thinking they could stop the conspiracy. Yet in one night, all their efforts had been in vain. This feeling of powerlessness was like a giant hand ruthlessly gripping his heart. He looked up at Yuejian, his gaze tinged with helplessness. Among the group, only Yuejian could always see through conspiracies. In this desperate situation, Kakashi couldn't help but place his hope on him. Seeing the others either agitated or bewildered, Yuejian suppressed the turmoil in his heart, quickly calmed down, and began to review the entire situation in his mind. Originally, he had thought that with the Roots authorities stripped away, Danzo's methods would not differ much from the original story. He would first approach Inoue Toru, then guide the public opinion to undermine the White Fang's reputation, gradually breaking the White Fang's spirit. It would just be a bit slower with fewer subordinates. But he never expected that the opponent would directly abandon the step of slowly guiding public opinion and ignite the entire situation in one fell swoop. Such means have long exceeded the scope of what Danzo under house arrest could openly do. Yuejian murmured, his gaze deep. What do you mean? Obito's ears perked up and he immediately pressed. Are you saying it wasn't Danzo? Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Yuejian began to explain. Mission archives are top-level village secrets stored in the archive room of the Hokage building. Danzo has been stripped of all positions and cannot interfere in any village affairs. There is absolutely no way he could have accessed classified archives. After all, this is not a small act of spreading rumors, but a major taboo of touching the village's core secrets. You mean there's someone else behind this? Asuma frowned, puzzled. No, Yuejian said with a slight smile, a cold gleam in his eyes, his tone utterly certain. Precisely because of this, it's even more certain that the mastermind is Danzo. Why? Didn't you just say that Danzo can't interfere now? This time not only Obito but also Kakashi and the others were confused, completely at a loss. Because in all of Konoha, the number of people capable of privately accessing classified archives is very limited. Yuejian swept his gaze across the five of them and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Throughout the entire village, only the two advisors, the Hokage and one of the Sannin Tsunade, can do this. Impossible. It can't be the old man. Asuma blurted out with the most instinctive certainty. Although he was a rebellious teenager and often went against his father, he believed that his old man would never use such despicable means to frame a ninja of his own village. Kakashi and the others also shook their heads, their faces full of disbelief. Not to mention anything else in terms of image management, the third Hokage was among the best of all Hokage. Just look at their reactions to know. If Danzo were in charge, and something like this happened, the majority of people's suspicion would immediately fall on him. That's your Uncle Danzo's reputation. I'm not accusing the Hokage. Yuejian raised his hand to calm the agitated Asuma, signaling him not to worry. Then he continued, the two advisors, though stubborn and dissatisfied with Senior Tsukumo's actions, would not do such a thing. Neither would Tsunade. The two advisors were indeed stubborn, but not senile. What benefit would it bring them to go to such lengths to destroy Tsukumo aside from weakening one of Konoha's major combat forces? They couldn't become Hokage anyway. They would never become Hokage. Tsunade even less so. Although the latent power of the Senju clan gave her the ability to do this, she was currently drowning in grief over the deaths of her brother and lover, spending her days drinking and becoming a drunkard with no interest in village affairs. Eliminating all possibilities, only one answer remained. Giddity. Yuejian's eyes turned cold as he delivered the final answer. Only Danzo has the ability and the motive. As for him being under house arrest and stripped of power, don't forget, the old man held a high position for many years. Is it strange that he cultivated a few dark agents? Especially in positions that could access classified archives. There must be hidden pawns of his. After listening to Yuejian's deduction, the five of them all looked stern, and their hearts understood why Tuanzong could bypass the obvious surveillance and have the classified files swept through the entire village overnight. Because Tuanzong had not used any of Root's personnel at all, but had activated a hidden agent quietly making this fatal move. Understanding the twists and turns, Kakashi's tense mind relaxed slightly, and then he spoke up to propose. Since the problem lies with the traitor, should we report to Lord Hokage immediately? He looked up at Yu Jin, his tone somewhat urgent. If Lord Hokage personally investigates the archives following the clues, we will surely uncover Tuanzang's hidden agent. Then the rumors will be refuted, and my father's innocence will be restored. That's right. Asimon nodded repeatedly in agreement. This matter involves the village's secrets. It's no trivial matter. We should report to the old man and use the village's power to investigate. It's definitely much better than us investigating privately. Dai Tu Lin and Hong also chimed in, their eyes shining as they looked at Yu Jin. In their view, the only quick way to break the deadlock was to report everything to the third Hokage and use the village's power to calm public opinion. Faced with everyone's unanimous suggestion, Yu Jin shook his head without hesitation and directly rejected it. It's useless. Even if we tell Lord Hokage now, it won't change the current situation. The cold, resolute words instantly extinguished the hope in their hearts. Why, oi? Dai Tu, full of confusion, couldn't help asking. We've already traced it to the traitor. If we report it and root them out, we can prove that Senior Shomao was framed. How can it be useless? Looking at their idealistic thoughts, Yu Jin felt somewhat helpless. Faced with the sudden offensive from the old Tuanzong, the young people were completely stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Let me ask you, Senior Shomao is being slandered by public opinion, clearly targeted by someone. Can't Lord Hokage? Dai Tu was choked, replying weakly. Then let me ask you again, the classified documents leaked. We all know it's because of a traitor. Don't Lord Hokage and the others know that? They know. We can all deduce from the available information that Tuanzong was the one behind it. Lord Hokage, the two advisors, and Tuanzong grew up together. Can't they figure out that Tuanzong is the one causing trouble? They can think of it. This series of rhetorical questions hit the core, making their pupils dilate and freeze in place. Only then did they realize that the intelligence they knew was all known to the higher-ups. But in that case, Lord Hokage and the others already know that Tuanzong is behind it. Why don't they take him down? Dai Tu was still puzzled, frowning as he pressed further. Because suspicion doesn't equal evidence, Yu Jin said with deep eyes shattering their false hopes. On the surface, Tuanzong is still under house arrest. If we can't catch the traitor, there's no substantial evidence. How can we convict a village high-ranking official? If we report now, we can't provide any new leads, nor can we catch the traitor immediately. Senior Shuamao's situation won't change at all. Your uncle Tuanzong has a perfect alibi in this battle. The cruel reality plunged Kakashi and the others into silence, their faces filled with frustration, a sense of powerlessness lingering in their hearts. Dai Tu hung his head, feeling both dejected and restless. With nowhere to vent, he lifted his foot and kicked the trunk of a nearby tree, producing a dull thud. The tree trembled, lightly shaking down a few green leaves. He muttered weakly, what do we do now? On Jing Shangche's side, we've been watching for so long without any movement. Do we still need to keep watch? The moment the words fell, Yu Jin, who had been deep in thought, suddenly brightened. Dai Tu's words had enlightened him. The tangled strands of thought instantly straightened out. Watch, of course we must watch. And watch to the very end. Yu Jin's eyes sharpened, turning to look at the still dazed Dai Tu, and praised him with a smile. Not bad, Dai Tu, you've made a great contribution this time. Me. The sudden praise left Dai Tu utterly bewildered, pointing a finger at himself. Not only him, but Kakashi Ma and the others were also taken aback, somewhat confused. Everyone follow me immediately at full speed to Jing Shangche's place. I'll explain the reasons on the way. Yu Jin did not hesitate another moment. He gave a low command, then turned and headed toward the eastern residential area. Seeing that he seemed to have truly found a breakthrough, the other spirits lifted instantly, casting aside their earlier dejection as they followed closely behind Yu Jin, racing toward Jing Shangche's home. They were no longer afraid of tedious work. They feared only that the investigation could not proceed. Now that Yu Jin had made a decision, it meant there was a direction to break the deadlock. On the way, Yu Jin did not keep them in suspense any longer, quickly explaining. As I said earlier, if Tuanzong only stirred up rumors, it could only damage Senior Shamao's reputation, but it could not crush his will. White Fang adhered to his own principles all his life. Other slander could at most make him feel guilty and ashamed, but it could not make him completely sink. Yu Jin's gaze was deep as he revealed Tuanzang's final killing move. Tuanzong himself has delved into human hearts for decades, knowing this better than anyone. Only by having the surviving teammate Jing Shangche personally come forward and publicly accuse White Fang could Senior Shamao's lifelong ninja way be utterly shattered. This is Tuanzang's true trump card. Fortunately, Uncle Tuanzang's methods changed the form, but not the essence. Although the early method of building momentum had changed, the core of the plan remained the same, or else they would have been outmatched by this old fox. Traveling like the wind, the group quietly arrived at the periphery of Jing Shangche's residence. Don't approach, yet stay hidden on the outskirts. Yu Jian raised his hand to stop the others, whispering a warning. If the core of Tuanzang's conspiracy remained unchanged, then Jing Shangche was the core of the core, the most important piece to completely crush Qi Mu Shimao. Therefore his residence was absolutely under Tuanzang's watch, for this was a place where failure could not be allowed. Yu Jian's mind stirred, and the shadow ninjas leaped out from the surrounding shadows, spreading silently through the corners, eaves, and tree shades, carefully scouring the entire residential area centered on Jing Shangche's home, leaving no hidden corner unchecked. Time passed slowly. In just a few moments the shadow ninjas transmitted back an image. Looking at the figure in the image, a cold glint flashed in Yu Jian's eyes. Found it. 1 kilometer behind Jing Shangche's residence, atop a tall tree, a figure had concealed all his aura, silently lurking within the dense canopy. The shadow ninjas relayed a clear image of the person clad in a black hooded cloak, black sunglasses, with a purple insect pattern mark on his right cheek. Yu Jian instantly recognized the familiar face. Yuan Longma. It was precisely during this period the loyal confidant who followed Tuanzang, a root elite from the UNV clan. After Tsukimi locked onto the figure in the treetop and confirmed that he was Danzo's trusted subordinate Aburame, Ryoma, the last trace of doubt in his mind dissolved completely. Danzo's entire scheme had now been laid bare, but this was not the moment to show open hostility. Acting rashly would only disrupt the rhythm of their plan. Withdraw. Without hesitation, Tsukimi uttered a single word softly, signaling the people behind him to withdraw quietly. The shadowy ninjas scattered around also melted back into the darkness without making a single sound. Kakashi, Asuma, and the others followed closely, suppressing their presence as they made a low-key return. Moments later they were back at the Hitaki residence. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, Kakashi, burning with anxiety, could no longer contain himself and asked urgently, "Tsukimi, now that we've confirmed Danzo's men are watching Inoue Toru, why don't we move to cut him off? If we don't stop Danzo's plan and keep delaying, the consequences would be disastrous." After a full day and night of lying low to no avail, watching the enemy's conspiracy advance layer by layer, Kakashi, still immature at heart, was already stretched to his limit. He no longer wished to wait passively. He wanted nothing more than to strike immediately and shatter the enemy's cage. This was Kakashi after all. He still retained a shred of rationality. Had it been Obito, he would have charged straight in without a second thought. No one could have held him back. Don't rush. Calm down. Acting rashly would only alert the enemy. Charging head-on is the worst option. Seeing the little white-haired boy's restless state, Tsukimi smiled gently and spoke in a steady tone to soothe him. Since I already understand Danzo's trump card, I naturally have a complete countermeasure. The situation is still under control. Hitaki Tsukumo sat upright under the veranda. After reflecting on himself and being persuaded by his juniors, though he had been trapped in self-blame just 2 days earlier, he had now regained his usual calm. Faced with the overwhelming public opinion outside, he showed not the slightest restlessness. Seeing his son still restless, Tsukumo spoke slowly, his voice gentle yet firm. Kakashi, as a ninja, the worst taboo is to panic in battle. The more desperate the situation, the more you must remain calm. Panic invites defeat. His father's and Tsukimi's comforting words eased Kakashi's chaotic mood somewhat. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging restlessness in his chest, and focused his mind to await Tsukimi's arrangement. Now you'll leave immediately and go to Inoue Toru's residence. Tsukimi did not dawdle and stated his plan directly. Remember your mindset. You are going there as the son of Hitaki Tsukumo. Due to the rumors about your father, you feel especially helpless and troubled, so you want to ask Inoue Toru to come forward and publicly recount the full details of this mission in order to clear your father's name. As his words fell, everyone present froze in place. Asuma frowned, his brows tightly knit, and asked, "Take the initiative and ask directly. Wouldn't that be walking right into Danzo's trap?" If Inoue Toru were to turn around and bite back on the spot with others watching, the senior's situation would only get worse. Not only Asuma but Kakashi and the others were also full of confusion, completely unable to fathom Tsukimi's intention. Bite back on the spot. Senior, based on your understanding of Inoue Toru, would he do that? Tsukumo thought for a moment, then shook his head and answered with certainty, no. Toru is gentle and kind by nature. Even if, as you say, he was coerced by Danzo with threats against his family and forced to speak out against me, when faced with a child worrying about his father, he would never kick someone while they're down. Exactly. Tsukimi nodded in agreement. Inoue Toru was already acting against his will when he was forced to accuse you, senior. He would never deliberately hurt Kakashi further. You don't need to worry about him suddenly biting back. Seeing that his words still had not dispelled everyone's doubts, Tsukimi uttered 4 words again by way of explanation. Lure the snake out of its hole. Those 4 simple words sent a jolt through everyone's hearts. Before they could ponder them further, Tsukimi's smile faded, and he earnestly admonished Kakashi. Don't overthink it. Just do as I say. The more natural your attitude, the better. Don't put on an act. And remember the most important point, don't go inside. Just talk at the door. Alright, time is short. Set off right now. Since he had chosen to trust Tsukimi, Kakashi did not hesitate any longer. Suppressing his doubts, he nodded firmly, turned, and left the courtyard, heading toward the residential district east of Konoha. Once Kakashi's figure had completely disappeared from sight, Tsukimi turned to Hatake Tsukumo and bowed slightly. Master Tsukumo, please come with me to the study. There are some things I need to discuss with you privately. A flicker of surprise passed through Tsukumo's eyes, but he did not ask further. He nodded slightly, his bearing as steady as a mountain, and quietly rose to follow. Meanwhile, as Kakashi hurried along the way, a gentle breeze brushed through his hair. The anxiety in his heart eased somewhat, and his mind gradually regained calm. As he walked, he began to carefully review Tsukimi's arrangement. Soon he figured out the first layer of intent. Tsukimi had explicitly said that in no way Toru was Danzo's trump card to crush his father, the final link in the whole conspiracy, and absolutely must not fail. For this very reason, Danzo had also dispatched trusted members of the root to lurk and keep watch in order to eliminate all variables and ensure the final blow could land smoothly. Now, by taking the initiative to visit and asking Inoue Toru to clarify the truth of the mission, he was stepping right on Danzo's vital point. If Inoue Toru's heart softened, and he spoke up, the deadly trap that Danzo had set at enormous cost would instantly collapse, and all the groundwork of public opinion would be void. Danzo would never allow such a thing to happen, not even if there were only a slim chance. That spy had leaked village secrets, prompting the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials to conduct a thorough investigation. Now that the heat was at its peak, the spy, well aware of his dangerous situation, would surely lie low and remain hidden, leaving no trail to follow. Lure the snake out of its hole. Was this move meant to make the spy sense danger through his visit, forcing the venomous serpent hiding in the dark to reveal itself? As long as the spy was caught, this public opinion storm could be brought to an end. Having understood this key point, Kakashi felt suddenly enlightened, but what followed was even greater confusion. What if that spy was cunning and cautious enough to sense the risk in advance, and chose to send a message in secret without revealing himself? How could they possibly track him down? Tsukimi's plan for the subsequent capture of the spy and the complete resolution of the situation was something he simply could not fathom. Kakashi could only carry his full-hearted doubts, along with hope for Tsukimi's plan, and continue toward his destination. Kakashi proceeded along the path following Tsukimi's instructions and began to adjust his state, allowing the heavy weariness and anxiety within him to surface, adopting the demeanor of someone deeply embroiled in a storm of public opinion striving to clear his father's name. Before long, Inoue Toru's residence came into view. Kakashi paused at the door, raised his hand, and gently knocked. After a moment, the door slid open a crack, revealing Inoue Toru's gentle face. The days of being burdened by heavy thoughts had worn away his usual vitality, leaving him somewhat gaunt. Seeing Kakashi standing outside, he was slightly taken aback, a complex look in his eyes. "Kakashi, why are you here?" Inoue Toru's voice was low, revealing an undeniable exhaustion. Kakashi looked up, his gaze sincere as he met the man's eyes, speaking with a hint of helplessness. "Uncle Inoue, I came today to ask a favor of you. Now rumors are rife in the village. The leak of half the mission scroll has led everyone to believe that my father abandoned the mission and harmed the village's interests." Kakashi's voice trembled slightly, yet carried a note of defiance. "I know this mission was not so simple. I beg you to come forward and tell everyone the full truth to restore my father's honor." Hearing this, Inoue Toru's heart tightened. He instinctively looked up, subtly scanning the surrounding streets and alleys, his gaze passing over the dense treetops in the distance, where threats lurked that could topple his entire family's safety. Lowering his eyes to the hopeful boy before him, the deep pain and guilt within him threatened to consume him. As a first-hand witness, he knew better than anyone the courage Tsukumo Hatake had displayed in making that choice to save him under desperate circumstances. These past days he had lived in torment, watching his benefactor suffer under a cloud of disgrace, while he could only remain silent. But with his family's lives held in the balance, he had no choice. After a brief internal struggle, the turbulent emotions in Inoue Toru's eyes faded away, burying all his guilt deep within. His face settled into a calm mask. He shook his head, refusing Kakashi, his tone tinged with helplessness and distance. "I'm sorry, I have no right to judge right or wrong, nor can I influence the village's public opinion. This matter is beyond my help." Inoue Toru's words hit Kakashi like a bucket of cold water, stiffening his body. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, but having anticipated this, he did not lose his composure. Understanding Inoue Toru's predicament, he did not press further, merely nodding softly. "I understand. I'm sorry for troubling you." With that, he turned and walked away silently. This brief exchange, along with Inoue Toru's cold, evasive refusal, was witnessed by 3 Chunin on patrol. The 3 exchanged glances, instantly spawning countless conjectures. The village was rife with negative rumors about the white fawn, yet the scene they had just witnessed seemed fraught with mystery. Could there be a hidden truth behind all this? In no time, new rumors began to quietly brew and spread outward. Kakashi returned swiftly, soon reaching the Hitaki estate. Asuma and the other three had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing him return, they immediately gathered around. How did it go? Did Inoue Toru agree to come forward? Obito eagerly asked. Kakashi gave a slight shake of his head, recounting what had happened, including the suppressed emotions in Inoue Toru's eyes and his eventual reluctant refusal. So it was all for nothing. Inoue Toru won't step forward. Then there's no way left. Hearing Kakashi, Obito was crestfallen, still thinking that Tsukuyami's aim was simply to get Inoue Toru to clear the rumors. But Kurenai and Rin, with their keen feminine intuition, seemed to understand. Their bright eyes turned toward Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami is the traitor about to show himself. When do we start moving? Exactly. Probably tonight. Tsukuyami replied calmly. As Konoha's toilet brusher, Uncle Danzo wouldn't just sit by and let the duck in his mouth fly away. If the witnesses all turned, what was the point of playing? Show himself. Tonight. What are you all talking about? Tell me. Obito stood there utterly confused, scratching his head anxiously. From the start, he hadn't understood Tsukuyami's plan to draw the snake out of its hole, and now their conversation was even more baffling. He couldn't grasp why the traitor would reveal himself just because Inoue Toru had refused. No wonder he was called me. Asuma sighed, slung an arm around Obito's shoulder, and explained in a low voice. Obito's eyes lit up, and a look of sudden realization dawned on his face. Then he turned eagerly to Tsukuyami. So that's it? What are we waiting for? Let's go now and ambush that traitor at Inoue Toru's house. Tsukuyami smiled warmly at them. After all their hard work, they were finally about to catch the mastermind behind it all. Everyone was eager, waiting for Tsukuyami to assign tasks. Kakashi has already drawn the snake out. Now the task of lying in wait for the prey will be carried out by me alone. No sooner had he spoken than they all shook their heads in refusal. No? How can we let you stake out alone? Exactly. We've waited so long for this chance. We should all go together. Their stance was firm, with no room for compromise. Obito especially grabbed Tsukuyami's arm, his face full of reluctance. Seeing their stubbornness, Tsukuyami felt gratified. His classmates' morale was high. That was a good thing. But he still had to emphasize following orders without being undisciplined. A certain Uchiha classmate was being called out here. Tsukuyami's smile faded, and his tone brooked no argument. If you want a complete reversal, follow my arrangements. The enemy is a long-planted agent, cautious in his moves. If we go in numbers, we'll only alert him. All of you staying here and waiting for news is the greatest help you can give me. Hearing this, and seeing Tsukuyami's expression, they knew he had made up his mind, and what he said was true. Going together would indeed risk exposure. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to nod and obediently wait at the estate. After arranging for them, Tsukuyami set out alone, returning to the vicinity of Inoue Toru's residence. With a flicker of his mind, countless shadowy troops dispersed, covering a 4-kilometer radius centered on the residential area, weaving an invisible net of surveillance. This time, to pinpoint the traitor, the ninja squad alone wasn't enough. Tsukuyami deployed all his troops to avoid any blind spots. He concealed himself in the shadows, lying in wait silently. The sun set, the moon rose, and the entire street fell into stillness. Until around 3 in the morning, the deepest hour of the night, a figure nearly blending into the darkness finally appeared at the edge of the residential area. Little one, you've finally shown yourself. Tsukuyami's spirit lifted, using the shared vision of the shadow troops to observe the figure's every move. The newcomer wore a long, loose black robe and a full-face mask, his aura suppressed to the minimum, not a trace of chakra leaking, making his identity impossible to discern. He was extremely cautious, not approaching Inoue Toru's home, but stopping at a quiet intersection a kilometer away, locking onto the direction of the house and observing the activity there. After a brief pause, the black-robed figure slipped into the shadows. Using the darkness as cover, he began to form hand signs rapidly, and chakra started to surge within him. Those few hand signs made Tsukuyami's heart jolt. These weren't the seals for mainstream elemental ninjutsu, they were the seals for a secret technique, one he was very familiar with. In an instant, Tsukuyami finally understood the true identity of the mysterious traitor who had leaked the classified files and carried out Danzo's orders. The black-robed figure maintained the last hand seal, sustaining the secret technique for a full 5 minutes, then withdrew his hands without hesitation, turned, and directly retreated. Only after the figure had moved 3 kilometers away did a cold glint flash in Tsukuyami's eyes from the shadows. He silently followed. Let him see just who this hidden viper really was. The streets were silent in the dead of night. At 3 in the morning, the night breeze rustling through the treetops with faint whispers that only deepened the profound darkness. Yuejian had discerned the black-robed figure's origin from his hand seals, but he knew neither the depth of his opponent's strength nor the range of his sensory ninjutsu. Thus, for safety, he immediately retreated a kilometer, maintaining a distance of 4 kilometers, the exact limit of the Shadow Army's reach. True to his reputation as a long-hidden mole, his caution far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. The little creature advanced, seemingly aimless, yet every step was a subtle probe. At every fork, the black-robed figure would abruptly slow, neither choosing the time-saving shortcut nor the open main road, but deliberately slipping into obscure alleys. Several times he made unpredictable turns, halted to look around, and spread his sensory ninjutsu across the entire area, scanning every street and shadow inch by inch, trying to catch any trace of a tail. Impressive, his counter-surveillance was maxed out. Such frequent and meticulous anti-tracking maneuvers would have forced any ordinary ninja following him into a mistake during the repeated back-and-forth checks, revealing their position. Unfortunately, tonight he was destined to learn a lesson from Uejian, for he faced a force completely beyond the ninja world's understanding: the Shadow Army. The Shadow Army originated from the Shadow Kingdom, a natural embodiment of shadow itself, containing no chakra. Thus they remained outside the system of sensory perception. No matter how many times the black-robed figure probed with his senses, he could detect nothing unusual. No matter how cunning the fox, he can only drink my foot bath. After several fruitless checks confirming no one was following, the black-robed figure finally shed all caution, abandoning his detours and speeding westward. Passing through several quiet streets, he eventually reached a common residential area on the western edge of Konoha. This area lay far from the village core, inhabited mostly by civilians or ordinary clerical ninjas, unremarkable, with nothing to draw attention. The black-robed figure stopped before a standalone house, swiftly performed a hand seal to confirm no anomalies around the courtyard, then slipped inside. He closed the gate, sealed the windows, and never lit the lamp. In an instant, the entire courtyard returned to dead silence, merging with the surrounding night. Uejian stood silently 4 kilometers away, not drawing closer. Now that the exact address was locked, there was no rush. Tonight's goal was simply to confirm the identity, not to hastily close the net. He observed through a shadow ninja for a moment, confirming no movement inside, then turned and left, using the dim night to quietly head for his next destination. He had a more critical matter to attend to. By the time everything was handled, the sky had turned a fish-belly white. The night slowly receded, and dawn's light spilled over the village, painting all of Konoha in a golden glow. Uejian stepped into the Hitaki residence on the morning breeze. As he entered the courtyard, he saw a lone figure standing in the center. Clearly, he had not slept all night. It was Kakashi. The white-haired boy's eyes showed obvious fatigue. Hearing footsteps, he immediately looked up, his gaze filled with hope as he spoke softly. "Did you catch him?" The matter concerned his father's lifelong honor and innocence, and no one cared more about the outcome of this game. Uejian walked up, looked the white-haired boy up and down, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "You didn't sleep all night, did you? Staying up during puberty leads to kidney deficiency." Kakashi. Report: I found the reason for the white-haired boy's low chakra reserves. It's not the Sharingan at all. The sudden tease caught Kakashi off guard. He hadn't expected Uejian to start with that. Feeling a bit speechless, he grabbed Uejian's arm, this time with obvious urgency in his voice. "Stop joking. What's the result?" The boy was still too young, too impatient. With a slight shake of his head, seeing the white-haired boy's anxiety, Uejian decided not to tease him further. "We've confirmed the target's origin and hideout. I'll verify the specific identity later. We won't move on him for now." Knowing the kid probably couldn't sleep, Uejian had come back specifically to tell him. Learning that the enemy's trail was already locked, Kakashi finally relaxed. Though puzzled why they wouldn't act immediately, considering Uejian's meticulousness over the past 2 days, he trusted him completely, knowing there must be deeper considerations. He suppressed his doubts and asked no more. In the side room, Asuma and the others had rested there the night before and were still fast asleep. Uejian didn't linger. After telling Kakashi to get some rest, he turned and headed straight for the Nara clan compound. As dawn broke, clan members bustled about, and the compound grew lively. Uejian was the most outstanding genius of the Nara clan, widely known. Along the way, acquainted clansmen greeted him warmly. "Hey, isn't this Uejian? So diligent." "Haha, just average." That was the elder's greeting. "Uejian, with your talent, why are you up so early?" "I need to ask Brother Lujo about something." That was the curiosity of his peers. "Uejian, come visit sometime. My daughter really likes you." Next time for sure." That was the auntie's invitation. Uejian responded politely to each greeting, then extricated himself with difficulty and hurried to Lugio's house. "What brings you here today?" Lugio was reading scrolls in his room. Seeing Uejian arrive so early, he was surprised. The kid never came without a reason. "Senior, I need you to check a resident's identity information." Uejian didn't beat around the bush, he came straight to the point. Since he was dealing with his own clan senior, there was no need for formality. Hearing Uejian's words, Lugio's relaxed expression tightened, and a note of seriousness entered his eyes. In the past 2 days, confidential archives had been leaked in the village, causing a storm of public opinion. The third Hokage had sent Umbu to investigate several times, but to no avail. Now Yuejian suddenly asked him to check resident information. If this wasn't related, he wouldn't believe it. Lujio studied Yuejian for a moment. He knew the boy was close to Kakashi, and with White Fang mired in controversy, given Yuejian's nature, he would surely step in to help. Is it the mastermind behind the confidential archive leak in the White Fang incident? Lujio confirmed gravely. I found out last night. Yuejian nodded casually, picked up the teapot from the table, poured himself a cup, and drank it noisily. Given Lugio's intelligence, he hadn't planned to hide it anyway. Lugio tapped the desk with his right hand, his mind racing. After a moment's deliberation, he stood up. Let's go to the archives. I'll help you check the household registration records. Thank you, brother, Yuejian said with a smile, his tone light and carefree. Yuejian followed Lugio straight to the administrative department's archives. The administrative department was the institution responsible for assisting the Hokage in managing government affairs and issuing decrees equivalent to the Konoha government office, where all civilian household registration records were kept. Although the security here was not as strict as the classified archives, it was not accessible to just anyone. However, with Lujio leading the way, no one stopped them. Truly, having connections in the administration made things easier. Pushing open the archives door, they saw neatly arranged wooden filing cabinets where all the household registration records of Konoha's civilians and ninjas were stored. You pinpointed the residential area in the western part of Konoha, a solitary courtyard, right? Lugio, familiar with the layout, went to the ninja household registration section, found the corresponding area, and began searching while confirming in a low voice. That's correct. After a moment, Lugio's fingers paused, and he pulled out a yellowed scroll. Upon reading its contents, his pupils contracted slightly. He looked up at Yuejian, handed over the file, and said with a grave tone, "Found him. This person is a branch member of the Yamanaka clan, named Yamanaka Shinji, 40 years old, serving as the administrator of the classified archives." Looking at the file, Yuejian's eyes flickered with understanding. The three clans, Ino Shikacho, were one well-versed in each other's secret techniques. Last night, when he saw the hand seals through the Shadow Ninja, he had already recognized it. The Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique. This technique allowed long-distance communication and information transmission with teammates. More importantly, as a branch member of the Yamanaka clan, he naturally avoided the high-level screening. According to his records, he had been law-abiding for over a decade with no signs of any connection to Danzo or Root. He could not have been more innocent on paper. That old man Danzo had indeed hidden his move deep. How could it be a member of the Yamanaka clan? Lugio pressed his hand to his forehead, his tone helpless, and his expression darkened completely. This time he was truly troubled. The leak of classified archives was actually the work of an internal administrator. This is huge trouble. The classified archives were the foundation of Konoha's intelligence. If an internal staff member had gone rogue, it meant that the village's intelligence defense line was also compromised, and the hidden danger was far more lethal than the superficial public opinion storm. Yamanaka Shinji must be arrested immediately. Lugio knew that the intelligence security of Konoha was at stake, and there could be no delay. This guy holds the authority of the classified archives. The longer he stays, the greater the risk to the village. Without further hesitation, Lugio quickly arranged with Yuejian. Go find Hai. Yamanaka Shinji is a member of the Yamanaka clan, so he must be personally escorted by Hai to the Hokage. Otherwise, once this blows up, the entire Yamanaka clan will be unable to clear their name. For a Yamanaka clan member to leak village secrets, the clan head must personally handle the matter, both to discipline the clan internally and to sever the clan's ties to the incident, silencing all future gossip. Lugio himself would rush to the Hokage building to personally explain the situation to the third Hokage. Yuejian turned and walked out of the household registration archives, then vanished in a flash, heading swiftly toward the Yamanaka clan grounds. The clan grounds of the Ino Shikacho were adjacent, and Yuejian often visited, so he knew the way well. When Hai, who was reviewing clan affairs, saw Yuejian suddenly arrive, he raised an eyebrow and stood up, asking Yuejian, "What brings you to my place today?" "Brother Hai, disaster is nearly upon us, and you're still so carefree." "What disaster?" "Yuejian, you're not joking, are you?" Yuejian's teasing left Hai confused, thinking he was joking. Yuejian wasted no time and got straight to the point. "This is no joke. Yamanaka Shinji, a branch member of the Yamanaka clan, serves as the classified archives administrator. Brother Lugio and I have confirmed that he is the mastermind behind the leak of the White Fang mission file." Boom. Yamanaka Hai's body jolted, his gentle demeanor instantly turning grim, his eyes filled with disbelief. For the past few days, the village had been investigating this matter, and even his own intelligence department had been busy, but they had made no progress. Now he was told that the culprit was a Yamanaka clan member. The traitor was one of his own. Really? Hai's face bore an irrepressible fury. "Yes. Last night I followed him and found his hideout. This morning Brother Lugio and I checked the household registration records and confirmed it was Yamanaka Shinji." Yuejian's tone was firm. Yamanaka Hai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He trusted Lu Jiu's confirmed findings and understood the severity of the matter. If it was proven true, it would not be just one person's crime, it could implicate the entire Yamanaka clan. Let's go. Haiyi's expression was cold and stern. We'll go together and bring Yamanaka Shinji before the third Hokage. With that, Haiyi headed straight for the classified archives. Appearing as the head of the Yamanaka clan, the guards did not stop him. When they saw Yamanaka Shinji, he was still tidying up scrolls as usual. Upon seeing the clan head personally visit, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Yamanaka Shinji, come with me to the Hokage's office. Haiyi's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Yamanaka Shinji's heart sank as a wave of unease arose, but he maintained a respectful expression on his face. Without any resistance, he obediently followed Haiyi. Soon the group entered the Hokage's office, where the atmosphere was already extremely tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, took a deep drag from his pipe, his eyes clouded with gloom. Having just listened to Lu Jiu's report, he had grasped the full picture and was burning with rage inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was heavy as he looked at Yamanaka Shinji and spoke in a deep voice. Yamanaka Shinji, recently the village's classified mission archives were leaked, causing a public uproar. After investigation, you are the only person with suspicion. Do you confess? In that instant, Yamanaka Shinji's face showed surprise. After recovering, his eyes turned bewildered, and he looked at the third Hokage with a pitiful expression, hastily defending himself. Lord Hokage, I am wronged. I have served for many years, always abiding by my duties, and I would never dare to leak classified archives. How can you pin the crime on me just based on my access privileges? Nice acting. Yu Jian knew that Yamanaka Shinji had probably already cleaned up all traces, so no matter how others investigated, they would not find evidence of his collusion with Danzo or the leak. Then why did you disguise yourself as a black-robed figure and go to Inoue Toru's residence at 3 o'clock last night? Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Shinji froze on the spot, and then a look of panic appeared on his face. This time he was truly panicking. Yamanaka Shinji kept replaying his actions from last night in his mind. He had repeatedly checked for tails along the way, and with his sensory jutsu covering nearly 3 kilometers, he was confident that no one had discovered his movements. But if no one had followed him, how could the third Hokage know so clearly? Damn it. After a brief moment of shock, Yamanaka Shinji immediately displayed the psychological resilience expected of a seasoned mole, forcibly suppressing his inner panic and concealing all signs of discomposure. Though he couldn't fathom how his meticulously cautious actions the previous night had been precisely tracked, his confusion aside, he was well aware that all traces had been thoroughly cleansed in advance. As long as he adamantly denied it, a mere accusation of movement without evidence could not convict him. After all, he was still a registered ninja of Konoha, not a criminal or a rogue ninja. Drawing a deep breath, Yamanaka Shinji's face grew even more aggrieved, as if he were truly being wrongfully accused. Lord Hokage, after nightfall yesterday, I retired to my quarters and stayed indoors the entire night, let alone disguised myself as a black-robed figure to coerce others. I know not who maliciously framed me. I implore Lord Hokage to investigate thoroughly. Yamanaka Shinji insisted stubbornly that he had never ventured out the previous night, plunging the office into a tense stalemate. According to Konoha's interrogation regulations, extraordinary measures could be employed at this point, either handing him over to the Umbu for Jinjutsu to extract the truth, or entrusting him to the Yamanaka clan to use their mental secret technique to forcibly read his memories. Either method would break the deadlock instantly, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in hand, hesitated for a long while, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes as smoke curled upward, weighing the options in his mind. Yamanaka Shinji was no rogue ninja. He was a formal ninja of the Yamanaka clan. If extraordinary means were used without any evidence, even if Yamanaka Inoichi did not object, spreading such news could easily breed suspicion among the other clans, creating a rift between the village and its families. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had led Konoha for decades and was a master of balancing power, found himself at a loss for the moment. Shikaku stood nearby, his expression also grave. Understanding Hiruzen's concerns and having no immediate solution, he looked up at Tsukimi and shot him a meaningful glance, the implication clear. You're the one who reported this kid. If you have any more tricks up your sleeve, bring them out now. Catching Shikaku's look, Tsukimi gave him an okay sign, signaling he understood, then stepped forward and broke the stalemate. Lord Third, I do have a witness who can identify Yamanaka Shinji. Oh. Hiruzen's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at Tsukimi with eager anticipation. Who is it? Inoue Toru. That old fox Danzo from the very beginning of this operation had not dispatched his own rude underlings, but instead used the hidden asset Yamanaka Shinji, nearly catching Tsukimi off guard, all to distance himself from the affair. Thus admit the dirty work of coercing Inoue Toru must have been entirely entrusted to Yamanaka Shinji, with only Aburame Ryuma sent to monitor and ensure the process went smoothly. If Inoue Toru had followed the original plan and publicly accused the White Fang, it would have been a brilliant move. But now, The moment Tsukimi finished speaking before anyone else could react, a cold sneer rose in Yamanaka Shinji's heart, and his confidence instantly surged. Even if someone had secretly tailed him last night, at most they could have seen him moving about outside. When he coerced Inoue Toru, they were a kilometer apart. An outsider could never know the details. As for Inoue Toru turning traitor, impossible. Absolutely impossible. His entire family's lives were still in their hands. That shackle was enough to lock down his weakness. Inoue Toru would never dare to betray them. They say the Nara clan's current generation, the brothers Nara Shikaku and Nara Tsukimi, are both exceptional strategists. But from what I see, they're nothing special. I laugh at Shikaku's lack of plan and Tsukimi's lack of wit. Now dragging out a so-called witness is just a bluff, nothing but a joke. With that thought, Yamanaka Shinji puffed out his chest, wore a confident smile, and spoke with an utterly candid tone. Since you say you have a witness, let him confront me. I have done nothing wrong and fear no interrogation. Seeing him voluntarily agree, Hiruzen hesitated no longer and immediately ordered the Umbu in a stern voice, summon Inoue Toru. Nara Shikaku's eyes flickered. After a moment's thought, he recalled who Inoue Toru was and shot Tsukimi another glance. That Inoue Toru. Is he reliable? Brother, we're in the Hokage's office. Are you really making such an obvious eye signal? Nevertheless, Tsukimi gave him a reassuring look, then turned his gaze to Yamanaka Shinji. Old man, you asked for it. With all that confidence, I hope you can still smile in a moment. Moments later, the office door slowly slid open, revealing a pale-faced Inoue Toru. Under days of death threats and mental pressure, he appeared gaunt and fragile, yet his eyes were clear and his steps firm as he entered. His gaze swept the room, and without hesitation, he fixed his stare on Yamanaka Shinji before him. Before Hiruzen could even speak, Inoue Toru's voice rang out, resolute and powerful. It's him. All these days he has been secretly threatening my family's lives, forcing me to publicly accuse Hitaki Tsukumo. Everything was done by Yamanaka Shinji. These words struck like a thunderclap, shattering every pretense Yamanaka Shinji had left. Because Tsukumo's son came to visit yesterday, Shinji grew wary, fearing I would change my story. So at 3 a.m, he used the mind-body transmission technique to issue another harsh warning, compelling me to stick to the script and cement Tsukumo's defamation. Yamanaka Shinji's face twisted violently, his earlier composed and confident smile crumbling into pieces, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. How could this be? He had never imagined that the pawn he thought he had fully controlled by holding its weakness would actually disregard his family's safety and turn against him in public. Seeing his expression shift, still clinging to hope, Inoue Toru delivered the final blow. If Lord Hokage does not believe me, I am willing to open my mind and let the Yamanaka clan inspect my memories. At those words, Yamanaka Shinji knew he had lost, with no room for redemption. If the other party was willing to let them examine his brain, how could he argue? Would he have to open his own mind as well? This madman had no regard for the rules of engagement. This lunatic, he has no sense of martial honor. Yamanaka Inoichi, who had witnessed the entire scene, watched as this clan member had nearly dragged the Yamanaka clan into ruin. His usual gentleness vanished, replaced by a chilling frost. He walked up to Yamanaka Shinji and spoke coldly, his voice devoid of any clan kinship. Are you still going to resist stubbornly even now? Either you voluntarily confess all the truth and name every accomplice, or I personally use the clan's secret technique to forcibly extract the memories from your brain. A cold voice spread throughout the office like an ultimatum, weighing heavily on Yamanaka Shinji's heart. Open memory verification. What a joke. Inoue Toru's move was a masterstroke. If his memories were read by Inoichi, then all the truths and the secret connection with Lord Danzo would be dug up, with no chance to hide any longer. At that point, not only would he be unable to escape a death sentence, but Lord Danzo would also be dragged into the water and exposed before everyone. Lord Danzo must never come to harm. This was the foremost principle laid into him over years of training, since he pledged himself to Lord Danzo's command, an iron law etched into his very bones. His reason for existence was to handle all of Lord Danzo's dirty work, and when necessary, to seal his own mouth forever by sacrificing his life. In an instant, Yamanaka Shinji had made his final choice in his heart. No one noticed the fleeting resolve in his eyes. Just as everyone awaited his confession, his lips closed gently. The poison capsule hidden beneath his tongue burst instantly. The colorless, odorless toxin invaded his bloodstream and surged straight to the central nervous system, so fast that no rescue was possible. PFF. A mouthful of black blood sprayed from Yamanaka Shinji's mouth. His body trembled, his knees hit the ground hard, his face turned ashen, and his breath faded visibly. The sudden turn made everyone's pupils contract. They stared at Yamanaka Shinji in utter shock, and the entire office fell into dead silence. No one had expected Yamanaka Shinji to take his own life so directly. In less than 2 seconds, the poison swiftly eroded his heart and lungs, completely cutting off his life. The brain nerves are completely destroyed. Yamanaka Inoichi crouched down for a careful examination, then stood up and shook his head at Sarutobi Hiruzen. No further intelligence can be extracted. Inside the office the atmosphere was suffocating. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers tightened around his pipe. This familiar scene kindled rage in his eyes. As for this kind of resolute method, who else in all of Konoha could it be but Danzo? He was incandescent with rage at Danzo's actions this time. In order to frame the White Fang, Danzo had actually leaked classified village archives. This made Hiruzen question himself had he been too lenient with Danzo in the past, allowing him to become so reckless. Inoue Toru looked at the corpse on the ground with not a ripple in his eyes, then bowed and delivered the final clue. Lord Hokage, there is one more thing. These past days a ninja of the Aburame clan has been lurking around my home, monitoring my every move to prevent me from leaking secrets. These words further confirmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. He remembered that beside Danzo there was an Aburame ninja named Aburame Ryoma. By now all the threads were clear. The entire incident from beginning to end was a conspiracy orchestrated by Danzo against the White Fang. The gloom in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart churned relentlessly. In the end he only exhaled a deep puff of smoke, suppressed his anger, and did not publicly expose the truth. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low, carrying authoritative finality. The body will be handled by the Umbu. This case is hereby closed. Yamanaka Shinji's crime was his own doing and no others will be implicated. With Yamanaka Shinji's suicide, the storm that had persisted for days finally came to an end. After the interrogation, the others filed out of the Hokage's office. Tsukimi and Inoue Toru walked out of the building side by side, the tension of the past days finally easing. Thank you. Inoue Toru turned to Tsukimi, his tone sincere and solemn, his face full of gratitude. If it weren't for the 2 letters you delivered last night, I wouldn't have dared to take that step even now. Of the 2 letters, one was from Hatake Tsukumo. It exposed Danzo's conspiracy and revealed the cruelest outcome. After the plan succeeded, all pawns would be silenced. This was not slander. It was inevitable that Danzo would silence them afterward to keep the matter hidden. The other letter was a promise of protection given to Inoue Toru under the name of the Nara clan. In terms of raw strength, the Nara clan might not match the red-eye disease and cataracts, but their credibility was always top-notch. Moreover, with the Ino Shikacho trio acting as one, they could certainly protect Inoue Toru's family from Danzo's threats. It was this solid guarantee that thoroughly shattered the shackles on Inoue Toru, giving him the courage to risk everything. You will not regret today's choice. This was a decision Tsukimi made only after repeatedly asking Hatake Tsukumo and thoroughly confirming Inoue Toru's character. Had Inoue not retained a shred of conscience and principles, Tsukimi would not have expended such effort. Instead, he would have allowed him to be buried as a casualty of this conspiracy. With the storm settled, Tsukimi returned home. After days of running about and worrying, he washed up briefly and fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. It was not until the afternoon sun filled the courtyard that he woke from his deep sleep. Pushing open the door and stretching widely, Tsukimi noticed several familiar figures in the yard. Kakashi, Obito, Rin Asuma, and Kurenai. All 5 were present. Kakashi's aura had visibly relaxed. The gloom that had weighed on him for days had dissolved, replaced by a long mist brightness. Obito and Asuma had their arms around each other's shoulders, arguing in low voices, while Rin and Kurenai whispered to one another. Hearing the door open, all of them looked over. Obito's eyes lit up, and he spoke first. Yo, Tsukimi, you finally woke up. Kakashi stepped forward, bowed slightly, and thanked him with a solemn tone. Tsukimi, thank you. The Hokage has issued a public notice calming all the rumors and vindicating my father. The boulder that had weighed on his heart finally fell completely today. Father believes it is true that this mission caused great losses to the village. To make amends, he has already left for the Iwagakure border to take on high-risk missions as atonement. Meanwhile, things were not so pleasant on the other side. In a residence west of Konoha, Danzo sat alone within. A menacing aura churned around him, his face dark and nearly twisted. Ever since encountering Nara Tsukimi, he had suffered one setback after another. Not only losing men, but also being placed under house arrest. Not only that, Hiruzen had now directly assigned 4 Umbu to monitor him around the clock until the house arrest ended. All his schemes had been wasted. All his efforts had come to nothing, leaving only an unstoppable fury burning in his chest. Bang! Objects in the room were swept to the floor, shattering into pieces. In the dim room, a low, barely suppressed growl rose from Danzo. Nara Tsukimi. Since the conclusion of the White Fang incident, Konoha had returned to its usual tranquility and bustle. 8 months had passed in the blink of an eye, and another summer was about to arrive. On the forest clearing behind the moon viewing courtyard, an intense sparring session was in full swing. Unlike in the original story, Kakashi had not lost his father at a young age, thus avoiding a drastic personality change. He still retained the brightness of youth, and his White Fang swordsmanship was growing increasingly proficient. Come on, Kakashi. Watch my leaf hurricane. Across from him, Might Guy was still brimming with fervor. Although he was still the young version of the crimson-blue beast, he already bore the shadow of his future self. His taijutsu was fierce and domineering, his fists and kicks rending the air with roaring gusts. The two had sparred many times and were well acquainted with each other's tactics. They parried and countered, attack and defense weaving together, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Compared to the pair, the other side was far more boisterous. Asuma, are you even trying? Your flying swallow is so limp. Obito, already drenched in sweat, and on the losing end against Asuma's flying swallow, refused to yield, even in words, despite his disadvantage. You can't even hit hard enough to call yourself a ninja. Asuma, wielding his flying swallow, remained calm and composed both offensively and defensively. He snorted, sidestepped Obito's reckless charge, and with a backhand slash forced him back. Oh, so you're saying you can fight? Asuma's tone carried a hint of mockery. Then how about putting some effort into it? Or is it because you skipped a meal, eh? Wah, don't get cocky, Asuma. Watch this. Obito, flustered and furious, charged forward again. The two exchanged blows while trading trash talk, drawing frequent sideways glances from Rin and Kurenai, who were watching from the sidelines. Compared to the four fiercely sparring on the field, Rin and Kurenai were much quieter. Although they also practiced taijutsu, it was not their primary method. Each had her own path of development. Rin had dedicated herself wholeheartedly to medical ninjutsu, spending most of her time studying medical theory and honing her precise control over chakra. It was said she studied late into the night every day. Tsukimi was truly afraid that one day he might be struck by lightning while walking down the street. After all, it was he who had urged Rin to study medical ninjutsu. Kurenai, on the other hand, specialized in jinjutsu and sensory ninjutsu. With her father, reputed to be one of the 8 colors of Konoha, guiding her jinjutsu skills had soared. Busy, everyone's busy. Busy is good. While everyone else was steadily growing stronger at their own pace, Tsukimi lay languidly on a rocking chair watching their training with a leisurely expression, showing no intention of joining in. It's still up to me to take care of you all. With a slight lift of his fingertip, the shadows on the ground surged silently. A dozen shadowy figures materialized. The giant demon core moved tables and stools, the samurai core chopped firewood, and the blade core prepped ingredients, all working in orderly fashion. In a mere moment, all preparations were complete. Without needing further command from Tsukimi, the most versatile squad, the Shadow Ninja Corps, began to act. They ignited the flames, neatly arranged the fresh ingredients, and the ninja squad precisely controlled the heat, continuously turning and basting. A rich aroma quickly spread through the air. Ah, this is what life should be. The training gradually drew to a close. Kakashi and Guy were evenly matched. Obito, somewhat disheartened by Asuma, wore a look of defiance and kept muttering under his breath. Smelling the barbecue, the group gathered around. Obito was the first to collapse onto the ground, grabbing a skewer of grilled meat, handing it to Rin first, then tearing into one himself. Seeing Tsukimi lounging on the rocking chair, he started shouting again. Tsukimi, you're going too far. We're training our butts off, and you're just lying there slacking off. Tsukimi gave a lazy smile. You don't understand. This is my training too. Who are you kidding? Lying down counts as training. Obito wore an expression that said, I've been to school, you can't fool me. Don't measure a Chunin with a Genin's mindset. When you become a Chunin, you'll understand. After the White Fang incident came to a close, the third Hokage had promoted Tsukimi directly to Chunin, making him the second among them to reach that rank. But Kakashi is also a Chunin. Why is he still training? Tsukimi looked at Obito with a sardonic expression, shook his head, and said slowly, That's why I say you don't get it. This sort of thing. Those who know, those who don't, no amount of explanation will help. The waters are deep. You can't handle it. Obito was completely baffled by Tsukimi's speech. Knowing he couldn't win a verbal battle, he gave up arguing and focused on devouring the barbecue in his hands. Speaking of which, Asuma said while eating, What has Lord Orochimaru been up to? He's been gone for 8 months. We've only been able to do ordinary C and D rank missions. Otherwise, our squad has 1 Chunin and 2 Genin. What kind of missions do you expect? Tsukimi shot him a sidelong glance. Kid, you haven't even become a Chunin yet, and you're already this cocky. If you do become one, would you dare to fight me? Asuma scratched his head with an embarrassed grin, realizing he had been greedy. Ordinary Genin were lucky to occasionally execute 1 or 2 C-rank missions. Tsukimi shook his head inwardly. He hadn't expected that giving the spoils to Orochimaru would cause him to disappear into his lab. Couldn't he at least come out a few times? The Snake Sage had become completely immersed in his research. Not only did he not lead the team, but he also paid no attention to village affairs. No wonder the Snake Sage could become the ninja world's premier scientist. With such a dedicated attitude, anyone would have to give him a thumbs up. But with this attitude, how could he ever hope to become Hokage? Just in terms of dedication, the Snake Sage fell far short of Minato. If he had any free time, he spent it all on that damned experiment. If I were Hiruzen Sarutobi, I wouldn't choose him either. What? You say Orochimaru is researching body revitalization for me? Then I support him as the next leader of Konoha. He can really take us all the way to the moon. Over these 8 months since Orochimaru was absent, Tsukimi had to lead the squad on missions, all ordinary C and D rank ones. The stable mission environment wasn't without benefits. Asuma and Kurenai's combat experience steadily improved, and the squad's coordination grew tighter. But for Tsukimi, it was somewhat limiting. Without high-intensity battles, the unlocking progress of his Shadow Core slowed down. In 8 months, there was almost no breakthrough growth. As for why Tsukimi didn't take higher-level missions, he still needed to preserve his useful life and contribute to the future of the ninja world. He couldn't afford to die young. Slow and steady was fine. Time was on his side. 8 consecutive months of low-level missions does feel a bit monotonous, Kurenai sighed. The prolonged peace had stirred a longing for more intense combat in her eyes. As they spoke, the ingredients on the fire were all cooked through their aroma tantalizing. The Shadow Ninja Core precisely portioned and plated the food, continuing to grill the remaining ingredients methodically. The group feasted and chatted, joking and relaxing. After eating their fill, Obito proposed, "Since we're done eating, let's go soak in the hot springs to unwind." The suggestion was met with unanimous approval. After a training session, soaking in hot springs to relieve fatigue was the best way to relax. Meanwhile, deep in the forest of death inside a concealed underground laboratory, all the cold instruments had been shut down. The heavy door slowly opened, and Orochimaru, who had been silent for 8 months, finally emerged. After the door opened, Orochimaru slowly walked out of the laboratory. His pale skin was exposed to the sunlight filtering through the forest, and he narrowed his long snake-like eyes, gradually adjusting to the natural light he had not seen for some time. For these 8 months, he had been completely immersed in the living puppet experiment materials and finished puppets that Tsukimi had given him. This unique material provided him with tremendous inspiration. Not only had his research on body activation achieved preliminary results, but his compatibility analysis of Hashirama cells had also made enormous progress. "Hihi, Tsukimi-kun, I do wonder when I'll get to study your body." Orochimaru murmured to himself, his tone carrying unconcealed interest. Orochimaru had never been able to forget this student of his whose ability was so special. He had always wanted to study him, but had simply never found the opportunity. That said, Orochimaru was not yet the monster he would later become, and of course he was already fairly twisted. But unlike in the original timeline, he had not worked with Danzo to kidnap village children for Hashirama cell transplant experiments. He still had a sliver of conscience. Without lingering, Orochimaru flickered away from the forest of death and headed back toward his residence. His home was in a secluded corner of Konoha where visitors were rare, making it perfect for devoted research. After 8 months, without care, weeds had grown in the corners of the walls, and a thin layer of dust had settled on the steps. Before he had even stepped through the gate, Orochimaru keenly noticed a figure waiting outside the courtyard like a stone statue. It was obvious that the person had been waiting there for a long time. "Orochimaru-sama," the ANBU ninja said in a low voice with no unnecessary emotion, bowing slightly. "The Hokage summons you. Please come to the Hokage's office immediately." Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, a cold smile surfacing on his face. He knew that Sarutobi-sensei must have an important arrangement. He was still the 3rd Hokage's good disciple and the future leader of Konoha. Since his teacher had given him an order, he naturally would not decline. Following the ANBU, he arrived at the Hokage's office soon after. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the Hokage's chair holding an old pipe in his right hand as wisps of smoke rose slowly. Orochimaru pushed open the door and entered. Hiruzen raised his head to look at the disciple he had pinned his hopes on. "Orochimaru, after disappearing for 8 months, you've finally shown yourself. I made a few small gains and needed time to study them." Orochimaru chuckled softly without explaining, directly skipping the topic. "Teacher, you had an ANBU summon me specially. Is there a task you wish to entrust to me?" Hiruzen studied him carefully for a moment, confirming that Orochimaru's state of mind had not changed. Relieved, he did not pursue the subject further. As long as the man had not turned twisted, that was fine. "After discussing it with my 2 advisors, the village has decided to hold the Chunin exam. When the time comes, we will invite the Hidden Sand Village along with a number of smaller nearby hidden villages to participate in a joint exam." He paused and his gaze turned solemn. "After much thought, I have decided to make you the chief examiner. You will oversee the rules and arrangements of the entire exam, as well as the maintenance of order." A strong interest flickered through Orochimaru's eyes. His long, tedious research had grown dull. The Chunin exam would gather the new generation of genin from all the villages, a stunning variety of bloodlines, physiques, and unique jutsu. It was simply an excellent observational sample. Perhaps he could even find suitable experimental subjects. When it came to people from other villages, he would not hold back. "Splendid. This was paradise. Honored by your trust, master, I naturally accept this duty. I will make proper preparations." Hiruzen nodded slightly and carefully went over every detail: security for the exam grounds, reception of the candidates from each village, and all such matters. Once everything had been settled, Orochimaru bowed and took his leave ready to begin preparing for the Chunin exam. Meanwhile, at the hot spring street in Konoha, a gentle breeze blew and warm spring water continued to rise into hazy white mist. Tsukimi and the others had come together after their barbecue, and the fatigue piled up from training gradually melted away. Obito leaned half against the edge of the pool, still talking about the rights and wrongs of the earlier fight, insisting that he had only been in poor form. Asuma had his eyes closed, leaning nearby, responding in a perfunctory murmur. Guy's fighting spirit remained undiminished, even while soaking in the hot spring, and he still wanted to make a sparring appointment with Kakashi for the next day, only to be lazily turned down by Kakashi. Tsukimi lounged against the edge of the hot spring, chatting and relaxing with the others, when a faint lewd laugh came riding on the wind. At first Tsukimi thought he had misheard, but then the laugh sounded again, very close, as if it came from just outside. Someone is peeping. A shadow ninja silently set out to investigate, and soon found the source. In the narrow gap where the outer wall met the corner of the women's bath, a tall white-haired figure was crouched there, peeping through a small hole with great gusto. From time to time, he let out lewd laughs, twisting his body and muttering non-stop to himself, utterly absorbed in his great mission of gathering material. Hee, this one's good, this one's good. Whoa, that one's nice too. Fantastic. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the legendary deep-sea diver, the leading voyeur of the ninja world. A wicked grin curled on Tsukimi's face. Without alerting the others, he decided to have a little fun with this pervy sage. With a thought, the shadow on the ground behind the old pervert began to churn. Silently, two burly trolls rose up from it. They did not release the slightest killing intent, and each held a thick wooden board. Now, the troll on the left made the first move, raising its board high and bringing it down viciously toward Jiraiya's head. Jiraiya was still peeping through the hole, completely absorbed, when a gust of wind howled down. The strike was not lethal, but it was undeniably imposing. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his danger sense instantly blared an alarm. Jiraiya didn't have time to think about who was attacking him. His body instinctively tumbled backward. The board barely grazed his cheek and smashed into the ground, shaking the earth and stones. Jiraiya had just landed in his clumsy retreat, still shaken, when the corner of his eye caught the other troll's board sweeping toward him. It gave him no time to react and landed squarely on his buttocks. Thud! A dull impact rang out. The immense force sent Jiraiya flying forward. His whole body slammed against the outer wall of the women's bath like a poster, the loud sound especially clear. The noise startled the entire women's bathhouse. What was that sound outside? Oh, there's a pervert peeping. It's a peeper. Catch him. Shouts and curses rose one after another. Several female ninja immediately stood up, threw on bathrobes, and rushed out of the bathhouse, converging on this side of the wall. Jiraiya could not bother with the pain in his buttocks. He hurriedly clambered down from the wall and looked up, trying to find who had attacked him. But the two trolls who had struck had already dispersed back into the shadows the moment their attack succeeded, leaving no trace of chakra. The area was completely empty. There was no one to be seen. It was as if the heavy blows had been an illusion. Damn it! Who ambushed this sage? Startled and furious, Jiraiya searched with his senses again and again, but found nothing. The footsteps of his pursuers were getting closer. The female ninja, furious and cursing all the way, chased without giving up. They all had jutsu ready, just waiting to fire directly at him the moment they found him. Jiraiya realized he was in serious trouble. Not daring to linger any longer, he hurriedly mobilized his chakra and fled the hot spring street in a panic, caring not about where he went. Don't let this sage find out who did this. Don't let that guy get away. He's over there. Urgent shouts echoed through the entire Wenquan street. Zillai was frantically fleeing with a group of furious female ninja hot on his heels. Occasional ninjutsu exploded behind him, sending gravel and dust flying everywhere. He dared not look back, only sprinting forward with all his might. The patrolling Yuzhibo clan were drawn by the commotion. Upon hearing that someone was peeping on Wenquan Street, the Yuzhibo members darkened their faces and joined the pursuit. How dare someone commit a crime right under the noses of the police force? They simply don't regard our Yuzhibo clan as people. In the chaotic crowd, cries of pursuit rose and fell. Someone behind shouted, "The one in the red robe is the pervert." Zillai felt his scalp tingle. Without a second thought, he tore off the red robe and flung it away, never slowing his pace. Before he could catch his breath, someone behind shouted again, "The white-haired one is the pervert. Don't let him escape." In panic, Zillai abruptly turned into a street corner, instantly forming hand seals to use the transformation jutsu, altering his appearance in an attempt to slip away unnoticed. Unexpectedly, a group of female ninja had already fixed their eyes on him and saw through his trick at once. They immediately shouted again. He used the transformation jutsu. The one carrying a scroll on his back is the pervert. With all his traits called out one by one, and the pursuers relentlessly closing in, Zillai dared not hold back any longer. He instantly channeled his chakra to the fullest, his figure blurring into a streak, as he quickly darted into the bustling crowd and vanished in the blink of an eye. Inside the bathhouse, the faint sounds of pursuit and commotion from outside drifted in. Obito stopped his bickering with Asuma and craned his neck to look outside. Why is it so noisy out there? What's happening? I don't know. The streets are bustling with people, maybe a quarrel broke out. Asuma replied nonchalantly, then closed his eyes, showing no intention to investigate further. Indeed, as long as it doesn't disturb our relaxing bath. None of them paid much attention, immersing themselves once again in the warm spring water, chatting about their cultivation insights. Only Eugene wore a mischievous grin. Heiying Bingtuan's sneak attack succeeded greatly. Meanwhile, 3 streets away, the fleeing Zilai finally shook off his pursuers, slipping into this narrow alley with agile movements. He was now panting heavily, his white hair in disarray, looking utterly bedraggled. Coupled with the throbbing pain in his rear, the solid strike from that wooden board had numbed half his body. He rubbed his lower back with a bitter expression, his eyes full of confusion. Who on earth ambushed this immortal sage? As one of the Sannin of Mai, his perception reflexes and instincts were among the finest in the ninja world. Yet during the 2 ambushes just now, he had sensed no anomaly beforehand. The attacker not only stood behind him in utter silence, but also left no trace of chakra fluctuation. Moreover, the force was precisely controlled, clearly mocking him. The most bizarre part was that after succeeding, the attacker vanished instantly, leaving no evidence. Not even the 2 wooden planks were found. Could it be that he encountered a ghost in broad daylight? Was it a genjutsu? Or a special nature transformation? Could it be some secret ANBU technique, trained by the old man? When did the village harbor such a master? Puzzled and frustrated, Zilai felt helpless, unable to even begin investigating. He could only force himself to console himself. Forget it. You interrupted this immortal sage's material gathering endeavor, but I'm magnanimous. I forgive you. He looked up at the sky. The setting sun was already casting its glow. Smoothing over his frustration, he straightened his disheveled clothes, dusted off his pants, leaped out of the alley, and headed straight for Dashuan's residence. Dashuan was sitting alone in the room, flipping through materials related to the upcoming Chunin exam. After taking on the role of chief examiner from the 3rd Hokage, he had been meticulously reviewing the exam rules, procedures, and information on participants from various villages. His narrow, snake-like eyes were filled with anticipation for fresh, experimental samples. Hearing footsteps outside, Dashuan did not look up, speaking calmly. Rare you fool actually returned to the village. The door slid open and Zilai strode in, looking utterly dejected. Don't even mention it. I've had a terrible day today. Dashuan slowly closed the materials in his hands, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips as he took in his friend's embarrassment. Oh, then I'd like to hear it. Ahem, just some trivial matters. Zilai coughed dryly, waving his hand, unwilling to mention the humiliating incident on Wonquan Street, and brushed it off vaguely. I just got back today. Don't stay cooped up at home. Let's call Tsunade and go for a drink. Dashuan pondered briefly, then nodded. The 2 set off together, heading straight for Tsunade's residence. The courtyard was filled with a faint alcoholic scent, a decadent aura pervading the air. Tsunade was hugging a sake jar, drinking heartily under the eaves, her cheeks flushed with a slight rosy hue, exuding a lazy, dissipated air, the perfect image of a drunkard. Since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, she had become like this, long, losing her former brightness and vitality. Tsunade-sama, you can't drink anymore. Jingyin stood by with a worried expression, earnestly trying to dissuade her, but was utterly unable to stop the alcohol-addicted Tsunade. Yo, Tsunade. Seeing the 2 approach, Tsunade raised her eyelids, casually shook her sake jar, her expression unchanged, showing no joy at reuniting with old friends. Zilai, what are you 2 doing at my place? We're planning to find a place to drink. Want to join? Zilai smiled and extended the invitation. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she immediately straightened up. This was the only thing that could pique her interest now. Drink. You know what's good. Jingyin, follow along. Jingyin sighed, helplessly, silently following behind Tsunade. The 4 walked through the streets of Mai, heading straight for a lively street-side izakaya, choosing a window seat with a broad view. As soon as they sat down, Tsunade immediately ordered, "Boss, 3 bottles of strong sake first." Once the sake arrived, she ignored the others and drank freely, her expression still indifferent. Inside the bathhouse, after soaking in the hot spring, Eugene and the others felt all their fatigue melt away. I'm starving, let's go eat. Obito rubbed his stomach. The others chimed in agreement. Chatting and laughing, they strolled along Wonquan Street and picked the most popular restaurant. As they reached the entrance across a narrow street, their gazes simultaneously halted. That's Dashawan-sensei. Across the street, several figures were clearly visible through the window of the izakaya. Dashawan sitting quietly with a drink, Zilai with his white hair carefree, Tsunade golden-haired drinking heartily, and Jingyin sitting quietly beside her. The group halted at the entrance of the restaurant, their gazes drifting toward the window-side seats across the street. The Sannin of Konoha had forged their fearsome reputations through mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the Second Great Ninja War. They usually went their own separate ways, so today was a rare gathering of all three. What came to Tsukimi's mind, however, was their other nickname, the Sannin of Konoha, the Lecher, the Gambler, and the Poisoner. By the looks of it, the third Hokage really had a way with teaching disciples. He had only 3 students in total. One frequented nightclubs, one was drowning in debt, and one was the king of weirdos. No wonder Jiraiya had become the greatest educator in the shinobi world, having taught 2 Hokage and a god. He truly received Hiruzen Sarutobi's genuine legacy. The group had initially planned not to disturb them and was about to enter the restaurant, but Orochimaru on the other side of the street had already locked his eyes on them. His gaze swept over Tsukimi and the others. Recalling the upcoming Chunin exam, he pondered briefly, then raised his hand and gestured for them to come over. "Is Orochimaru-sensei calling us?" Asuma asked, somewhat confused. Tsukimi nodded lazily. "As usual, yes. Let's go over and see." They no longer hesitated, crossed the narrow street, and entered the window-side booth of the izakaya. Shizen, sitting by the table, saw them coming and smiled gently. She had been in the same class as Tsukimi, Kakashi, and the others, and got along well with Kurenai and Rin. "It's been a long time, everyone." Only after they had greeted the 3 Sannin did Shizen speak softly. The others nodded in response and exchanged a few pleasantries. The atmosphere among the young people light and natural. But facing such legendary figures, the others couldn't help feeling a bit formal. Even Asuma, the third Hokage's second son, was nominally a fellow disciple of the Sannin, yet before the vast gulf in power, he still felt uneasy. Tsukimi alone was different. Knowing exactly what sort of people these 3 were, he looked them over without any scruples. Orochimaru was his team leader and already far too familiar. Skip. Jiraiya, a lecherous old man. Just now in the hot spring district, he had been chased until he lost his red cloak. Tsukimi had already caught a glimpse of him through the shadow core. Skip. Finally, Tsukimi turned his gaze to Tsunade, and one thought alone filled his mind. They were truly huge. In his past life, he'd watched the Naruto anime, and had also read Tsunade's doujinshi. Ahem. When watching the anime, he already knew Tsunade was incredibly impressive. 106, no exaggeration. But anime was anime. Seeing it in the real world, he could only say that this place truly lived up to being the ninja world. This was utterly unscientific. While Tsukimi was inspecting them, Tsunade likewise swept a glance over the younger generation. Her elbows rested on the table, her cheeks still flushed from sake, and her eyes were entirely indifferent. There wasn't a trace of emotion in her heart. The hot-blooded ideals of youth, the pursuit of strength, the vow to protect the village, those beliefs that once supported her had long since been shattered on the brutal battlefield. Now only the strong liquor in her cup could ease her mind. She had no interest in the rise of juniors or the future of Konoha. Jiraiya lounged back in his seat, his posture careless and relaxed. His gaze landed on Tsukimi, who stood at the front of the group, and he felt an inexplicable sensation. "There's something about him that rubs me the wrong way. But that's strange. The kid isn't even that good-looking, nowhere near as handsome as me." Jiraiya mused silently. Orochimaru dispensed with pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Since we happen to meet, there's something I may as well tell you in advance." His voice, hoarse and calm, reached their ears clearly. "The village has finalized the schedule. 1 month from now, there will be a joint Chunin exam. The new generation shinobi of Sunagakure and the surrounding minor hidden villages will be invited to take part together." The moment those words fell, everyone except Tsukimi and Kakashi was visibly stirred. A Chunin exam, and a joint exam between villages. This was a mandatory passage for genin to become Chunin, and arguably the greatest stage for the new generation to make their mark. Obito's eyes suddenly flew wide, both nervous and excited. "Really? Then I definitely have to take part." He had already begun picturing the scene of himself unleashing incredible power in the joint exam, defeating every opponent and successfully advancing to Chunin. He would confess to Rin then. At the thought, Obito couldn't help but curl his lips into a sly smile. Guy, his blood boiling, clenched his fist and muttered, "This is an excellent chance to train. I will give it everything I've got." Youth never retreats. Kurenai and Rin exchanged a glance, both with serious looks, and they had already begun silently making their training plans for the days ahead. Before the others could settle their excitement, Orochimaru continued to add the rules. "This exam will be conducted entirely in teams. Individual applications are not accepted. That means Tsukimi and Kakashi will have to participate as well. Oh, a Chunin exam in 1 month. Since the rules required it, and for the sake of his teammates, Tsukimi had no choice but to take part. For the others, this was a tough obstacle requiring desperate preparation, but to the current him, it was nothing at all. This was plainly an old man toying with a child. Tsukimi thought carefully about which outstanding figures Sunagakure had in this generation. After much deliberation, it seemed only Sasori was close in age. He was 5 years older than Kakashi, and Shio might let him come out. Baki's age seemed about the same too. He just didn't know whether the current Sasori could take a beating. As for the other minor villages, Tsukimi didn't even consider them. They were nothing but trash by the roadside. His face still carried a smile, his whole body radiating laziness. It was precisely this nonchalant attitude that caught Jiraiya's attention. Tsukimi, Nara Tsukimi. That name instantly surfaced in his mind, bringing to mind the intelligence he had collected during his travels over the years. For the past 2 years, the most celebrated genius of Konoha, a rare prodigy of the Nara clan. Breaking free from the traditional restraints of shadow techniques, able to materialize solid shadow entities, and even summon a shadow core to fight. Jiraiya suddenly recalled the suspicious ambush in the hot spring district a short while ago, and that fleeting dark silhouette he had caught in the corner of his eye. It matched the intelligence description perfectly. Could it really be him? Jiraiya found it both amusing and exasperating. He was one of the 3 Sannin, yet he had been silently tricked by a kid and chased through the streets. Although his easygoing nature meant he wouldn't truly fly into a rage, it still stung a little and left him displeased. Jiraiya straightened up slightly, fixed his gaze on Tsukimi, and asked with a casual probing tone. Nara Tsukimi, by the look of you, you just came from the hot spring. Tsukimi laughed, inwardly fully aware of Jiraiya's intentions. No one had called him by his full name just now, and he didn't sport the Nara clan's trademark pineapple head. Yet this old lecher had managed to voice his surname, which meant he had probably locked onto him as a suspect. Jiraiya the informant really lived up to his name, but Tsukimi remained unruffled. The Shadow Corps couldn't have left any evidence, and the others could provide him an alibi. Jiraiya had to be bluffing. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. A perfectly measured hint of confusion rose in Tsukimi's eyes, and he met Jiraiya's gaze with a composed, open expression. Oh, yes, Jiraiya-sama, guessed correctly. We really did come from the hot spring street and bathe together. What is it? Obito immediately chimed in. That's right, Jiraiya-sama. We just came from the hot spring. The others also voiced agreement. With his companion's testimony right before him, Jiraiya stared at Tsukimi's innocent expression and was quite certain the culprit was almost certainly the one in front of him. But pressing a junior in public would only make him look petty. He couldn't help letting out a low laugh. He had actually been outfoxed by this little brat. The frustration in his heart mostly dissipated. Jiraiya shook his head. As his gaze swept past Tsukimi, he took a little more notice of him, but he did not continue dwelling on the ambush. Nothing. Just asking casually. Orochimaru took in the whole scene, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. Then he pulled his thoughts back and gave them a reminder. By his original personality, he wouldn't have said such nonsense. But considering the squad-leading task the 3rd Hokage had assigned him, and the fact that he hadn't shown his face for 8 months, he added a few extra words. This exam is more than a simple contest. Head back and train well. Don't let your guard down. Understood, they answered in unison. After their brief conversation, Tsukimi and the others didn't linger. They said their goodbyes, crossed the street, and headed toward the restaurant opposite. Watching them leave, Jiraiya took a sip from his cup and chuckled under his breath. Interesting kid. Tsunade glanced up, indifferently scanned the street, then lowered her head and continued drinking, unconcerned by the little episode. Orochimaru tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, his thoughts already drifting to the Chunin exam venue a month away. A lively game of wits was about to begin. The news that Konoha intended to host a joint Chunin exam was not deliberately kept under wraps. Within half a day of the diplomatic department sending out invitations, the information spread through intelligence channels like a boulder dropped into deep water, rippling outward and swiftly reaching the other major hidden villages. Inside the Raikage Tower, perpetually shrouded in clouds within the Cloud Village, the 3rd Raikage AI listened to his subordinate's report. His thick arms rested on the desk, fingertips drumming continuously against the surface, his dark face etched with a cold severity. Konoha has issued invitations to organize a joint Chunin exam. The Sand Village and surrounding smaller villages have already agreed to attend. The intelligence ninja stood with bowed head, reporting the news in a low voice. The 3rd Raikage frowned, his heavy breathing carrying an oppressive dominance. Why is Konoha suddenly making such a grand show of hosting a multinational exam? What are they planning? They want to showcase the strength of their new generation and demonstrate their confidence to the other villages. Konoha certainly knows how to play their hand. In that case, Lord Raikage, let our village's young ones gain some experience as well. It'll also be a chance to see the caliber of the new generation from other villages, proposed Tutai, the Raikage's assistant, after a moment of thought. AI fell silent for a moment, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. Though the Cloud Village still maintained a superficial peace with Konoha, AI knew all too well that this peace would not last. This Chunin exam presented a perfect opportunity for probing. Then issue the order, send a letter to Konoha. The Cloud Village will also join in. Select the most outstanding ninja from our new generation and dispatch them to Konoha for the joint exam. AI's tone carried a hint of cunning as he commanded, and don't limit the selection to genin. Remember, don't disgrace the Cloud Village's reputation in Konoha. Though it was said that the Cloud Village was filled with brutes as the Raikage, he was not one to act solely on impulse. Then, as if struck by another thought, he turned to Tutai. I recall a previous intelligence report on Konoha's rising star. Nai Liang Yuejian, was it? Yes, Nai Liang Yuejian. A prodigy who has risen in Konoha in recent years, said to possess exceptional talent, Tutai replied promptly. Good. AI's face twisted into a ruthless expression. Then add another task, find a chance to eliminate that Nai Liang Yuejian. The intelligence ninja acknowledged and withdrew. The Mist Village. The air here was perpetually damp and oppressive. The Mist Village was currently steeped in the blood mist policy. Its ninja accustomed to mutual slaughter were fierce and brutal, yet due to prolonged isolation they lacked experience in combat with outsiders. The third Mizukage sat in the dim confines of his dwelling, his aged eyes filled with cold indifference. Beside him an elder bowed and reported the news from Konoha. A white-haired elder frowned deeply, casting a cautious glance at the third Mizukage before speaking in a low voice. Lord Mizukage, this sudden joint exam from Konoha likely harbors hidden variables. Since they did not invite our Mist Village, perhaps we should avoid entanglement. Sending our children to Konoha would place them in foreign territory where risks are incalculable. My suggestion is to ignore it. Caution is paramount. Incalculable risks. The third Mizukage's voice rasped like sandpaper, sending a shiver through the elder's present. He tilted his head slightly, fixing a cold, penetrating stare on the elder who had spoken. Are you suggesting that the ninja tempered by the blood mist policy would fear such trifling risks? Or do you believe the blood mist policy is flawed? I dare not question your policy, Lord Mizukage. The children forged by the blood mist are the strongest of their generation. I have no doubts whatsoever. The elder shuddered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hurriedly bowed, praising the blood mist policy incessantly. Oomph. The third Mizukage let out a cold snort and withdrew his gaze, issuing his command, send a letter to Konoha at once. The Mist Village will dispatch a team of genin to Konoha. Since they didn't invite us, we'll join on our own terms. Let the other villages witness the terror of the blood mist ninja. Another elder stepped forward and seized the opportunity to offer advice. Lord Mizukage, since Konoha wishes to showcase their new generation, we need not be polite. Don't restrict ourselves to genin rank or age limits. If we can crush Konoha's next generation, it will greatly benefit the future balance of the ninja world. The third Mizukage narrowed his eyes, pondered briefly, then nodded in agreement. Very well, do it. To bolster their combat strength, the Mist Village had secluded itself in the fog for nearly 2 decades. Now let them see the fangs of the Mist Ninja. The stone village, where the landscape was nothing but layers of rock and earth. The third Tsuchikage Dayemu floated in midair, his small frame wrapped in a voluminous robe, his old eyes gleaming with shrewd calculation. Konoha is trying to intimidate the surrounding villages, Dayemu said slowly. What others could see, the crafty veteran naturally perceived as well. If Konoha dared to host a joint Chunin exam, they must be brimming with confidence. This reminded him of previous intelligence. How is the intelligence gathering on Nai Liang Yuejian coming along? Lord Tsuchikage, aside from the Battle of Tiemu Mountain, we have almost no other information on Nai Liang Yuejian. The escort ninja answered. Dayemu knew this well. Since the Battle of Tiemu Mountain, Shiwan had vanished for unknown reasons, and Nai Liang Yuejian had become extremely cautious, never leaving the Hua country on missions unless absolutely necessary. Even when he occasionally ventured beyond the Hua country, he returned immediately after completing the mission. The stone village had received intelligence several times, but by the time they arrived, he was already gone, not even a trace. After a few attempts, they gave up. Dayemu had merely asked out of habit. What a cunning little brat. Huang Tu looked at his father, who was deep in thought, and spoke. Father, the ninja world is currently fraught with undercurrents. This joint Chunin exam from Konoha presents an opportunity for the other villages to probe. If we don't intervene, we'll lose the initiative. Of course, I know it's a good chance to probe, Dayemu said, settling onto the Tsuchikage's seat, his brow heavy with exhaustion. He knew the stone village's predicament better than anyone. Compared to the other 4 major villages, the stone village had the largest number of active ninja, over 20,000, yet it was critically lacking in decisive power. Apart from himself and the 2 Jinchuriki, the vast stone village could not produce a single strong enough ninja to stand alone. Even his own son Huang Tu fell short of the mark, let alone the new generation of prodigies. Among the new generation of Stone Village ninja, only one youth who mastered the explosion release could barely meet his standards, the rest were mediocre. His own dust release had no successor, and it seemed destined to die out. Every time he thought of this, he felt he had failed his teacher. It's all because you're a letdown. Dayemu glared at his son, whose honest nature lacked even a fraction of his own sharpness. He felt like flipping the table in fury, yet forced himself to calm down and weigh the pros and cons. The Sand Village had already accepted the invitation. The Cloud and Mist villages would not pass up this chance. If the Stone Village stood aside, they would inevitably fall behind in future conflicts. Send a letter to Konoha, Dayemu sighed, a glint flashing in his eyes. Select suitable teams to participate in the exam and covertly gather intelligence on the other villages, especially Konoha's movements. He raised his eyes to gaze at the heavy rock and earth outside the window, whispering softly, This Chunin exam might well become an early power struggle among the 5 great nations. One by one letters crossed mountains and rivers dispatched from the cloud mist and stone villages, all arriving at Konoha. In the heart of the wind country where yellow sand stretched endlessly, the atmosphere within the Feng Ying building was as heavy as iron. The third Feng Ying sat upon his throne, his eyes fixed on the intelligence report upon the table, lost in deep contemplation. "Speak your minds, all of you elders," he said, coming back to himself, his right hand tapping lightly on the table as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Originally, this Chunin examination had only invited Sha-in and a handful of surrounding minor ninja villages. Though it involved 2 major nations, the scale was still limited. But now with the 3 great ninja villages, Yun-in, and Wu-in, forcing their way into the competition, it was no longer a contest of the new generation, but had evolved into a mutual probing among the 5 great ninja villages. The elders of Sha-in present wore varied expressions, and soon they split into 2 factions. One elder, his brows furrowed deeply, was the first to offer counsel. "Lord Feng Ying, the situation has already spiraled out of control. Among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, our Sha-in, situated in the desert, has always been the weakest in resources. Pitted against the elites of the other 4 nations, we may well be overmatched." As soon as he finished, another elder immediately retorted out of the question. "It is precisely because Sha-in is weak that we must never retreat." He paused, his expression resolute as he looked at the third Feng Ying. "We have already accepted Mu Ye's invitation. To back out now would be to publicly admit our frailty. In the years of political maneuvering to come, Sha-in would lose all initiative and fall further and further behind. Therefore, no matter how great the risks of this examination, Sha-in must enter the fray." The elders held their ground, arguing back and forth in the office, none able to sway the other. The third Feng Ying remained silent for a long time, listening to their debate. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. "There is no need for further discussion on this matter," he said slowly, his voice decisive. "Sha-in will not withdraw. At this point, there is no retreat for Sha-in. Our village is already impoverished. If we choose to isolate ourselves and miss this opportunity for growth, the younger generation will fall hopelessly behind. The gap will only widen in the future." His tone was steady, filled with conviction. "Moreover, the village is not without cards to play. Elder Qian Dai's grandson, Xie, possesses extraordinary talent in the art of puppetry. In both intellect and creativity, he surpasses all his peers in the village. With him, our village may well carve out a fearsome reputation in this examination." Seeing that the third Feng Ying had made up his mind, and recalling Xie's exceptional talent, the elders offered no further objections. With the decision to participate made, the group moved on to the second agenda, selecting the team leaders for this trip. The scale of the joint examination had now exploded, and undercurrents ran deep among the villages, each harboring deadly intent. If the village sent only ordinary jonin to lead the team, they would not be able to command respect. If the new generation were to be struck down by foul play, not only would the village lose face, but its very foundations for the future would be severed. Having been the leader for so many years, the third Feng Ying understood clearly that between nations there was never any code of morality. He did not believe the other 4 great ninja villages would have any scruples. Within the examination grounds, if they found an opportunity, they would strike without mercy. If Sha-in found an opening, they too would show no mercy. On this point, everyone was complicit. Just as the group was deliberating on the candidates, a hoarse but steady voice came from outside the hall. "For this trip to Mu Yi, this old woman will lead the team personally." Qian Dai entered the office leaning on her cane. She was not yet as aged as in the later tales, as she was still on the tail end of her prime as a ninja, her puppet mastery unfathomably deep. Everyone was taken aback. The third Feng Ying also turned his head slightly. "Elder Qian Dai, you wish to lead the team to Mu Yi. The journey is long. There is no need for you to go to such trouble." Qian Dai's gaze was calm, but there was a deep obsession in her eyes. "Xie will also take part in the Chunin examination. He harbors a profound hatred for his enemy, Mu Ye's White Fang. Without me watching over him, he will easily lose control of his impulses." This old woman believes she still has some reputation left to keep the situation in check. Her true purpose for this journey was never to preserve Sha-in's honor. It was simply to protect her own flesh and blood. With Qian Dai personally overseeing the trip, the safety and morale of Sha-in were assured, and no one objected further. The third Feng Ying nodded slightly, then his gaze sharpened as he made the final arrangement. "Since Granny Qian Dai is willing to serve as the main leader, I will appoint one more to serve as the deputy leader. Luo Sha." Luo Sha's star was rising. His talent in the magnet release surpassed all the younger generation of Sha-in, and he was also a disciple of the third Feng Ying. Among the candidates for the next Feng Ying, he held the greatest advantage. "Issue my orders," the third Feng Ying said in a solemn tone. "Granny Qian Dai will be the main leader and Luo Sha the deputy leader. Select the finest young ninjas from the village. In 1 month, set out for Mu Yi to participate in the 5 great nations joint Chunin examination. On this journey, observe, discreetly, act with caution. Do not provoke trouble, but do not allow anyone to diminish Sha Yin's prestige. With the orders given, Sha Yin finalized all preparations for the examination. Thus all 5 great ninja villages entered the arena, and a grand event spanning the entire ninja world's new generation was finally set in stone. Mu Yihuang office. Yuan Fei risen gazed at the documents on his desk, his brow furrowed with helplessness and headache. He gently massaged his temples. His original plan had been very cautious. By inviting only Sha Yin and a few small ninja villages to hold a small-scale joint examination, he could both train Mu Ye's new generation and exert a gentle deterrent on the surrounding area, all while keeping the situation under control. But he had never expected the 3 great ninja villages to barge in, forcibly elevating an ordinary joint examination to the terrifying level of the 5 great nations' political maneuvering. The new generation of each village no longer carried merely personal victory or defeat. They bore the village's honor and the right to shape the future discourse. If conflict erupted within the examination grounds, it could quickly escalate from personal quarrels to village confrontations, and with the slightest misstep, could trigger a ninja world war. The situation had spiraled out of control. Really? You 3 great ninja villages have nothing better to do you? Why do you have to come and meddle in this? Yuan Fei risen felt like cursing, but he dared not let his guard down. He immediately scrapped the original preparation plans and began revising them anew. He needed to mobilize all of Mu Ye's operational forces to put the village on full defensive, strictly control the entry and exit of participants, and order Zilai and Dash Wan to stand by at all times and oversee the examination grounds. Unfortunately, Gansho's current state made it impossible for her to assist, otherwise there would be much less pressure. Simultaneously, he ordered the expansion of examination venues and the acceleration of logistical supply to handle the sudden surge in participants. The entire upper echelon of Mu Yi worked overtime through the night, entering a state of maximum alert. While Mu Yi was caught in the storm in an unknown underground cavern, the gaunt figure of Yuzhibo Ban sat on a stone, throne, his lone scarlet Sharingan glowing faintly. Baiju's playful voice echoed in the cavern, reporting the news of the 5-nation joint examination and the gathering of prodigies from all villages in Mu Yi. A deep calculation flickered in Ban's eyes. He was fully aware of his physical condition. If not for the outer path demon statue behind him sustaining his life, he would have long since gone to the Pure Land to see Zhu Jian. He could not have lasted until now. His Rinnegan had long been transplanted to Changmin, and with the support of the dual bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki, those eyes were perfectly nourished. But the old Ban also knew that Changmin was kind-hearted and weak-willed, easily swayed by others. Without someone to balance and guide him, he would likely deviate from the Moon Eye plan in the future. Therefore, he had to leave behind a controllable pawn. A pawn that after his death could lurk in the dark corners of the ninja world, firmly control Changmin, and carry out his will as a proxy. That pawn must be someone with a stubborn heart, deeply hating the order of the ninja world, willing to become a shadow of darkness until he could be resurrected. Most importantly, the pawn's intelligence could not be too high. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to deceive. Now that the geniuses of the 5 great nations were gathering in Mu Yi, he wondered if the Uchiha clan would produce a usable pawn. He, Yuzhibo Ban, would also have a hand in this 5-nation joint examination. Deploy more white Zetsu, infiltrate Mu Yi completely. Ban said, his voice indifferent, but carrying an unyielding authority. Focus on the Uchiha participants in the examination. Record the heart and obsessions of each one and screen for Uchiha, who are both stubborn and filled with love. Do not make contact or disturb them, only mark and observe in secret. He wanted to select from the new generation of Uchiha the perfect proxy to take charge of Changmin and advance the Moon Eye plan. A rustling sound arose as numerous white Zetsu merged into the earth, silently spreading through the veins of the land, making their way toward Mu Yi. News of the joint Chunin exam of the 5 great ninja villages, like an invisible storm, swept through all the new generation ninjas of Mu Yi. Everyone understood that this joint exam was no longer a simple promotion test for Jinan, but a covert struggle among the 5 great nations. In the dead of night, Yu Jian went alone to Dashiwan's residence. The underground laboratory was brightly lit with cold metal instruments neatly arranged and a faint scent of medicinal herbs lingering in the air. Without any further pleasantries, Yu Jian stated his purpose directly. Dashiwan-sensei, the results of the physical activation should be ready right. Dashiwan did not delay either and immediately began to prepare the potion for Yu Jian. The light blue liquid flowed in the test tube, clear and transparent, without any violent aura. This is the mild-type physical activation potion I have improved. Dashiwan handed the potion to Yu Jian, and a hoarse voice sounded as he explained its properties. It eliminates the side effects of common forbidden drugs, does not damage the meridians of the human body, nor harm its foundation, and it cannot cause a sudden surge in power in the short term. But it can continuously and gently stimulate the activity of human cells, enhance the speed of physical recovery, forge the body's muscles, and subtly break the shackles of a ninja's physical limits. As he spoke, he took out a formula filled with a list of medicinal herbs, brewing methods, and proportion details, and handed it to Yu Jian together with the potion. The only requirement for this potion is consistent long-term use. Only through daily accumulation can its effects be perfectly realized, achieving a complete transformation of the body. I have prepared this batch for you today. In the future, you will need to brew it yourself. The formula is complete and does not rely on experimental equipment, can be refined using common ninja world herbs. Reaching out to take the formula, Yu Jian gently shook the test tube containing the potion while a satisfied expression appeared on his face. No wonder Uncle Da Shi Wan is the chief scientist of the Huaying. Not only is his running posture the most scientific in the entire series, but his research ability is also beyond reproach, able to produce such results in just 8 months. If Da Shi Wan had taken the position of the fourth Huaying Mu, you would probably have had water and roads in 1 year, aerospace technology in 2 years, and directly counterattack the Tong Mu in 3 years. If Pei Yin dared to invade, they would just throw 2 ballistic missiles at him, making sure that Chong Min, that brat, understands what the primary productive force truly is. Yuan Fei Rijan, you are so foolish. As for the subsequent long-term consumption, Yu Jian had no pressure at all. The Niliang clan had been in the medicinal herb business for generations, which could provide him with a steady supply of herbs. Earlier, Yu Jian had also seized a huge sum of 50 million taels from Tuan Song, giving him ample financial resources to support his consumption for several years. Thank you, Sensei. Yu Jian tossed the potion and formula backward. As the 2 items landed, they instantly entered the shadow beneath his feet, and he then prepared to take his leave. Da Shi Wan took in this scene, the desire and fervor in his eyes growing even stronger. He extended his tongue and licked his lips. The Chunin exam in a month will be no small affair. The 4 great ninja villages will field all their geniuses. Yun Yin's lightning release ninja body technique, Wu Yin's Kekiai Jinkai ninjutsu, Yin Yin's earth release, and Sha Yin's puppet technique, each with its unique merits. Yu Jian, I hope you can give me more surprises by then. His words carried a hidden meaning, clearly indicating that he had seen through the immense variables lurking beneath this joint exam. Rest assured, Sensei, you will see. Yu Jian waved his hand in farewell, turned around, and left the secret laboratory. All the contemporary geniuses of the 5 great ninja villages, huh? Let me Yu Jian weigh your worth. After obtaining the activation potion, Yu Jian would take it on time every day after training, combining it with the physical enhancement brought by Ju Mo, Tuan, carefully sensing the subtle changes as the medicinal power penetrated his body, steadily breaking through his physical limits. At the same time, Yu Jian was also continuously perfecting his own Su Zhuan Nanghu. 8 months ago, he could only condense a Cha Kola armor for 1 arm. Now only the left leg remained to be fully condensed. However, this was only a small-scale Su Zhuan Nang, who tailored to Yu Jian's body. His current Cha Kola amount was about 1.5 Kakashi, and using the genuine large-scale Su Zhuan Nang, who was still too much of a stretch, so he had to make do with the bootleg version for now. At the same time, AC Ma Kai Dai Tu Lin and Hong also entered a state of full preparation for the exam. As for AC Ma and Hong, needless to say, after returning home in the evening, they would receive targeted guidance from their elders, helping them identify weaknesses, consolidate their foundation, and make up for their personal shortcomings. Because Kai often sparred with them and had received multiple reminders from Yu Jian, he avoided many hidden physical injuries. Both his strength and physical condition were stronger than in the original timeline, so Mai Tai Dai had officially taught him the Ba Min Dun Jia technique. Dai Tu's change was the most obvious. Due to his reputation as a dead last, he had never been valued by the Yu Bo clan, essentially being a nonentity in the clan. He himself didn't like hanging out with those people. But this Chunin exam stirred up the Yu Bo clan's teenage syndrome and competitive spirit. The clan's elders set up a special training class to train the eligible clan members, and Dai Tu was also included. Forced to shed his laziness, he trained day and night, completely changing his former dead-last demeanor. Their goal was only one: to seize the ultimate victory from the 4 great ninja villages and make Yu Bo great again. As for Lin, she could be said to be the one among them who came from a genuine civilian ninja background with relatively limited access to resources. Yu Jian and the others helped her collect some medical ninjutsu-related materials, and she herself would intern at Muyi Hospital, so she was able to keep up with the progress. However, they all understood that training alone in isolation had limited effectiveness. The flaws that were hard to spot during solo training could often be found and improved through actual sparring, while also accumulating practical combat experience. So during the day, they would still gather in Yu Jian's small courtyard, form a training team, and engage in high-intensity sparring sessions. 3 full days passed quietly in an atmosphere of full-scale hard training and preparation. At noon on that day, just as everyone had finished a round of high-intensity sparring and were taking a short break, 2 figures wearing Inbu standard uniforms and animal masks quietly stepped into the courtyard. The 2 had a solemn and steady aura, and their appearance immediately broke the atmosphere in the courtyard. Everyone's gaze fell on them. The Inbu ninja ignored the others' stares, their eyes precisely locking onto Yu Jian and Kakashi in the courtyard, and they delivered the order in a low voice. Nai Liang Yu Jian Shi Mu Kakashi. The Hua Ing-sama summons you, proceed to the Hui Ying's office immediately. As the words fell, the courtyard instantly fell silent. Their hearts stirred, and they had already vaguely guessed that at this time the third Hua Ing specifically summoning the two must be for the upcoming joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations. The blazing midday sun bathed the tranquil courtyard. We must depart immediately. Facing the summons from the Umbu, Yu Jian and Kakashi exchanged a glance, adjusted their garments and forehead protectors, and without further hesitation followed the two Umbu as they headed toward the Hokage building. Making their way through the bustling streets of Konoha, they arrived at the heart of the village where the imposing and solemn Hokage building stood. Pushing the door open and entering the Hokage's office, a solemn atmosphere enveloped them. The third Hokage, Yuanfei Risen, sat upright in the main seat with a grave expression. The days spent contemplating the situation and coordinating village affairs had left an indelible weariness on his brow. By his side stood the two advisors Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahuman Yin, their expressions stern. They had evidently been waiting for some time. The presence of both advisors at once sufficed to indicate that today's summons was far from ordinary. After much thought, Yu Jian could only attribute it to the upcoming joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations. Greetings, Lord Hokage and Lord's advisors. Yu Jian and Kakashi bowed together. Yuanfei Risen raised his hand slightly, signaling them to dispense with formalities. Skipping pleasantries, he got straight to the point and posed a question to them. The core reason I summoned you today is the upcoming joint Chunin exam. You two are exceptionally gifted, your talents surpassing all your peers. Now I ask you, do you know my original intention for insisting on allying with Sunagakure and the surrounding small ninja villages to hold this exam? This question directly addresses the power structure of the ninja world, testing whether you two can consider the situation from a global perspective. The office fell silent for a moment. Kakashi pondered, then spoke first to answer. In response, Lord Hokage, in my judgment, it should be to deter Sunagakure. Sunagakure is located in the desert, its foundation the most impoverished among the 5 great nations, yet its ambition remains undiminished. Especially after the Tianmu mountain battle, Sunagakure has not only refrained from restraint, but has grown bolder in its actions. By holding this joint Chunin exam and using the public competition to showcase the new generation of ninja, we can overwhelm Sunagakure's contemporaries with overwhelming strength. This will not only chastise Sunagakure's intent to test us and stabilize the border between wind and fire countries, but also allow the village to occupy a dominant position in border disputes. Yu Jian, who was listening, could not help but nod. Many people had only noticed the little white-haired one's ninja talent, overlooking his political acumen and strategic insight. In the original story, after the Great War, he succeeded as the 6th Hokage, and over a period of about 10 years led Konoha into a period of rapid development, leaving a solid foundation for Naruto. This could not be achieved by sheer strength alone. It required judgment of the situation, far beyond ordinary people, as well as leadership ability. As Kakashi finished speaking, Yuanfei Risen nodded, but did not immediately judge right or wrong. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yu Jian, waiting for his insight. Yu Jian still wore a lazy smile on his face. His gentle voice sounded, pointing out a deeper layer of strategy. I think there is another core layer to win over the hearts of the surrounding small ninja villages, making them completely side with Konoha. At these words, the two advisors' eyes showed obvious approval. Truly worthy of being Nailong Lugio's younger brother. At such a young age, his vision is already far-reaching enough. Now the ninja world seems peaceful, but in fact undercurrents surge. Friction between the 5 great nations has never ceased, and the seeds of war were already sown in the last Great War. Once war comes, those small ninja villages scattered in the cracks between the great nations have no ability to protect themselves. From beginning to end, they are only sacrifices in the great nations' game, mere buffer zones on the battlefield. While apart from being crushed by the 5 great nations, there is no other possibility. Even the weakest of the 5 great nations, Sunagakure, cannot be resisted by those small villages. Yu Jian's tone unhurried, he continued to analyze the situation. Therefore, they are more aware than anyone that after the Great War breaks out, neutrality is meaningless. They will only be mercilessly crushed by the flames of war. The only thing they can do is to rebuild quickly after the war. To achieve this, they must bet on the victorious nation in advance and use the identity of the victorious nation for post-war recovery. The village took the initiative to host the joint exam, inviting many small countries to participate. This is to show them the talent and potential of Konoha's next generation, letting those small ninja villages that are watching know that Konoha's existing strength is not only strong enough, but its future is also unshakable. Thus, they will actively choose to side with Konoha, laying the groundwork for the future. This analysis advanced layer by layer, perfectly explaining the deepest strategic planning of the higher-ups. The office was silent for a few seconds, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipating. Yuan Fei Risen's brow finally relaxed, and a gratified expression appeared on his face. Good, very good. Kakashi saw the strategy of deterring the great nations. Yu Jin saw through the plan of gathering the small nations. You too, as the new generation of ninja, can clearly understand the situation of the ninja world and the village's layout. Truly rare. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahomen Yin also nodded, their eyes full of approval. Konoha's new generation has these too, both possessing overwhelming strength over their peers and having the mind to see through the ninja world structure. Konoha's future is already more than half secured. After the praise, Yuan Fei Risen's expression sank again, and his tone became grave once more. It's a pity that the situation has now turned upside down. I originally only wanted to hold a controllable regional exam, and you already know the purpose. But the three great ninja villages of Yunin, Yanin, and Wuyin forcibly intervened, turning this simple exam into a game between the five great nations. Now this exam has long been irrelevant to individual rankings. It is a silent contest of the five great nations' foundations and futures. His gaze was firmly fixed on the two in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of heaviness, every word resolute. Precisely because of this old man must earnestly entrust you two today. This joint exam Konoha absolutely cannot lose. I don't care who your opponents are, no matter how strong the geniuses of the four great ninja villages are, I only want the final victory of this five great nations joint exam. Once Konoha on its home ground is defeated by contemporaries from the other four great ninja villages, the great nation prestige accumulated over many years will be lost in one day. The surrounding small ninja villages, whether already attached or still watching, even if they don't instantly defect, their faith will be shaken. Konoha falling completely into a disadvantage in the future ninja world game will be inevitable. As the saying goes, when a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. Konoha occupies the best land and the most resources in the ninja world. Seeing that your next generation is not good, if not attack you, who else? When that time comes, the consequences would be unimaginable. The heavy entrustment fell upon their ears. Kakashi's expression was solemn. He bowed and solemnly accepted. I will remember, even if I have to risk my life, I will defend Konoha's glory. Yu Jin's eyes were lazy. He did not utter any grand words, just nodded lightly. Can't lose. These three simple words, yet contained full confidence. As a cheater, what pressure could there be in fighting a group of ninja world natives? Looking at the entire ninja world among the contemporaries, who can defeat me? Who dares to defeat me? Seeing the confident and determined expressions of the two, the huge stone hanging in the hearts of the third Hokage and the two advisors finally landed. They also understood the strength and achievements of their own two geniuses. In their hearts, they didn't think anyone could defeat them. But to guard against the unexpected, they still summoned them, explained clearly the great nation game behind the exam to make them not take it lightly and go all out to win. After finishing the instructions, Yuan Fei Risen casually handed over a scroll, which was the complete list of participating contestants from each country. He then waved his hand, indicating that they could leave and continue to prepare for the battle. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage Yu Jin and Kaka, she walked out of the Hokage building holding the registration roster. Moments later, the two returned to the small courtyard. Asima and several others were resting under the shade of the tree. Seeing Kakashi and Yu Jin return, they all looked up at the same time, their eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. During the critical period of preparing for the Chunin exam, the Umbu specially summoned them. Even Dai too could guess that this matter was extraordinary. The old man sent the Umbu to summon us. Is there something going on? Yuan Fei Asima spoke first, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Han also nodded slightly, her gaze falling on the two, and she asked softly, is it about the upcoming joint Chunin exam? Kakashi nodded. Compared to his usual casual demeanor, his expression was more serious. He succinctly recounted the exchange in the office. After listening, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the small courtyard instantly dissipated, and everyone's expression turned solemn. Before this, they had only regarded this exam as a sparring among peers without realizing that the outcome of each match would affect the balance of the ninja world. So we must not lose this exam. Asima frowned. Due to his background, he could quickly grasp the stakes involved. Exactly. Kakashi's gaze swept over the others and said in a deep voice, if we lose on our home ground, the village's prestige will plummet and the surrounding smaller ninja villages will become unsettled, leading to endless troubles. Yu Jin listened quietly, a relaxed smile still on his face. He toyed with the registration list in his hand, drawing everyone's attention. The others felt the gravity of the situation and their pressure increased, but he alone remained utterly calm, even finding it somewhat amusing. The Shiwan had not shown himself for 8 consecutive months, so he dared not go out recklessly. He had to keep a low profile, dutifully carry out ordinary missions, and the progress of unlocking the Shadow Army stalled. After the Battle of Tianmu Mountain, the progress had already exceeded half, but even now the second batch of 3 corps had not been fully unlocked. This time the geniuses of the four great nations gathered in Konoha. Clearly they were high-quality leaks delivered to his doorstep. Eugene would not be polite with them. What is this scroll? Daitu raised an eyebrow and asked. The complete list of participating teams from each nation. Eugene replied, gently brushing the surface of the scroll. The Hokage gave it to us just to get to know our opponents in advance. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and unrolled the scroll. The others immediately gathered around, their eyes fixed on the spread-out list. The scroll was extremely long, recording the information of participating genin from the 5 great nations and many smaller countries totaling over 100 people. Apart from a large number of ordinary genin, there were also some geniuses specially marked by their villages. The first to catch their eyes was the Sunigakure roster. Among the Sunigakure participants too were prominently marked Xie and Ma Ji. The former was the grandson of Sunigakure elder Qian Dai, reputed to have gained fame at a young age, master of Sunigakure's puppet techniques, with talent unparalleled among the new generation in Sunigakure. His exact strength was unknown. The latter was a rising star of Sunigakure, also a key junior being cultivated. Estimating by Xiao by Mao's age, Xia was now about 13 years old. With his talent, he should already have Jonin-level strength, which should provide considerable progress. As for Ma Ji, in the original Konoha Crush plan, he was at elite Jonin level, once defeating a special Jonin-level protagonist of Shippuden in one move, barely passable. Looking further down, they saw the Kirigakure roster, which was the second strongest team in terms of marked participants. A total of 4 were marked: Tao Di Zaibu Zhan Gan Shi Gui Jiao, Zhao Mei Ming, and He Chu Leia. This list even made Yu Jian raise an eyebrow. These were almost the most outstanding juniors of Kirigakure in the next 20 years. Tao Di Zaibu Zhan, the infamous demon. Upon graduation, he single-handedly killed all his fellow graduates, even shocking Kirigakure under the blood mist policy, forcing the higher-ups to change the graduation rules. Zhao Mei Ming was the future 5th Mizukage, possessing dual Kekkei Genkai, with extremely outstanding talent. Although she performed poorly against Edo Tensei Madara, being considered the weakest among the 5 Kage, her strength should not be underestimated. Gan Shi Gui Jiao needs no further introduction, one of the few honest men in the later part of Naruto. In both combat style and code of conduct, he was a very traditional ninja, and his vast chakra reserves earned him the title of tailed beast. As for He Chu Leia, wait, where did this guy come from? Yu Jian remembered that this guy was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He was kicked by Mai Tai Dai into one of the 3 lucky treasures. Only He Pai Pa Shi Zong and Shi Guashan He Tun Gui survived, and he was eventually killed by Ming Ren. Based on the timeline of the later Third Shinobi World War, this guy was at least 15 or 16 years old now. Kirigakure had been closed for years, and this time, to make a name for itself, the 3rd Mizukage was this shameless. The others' expressions grew even more serious as they continued reading. Following Kirigakure, the next roster was from Kumogakure, which could be considered the ceiling-level lineup of this exam. In the Kumogakure roster, a total of 5 were marked, none of them weak. Among them, Airway Yumu Rin, Sa Mu I, and Ma Bu I formed an ace team. Yumu Rin was the future Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, but probably not at this time, otherwise Kumogakure would not have let her out. Yet even without becoming a Jinchuriki, her own vast chakra alone far exceeded ordinary ninjas. Besides, who knew if there was any hidden trick inside her? Sa Mu I was calm and composed with sharp swordsmanship. During the 4th Shinobi World War, she provided crucial intelligence when fighting against Jin and Een. However, Yu Jin's impression of her was only one thing: she was as big as Gang Shou. Ma Bu I mastered a time-space ninjutsu. During the 4th War, she used the heavenly transfer technique to teleport the 4th Raikage and Gang Shou to the front lines. Her other abilities were not shown much. The other 2 were De Lu I and Shi. De Lu I mastered the storm release Kekkei Genkai, served as the captain of the 1st Division during the 4th War, and later succeeded as the 5th Raikage. She was an extremely rare all-round ninja in the ninja world, possessing Jinjutsu medical and sensory abilities. He excelled in endurance, reconnaissance, and battlefield control, and served as the captain of the sensory unit during the 4th War. Kumogakure really spared no expense. With this lineup, the leader was undoubtedly the 4th Raikage. There was no need to think about it. Otherwise, if something happened, no one in Kumogakure could bear the responsibility. Finally, there was the Iwagakure roster. Compared to the other 3 great ninja villages' abundance of talent, Iwagakure had only one marked person, Sho, who possessed the explosion release Kekkei Genkai. The ninja world knew that Iwagakure's overall style was the human wave tactic, with the largest number of active ninjas in the entire ninja world. But did you think Iwagakure did this voluntarily? Do you think the Yimu didn't want to pursue an elite route? No. It was because they didn't have the conditions. Iwagakure later at least had Dita La and Hei too, but now besides Sho with explosion release, they had truly no genius juniors in the past 20 years, ultimately relying on the human wave tactic to fill the gap in high-end combat power. Apart from the rosters of the 4 great nations, the end of the scroll listed participants from many small and medium-sized ninja villages. Yu Jian had no intention of looking closely, but as his gaze swept casually, it suddenly froze on 3 familiar names. Wait, how did you 3 sneak in? Yu Jian's pupils slightly contracted, his gaze fixed on the end of the scroll, where a line of plain small characters was written. Yuan Village participants Mi, Yin Chongmen Xiaonan. 3 simple names without any marks or special notes, blending into the list of great nation geniuses as inconspicuously as common dust. Anyone who saw them would merely take them for 3 ordinary genin from a small ninja village, scanning past and forgetting them. But in Yu Jian's eyes, these 3 names were more startling than all the geniuses of the 4 great nations combined. According to the original plot, the trio of Chongmen, though from the Rain Country, were not originally ninjas from Yuan Village. Even their ninjutsu was learned from Zilai Yi. At this time, shouldn't they be working on their own affairs in the Rain Country? Why the hell would you come to Mu Yi for nothing? Are you even genin coming to take the Chunin exam? And Shanjiao Hanzong, the so-called leader of Yuan Village. He's a fucking useless fool, not even knowing that someone has infiltrated his own team. What's wrong, Yu Jian? You've been staring at the list of those small ninja villages for a long time. Is there a problem? Dai Tu beside him, seeing him fixated on the scrolls and in silence for so long, couldn't help but scratch his head and ask. Asima and the others also looked over, their gazes falling on the names of the Yuan trio with indifferent expressions. Yuan, just 3 nobodies. Asima casually remarked, small countries lack resources and have weak foundations. No matter how talented their ceiling is fixed, they can't cause any big waves. Hong also nodded gently and said softly, Asima is right. Compared to the geniuses of the 4 great nations who possess bloodline limits and secret techniques, these examinees from small villages are basically just here to make up the numbers. At these words, even Kakashi Kai and Lin nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Sha-in, Wu-in, Yin-in, and Yun-in, these 4 great ninja villages were the real opponents to be taken seriously. As for Yuan and other small and medium ninja villages, they were just filler, as insignificant as roadside trash, not worth wasting any mental energy on. There was no choice. This was the ultimate information asymmetry. Everyone was focused on the sharp edges of the 5 great nations, yet no one knew that the real threat capable of overturning the entire exam, even the entire ninja world, was hidden in the most inconspicuous corner. Yu Jian snapped back to reality, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, his face still wearing a lazy and gentle smile as he gently shook his head. Nothing, just a bit surprised. Then his gaze swept over Asima, and he silently cursed in his heart. Among those present, this guy was the least qualified to say that, because in the original timeline, he was the only one who died at the hands of the Akatsuki organization. It seems that this month I need to give this guy a heavier burden. Before this, he had been lamenting the shamelessness of Wu-in and thinking the lineup of Yun-in was good. He had even tacitly assumed that the strongest in this joint exam, besides himself, would likely be decided between the 13-year-old Jonin-level puppet master Xia and the abnormal two-tails Jinchuriki candidate Airway Yumu-ren. Now it seemed he had been somewhat arbitrary. The so-called geniuses of the 4 great nations, the new generation competition of the 5 great nations. The real big boss was not among them, but hidden in the inconspicuous Yuan participating team. Especially Chongmen, who possessed the reincarnation eye with the dual bloodlines of Qianshou and Xuanhua, an extraordinarily powerful physique, and the terrifying ability to control life and death and single-handedly oppose an entire village. However, at this moment he had not yet undergone his transformation, and darkening, the power of the reincarnation eye had not fully awakened, and he appeared somewhat weak, even ordinary. Even so, at this stage Chongmen had already mastered the nature transformations of 6 chakra types. With his vast chakra reserves, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. Show some respect, this is the future god. Most importantly, while others didn't know, Yu Jian was fully aware. That pair of divine eyes was transplanted to Chongmen by Uchiha Ban, related to his moon eye plan, his greatest trump card left in the ninja world. Ban would never allow any problem with these eyes. At this thought, Yu Jian's heart suddenly jolted. Chongmen was the container carefully selected by old Ban to nurture the reincarnation eye. If he came to Mu Yi, didn't that mean the reincarnation eye was also in Mu Yi? Old Ban couldn't possibly be unaware. In other words, Uchiha Ban's gaze would also be drawn to Mu Yi. Hiss. After making a contribution to the global warming of the ninja world, Yu Jian instantly understood the key point. Cold sweat quietly rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, this was Uchiha Ban. Even though he was about to die of old age, his deterrent power was still formidable enough to inspire fear. But a few seconds later, Yu Jian's heart became calm again. Fear was fear, but he had just thought through the pros and cons. Ban would indeed be attracted, and would fix his gaze on Mu Yi and on Chongmen. However, Ban would not act unless absolutely necessary. The reason was simple. The reincarnation eye was still safely on Chongmin, not damaged let alone stolen. As long as the container of Chongmin was intact, and as long as no one touched his two eyeballs, Ban would only watch from afar and would not intervene to disrupt the chessboard. He would only act like an aloof chess player, coldly scrutinizing every piece on the board. Even if someone actually attacked Chongmin, Ban might not appear himself, but would instead have Baiju take Chongmin away. Only if an opponent appeared that even Baiju could not handle and that opponent intended to gouge out those two eyeballs would Ban show himself. After all, if he appeared now, the other three great ninja villages might not know, but Mu Yi and Yin Ying clearly understood his strength and would never allow such a powerful person to continue living. When you were young, we couldn't defeat you, so we endured. Now that you're this old, can't we still defeat you? Understanding this, Yu Jian completely relaxed. As long as Ban didn't act, no problem was really a problem. On the contrary, this was a golden opportunity for him. Whether you are a great nation genius or the prototype of Akatsuki, the more stars gather, the more hidden dragons and crouching tigers there are, the more progress he can harvest. Heaven knows Shi-1 was obsessed with experiments and disappeared, resulting in almost zero gains for 8 whole months, accumulating endless frustration. He would use this joint Chunin exam to make up for it all at once. For Yu Jian, no matter what ninja world schemes or trends were involved behind the scenes, they were irrelevant to him. Since they dared to come to him, they were all experience packs. Xiagan Shi Gui Jiao, Hei Chu Lei About Dun Shou Er Wei Yu Mu Ren, Zhao Mei Ming. And Chong Min, the unique god. Very well, Yu Jian had only one thing to do: take them all down. With less than 10 days remaining until the official commencement of the 5 great nations joint Chunin exam, the atmosphere in Konoha grew increasingly charged. The entire village was consumed by preparations for the exam. All the new generation of shinobi had entered a period of leave, some honing team synergy, others addressing deficiencies in their jutsu. The whole village simmered with attention, waiting to be unleashed. Yu Jian used this time to complete the long-standing refinement of his training. The flesh-activating elixir that Orochimaru had researched and developed had been consumed by Yu Jian for over 20 consecutive days. Common elixirs of the same kind on the market came at the cost of draining one's potential or even sacrificing lifespan for a temporary boost in power. Orochimaru's elixir, however, was different. It emphasized continuous use and long-term nourishment. It did not damage the body's meridians or undermine its foundation. While it offered no quick results, it allowed the elixir's effects to fully permeate the body. In the gentlest manner, it continuously stimulated the activity of body cells, steadily enhanced the rate of physical recovery, tempered the muscles, and through subtle long-term application broke through the innate physical limits of a shinobi. After more than 20 days of continuous use, the effects finally manifested. There was no earth-shattering transformation, nor any sudden surge of power, but rather a more comprehensive, deep-seated metamorphosis of the flesh. The gentle medicinal powers saturated the entire body, gradually refining its weaknesses. Muscles grew denser under the elixir's nourishment, and both explosive power and endurance were enhanced. The activity of body cells increased, and the ability to heal and resist fatigue far surpassed that of shinobi of the same rank. The shackles of the body's growth were slowly pried open, and the originally fixed physical limits were continuously broadened and elevated. More importantly, although Yu Jian was currently limited by his 9-year-old age, and his body had not fully developed, the physical augmentation from the giant demon group allowed his body's strength and limits to rival those of an adult shinobi. Now, combined with the elixir's effects, the two complemented each other over the long term. Softness and hardness in harmony, bringing Yu Jian's current physical state to its most perfect stage. It almost felt like an absurd momentum of stepping on one foot to spiral upward. He felt he was getting closer and closer to Hashirama. And the most direct manifestation of the improvement in his physique was the growth in his chakra reserves. Chakra is inherently a fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. The more solid and powerful the body's foundation, the higher the upper limit of chakra extraction would naturally rise. Orochimaru's scientific research ability was truly undeniable. Yu Jian even felt like supporting him to become the leader. Then wouldn't the entire Konoha take off? As Yu Jian was sighing with emotion, a thought suddenly struck him, recalling something more crucial. Nagato had already confirmed his participation in the Chunin exam, and old Madara's gaze would inevitably follow. Didn't that mean White Zetsu would also come to Konoha? Should he quietly capture a couple of them? Hand them over to Orochimaru, let him see the world, then chop them up and mince them? Oh no, let Orochimaru research them using White Zetsu's special physique derived from the divine tree to create a more powerful flesh-activating elixir. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The Chunin exam was inherently chaotic. The perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. He could now initially open the Shadow Kingdom. Amid the melee of all sides, he could quietly knock out a couple of White Zetsu, toss them into the Shadow Kingdom, and even old Madara, racking his brains, would find no trace. It was a sure profit. Yes, it was decided. Find a chance to pull off this heist. After finishing his thoughts and making the decision in his heart, Yu Jian calmed down again. During this period, his control over the shape transformation of chakra had become increasingly masterful. Although limited by his age, he could not sustain the large-scale Susanoo for long, but his current chakra reserves were enough to complete the full solidification of the wearable humanoid Susanoo armor. Having previously studied the research materials left by the evil Senju, Yu Jian had thoroughly grasped the essence of Susanoo. On this foundation, Yu Jian forged a path entirely his own, relying on chakra accumulation, meticulous chakra control, and the countless shaping experiences from refining the shadow solidification. Step by step, he built a complete Susanoo from nothing. Of course, it was still the basic version. Just like when he first condensed Susanoo on his right hand and gradually expanded it to the entire body, he always adhered to the safest training method. Neither impatient nor hasty, refining segment by segment. In his previous training, Yu Jian had successively completed the shaping of Susanoo's skull, cervical spine, chest cavity, scapulae, arms, spine, lower abdomen, and right leg. Every single bone was formed through multiple compressions of in-release chakra, repeatedly calibrated and finalized. To avoid any structural imbalance that might create a weak point, the density, structure, and stress angles of every inch of armor had undergone dozens of deconstructions and reconstructions, ensuring that the entire Susanoo skeleton was perfectly uniform, balanced in both offense and defense with no shortcomings. In fact, Yu Jian could have shaped individual parts long ago, but limited by his chakra reserves, he could not achieve overall perfection. Until today, his chakra reserve of 2 Ka had finally met the standard, allowing him to attempt shaping a complete humanoid Susanoo. Yu Jian stood in an open space, casting aside all distracting thoughts, his mind highly concentrated. He formed hand seals to condense chakra, and the powerful in-release chakra within him surged forth. First, he condensed the already perfected parts of his body, then precisely controlled all the chakra layer by layer, gathering and compressing it, converging entirely into the vacant position on the left side of his body. The construction of Susanoo was never a simple chakra coating, but a structural solidification of chakra. Using the waist and hip joints as the connecting base points, the in-release chakra began precise shaping. The thick femoral shaft took shape first, the pitch-black hard bone texture layered and compacted, perfectly meshing and connecting with the pelvis and spine, forming a seamless whole. Next, the tibia and fibula extended symmetrically. The patella precisely aligned, leaving room for movement, balancing, hardness, and mobility. Finally, the ankle and foot bones took shape one by one, completing all the intricate structures of the entire left leg. Every inch shaped was immediately solidified, and every segment completed was promptly reinforced and calibrated. As the last wisp of chakra compacted, and the final piece was set, a crisp sound of bone locking echoed. The perfectly formed left leg armor instantly connected precisely with the Susanoo on the rest of the body, merging into a single continuous entity. The pitch-black Susanoo was fully formed, its veins clearly visible, condensed from pure in-release chakra. A faint light flowed along its surface for a full cycle, and the entire skeleton was symmetric, flawless, structurally complete, solemn, and fierce. With a thought, the Susanoo worn on his body moved in sync with his actions, raising a hand, stepping forward, clenching a fist, turning sideways. All movements were fluid and natural. Yu Jian was not slowed by wearing the Susanoo, nor did the Susanoo show any lag or delay. After nearly a year of refinement, Yu Jian's wearable humanoid Susanoo was finally completed. While Tsukimi and the others were focused on training, only 7 days remained before the official start of the 5 Great Nations Joint Chunin exam. Preparations in Konohagakure had already entered their final stage. Every street and alley had been repaired and renewed. The examination barriers, observation stands, and security posts were all in place. The entire village was steeped in a taut, charged atmosphere, like a bow drawn to its limit. Meanwhile, the entire shinobi world was already seething with undercurrents. The selected teams from every village had finished their preparations and departed their hidden villages one after another, heading for Konoha in the Land of Fire. Every village's parting instructions concealed their own schemes and ambitions. In the Land of Lightning, Kimogakure, this year's cloud lineup was nothing short of magnificent, a true deployment of the village's finest. Led by AI, the future 4th Reikage as head leader, with the veteran Jonin Dodai as deputy leader, the roster included Darui, Samui Mabui, Shiryujito Ni, and a host of other top-tier prodigies of the new generation. Its combat strength towered above the other 4 nations. Inside the Reikage's tower, a solemn stillness reigned. The 3rd Reikage sat in the seat of honor, his face weathered by countless campaigns, his eyes sharp as thunder, radiating an innate oppressive pressure. Gazing at the juniors standing solemnly in formation before him, the 3rd Reikage spoke slowly, his voice like heavy thunder. For this journey to Konoha, your primary mission is reconnaissance. Record the jutsu traits, fighting habits, strengths, and weaknesses of every rising genius from Sand, Rock, Mist, and Leaf, and bring back complete intelligence on the elite forces of all 4 nations. Kumogakure had always been fierce and domineering, yet it had long stood at the pinnacle of shinobi strength. That position was never built on reckless bravado, but on knowing both oneself and one's enemy. That was the true path to lasting victory. Then his tone changed. Killing intent suddenly congealed in his eyes, and his voice turned several degrees colder. Beyond that, remember one named Nara Tsukimi. Konoha's newly risen genius. Still young, but formidable in both power and tactics. She is the greatest unknown variable in this joint exam and the biggest hidden threat to Cloud's future. Inside the exam arena, if the chance arises, show no mercy. Find an opening and eliminate the target on the spot. The assembled Cloud elites all composed themselves and nodded, carving the name and the resolve to kill deep into their hearts. Finally, the third Raikage gaze settled on Yujito in the ranks. His expression softened slightly, yet every word was grave. Your body possesses a special constitution. In the exam arena, you may act freely, but you must also learn restraint. Do not use that power unless the critical moment arrives. Yujito obediently bowed and accepted the order. Yet deep in her clear eyes hid an irrepressible eagerness and dissatisfaction. She had long been impatient to test her edge on an exam field crowded with geniuses from every direction. As you command, Lord Raikage. AI and Dodai accepted the order in unison. With a single command, the Cloud team broke through the thunderclouds and dense mist, advancing in force toward the land of fire. In the land of earth, Iwagakure, the mountains stretched in an unbroken chain heavy with rock and earth. The entire village was rooted between sheer cliffs and deep stone, its people steady and unyielding, and its ninjutsu style defined by crushing weight. Compared with Cloud's flamboyant dominance, Iwa's strategy for this journey was extremely conservative. This year's team was led by Inoki's only son Kitsuchi, the future pillar of IWA, with the core prodigy carry of explosion release. They had the most participants among the four nations, yet the fewest top-tier elites. The mismatch between appearance and true strength made them the easiest target of all. Inside the IWA administrative building, Inoki of the two scales hovered in midair. His small frame concealed a ruthlessly astute and scheming mind, and his keen eyes saw through every advantage and danger on the board. He swept his gaze over the assembled shinobi, and his voice came out hoarse and steady. In this joint exam, you must read the situation clearly, know your place, and never stick your heads out or act tough. This was precisely Iwa's most awkward position: scarce elites, an abundance of rank-and-file soldiers, and a show of numbers that was in fact hollow on the inside. Therefore, the only rule for this journey is do not be the bird that sticks its head out. Stay hidden in the shadows throughout, focusing on observation, reconnaissance, and recording. Inoki swept his gaze over them all, his tone carrying unassailable authority. Just ascertain the true combat strength of the new generations of Konoha, Cloud, Mist, and Sand. Record their Kekkei Genkai secret techniques and tactical styles. As long as that intelligence is in hand, this trip is a great victory. All pointless fighting is forbidden. Inoki was meticulous and knew full well that Iwa's new generation lacked top-tier strength. Rashly courting battle would only let the geniuses of every side pick them off, and the loss would far outweigh the gain. Better to sit back and watch the dragons and tigers clash, endure, and conserve strength, and secretly probe the foundations of the four nations. Down among the participating team, carry of explosion release's fingertips clenched slightly, resentment buried in his heart. His explosion release Kekkei Genkai had the greatest burst power of his generation. He had originally wanted to make a name for himself in the joint exam, but with the village in such a position, he could only obey orders and lie low. Kitsuchi said in a low voice, "Father, rest assured. I will lead the team steadily and not fail your trust." Inoki nodded slightly and waved his hand, signaling departure. A heavy presence of rock and earth spread across the mountains as the IWA team set out quietly for Konoha. The last village to depart was Kirigakure. The sea stretched vast and dim beneath towering waves of fog. Kirigakure was shrouded in cold, damp mist that never dispersed, carrying the eerie savagery left behind by the Bloody Mist era. After years of brutal baptism in the Bloody Mist, almost every young shinobi of Mist was bloodthirsty, fierce, and eager to fight. This year's Mist team was extremely well-rounded, with clear role divisions and a balance of offense and defense. It was led by Yagura, the future 4th Mizukage, as head leader, with Ao, a veteran sensory jonin, serving as deputy leader. Ao was still young at this time. His right eye had not yet been implanted with the Hyuga Byakugan. Even so, he was already the finest sensory jonin in Kirigakure. Relying solely on sensory ninjutsu honed through bitter training, he could precisely capture chakra fluctuations, serving as the team's mobile radar and tactical brain. This time, Ao was specifically tasked with leading a group of elite new generation shinobi, including Mei Terumi, Kisame Hashigaki, Raiga Kurisuki, and Zabuza Momochi, while coordinating the team's reconnaissance, early warning, and tactical deployment. In the cold, gloomy Mizukage Tower, the 3rd Mizukage sat in the high seat. His expression was indifferent and icy, with not a trace of warmth, leaving only iron-blooded and overbearing ambition. Unlike Cloud's caution and Iwa's forbearance, Mist's goal was brutally simple. Looking at Yagura Ao and the grim, menacing Mist elites behind them, the third Mizukage left only one instruction, which rang through the room. This journey to Konoha requires no hiding of your edge. You have only one goal. Sweep through your peers, take first place in the joint exam, crush the geniuses of all four nations, and fully display the bloody Mist's fearsome might. In a single short sentence, Mist's ambition and arrogance were laid bare. The reputation of the bloody Mist had been built on countless slaughters and endless mountains of bones. In the eyes of Mist's high command, this Chunin exam was the perfect stage to once again intimidate the shinobi world and proclaim the sharpness of Mist. Their purpose in joining the joint exam was only one thing: to win. Crush their peers, shatter their powerful enemies, and make the entire shinobi world remember that Mist's blade had never dulled. Yagura's emerald eyes condensed with fierce fighting spirit as he bowed and accepted the order. Deputy Leader Ao remained calm, quietly keeping the mission's bottom line in mind. He was prepared to use his sensory power to clear hidden enemies for the team, avoid traps, and control the flow of battle. Zabuza and Raiga radiated surging murderous intent with vicious light blazing in their eyes. They could hardly wait to charge into the exam grounds and fight the geniuses of the four lands. Kisame stood in silence, his chakra heavy and profound, calmly waiting for the great battle to begin. The dense fog churned and waves of water vapor rose to the sky. Yagura took the lead, Ao coordinated from the support position, and the Mist elites stepped into the boundless white fog, carrying bloodthirsty battle intent and overbearing ambition as they headed for the land of fire. The undercurrents of the four nations gathered at Konoha. The five great nations were in turmoil as the elite forces of the Cloud Rock and Mist villages set out one after another on their journeys to Konoha. The undercurrents of the shinobi world surged with hidden ambitions and intricate schemes, while the last to depart, the Sand Village, finally assembled and set off the following day, heading toward the land of fire. In the land of wind, the village of Sunagakure lay amidst endless yellow sand that swept across the Gobi year-round with howling gales and flying gravel, a barren and desolate expanse where poverty and sandstorms were the eternal hues. Compared to the arrogance of the cloud, the sturdiness of the rock, and the brutality of the mist, the atmosphere of the sand always carried a sense of weakness born from its desolation and poverty. According to the arrangements previously agreed upon, Chiyo served as the lead commander of the sand delegation, while Raza, the disciple of the third Kazekage, was the deputy leader. The team consisted of carefully selected young genin from the sand, and the one that most concerned the higher-ups was none other than the red sand scorpion Sasori. Inside the Kazekage building, the third Kazekage sat in the main seat, his deep blue hair falling over his shoulders, his expression stern and his gaze steady. As the strongest Kazekage in history, he was acutely aware of Sunagakure's current predicament. With a barren country, scarce resources, and a dearth of talented individuals, they had long been overshadowed by the other four great powers, leaving them with no capital to assert themselves abroad. Gazing at the team of contestants lined up before him, the third Kazekage spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and steady. On this journey to Konoha for the joint Chunin exams, remember the situation of our village. Do not act rashly or stand out. Your primary mission is not to seek fame or glory, nor to win renown in the arena, but to lie low, observe, and gather intelligence. Carefully ascertain the combat prowess, ninjutsu characteristics, and trump cards of the new generation in the four great villages, and bring back all the intelligence to Sunagakure intact. Compared to the other four great nations, we lack the foundation. If we reveal our edge too early, we will only become a target for others. Stay calm, watch, and bide your time. The third Kazekage was meticulous and saw through the situation clearly. Sunagakure could not afford needless losses, nor could it bear the cost of a prodigy's fall. In the fierce competition of the joint exams, surviving quietly and understanding the external landscape was far more important than temporary victory or defeat. Chiyo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Rest assured, third Kazekage-sama. I will keep the entire team in check and watch over everyone. Raza also responded in a low voice. As deputy leader, I will coordinate with Chiyo-sama, keep an eye on the surroundings at all times, and avoid unnecessary conflicts. The third Kazekage gave a slight nod and gestured for the team to depart. Amid the vast yellow sand, the Sand Village team stepped out of the Kazekage building and set foot on the long Gobi Road, formally heading toward the land of fire. At the front of the procession, a group of young sand shinobi looked both nervous and excited, whispering among themselves about the prosperity of Konoha and the fame of geniuses from other nations. Raza walked in the middle of the column, constantly monitoring the movements of the shinobi ahead and behind, silently calculating the pros and cons of this journey, and not forgetting the grudge he had formed with Tsukimi during the battle at Mount Tenmaku. At the very rear of the team, two figures walked slowly. Grandma Chiyo leaned on her cane, her steps steady, her gaze always fixed on the young boy beside her. Sasori of the red sand walked silently among the yellow sand, his figure slender, his face young and handsome, yet his eyes were calm, without a trace of youthful vitality. Indifferent, detached, as if all the clamor around him, the grand event ahead, and the conflicts of the shinobi world were completely unrelated to him. So young, yet his heart was chillingly cold. Chiyo looked at her grandson, her heart full of love and helplessness, and spoke softly to advise him. Sasori, on this trip to Konoha, geniuses from all directions will gather, and there will be many powerful fighters. Although you are exceptionally talented and already proficient in the art of puppetry, you must remember not to cause trouble recklessly. Heed the Kazakage's words, stay low, be patient, and do not act on impulse or out of pride. She knew Sasori's nature all too well, a loneliness and stubbornness hidden deep within his heart, and once he struck, it was a deadly, ruthless blow with no mercy. If left to his own devices, he would inevitably stir up a huge catastrophe. Sasori listened, then lowered his gaze slightly, nodded expressionlessly, and replied in a clear, cool voice, "I understand, Grandma." His response was obedient and his demeanor compliant, yet his eyes remained dead still without a ripple. No one could see what he truly thought or whether he had genuinely taken the advice to heart or was merely brushing it off. Seeing him like this, Chiyo could only sigh helplessly. She knew her grandson too well, outwardly docile and quiet, but he was not the type to be swayed by a few words. Chiyo's gaze softened and she mused to herself, the research on that technique was nearing completion, once it was finished perhaps it could make Sasori smile again. On this trip to Konoha, she must keep a close watch on him. At the same moment in the land of rain, the sky was dark with continuous drizzle, the cold rain falling unceasingly, soaking the entire land in a damp, oppressive gloom. Years of war had ravaged the country, leaving it scarred and desolate, and the air was forever filled with the scent of suffering and bleakness. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan deliberately lingered at the end of the Rain Village team, away from the crowd, chatting in low voices as the fine rain wet their clothes. Having endured the trials of war and tasted the bitterness of displacement, the three were still young, but their hearts had long been planted with an unwavering ideal. Yahiko looked up toward the land of fire, his eyes bright, brimming with youthful sincerity and longing. Finally, we get to see Konoha, the joint exams of the 5 great nations. This is the grand gathering of the new generation in the entire shinobi world. We've only ever been stuck in the land of rain. This time we can see other places with our own eyes. I want to see with my own eyes how those who control the great nations view the world, war, and peace. His tone was sincere, without a trace of ambition or self-interest, only a pure desire to seek knowledge. Konan gently raised her hand to brush the rain from her shoulder, her eyes tender and clear, softly echoing him. Yes, and what I most look forward to is seeing Master Jiraiya again. It's been a long time since we left his training. I wonder how he is doing in Konoha and whether he still remembers us. The way of the shinobi and the ideals he taught us back then, we have always held them dear, never forgot. Nagato lifted his eyes slightly, his violet rinnegan hidden in the shadow of his bangs, his voice gentle yet firm. If we can meet Master Jiraiya again, that would be wonderful. Yahiko nodded emphatically, the light in his eyes growing even more intense. Yes, we will see, hear, and learn. As long as we work hard enough, one day we can put an end to the suffering of the land of rain, so that there will be no more smoke of gunpowder, no more displaced people. He turned to look at the other two, his smile pure and open. When we truly realize our ideals and safeguard the peace of the hidden rain, we must specially invite Master Jiraiya back. We'll treat him to a seat in the land of rain, a few cups of sake, and let him see with his own eyes the peaceful nation we have built. Konan's eyes curved with tenderness. Yes, I look forward to that day too. Nagato watched them quietly, his eyes flickering silently, making the same vow in his heart. The three of them were young, their hearts pure and clean, filled with compassion for the world and a longing for peace, full of beautiful dreams for the future. Yet they were completely unaware that from the moment they set foot on this journey, a pair of eyes hidden in the deepest shadows of the shinobi world had already locked onto them. In the shadows beside the rainy road, the damp earth stirred slightly. A mass of grayish-white sticky substance rose silently, a bald head slowly emerging from the soil, the rest of its body half buried in the ground. Its murky eyes stared intently at the backs of the three figures ahead, following them without a sound.